100,000 and they just pass. When you are transnighting, you are not sleeping, you're competing with the same people.
When reports of bribery emerged, the students helped us trace the individual responsible.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
A task force led by lawyer and senior counsel Fred Ojiambo revealed that between 2009 and 2016, 16,086 students sat for the bar exams. Shockingly, only 7,530 passed, while 8,549 failed, marking a failure rate of 53%.
I think the issue at Sydney is kind of systemic and it's deep-rooted because it's not like this is the first time it's happening.
For years, law students have struggled to pass the bar exam, which is surprising considering the entry requirements. In order to study law, a student would need a C+ on average in KCSE with at least a B in English or Kiswahili. In order to even qualify for the advocates training program, they have to pass the pre-bar exam. So, these aren't exactly the kind of students you'd expect to struggle with exams now, are they?
The Kenya School of Law and the Council of Legal Education have rubbished claims that they have intentionally ensured students fail their bar exams.
But this time round, there's something that triggered the students to know there's something that has been happening behind closed doors.
So it is literally a public institution that preys on the very public it serves for its own survival.
So the issue of trying to make it as if we don't read or we're that stupid doesn't make sense.
People have actually come out in arms to question some of the policies in place. So the agitation just started. It's been there, but this is for the first time a multitude of students have actually come together to agitate as a group for the same cause.
The Council of Legal Education is the body that determines whether lawyers in Kenya can be admitted to the role of advocates of the High Court of Kenya, reserved for those who complete the CLE Advocates Training Program. However, some students allege that honesty seems to have been left out of the syllabus at the Council of Legal Education. For years, law students have struggled to pass the bar exam, which is surprising considering the entry requirements. In order to study law, a student would need a C+ on average in KCSE with at least a B in English or Kiswahili. In order to even qualify for the advocates training program, they have to pass the pre-bar exam. So, these aren't exactly the kind of students you'd expect to struggle with exams now, are they? The advocates training program tests future advocates in 9 units, requiring a minimum of 50% in each to pass. The assessment comprises of oral exams, which account for 20%, another 20% for projects, and coursework, which accounts for the remaining 60%. Unlike university, where projects are limited to one subject, the advocates training program requires students to complete projects for all 9 units. For these projects, students are grouped into teams referred to as firms to collaborate on their submissions to achieve the 20% allocated to project work. After completing the coursework, projects, and oral exams, their knowledge on the coursework is tested through the bar exam. Upon passing, they proceed to a 6-month pupillage. Only after completing all these stages do they qualify to be admitted as advocates. Now, the issue arises with what students now call the 4 Cs: civil litigation, conveyancing, criminal litigation, and commercial transactions. While many pass other units, these 4 stand out, with students alleging that they are being intentionally failed in these critical areas. We examine why these units are pivotal and how they play a central role in the unfolding narrative. Let's break down the costs. To sit for the bar exams, students are charged 5,000 per paper, totaling to 45,000 per exam season. However, if you fail to attain the 50% mark, the real expenses kick in. You can either pay 15,000 for a remark or 10,000 to resit the paper. Now, failing isn't unusual. We've all faced setbacks at some point, right? But the real issue emerges when the scale of failure is so vast that it raises questions. A task force led by lawyer and senior counsel Fred Ojiambo revealed that between 2009 and 2016, 16,086 students sat for the bar exams. Shockingly, only 7,530 passed, while 8,549 failed, marking a failure rate of 53%. With students compelled to pay for receipts or remarking, it appears the system is akin to a lucrative cash cow, with some who have gone through this process referring to themselves as career students. Now, what happens when a student has failed one too many times and is tired of being just another grim statistic in task force reports? Desperation becomes inevitable. Enter the opportunists, those eager to cash in on this misery. Now, suddenly, the future champions of justice are met with demands for bribes. The very people training to uphold the law are being extorted for cash. Irony doesn't get much richer than this. As these reports show, the issue has been simmering for quite some time. Matters came to a head when the students staged protests on July 10th, 12th, and 17th, 2024. Rallying under the hashtag #OccupyCLE on X, they demanded accountability and answers. The spark. On July 9th, 2024, the Council of Legal Education uploaded results only to remove them shortly and replace them with a new set, issuing a vague statement that claimed the first results were from the November 2023 exams and not the April 2024 exams. However, this explanation did not sit well with the students. Hence, the protests. While these incidents with the results were the tipping point, it's important to look deeper into the issues from the students' perspective, which all ultimately trace back to the Council of Legal Education.
My name is Ivy Moturi, and I am a lawyer, and I am currently part of the Occupy CLE movement. So Occupy CLE is a movement that pushes for accountability and transparency in the legal community, but at the moment we are focused on accountability and transparency in the Council of Legal Education. I joined KSL in 2020 and sat my first regular exams in 2022, October of 2022. In that sitting, I passed 6 papers and failed 3, and I did the receipts in April 2024. But when the results were announced on July 9th, 2024, there were several issues that affected the accuracy of my grades. First of all, there were 2 software issues and 1 human error. The software issues are that, first, my portal was already showing I had failed units before official upload and release of the results. So I went and followed up on this first issue on why my portal was already having results before time, and I was told it's a recurring system issue. So it's a software issue that CLE knows about, but it appears because it's profitable. If more people are caught up by that software issue, then more people are paying for receipts. So that was the first software issue. The second one was what they call a display mishap, and they communicated that the results that I received on 9th were actually for results for October 2023 series, but I did not register or sit for those exam series. I'd marked out the questions that I did. From the tabulated results that CLE sent me, they showed that I had marks for the wrong questions, for questions I had not attempted. So I followed up on that. Then the explanation was that my results were misprinted. So I was like, so now there's 2 software issues and 1 misprinting, which is a human error, and still, instead of going to get the booklets to verify my results, they require me to get court orders before they can retrieve my booklets. And then they still expect me to pay and receipt based on those faulty results. It's quite bothersome because this is the council that is like the final checkpoint before you become a practicing advocate in Kenya. It is the only institution that regulates who becomes an advocate in Kenya. Yet, even bare minimum results, they can't efficiently or accurately provide that public service. That was very worrying.
And if you're thinking, well, this is just 1 student, how bad can it really be? Meet Mabango Nyikuri, another student with his own set of frustrations with the Council of Legal Education.
My troubles began last year. I first sat for my bar exams last year in March. Instead of the normal, what people usually do and sit for all the exams at the same time, I decided to split them into 2 sittings in March and in November. So at the end of the 2 sittings, I had, I had 3 pending papers, which I didn't really mind, but my only issue was the explanation of the council or the council's unwillingness to satisfy my curiosity or my need for an explanation. Because for example, in most of those units I got between a 40, 2 of them I got a 48 and a 49. I applied for a remark, which is very expensive, 15,000, and neither of those papers went through. When we first do our exams, we spend 45,000, 5,000 on each paper, and 5,000 for an administrative fee. The pass mark is 50. When you don't attain the 50% pass mark, you have the option of remarking at 15,000 a unit, which sounds just exorbitant. And you can receipt at 10,000. Usually, you'll remark a paper, high chances of it going through are very minimal. So you'll end up spending, you'll have to go for the receipt. So in the long run, you end up spending 30,000 a unit just to pass it, at least 30,000, which is just doesn't make sense.
Just when the issues seemingly had reached their peak, a transfer student adds a new twist to the story. Let's call him Daniel. Daniel had pursued his bachelor's degree in India on a scholarship. He returned soon after, hoping to finish his education, but he had no idea what problems awaited him.
My troubles with the Council of Legal Education began back in 2018. Immediately I just came back to the country. I did my bachelor's in India, so I came back in 2018. So I did what's supposed to happen is once you land here, you go to the Council of Education, famously known as CLE, so I'll be using CLE most of the time. So you go there for clearance, basically to check if the curriculum that you did there covered the 16 core units that you're required to cover before you join the Kenya School of Law. So for my case, I went to CLE and they told me my curriculum had not covered 1 unit, that is Law of Equity and Trust. So they referred me to RIARA to take up the unit. So what happens before, as you're going to CLE, is not free. You have to pay 10,000 for the clearance. Okay. So once you're cleared, you're referred to RIARA. once you go to Riara, each unit is 20,400. Now when you get to Riara tells you there are 2 other mandatory units that you have to take. You see, now that brings it to 3 units, each 20,400, including another administrative fee, should be around 7,000 to 10,000. Okay, and then another thing is when you go there, it's not like immediately you get there the unit is readily on offer. Like for my case, the semester I registered for the unit, none of the units that I had registered for was on offer. So it means that semester just went like that. So I had to wait for the next semester. Again, it's not guaranteed all the units will be on offer, because again, they have to meet a quorum, especially for the units that we are referred. You have to meet a quorum at least 10 students. So if you have a unit and you have 5 students, you'll wait until the day it will meet a quorum. So in the following semester, I got 2 units that were on offer, the mandatory units that I'm supposed to take at Riara. So I was lucky enough, 2 weeks into the semester, I think it was 1 or 2 more students registered for now the unit that I had been referred. So now I had to do the unit. So I was lucky to have gotten all the 3 units in the same semester. That is after I had missed the previous one. So once you finish that, now that's when you come back to Kenya School of Law. Now for admission for the advocacy training program. So you sit for the classwork, you do the project work, and then oral exams, because the exam is structured into 3, whereby 40 marks is marked at case, and that is in form of project work and the orals. And then the written exam is the one that is administered by the Council of Legal Education. So you do your orals and project exam at KSL. Now you proceed to sit for the other exam, the written exam that is administered by CLE. So with my first sitting, I passed 7 subjects, units I mean, because there are 9. Again, you reciting the paper is not a guarantee that you're going to pass, because there are people who've been failing a single unit for more than 10 years. There are people who started sitting for the exam from 2012 up to now. They're still doing one paper. So one asks the question, is it that people are too stupid, whereby you sit for 9 papers, you pass 8 at a single sitting, then you remain with 1 paper that you'll never pass? You know, because the issue has always been about accountability and transparency. Because if I sit for a paper and I've failed, it's not bad to fail, because that's life. But at least the purpose of education should be helping you correct on the mistakes that you've made. So if I fail this exam for one of the other reason, let me know this way you went wrong. So if you do it this way, you'll pass, you know, so that I know how I'm preparing for the next receipt, if that's the case. I'll give you an instance of the exam that was done last year in November, and I'll use the example of conveyancing. It had 800 students reciting for that paper. Out of the 800 students, only 100 passed. So the remaining 700 failed the same unit. So do you want to tell us that all these students are that dumb that they can't read for this exam? Mind you, there are students who are on scholarship. There are people who are being sponsored, so they know what that means. It's a matter of life and death. There are students who are paying for themselves. Like for my case, you cannot tell me I have 10,000, I'll pay 10,000 for a paper, and then just joke around because I want to fail. And when I know that is what is standing between me and my career, you know. So the issue of trying to make it as if we don't read or we're that stupid doesn't make sense. Because our clarion call has been, if indeed we failed, it is simple, show us our booklets, because they are hand-marked. Show me my booklet. If truly I failed, I'll go home comfortably, read again, come do the paper. But it's not that you're telling us you cannot give us our booklets. And in some instances, they're citing the issue of data protection. Okay, it's the same Data Protection Act that guarantees the data subject access to their information. So on what account are you denying me my booklet? Because it will be a different case if I went there asking for someone else's booklet. Then the issue of data protection would make sense, but not when I'm asking for my own booklet. Why do you want me to come with a court order to access my own booklet?
Between software issues, wrong results being uploaded, getting grades for exams you didn't even take, the endless headache of being a transfer student, and sitting the same exam since 2012? It's no wonder students are desperate to escape this receipt remark cycle. Enter screenshots circulated on X of individuals kindly offering to help by leaking exams and adjusting results. For a price, of course. Another student, who we'll call Gloria, explains how the recruitment is done.
Okay, this is what happened. One afternoon, I'm just minding my business, and then a colleague tells me, do you know someone who sat for the exams and they would like to pass the exams? I'm like, what do you mean? So he goes and tells me, there's a colleague of mine who can guarantee you passes, but you have to pay a certain amount. I asked them how much. They told me it's 100,000 per paper. I was like, what? But of course, me, I had read. When you've read, you don't fall into such traps. I was like, no problem, me, I don't want that deal. I'm good, I read, I'm a bright student. I've been passing all through my life. I was like, no, I'll just pass my exams. So somewhere around the release of the exams, like 2 weeks before the release, there was this tendency that was going around. You check your portal, you could see the units for receipt, yet the results were not yet out. So I see the units there, units for receipt. There's this shock that struck me. So I went back to this person. I wanted to find out. I'm like, you said you have a person who knows someone or who is in the CLE who can be paid for them to give us passes. He gave me a number. So I texted the number, trying to find out how these things work. And the person told me that, so for you, since I had gone to him directly, I was to pay 80,000, not 100. So he was telling me it's 80,000 per paper, you pay during the marking stage, and then after you pay, you're guaranteed of a clean pass. He assured me that people have paid, and he couldn't disclose their names because of client confidentiality. But he told me to come back. He asked me when I was going to receipt. I was like, I'll receipt in November. So I was like, immediately after the exams, contact me. I assure you, we are going to get clean passes. Of course, it was very heartbreaking to hear that we are competing. You're competing with people who have money. At the same time, you're struggling to get even the 10,000 for a receipt. It's really a tough job. You have to struggle. You pull all resources to get 10,000 for a receipt. But there's someone who will pay this 10,000 for a receipt, and then after they receipt, during the marking, they again dash 80,000 or 100,000, and they just pass. When you are transnighting, you are not sleeping. You're competing with the same people.
When reports of bribery emerged, the students helped us trace the individual responsible. The phone number allegedly used to solicit bribes was traced back to Emmanuel Rauto. With this lead in hand, we contacted him directly to hear his side of the story.
I'm not soliciting bribe from any person. And if you're sending any screenshot sent, they have to substantiate their claims.
Yeah.
Because probably there are maybe individual wants to malign my name, not official at CLE. I don't work with CLE. I only have my law firm as an advocate.
Tuko na evidence iko hapa hata kwa hii karatasi.
When a student fails and opts not to pay the bribe, choosing instead to retake the exam, passing becomes even more difficult with each subsequent attempt.
Another critical aspect that we want reformed is when we are sitting for the normal sitting, we do oral and project exams. Okay? So at what point do those marks cease to be mine? So that when I'm doing a receipt, the exam is being marked out of 60, not out of 100. Because during the normal sitting, it's out of 100, whereby 40 marks comes from Kenya School of Law, and then 60 marks come from the Council of Legal Education. So at what point do they omit our marks, and what is the rationale behind? So you cannot be reducing marks while increasing exam fee, because the normal sitting is 5,000 per paper, receipt is 10,000. Normal sitting you have 100 marks, receipt you're being marked out of 60, just the written exam only. So we want also the oral and project marks to be included when people are reciting the exam.
Given everything we have seen up to this point, it is possible to understand the outrage that eventually sparked the protests. But with some individuals retaking the same exam for 15 years and counting, what is different now?
Previously, people used to just let it pass. They created this notion that people fail because they don't study or they don't work hard. But I think with the current prevailing situation, people have actually come out in arms to question some of the policies in place. So the agitation just started. It's been there, but this is for the first time a multitude of students have actually come together to agitate as a group for the same cause.
The students have left no stone unturned in their efforts to get their concerns addressed. During the Occupy CLE protests, they were denied access to the offices, and one of the securities officers' response was telling.
Public office imesema nini? Boma gani? CLE nani? Umecall nani na umesema nini?
Hatuendi kwa nyumba ya mtu.
It seems access is only granted to those with the right owner in mind. The students wrote multiple letters to the Council of Legal Education. For instance, in a letter dated July 18, 2024, they detailed their grievances and provided evidence to support their claims. These complaints included the alleged purchase of grades, predetermined receipts, and the alteration of grades, with numerous students reportedly holding multiple transcripts for the same examination series. Their final concern leads us to issue number 9. Seeing that their efforts are not bearing fruit, the students turned to X and email to raise their concerns. But their efforts were often met with silence. Many reported being blocked on the platforms whenever they attempted to voice their grievances. If you're wondering whether the mass failures at the Kenya School of Law have led to any concrete action, there have been attempts. Former Attorney General Kihara Kariuki attributed the failures to students being tested on legal work that has not been taught, highlighting a significant gap in the system. In 2019, then CLE Chief Executive Jacob Gakeri was summoned by Parliament to explain the November 2018 bar exam results, where only 308 out of 1,572 students passed. KSL itself conducted a study, and these were their findings.
The study shows that the mass failure at the institution is tied to the grade 1 scores in their KCSE examination and the university they attend. In fact, 65.8% of students admitted to the Kenya School of Law said they had received little training in their undergraduate studies, a factor linked to the mushrooming of universities which offer substandard education. Another 74.3% of the students said the curriculum they were exposed to while at the university was inadequate.
In August 2024, current Attorney General Dorcas Oduor formed a task force to investigate the persistent failures. The team included representatives from the Law Society of Kenya, the Kenya School of Law, the Council of Legal Education, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission, who convened with the aim of addressing the issue. CLE has also invited students to mediation sessions, seemingly to better understand their concerns. However, they've responded with vague answers and little clarity. And so, between the finger pointing over university education standards, unexplained exam content, inconclusive investigations, and half-hearted mediations, it is the students who continue to pay the price professionally and financially.
My career is basically stuck. I have not moved an inch in my career. There's not really much of a difference between someone who will graduate from law school, undergraduate this year, and me. We're in the same place. We can't practice. The most we can do is maybe consult or do assistant roles at various legal departments. So literally, and it's gotten to, some of us have even dropped out of these careers. We're just doing exams because we started them, we can't leave it hanging. So most of us have lost motivation with the legal sector.
Every aspect of my life has just stagnated because there's a lot that rides on having a PC. Many of the jobs that I apply to, I don't get them because I don't have a practicing certificate. And you get a practicing certificate after completing the ATP program and passing with CLE. Once CLE clears you and you're admitted, now you get a practicing certificate. So you find that it's a public institution that needs remark and receipt fees to survive. So it is literally a public institution that preys on the very public it serves for its own survival. And then you see Public Service Commission is only announcing jobs that needs people with practicing certificates. So you're like, this government, the systems are not in our favor, because if at CLE someone can bribe, someone with 100,000 can bribe, then this is the person who will be available for that job in the public service.
In addition to this impact on their professional lives, the delays have taken a toll on their physical and mental health.
I have been affected greatly, not only academically, but also mentally, socially, and financially. How am I forgetting financially? Mentally, socially, financially, spiritually, by God. In all the aspects of life, I've been affected terribly. I did my first sitting in 2022 March. I passed 7, I failed 2. Now there's 2. It's really hilarious. How can I pass 7 and then I failed to get 2 correct? And these 2, they're not like the hardest things on planet Earth, So I've been resitting. In fact, the second time now, after I sat for the first sitting, now the first recit I did when the results came out, I was totally sick. I became sick. I used to go to hospital. I was treated. I went through every kind of test. There was nothing being found. Only to realize it was, depression or something. So I have this headache. Not a headache, it's a migraine at this point that doesn't go away. I have to live on some painkiller. That drug for migraines. It's called Trizact. 4 tabs go for like 2,000. They have to have them like on a daily basis. It's not really easy.
As these students await their practicing certificates, they continue to count the losses they have experienced at the hands of the Council of Legal Education.
I, for one, even lost my job following up on this thing. Following up on Occupy CLE, I was fired. I was told I was being very selfish and I'm going after my own interests. I'm like, this is something that affects the whole legal community, because this is a regulator who determines who is entering the market with you. So if you're having corrupt people or incompetent people in the market, these are your new workmates. This is not about me looking for free marks. This is about ensuring that the advocates in Kenya's legal community are actually competent and they actually are keeping up or live up to the advocate's oath that they take at the Supreme Court during admission.
Concerned about the students' plight and the future of Kenya's legal profession amid bribery allegations, we reached out to the Council of Legal Education for their response, seeking clarity on the claims and a response to the affected students. Unfortunately, much like the students, we received no reply by the time this report went to air. While the process of releasing results in December 2024 saw some changes, most notably in timeliness and transparency in pass rates, for many, the damage has already been done. Many have had their ambitions of further education sidelined by previous delays. Others now live with stress-induced illnesses. Parents have watched their children wrestle with doubt and despair, ultimately returning home unable to make a living or advance their careers despite the investment in their education. This isn't just about exams. It is about lives derailed, opportunities stolen, and a system that owes answers to those it has left behind.
To the people in charge, I would like to ask you if this is the nobility of the profession that you are gatekeeping. Are the bad deals the nobility of the profession that you're gatekeeping? Is not including us or even hearing our views the nobility of the profession that you're gatekeeping? Is people buying grades the nobility of the profession that you're gatekeeping? We really just have to be honest with ourselves.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
Early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
It was terrible. It looked like fiction. You know, it is like a movie.
The cartels are more powerful than the justice system. The cartels are well connected.
The deals aren't done. They just got darker.
I'm talking about very senior security officers, but they are the perpetrators. Do you carry documents?
No!
In your pocket?
No, you don't.
Season 2 of Title Deals is back, digging deeper into the power plays, land grabs, and hidden hands, shaping who really owns Kenya.
Rico power! The Rico viva!
I'm not taking off you, I'm taking off the mask.
I keep seeing the faces of the goons, over and over again. Just trying to find that piece has been really, really difficult.
If title deeds can go missing, what can't go missing?
If you put a thief in charge of a country, thievery becomes everybody's favorite pastime. Kila mtu atakuwa mwizi.
We went to Kiandutu, we recorded the complaint, we were given an OB. On our way back, we went to the police station and we went to her office. We found her there. Hey, there was drama in that office, my friend.
Just give me the OB number of the complaint. No, that is not a threat. When I tell you how I think we can solve the problem, that is not what is called a threat. Wewe ndio uko na ukali. Who has threatened you?
I don't know if you're comfortable at this point to mention names.
The officer who came in the vehicle and who had given instructions to the breakdown crew to drag the container out of my plot is called
What I'm saying, the complaint is about ownership of land. So maybe you can show me.
What do I show you? Come with your documents.
No, just listen to me.
Yes.
Because when there is a complaint, there is a legal way of dealing with the complaint. And you may. I want to see the complainant, I want to see the OB number, and then you can start investigating me.
Me, I'm not investigating.
This is an audio recording from July 18th, 2023, capturing a conversation between James Mungai, a landowner and resident of Thika Town, Kiambu County, and a senior police officer.
A lady came, she has all the documents.
No problem.
To that land.
Yes.
Unasikia?
Yes.
Akasema kuna mtu ameweka container kwa shamba yake.
Yes.
The exchange took place at Thika police station on the same day an attempt was made to evict Mungai's family from their land.
The plot is Thika Municipality, Block 18/11. It is in the environments of Thika Town. Initially, the plot belonged to Athena Coffee Estates Limited. They subdivided and allocated plots to the shareholders. My father was the chairman of Athena Coffee Estates. So he is the one who guided subdivision and allocation. So my father benefited from the plot and he was allocated and issued with a title deed, a certificate of lease in 1987. We have been in possession of that land till my father passed on in 1991. And upon his death, we filed a succession matter in Thika Chief Magistrate's Court, and it was confirmed and the plot devolved on me. I processed a certificate of lease in my name in 2005, and I have enjoyed quiet possession of that land since then.
The land's history traces back to Athena Coffee Estates Limited, a limited liability company that owned the larger parcel LR number 10-2261. For decades, the plot was undisputed until July 2023, when a bold claim of ownership dragged Mungai's family into an unexpected battle over what they had long believed was indisputably theirs.
Till his death in 1991, there is no single plot in Athena Coffee Estates which had disputes. So we have never had a dispute in the ownership of this land, not within the family, not with Athena Coffee Estates or any member of the society. Until July 2023, when unknown persons moved into the land and purported to evict me. So the only dispute on record was noted in 2023, July.
I mean, okay, this. Listen to me and listen good.
Okay.
Sisi, you see all these facts? We investigate any matter that is reported.
Correct.
Somebody came and reported ya kwamba plot yake imewekewa nini?
Yes.
Container.
Correct.
Since May.
Correct.
Which May?
May this
May. Just proceed, madam.
Okay.
Mbona unacheka, madam?
Me, I even laughed. They said when they were on the ground that that this container was put after they unboard the rad. This container has been here for more than 4 years. So how comes now the container all of a sudden moved away and came back? So she picks up a yellow file from somewhere in one of the cabinets, and she kept on flipping it in the air, that these are the owners, the legal owners of that piece of land. So unless you show me your own documents that you own it, then I can only say that you have forcibly put your container there. That is the time James asked her.
Madam, unless you have a personal interest in the matter, you cannot tell me you have sent a breakdown into somebody's plot.
What can you say?
You know, let me tell you.
After a long struggle, and when she shouted more, there are 2 assistants of ours who came to find out what was happening. They actually came and tried to calm us down, but you see, how do you calm down when somebody has been to your plot to come and evict you in broad daylight, you know?
The heated exchange was only a glimpse of a much deeper conflict that had escalated throughout the day. Earlier, their family's property became the center of a commotion when a breakdown truck arrived, apparently tasked with removing a container from the land. Mungai's wife, Flora Wambeti, reached the scene ahead of him and witnessed much more of the day's events unfold.
On that day, which is 18th of July 2023, I left my house and went to Thika. I had a small mission to go and see one of my relatives who lives in Thika town. In fact, she had asked me to go and assist her to harvest some maize from her plot. So in the course of harvesting the maize, I get a call from one person known to me, Simon Wamboi.
Nikamuuliza kama kuna watu wametuma waende hapo kwa container, akaniambia hajatuma mtu. Niambia kuna breakdown na ambayo iko hapo na sijui inafanya nini. So akaniambia anakuja. So before akuje na mimi nikarasha hapo. Napata ni kweli breakdown iko. Breakdown pia hata nikakuja kuona ni mtu najua ni mtu napeanga kazi kunibebea magari. So akanieleza ni kutumwa ametumwa akuja avute hiyo container kidogo ati mwenye plot anataka kujenga. So ikawa ni kitu kingine tena sasa tofauti cause plot najua ni ya Flora na mwalimu Jimmy na tena container ni yao, mimi ndio nilipasua nikaweka hizo milango.
I took a bike and like in 7 minutes I was on site. When I got there on the bike that was taking me to that place, who do I find when I'm just alighting from the bike? The patrol police. They were with their Tiger Land Cruiser. And there was another big crowd of people, especially the Bonda people. They had just come, the commotion had now reached somewhere. So there were onlookers. And so somebody from the Land Cruiser actually talked to me and he said, "We know you as the owner of this plot. What's happening here?" So I told the askari, "I'm just arriving now, but I've been told that this breakdown, which you can see here, is here to take away the container." Then the askari asked me, "Kwani wamekoniwa tena, you know?"
The disruption outside their plot wasn't entirely new. Over the years, the container had been at the center of a scheme where unsuspecting buyers were duped into believing it was for sale.
Kuna wakati mwingine ilikuwa imefanyika kitu kama hiyo, watu wakitaka kuiba hiyo container. Trailer ilirara hapo ikiwa na mpango kama hiyo. Baadaye tukaambiwa, "But hii ya kuondoa container ati mwenyewe ajenge." Mimi kwangu hiyo ilikuwa like a shock.
So even when I got to the piece of plot, I was seeing thieves of a container because why the breakdown? You get? Even him can confirm. I told him kuna watu wanajaribu kuiba container tena. I did not think of the plot.
I left my workplace for Thika. On my way, I called police from Kiandutu police station to go and take charge of the infraction. When I got to the scene, the trespassers were there, and they explained that they had been instructed by senior police officers from Thika police station to get into the plot and drag the container out of the plot.
I was also curious to know who the driver is. So the two of us meet, and I ask him, who are you? Then he goes like, naitwa Kariuki na nimetumwa. Kufanya nini? I've been sent to come and see if this container can be moved and placed on the road. So I asked him, for what? Akasema hapana, mwenye amenituma amesema tu nije nione kama inaweza songeshwa, na kama inaweza songeshwa niisongeshe. And who has sent you? Then he goes like, ni ofisa fulani yuko kwa ofisi, wacha nimpigie simu muongee.
Watu walikuwa wameshusha wenye walikuja. Kwanza wenye wanajua mwalimu container ni yake, alafu wewe unasema nini? Unataka kusema nani amekutuma? So juu ya mtu wa breakdown nilimjua. Nilikaa na yeye nikamwambia wewe usiwe na wasiwasi, hakuna mtu atakuguza. Bora wewe tu mwenye amekuambia uvute, muite akuje.
According to James and Flora Kariuki, the breakdown driver was constantly on the phone, receiving instructions from someone unknown to them. Meanwhile, officers from Kiandutu police station, who James had contacted for help earlier, were already on site. They too eventually received some orders.
Through the breakdown driver's phone, the police on the other side instructed the patrol vehicle to leave the scene, which they did. There were policemen whom I had called from Kiandutu police station. They arrived at the scene, and they too, through the phone belonging to the motor vehicle breakdown crew, they were dismissed from the scene. And given that there was anxiety growing, a white vehicle pulled onto the scene.
A white Volkswagen now comes in, and who is in the Volkswagen? It's a certain lady, mimi simujui. So he comes, and the driver of the breakdown tells her, yule ndiye mama mwenye alisema ndiye mwenye container. So the officer approaches me. He's on phone. Mzee is on phone. He's busy calling. I don't know who. So the madam comes and tells me, I'm Manisi Monene. No, to me, she actually told me I am Mrs. Kenywa.
The officer who came in the vehicle and who had given instructions to the breakdown crew to drag the container out of my plot is called Anisia Warue Munene. At the time, she was the deputy DCIO Thika West. She dismissed the police, she dismissed members of the public, and instructed me to report to her office. And I obliged, but of course I first reported to Kiandutu police station to have the matter booked because I had called police to the scene. The matter was booked therein, and I proceeded to the officer's office.
Yes. The only person I called regarding that container and the attempted stealing is the police station.
It was not stealing.
But even as an officer, you cannot just intrude into some property just because a complaint has been made and you move it. You cannot.
I only wanted proof of formal investigations that a complaint had been raised and the identity of the complainants. I was also not willing to cooperate much because she could not prove that there was any formal investigation she was conducting regarding me or my plot.
At this point, their container still stood unmoved on their plot, its connection to the power lines deterring any attempts to move it. This small victory, however, did not offer much relief. It was here that they first encountered a shocking revelation. Someone else was now claiming ownership of their land.
A lady came by name Jane Waju.
Yes.
She has all the documents.
No problem.
To that land.
Yes.
Unasikia?
Yes.
Akasema kuna mtu ameweka container kwa shamba yake.
Yes.
Just that.
From the documentation, there are two owners, two joint owners. Jane Wayego Muigai, I don't know her, and Jane Wanjue Benjamin. They registered a transfer of the land on 9th of February 2023. And the transfer was from Athena Coffee Estates.
This is James Mungai's leasehold title, also known as a certificate of lease. And this is a freehold title listing Jane Wayego Muigai and Jane Wanjoye Benjamin as the alleged owners of the same plot. To fully understand the situation, it's important to know the difference between leasehold and freehold.
There is the ownership of land, control of land, access of land, and use of land. So these are the four bundles of rights. Bundle of rights just means the way you can own land. There is the aspect of owning, which can be registered under the freehold system. Freehold is where you just own land forever. When we talk about leaseholds, most leaseholds would provide for access, use, and control. But the ownership has terms and conditions. You will be able to own it for 100 years, 1,000 years, whatever years. The ownership aspect has terms and conditions.
Let's get back to the two titles in question. James's leasehold title means his ownership is limited, bound by time, and is subject to conditions. In contrast, the freehold title held by Jane Wayego Muigai and Jane Wanjoye Benjamin grants absolute ownership without any expiration date or obligations. In Kenya, leasehold tenure is limited to a maximum of 99 years, after which the land reverts to the government unless renewed. Freehold land, on the other hand, gives permanent ownership with no time limits. So, the question now is, who really owns this land, and is it under freehold or leasehold tenure? To unravel this puzzle, we need to go back to where it all began. This is a copy of the original transfer form, allegedly from the Ministry of Lands, showing the transfer of Thika Municipality, Block 1811, from the Government of Kenya to Athena Coffee Estates Limited for a term of 99 years, dated 10th August 1986. And this is their certificate of lease under the Registered Land Act. Following the subdivision of part of the Athena Coffee Estates land, Mungai's father, the late Jasan Kagunya, was issued a leasehold title on 15th December 1987, as confirmed by this search certificate. After Jasan's passing and conclusion of the succession case number 70 of 1993, his original title was submitted to the Ministry of Lands to facilitate the issuance of a new title in his son Mungai's name. This is standard practice, as the old title must be surrendered before a new one is issued. Mungai eventually received his leasehold title, as shown here in 2005. Now enter the alleged new owners.
They are alleged to have bought the plot from a deceased person. And they have an agreement, which I've seen, dated 1990. At the time, my father was still alive, and we were in possession of the plot, and we had ownership documents. And this agreement is very suspect if you read it. At one time, the consideration is 300 shillings, At another time, the consideration is 300,000 shillings. Evidently, there are quite a number of errations, and the signatures of the purchasers do not resemble the signatures which you get in the transfer forms.
A sale agreement dated 17th January 1990 lists Jerusha Njoki Gathero as the alleged registered owner and vendor of the parcel, with Jane Wayego and Jane Wanjoe as the purchasers. The document is noted to have been witnessed by John Maina Mwangi and prepared by SP Punja Advocates. Accompanying it is a land transfer document dated 9th February 2023, allegedly signed by John Mungai Foro, the Secretary of Athena Coffee Estate, along with two other directors, Stephen Goren Njoroge and Joseph Karobo Getao. The document was reportedly submitted to the Thika Lands Registry, where the then Land Registrar Joseph Wangombe Kamoyo is said to have issued a freehold title deed to Jane Wanjoe and Jane Waroe.
For them to issue the title deed to me, I forwarded the succession documents so as to register a transfer by transmission from my father into my names. I have gotten copies of the booking register, which proves that they received the documents from me and consequently issued me with a title. But they don't have the records. They don't have the documents which I took to their office, which they received, against which they issued me with a title. The other party has a title deed, a freehold title deed. Although in that area, all the plots are under leasehold tenure, but they have a title deed issued in 2023, February 2023, issued by the Thika Lands Registry, and they are the first owners. But this is a land which has been existent from 1986, because that is when the land was transferred to the government for allocation by Athena Coffee Estates. But according to the records in the Thika Lands Registry, the land was registered for the first time in 2023. Athena Coffee Estates used to be a vibrant company, but has disposed all its assets, and for 5 years it has been dormant. But there is one director who continues to transact on behalf of the company, and signatures of the other 2 surviving directors were used. Further, I discovered that they had changed my rate-paying account at the Kiambu County Government Office to the names of the new owners.
A handwritten statement dated December 2023, purportedly from Stephen Goren Njoroge, one of Athena's surviving directors, denies any involvement in the disputed land transfer. He writes, and I quote, "I have never transferred any land on behalf of Athena. I have never been to Camero Advocates, and I have never been involved in the transfer of the land Thika Municipality Block 1811. Though the picture on the transfer is mine, I don't even know where the land is." End of quote. Similarly, a January 2024 statement attributed to Joseph Karobo Getao, another surviving director, claims, and I quote, "The signature belongs to me, but I didn't transfer the land to those ladies appearing on the form. I used to sign blank transfer forms and leave them with the secretary, John Mungai. Even the chairman signed, but I am sure he also didn't transfer to those ladies." End of quote. The chairman he refers to is Stephen Gore, who led Athena following Jasan's death until 2017, as acknowledged in his own statement.
It is also confirmed that when they were transferring my rate-paying account at the Kiambu County Office, they used forged documents which have been disowned by the lawyers who allegedly attested to the documents. And it would be interesting to look at an affidavit which was allegedly sworn, and you would not even understand the role of the affidavit in the transfer, because it is ambiguous and you would not even know why it was being sworn by the purported owners, yet it was meant to be sworn by the previous owner.
The affidavit allegedly commissioned by Advocate J.M. Ndongo is also called into question. In a handwritten statement attributed to him, Mwaura strongly denies any involvement, stating, and I quote, "The signature on the affidavit is not mine. The stamp obviously was stolen from my office and used without my authority. The affidavit is a forgery and I don't know Jane Wayego Muigai and Jane Wanjoe Benjamin." End of quote. A forensic analysis conducted by Eli John Mwangi, a Directorate of Criminal Investigations DCI examiner, compared Mwaura's verified signature with the one on the affidavit. The results were clear. The signatures didn't match, indicating they were made by different individuals, indicating a possible case of forgery. In a similar twist, transfer forms allegedly signed by John Mungai Foro and 2 other directors were disowned by R.N. Kamiro advocates. A statement attributed to Kamiro states, and I quote, "I deny the transfer was executed in my office. I also deny the stamp used was done by me and I disown the document entirely." End of quote. A subsequent forensic report by DCI examiner I.P. Gideon Osundwa reveals that Kamiro's signature on the forms differs from his verified samples, further supporting forgery claims.
In making that transfer too, they made the application and stated the previous owner as my father. They too paid outstanding rates in the name of my father, a man who died in 1991, and this is 2023. We did follow up. It was an arduous task actually getting feedback from the county government, but after quite some effort, there was a discrepancy between the physical records held at the county registry, which indicated my father is the last registered account holder with the county government. In their digital records, in their system, the owners were the new owners. And the county government could not explain how the strange names got into the system.
A letter from the Kiambu Sub-County Administrator dated 13th February 2024 affirms James Mungai's ownership of the Thika plot based on the 1993 grant of representation for the estate of his late father. The letter also raises concerns over unauthorized changes in account names related to the plot, urging investigations into the matter.
Every other day, even if you have a title, it's not absolute. I normally tell people your land title is not absolute as long as corrupt officials are watching over the documents, wherever they are watching over the documents at. There is need for the law to be followed, both the spirit and the letter. When you talk about land grabs, there are so many questions that we need to address as Kenyans, collaboratively, both state and non-state actors, to curb that vice. It's everywhere. When someone is talking about title deeds, walking away, in quotes, I'll just do direct translation from Swahili. Zilitembea zikatoka kwa registry. Because no one has been, no head has rolled, no one has taken accountability, and it is facilitated and abated by, at times, state officials, by at times, custodians of culture, by at times, us ourselves, when we don't appreciate that every entitlement has a duty and obligation.
How can documentation, a whole file, which has been lying there since 1986, how can it just now, today, disappear and it is not there?
Official documents are meant to tell a story of legitimacy. However, behind closed doors, the reality is far more sinister. What should be standard procedures are instead becoming opportunities for manipulation purposefully designed to undermine and frustrate legitimate claims. In this case, hidden within the paperwork lies a network of individuals, each with a role that remains clouded in mystery. The question is, How deep does this web run, and who is ultimately reaping the rewards? The discrepancies in this case are extensive, ranging from differences in manual and digital county records to forged signatures, stolen stamps and transfer forms disowned by those allegedly involved. Every detail pointing to a system open to abuse. For James and Flora, this fight is more than just reclaiming their land. It's about exposing how their family's property became entangled in what seems to be a much bigger game of fraud and deception.
There are officers in the lands registry, there are officers in the security department, and there are officers in the county government office, and each has a role. One, the registry staff, the lands registry staff, identify plots which have issues. Either the owners are dead, or they have lost title deeds, or possibly there is some dispute, or the owners are long dead and the properties are not claimed, and there are no known administrators to the land. After identification, they are also in charge of vetting the documents and corrupting the documents, either losing the documents of previous owners and creating new files and creating new registers for the land. And as they create new registers, they simply bring in new owners. With the new title deeds registered by the Lands Registry Department, the new owners proceed to the county government, where conspirators are in waiting, and with only a bunch of money, the rate-paying accounts are changed. Within a day, it happens. And mostly, these people are calculating, because possession is also very important. Like in my case, after either destroying my land records in the Thika Lands Registry or hiding them and opening new registers, and then proceeding to the county government and managing the transfer of the rate-paying account, the only problem was entry into the land. And this is where the security department comes in handy. In my particular case, it is the DCIO.
Mungai paints a picture of what he believes is a land-grabbing operation, with his land at the center of it all. Drawing from his personal experience, we piece together how the events appear to have taken shape in his case. It all begins with the land registry. On 9th February 2023, transfer forms and a 1990 sale agreement are presented for an alleged transaction between Athena Coffee Estates, Jane Wanjoe and Jane Wayego. Through an undated letter, the Secretary of Athena Coffee Estates, John Mungai, informs the land registrar that he is unable to obtain a search certificate for the plot and that the green card is missing from the registry. He requests that a new green card be opened to allow the land to be used by Athena Coffee Estates for the benefit of its members. Despite the irregularities we've outlined so far, a first registration is entered and a freehold title deed is issued to the two as the new owners. At the time, Joseph Wangombe Kamoyo was the land registrar, now believed to be working at the Chief Land Registrar's office in Adi House. According to Mungai, in mid-February, someone named Francis Njogona allegedly approached his caretaker seeking to rent the plot and container for business, but Njogona's request was declined. Later, a statement dated 13th September 2024 revealed that Jerusha Njoki Gatheru, the alleged owner and vendor of the land, had passed away on March 28, 2013, according to her brother Simon Maina Gatheru and the local chief. Jerusha is also said to be the elder sister of Jane Wayego, one of the land purchasers. It is claimed Jerusha owned a plot in Waitethia, Thika, and after her death, her son Njuguna took control of her property. Could the Francis Njuguna who allegedly approached Mungai's caretaker be the same Njuguna identified as Jerusha's son? We could not independently verify the information as only the name Njuguna is mentioned in Simon's statements, making it unclear whether they are indeed the same individual. On 16th May 2023, an affidavit reportedly sworn by Jane Wayego and Jane Wanjoe claims ownership of the plot and requests the parcel's transfer at the Thika sub-county offices. On the same day, a document attributed to the county government of Kiambu acknowledges Mungai's father, Jasan Kagunya, as the registered owner in the county's rating system. However, it simultaneously lists Jane Wayego and Jane Wanjoe as the new registered owners. 2 months later, on 18th July 2023, Anisia Waroe Munene, the then Deputy DCIO of Thika West, dispatched a breakdown vehicle to remove the container from Mungai's plot. Anisia is now reported to have been transferred to the Immigration Department in Nairobi, where she currently serves.
Yes, you are. Because affecting me. Please substantiate the
threats. Oh, thank you. So you withdraw that.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Emotions ran high, words were exchanged, and yet they couldn't find a solution. Undeterred, Mungai decided to dig deeper, only to uncover even more shocking revelations.
So the meeting ended in Dizari, and I only gave her my telephone number, and I asked her to call me when she got an OB of the complaint that she was investigating, and or a court order that she had, which she never did. And I left the office. The following day, I did my own investigations. I called her boss, the then DCIO Thika, Mr. Joseph Dufi, and I asked him why he had sent officers to my plot to evict me. And he said that there was no complaint raised about me or about my plot of land. And he was really surprised that whatever I was describing could have happened. I further called the OCS, Thika police station, Mr. James Minor, and he said that he was not aware of any investigations being done regarding me. And in any case, that is not how investigations were done.
The events surrounding this case raise serious questions about the role of law enforcement in land disputes. Anisia Munene, a senior police officer, was at the center of this meeting, yet her involvement was not known to her superiors and was not on record anywhere. If there was no official complaint, no court order and no OB number, what exactly was her role in all of this? Was she acting on orders from higher authorities, influenced by external forces, or was this the decision made independently by her? Why were other senior officers, including the DCIO and the OCS, seemingly unaware of any investigations tied to Mungai's property? These inconsistencies point to a troubling possibility. This may not have been an isolated incident, but part of a larger, more orchestrated scheme.
Land grabs is a colonial legacy. If you look at the current administration, I dare say the aspect of Chapter 6, it's a strange notion. No one is talking about that so-and-so was caught stealing so-and-so's land, so now they're being held accountable. One of our principles in Article 60 in land governance is transparency and accountability. No one is talking about Article 60 and the principles of land governance. Instead, there is this feeling like whatever you can get away with, please do, because no one is going to ask you about it.
In a system where justice seems to falter, where the rules do not seem to apply for the powerful, but are fully exercised against the vulnerable, what hope remains for those at the margins? When those entrusted to protect become silent witnesses or even accomplices, what choices do ordinary citizens have?
I have access to the property, I'm still in possession of the property. I still have documents to the property, which means I can access my container in the property, and it is in my possession. Only that I have an ownership document which is not backed by records in the lands office, which means I cannot transact on that land.
How does that happen? How do you have a title deed and there are no records to show that this is your property?
The land registrar should explain, not me. They are the ones who issued the title deed to me. The value of my plot is about 20 million shillings. This is my inheritance from my father, and I am sure you would reasonably not expect me to let go of my inheritance. That is my retirement. I'm old, and as I complete my service as a teacher, I want to use my plot to retire, possibly make a good investment.
No, I am hurt. I'm hurting even as I speak. It hurts. It hurts because you are the rightful person to use, to access, to do whatever you want to do with your things. But now here we are. Hiyo shamba imewekewa caveat. Ameweka moja, serikali imeweka ingine. Even if somebody came today, he's valuing it at 20 million. If somebody came today and said he's giving you that you can do nothing.
This is the crushing reality of broken systems, a devastating mix of emotional torment, financial strain, and the suffocating weight of powerlessness. For families like Mungai's, the fight to resist isn't just about defending their land. It is a harrowing test of how long they can hold out against a system seemingly designed to exhaust and silence them. But what is the true cost of such corruption? It's more than stolen land or lost files. It's lives disrupted, dreams shattered, and trust betrayed. It's a normalization of impunity and greed, slowly eroding the very foundations that hold our society together.
I made effort to proceed to DCI, Nairobi. I wrote a letter summarizing my complaints. Number one, trespass and illegal eviction, specifically by the police officer. And secondly, alleged fraud in the land. The first complaint has never been investigated to this day. Of course, therefore, what do you expect me to say? It is simply the system supervising misconduct of the officer, if not abetting. I further proceeded to a department which I have always held in high regard, and I'm sure most Kenyans hold it in very high regard. The Internal Affairs Unit that would actually investigate the officer for misconduct. And this is 9 months down the line, and we've not moved an inch. In an interesting twist, one of my witnesses, a brother who works in Mombasa, could not travel to Nairobi and had to record a statement from Mombasa, which was recorded and was simply meant to be sent to Nairobi. But in a very interesting twist, indeed a very deliberate mix-up, they purported that he was filing a new complaint on my behalf, and they purported to have referred his complaint back to DCI. Why? Because DCI will not investigate. Because I can say they have not investigated. I wrote to them a complaint letter. They referred my complaint to the Yadhika office, but the first and initial complaint, trespass and illegal eviction by Anisia Munene, has never been investigated.
Justice is not limited to the law. It's about fairness, accountability, and the courage to demand better. If we've learned anything from the Mungai family story, it's that the systems we think are impartial can be turned against us for a price. Their fight goes on, but for how long?
It is important also for the society to know that what lies ahead is difficult. When they need to get information from government offices, it may not be forthcoming. When they need assistance from the police, it may not be forthcoming. And therefore, they need to know.
After multiple attempts to reach Anisia Waroe Munene, we were finally able to speak to her via telephone on 4th April 2025 regarding her involvement in Mungai's case.
We have been following up on a certain story involving a plot in Thika, Thika Municipality Block 1811. Yes, so we spoke to this family and they mentioned that you had been looking into that particular plot based on a complaint that you had received while you were the Deputy DCIO Thika. Yes, so I just wanted to hear from you, about this particular complaint and if you managed to get any information based on your investigations.
I know you.
Sorry?
I know you from Thika, senior.
No, I'm not from Thika.
You might not be from Thika.
Yes.
But I know you mean what you do there. Kindly, can you come to the office one of these fine days? I tell you what happened.
Are you still based in Thika? Are you still the Deputy DCIO?
No.
We may not need to meet physically. I just wanted to know about your response because they mentioned
it's a
that.
long story. One cannot talk over the phone just like that. It's good to we speak.
But
I tell you what happened.
I think I would like for you to just give me a bit of context so that even if we plan to meet, then I can see how to go about it.
Let me finish what I'm doing.
Okay, so when do I call you back?
Maybe after 1 hour.
Okay, no problem.
Sasa manda wacha nikwambia. Mimi sitaki kuongea hii maneno. Maneno iko kotini. Maneno iko kwa GPP. Nisumbua maisha yangu sana. I handed over case to Michuki, ulisa Michuki aliendelea namna gani?
Okay. Michuki is the investigating officer.
It is there. If you want to know anything about mambo ya police, kindly ask him.
Okay, but can I ask, as for your involvement, would you want to say anything in terms of...
No, not right now, not now, mommy, kindly.
You know why I was calling you? Is because unajua ukiongelesha mtu na aseme huyu na huyu amefanya hivi, it is important for me to also nikusikize, hear your side of the story. So that's why it's very important for me. Nataka kujua at least one question in terms of the eviction. Wakisema you wanted to remove your container, it felt for them like an attempted forceful eviction and that they had not been informed. No, I've said
the container is still there. Everything is intact. I don't like talking.
So we also reached out by phone and via text messages to Joseph Kamoyo, who was the land registrar in Thika at the time the contested title was issued, seeking clarification on how the land transitioned from leasehold to freehold and the process behind the alleged transfer. However, he did not respond. We contacted the police spokesperson, the Internal Affairs Unit and IPOA, following up on James Mungai's former complaints and seeking clarification on the allegations of police misconduct. At the time of publication, only IPOA had responded, acknowledging our letter requesting further information despite already having received a detailed complaint from Mr. Mungai. We shared the requested case references and asked for an official response to our specific queries. Neither the police spokesperson nor the Internal Affairs Unit had responded to our inquiries by the time this documentary was published. In the next episode,
watu wa Islands
Nairobi's old estates are turning into a battlefield.
The county government of Nairobi have the titles for Ofafa Jericho, Jericho Lumumba, Ofafa Maringo, and Maringo or not.
Nani walikaa chini wakasema ianze Jericho?
Tuliahidiwa ya kwamba baada ya miaka 25 hizi nyumba zitakuwa zetu.
Hakukuwa na title deed isipokuwa ni hicho kijikitabu ambacho kilikuwa na maelezo kwa upande wa nyuma.
As plans to demolish these estates gather momentum, who really wins, who loses, and what is the true cost of redevelopment?
There are a lot of challenges. Key amongst them is a total lack of transparency. Yani ukora ni mingi sana hii Nairobi.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
Early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
It was terrible. It looked like fiction. You know, it is like a movie.
The cartels are more powerful than the justice system. The cartels are well connected.
The deals aren't done. They just got darker.
I'm talking about very senior security officers, but they are the perpetrators.
Do you carry documents?
No!
In your pocket?
No, you don't.
Season 2 of Title Deals is back, digging deeper into the power plays, land grabs, and hidden hands, shaping who really owns Kenya.
Rico power! The Rico viva!
I'm not taking off you, I'm taking off the house.
I keep seeing the faces of the goons, over and over again. Just trying to find that piece has been really, really difficult.
If title deeds can go missing, what can't go missing?
If you put a thief in charge of a country, thievery becomes everybody's favorite pastime. Kila mtu atakuwa mwizi.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Big Picture. Big Picture topics, great guests, great conversations. As always, my name is John Alan Namu, and to my left is in lilac.
Yes.
I learned that color today.
Yes, I did tell him lilac and then he wore dark blue.
No, I know what I did. I ChatGPT'd what goes with lilac, because I'd have nothing in that color in my wardrobe, I promise you.
Ati what goes with it?
Yes, so I was like, see, tuna compliment kiasi.
Sawa, congratulations.
Justine Salivia Watu.
Hi everyone, I am Justine. I hope you guys had a really, really good Easter. And sorry to everyone of the Catholic faith for losing your Baba. be strong. It's an important moment. Come together and remember that he was a really cool Pope. Yeah.
He was indeed. Pope Francis went to be with the Lord a few hours after meeting with J.D. Vance, but we are not reading too much into it.
It was his fault.
That way.
Yeah.
Sijasema mimi, please. Anyway, rest in peace, Pope Francis. The Holy See obviously is going to be experiencing some changes, and to the Catholic faith around the world. We've been through this before, and there will be white smoke soon. But in studio today, and we're discussing really interesting topics. First off, with that big documentary that we released, yay, yeah, Africa Uncensored, finally released after nearly a year of research, coming off of the back of the first series, which dealt with land corruption. We've got co-producer of the series, I should say, our head of investigation, Sam Munia, in studio to discuss Title Deal Season 2, Episode 1, Land and Lawlessness. Sam, salimia watu.
Hi, guys. Good to be here.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were just going to stop at hi, guys.
No. It's good to be back here.
Yeah.
And I hope we should be able to have a good discussion in regards to lands and cartels in the country.
Cartels?
Yes.
Yeah. Kuna cartel hapa, lakini we won't discuss. The purple cartel, the lilac cartel.
Not even own property. This is like the highest praised.
Naona digital properties uko nazo mingi. And we've also got, from last week actually, let me ramp this up nicely. Last week, Odipo Dev, data insights company we work with quite often, great partners, and they produce fantastic research that's really been at the nexus between leverage and cultural insight. Last week, they produced or released some research that has really been rocking the digital world quite a bit, because their contention, and it's not just contention, but it's backed by fact and evidence and research, is that the podcasters are literally coming. They're coming for the cheese of people in legacy media in terms of influence, in terms of voice. And we've got the cultural research lead here to discuss that with us, Norbert Mburu. Thank you. And first of all, welcome to the Big Picture.
Thank you.
Tunamonanga tu kwa WhatsApp, so it's good to see that he's a person who exists in actually life.
Sio ghostwriter.
Sio ghostwriter. And later he will also be joined by another Mnati, Mwafrika, he of Ikonini, that very, very big podcast, one of the top 20 podcasts in Kenya. The host of that podcast, he's going to be joining us here to also give us his point of view on the same. 1 hour of really great insight and impact in terms of conversations. But let's start with Title Deals. And in case you missed it, this is the trailer for that series produced by Sam Munia, who's in studio with us here, and Joy Kirigia.
It was terrible. It looked like fiction. You know, it is like a movie.
The cartels are more powerful than the justice system. The cartels are well connected.
The deals aren't done. They just got darker.
I'm talking about very senior security officers, but they are the perpetrators.
Do you carry documents?
No.
In your pocket?
No, you don't.
Season 2 of Title Deals is back, digging deeper into the power plays, land grabs, and hidden hands, shaping who really owns Kenya.
Rico power! Rico viva!
I'm not taking off you, I'm taking off the house.
I keep seeing the faces of the goons, over and over again. Just trying to find that piece has been really, really difficult.
If title deeds can go missing, what can't go missing?
If you put a thief in charge of a country, thievery becomes everybody's favorite pastime. Kila mtu atakuwa mwizi.
Episode 1, Season 2 of Title Deals, already live on our YouTube page and doing quite well. We're just about around 40,000 views now, and it's really worth the watch. I'm saying this despite knowing, all of the content from before it was produced, but it really is worth a watch. It's very riveting, very sad, unfortunately, as well, because we're talking about the provenance of titles and land in this country, and it's become such a big problem that we've dedicated now almost 2 years in terms of research and work into looking into the various aspects of land corruption in Kenya. And if you're a victim of it, our apologies, but we are open to telling your story. Let us know through info@africauncensored.net. But all of that a little later. First, we've got Sam in studio with us. Sam, take us through what it was like producing now the second series of title deals. There's going to be a couple more episodes, but episode 1 was incredibly riveting to watch. Tell us just briefly what it was like producing this series, this season.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. And first of all, I want to thank my colleague, Joy, for the great teamwork that we've done, handling so many papers for the longest time. First, when we did the title deals series 1, it was a lot of work for us, and the impact is what led us to having the part 2 of title deals. We had a lot of people who reacted. We had so many people who brought new ideas, many cases, but we had to at least embark on a specific stories that we could deliver.
Yeah.
In this context, it was about unmasking what goes behind that we rarely talk about. It was exposing the system, the rot in the system. Because title deals 1, we had several cases, like what we had in Westlands. There is this story of land buying companies, people being conned. And also we had people forging documents and taking advantage of succession and creating their own documents to advance their own interest. And now we are here.
And we are here indeed. And if you look at some of the comments, it is very worrying that, and Erica just mentioned off camera that there are a couple of people who can see themselves in this story. But if you were to like pitch this to everybody who's watching now and anyone who will watch this episode, what was your objective? Who needs to watch this, and why should they watch this?
First, this story is about James Mungai and his family, of course. He inherited a land, but he cannot invest in that land just because there are some people who work in this government who are there to create or to forge documents and give that land to cartels. This is a story that we documented in Vika, but it's not a Vika story. This is a story that relates to each and every person, the thousands of Kenyans who are not able to secure their inheritance, people who are unable to invest in the land that they have inherited. It's quite a sad story. And I believe as we embark on this engagement, we'll be able to give more details about it.
Okay. One of the things that is hardly spoken about, Justina, I don't know if you'll agree with me, is the fact that in as much as we understand that, the Lands Office will likely have some sort of involvement with this, there'll be some corrupt people who obviously want to undermine the system. We don't often discuss the role of professionals in land corruption. These ones, the ones I want to speak about specifically, are lawyers, because you can't do a land transaction with lawyers. I don't know, have you had this kind of experience? And Sam, maybe you can also speak to the same. No, but two, right? Because all of us, tunajua hizi shida za mashamba is very serious. In every family, we've had this kind of issue. Have you had this experience where the professional themselves are then, not doing well in terms of ethics and really leading people down the garden path?
I would say, first of all, I am not a victim, but technically a victim because we had a succession issue in my family. We ended up losing 6 of my mom's properties.
6?
Yes, 6. Shout out to that thief. He was dedicated. That was amazing. Like, you took all of them. You could have left one. I was the last born. Like, I needed the land. I was
like, it's funny, but it's sad, man. Like, yeah.
So 6 of those properties disappeared, and we only were left with 1. And because a lot of this is very personal information, but like at the time of my mom's passing, there was no one who was old enough to kind of check the property. So by the time everyone was getting there, even like her friend who was a lawyer was apparently kind of involved in it disappearing.
Yeah.
So you can't really trust anyone. It's like you have to do the burden of the work of having the property in the right details and having all your children listed and like everything that needs to be correct, you have to have that.
Yeah.
And you have to have a cosign from another family member who's just as dedicated to doing a good job. And then you have to have some kind of a backup lawyer.
Yeah.
And I think at the time when...
Backup for the...
Yeah, a backup for the backup, because like KPLC, everything can disappear.
And by the way, guys, just thank you for mentioning that. We are late today, not through our own fault, but Kenyans will understand when blackouts come. Sometimes they come without warning. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
This is really important. Please finish your point.
Because I think for a system that it's designed, and I think Sam has seen this in his work, it's designed to kind of not only take away what you have, but make it very difficult to keep it. So I think that's where the intersection of where professionals and like the change and the shift in which corruption is designed, like people need to figure out how to break that system down, because it's not just about the big guys at the top, it's also about the interpersonal relationships that cannot hold if someone else with a bigger check comes through. Yeah.
Listen to this. In 2014, right, the Advocacy and Legal Advisory Centers reported that 14% of the cases reported to them involve land succession. Some of the problems: lack of awareness, relevant laws and existing models, weak understanding of land and inaccessibility of land-related complaint mechanisms, and diminished accountability from leaders and institutions, and we would count lawyers as part of that.
Yes.
No, but I know we're here to discuss podcasts, but I mean, land is a very personal thing to everybody. Have you had similar experiences, or perhaps through degrees of separation, something that indicates to you that the ethical standards within our legal profession, the legal professions, in terms of protecting people's rights to land, are not being respected?
Absolutely. I think it's what you said earlier. It's almost every Kenyan has a story. I would echo it's probably something similar. It's an ongoing affair at the moment. It's a succession story on my dad's side, and now it's him and his dad and all the shenanigans that are coming through that. But what you see, again, the lawyers, and I've seen him try to navigate different practitioners, and now his last resort was, let me find a lawyer who is a relative.
Yeah.
Someone at least who I think will fight for my interests. I can tell you it has not worked out well either. So yeah, it's a problem.
It's blood is not thicker than water. I think that with you guys.
Sorry, Tommy. Like the biggest problem we have in this country is that we have professional people who have become very corrupt, and they are using their positions to corrupt the system. You find that people are getting title deeds, quote unquote, legally. They are using those title deeds to acquire land, but they are not following the due process. You're not buying land, but they are taking advantage of a situation that we have in the country, the succession. 99-year lease is expiring in this period. So we have so many people who are interested in that kind of particular. If you look at even most of these cases that you're hearing, the succession issues, mostly they come in the context of this succession. We've become a gangster paradise where everyone is roaming freely. All cartels are roaming freely, and nobody cares about the ethical standards that are supposed to be happening, whether they are engineers, whether they are lawyers, whether they are land surveyors.
So this is everywhere. This is a wider systemic problem in our country, where professions that are supposed to be the guardrails for protecting the ethical standards in every single profession, now we're speaking about land, are not doing that, and perhaps are doing that because of money. Did you see that in the story?
Let me use one example. There is a DCI officer that we highlighted in that story. Instead of investigating corruption deals, he's the one who is supposed now to be investigated for being involved in corrupt deals. Where should an owner of land who needs to his case to be investigated go? These are the people who are mandated to investigate and bring law and order into this society.
Yeah.
But you find they are the corrupt people. They are the people who are creating all these problems. For this case, you realize that this is an informed victim. James is well conversant with the law.
Yeah.
And he tried to go to each and every office, whether it's Thika, whether it's in Kiambu Road, the head of DCI, whether it's in immigration office. But you realize that even those guys who have been accused, some of them have been promoted. What happens in this country?
That's absolutely, like, it's absolutely shameful. And you know, when I was just looking through the comments as you were giving your comment about the DCI officer in that story, and some of the comments reference how these days, if you buy a piece of land, right, the first thing that you do, fence it. The second thing that you do is that you take your title deed to a bank, take a loan, and so that there's some sort of secondary documentation that then underpins your right of ownership. And so the question becomes, do we now need a backup for a backup, right? A backup for a backup. And what would that be, Justine? Yeah.
I don't know what the backup for the backup should be.
Yeah.
But our backup should be to leave this system entirely. Because how
to
long...
leave the system entirely.
Yeah, because like how can you convince people to continually put their property shielded when the system itself is the one that's taking it away from them?
Yeah.
Because if we don't adjust or fix, as Sam is saying, because like if the DCI is the person who's, I will take the money and be the problem, how many of that, like there are people who cannot survive this. There are people who can pay their way out of it. And that's already tragic in itself. But the fact that we are even having this discussion is where the problem lies. Like I don't think there's any kind of saving us from this system if we are not willing to get out of it. Like there has to be some way to draw a line.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, but go ahead.
I would argue it's not a system though. It's people. So even if I replace the system and I bring back people and I bring back the same set of core values that we are operating with, it's still going to be corrupted.
So is the fault in our stars or in ourselves, Norbert?
I believe it's in ourselves. And to your point earlier, this is not just the lawyers. It's in almost every other profession, and especially when you find professions where there's a significant information advantage with the practitioner. You know, I'm going to the engineer, I'm going to the lawyer, I'm going to the doctor. You know, I have to just agree with what you're saying.
Yeah,
because I'm not trained. You know,
they say the fish starts to rot from the head.
From the head.
If the captain of this place we call 254 is one of the people accused of land grabbing, what do you expect? The trickle down effect is what is happening.
You know, that's interesting, Sam, that you mentioned that. And I remember having like a small debate online, not online, on our WhatsApp group about including Edwin Sifuna, Senator Sifuna's soundbite at the beginning of our trailer. And the trailer starts by saying something like, if you elect a thief, then thievery is what you expect. From a journalistic point of view, that became something that I really wrestled with. But when you go and look at our head of state's, track record, including court records in which he's said to have stolen or have been involved with the theft of public property, and I'm just looking for black bags right now. It then does tell you about the problem that we have in society. And I don't know, yes, we can say that the fault is in ourselves, but where is the role of systems, right? Right now, because those systems are supposed to save us from ourselves. And every country has systems that are guardrails to save everybody from the worst excesses of the people in that country. So then, again, the question becomes, what systems do we then have in place to be able to save ourselves? Sam?
The systems are in place, but they are not working. We have a good land registry with all the documents.
Yeah.
But you'll find that guys go to that office and they collaborate with cartels. they get forged documents, the ones we were calling the original fakes, and they can be used to transact business. We have police officers who are supposed to investigate. They are collaborating and even giving stamps to the cartels. We have lawyers who have their law firms collaborating with these cartels to justify these transactions. Where do we go as a country?
Where do we go indeed? Sam, can you give us a bit of a hint about what episode 2 is going to be like?
There is something popular about housing.
Kionjo too. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it for everybody.
I will not preempt, but it's good to know that Nairobi is growing and the population is increasing, and we have a history on where we come from. And there is an issue of expanding or creating some housing projects, and there are some people who are expected to lose their houses that they've been living since independence. So let me leave it at that.
Leave it at that. I'm not going to add much more. Sam, our head of investigations, thank you very much for joining us on The Big Picture. He's usually behind the camera, by the way. So today, vile amejaribu kujitokeza na kujieleza, tunampongeza sana, sindio?
Thank you.
Right? So Title Deals Season 2, Episode 1 is already live. It's been live for now almost 24 hours. And it's a fantastic, fantastic exposition of what exactly is going on in the country with regard to land deals, and specifically the tenure of land and the provenance of our title deeds. Episode 1 of Title Deals, which is live now, and as Sam mentioned, Episode 2 is on the way on the 27th of April, I should say, and it's going to be a cracker of an episode. Like, guys, if you're not following this series, it's such a great exposition and speaks to various parts of our systemic problems. But here's a taste now of what Episode 2 is going to be like. Take a look.
In the next episode,
Watu wa Islands.
Nairobi's old estates are turning into a battlefield.
The county government of Nairobi have the titles for Ofafa Jericho, Jericho Lumumba, Ofafa Maringo, and Maringo or not.
Nani walikaa chini wakasema ianze Jericho?
Tuliahidiwa ya kwamba baada ya miaka 25 hizi nyumba zitakuwa zetu.
Hakukuwa na title deed, isipokuwa ni hicho kijikitabu ambacho kilikuwa na maelezo kwa upande wa nyuma.
As plans to demolish these estates gather momentum, who really wins, who loses, and what is the true cost of redevelopment?
There are a lot of challenges. Key amongst them is a total lack of transparency. Yani ukora ni mingi sana hii Nairobi.
All right, guys, let's move on to the next topic very swiftly. We have been reading through what has been some seminal work around podcasting in Kenya. And I guess for many of you who listen to podcasts, such as The Big Picture, maybe, for many of you who listen to podcasts or watch your video podcast, you will have known this for some time, but there's been a shift from people who observe and understand and look at their lives and their worlds through the lens of various podcasters. Podcasting in Kenya and podcasters have become very, very influential. And now Odipodev, our very, very good partners, I should say, and a data insights company have been working on this and have talked about the rise of influencers for quite some time. And let me just run you down some of the top podcasters in Kenya in terms of the number of views per video and total views. So the top 5 right now: Abel Mutua, Lynn Ngugi, The Three-Man Army, Dr. Kingori, and Maureen Actress Lifestyle. Some of these people I have seen, some I admit. I admit I have not seen, but one of the ones that I have seen and I have had the pleasure of being on their podcast is Ikonini. So today, can I be the one to say Ikonini? Welcome to the show, Mwafrika. Thanks a lot for coming to the Big Picture. Yeah. Much appreciated for coming through. And obviously, next to him, Mnati Mwingine, culture lead in Odipodev, the man who was responsible for the research, Norbert Mburu. And next to him, another person who's a wood... Wewe ni podcaster kweli ama ni kuappear tu kwa people's podcast?
I love appearing in people's podcast. Mwafrika has had me before, so this is like super awesome to do that, like an investing.
Oh wait,
yeah.
You've been on his podcast?
Yes, he's
We are winning, my friend. Hey, man, forget millions. We've been on Mwafrika's podcast.
Exactly.
So let me start. Let me then start with you, Mwafrika.
Yeah.
What do you think has informed that change? Like when you look at your audience and how you've been able to grow it. First of all, we call episode gani you 300 and what?
447.
447.
Yeah.
So 447 episodes deep into Ikonini. What's been that shift that you've noticed in terms of people's consumption of your content and of other people's content that justifies the kind of research that we're seeing about podcasters?
I'd say the reason why people like podcasts is it's the place where you can talk about things that are maybe taboo subjects on mainstream media, because the fact that still traditional media still relies on direct advertisement, while for us we have the buffer of especially YouTube, where YouTube is the one that deals with the advertisers, then we can be independent. So with that in mind, there is no subject that's taboo. While with, for example, mainstream media, if you feel like Safaricom has done something wrong, you have to approach it in a very delicate way, because you don't want to offend the biggest advertiser in Kenya. So I feel like that's maybe the reason why people gravitate towards that. Then also partly the flowery language. There it's allowed, so people feel like it's the way they talk wakiwa kwa mtaa. For example, I think with Ikonini, that's the thing that I keep hearing, like especially from the diaspora crowd. They always like, every time we listen to you, we feel like we're still back at home. So I feel like that has played a role in making podcast bigger. And then the fact that nowadays we also consume content through smartphones and podcasts. If you go on YouTube and you want that long form content as you do something else, you can also consume podcasts.
You can listen to it.
Yes.
So when you were starting Ikonini, because you had like a huge legacy in radio, right? And then transferring all of that skill into Ikonini, did you think about it in terms of building a platform, or what was the objective for you in starting Ikonini?
I have to be honest, it was supposed to be just fun. It was not supposed to be like what it turned into.
Banter too, and just wanted
to play. So I remember it's a friend of mine, it's called DJ Zach. So DJ Zach used to work on Homeboys Radio. We worked together up here to get a radio. So he's the one who kept telling me that, we need to do a podcast, we need to do a pod. So I always remember like this specific day. It's May, I think it was May 25th, 2021. So we are neighbors, and I've told him, sawa ndakuja. So I went, because he lived downstairs. I went downstairs and we sat on his couch and we did the first episode. And it's just called mic and light testing. So you can even see we didn't know how to set the phone. So you can see lines going up and down.
Yeah.
There was poor lighting. But then I just loved the sort of conversation that it was, because it was, first of all, radio restricts you to 2 minutes maximum. So you have to like say everything you want to say in 2 minutes. And then the next link, you have to come up with something different. While with podcast, we can have this one long conversation. So I remember I enjoyed that. And by the time we reached episode 8, I was the one now asking him to shoot lead. You see, now it had shifted from him to me. And then I'd say like the thing that now made me feel like there was something here, I always give credit to the diaspora crowd, because when they discovered the podcast, they started supporting us financially. I think by episode 8, we were already getting like some cash.
Really?
From people.
So sahi Ikonini iko independent. Kazongo anaweza kuja achukue yake.
Yeah, so by episode 8, I think someone sent us like 5K. Umetutumia 5K juu show. Kwa nini? Like, this does not make sense to me. So with that, now it made us want to do more and more, and hapo ndio tukafika hapa. Yeah.
No, but do you think what Mwafrika said in terms of the length of the conversation and the depth to which you can go to is the secret sauce? And what did you guys find in your research is that thing that motivates people to now shift away from their traditional, media consumption habits to now consuming podcasts like Ikonini?
I would say it's a mix of factors, and that's the length of conversation definitely matters. I think with the length of conversation, I'd say it's a factor of I didn't know what I wanted until I saw it. You know, it was, I've been following African radio for this long.
You see, Mwafrika, that's the one thing that I told him when I went onto the podcast. It's like, I've been following you for a long ass time, and now I've got an opportunity to have this extended conversation.
And so you have all these beloved voices, you know, and because again, think about the podcast thing. For at least in our market, it's a very recent phenomenon.
Yeah.
So it was a case of, I didn't know I had an option to hear Mwafrika for 2 hours. You know, so just the introduction of that option to people, I think I did not know I needed this, but I actually really loved this. But one thing also we also saw, it's and that's why I say it's a mix of factors, because there's a structural element to it as well, which is, so you have the shift to digital overall with smartphones, with the internet, with social.
Yeah.
I'd say the first wave of this really revolved around social. So social media, rise of the influencers in the first wave. And again, a lot of what influencers ran on was intimacy. It was raw access. It was, this is not scripted, you know. And so they built sort of these communities around themselves. And what we saw with what, again, as podcasts have really rode on, is where I was giving you, because again, now social media also has limits around output length. So it's sort of the restrictions you'd see in radio. But suddenly, they're given this option again, I can spend 2 hours versus the 30 seconds or the 60 seconds I was being given on social. You have a lot more to say with an algorithm that actually favors long-form content versus the 10-second, 15-second bite. So I'd say it has been a congruence of factors that has really brought it together. And, you know, you see it even with the platforms where this thing started as audio. But now a lot of it is riding on YouTube, which is a video platform, which again, just by them being a free platform, it being huge in Kenya, over 10 million users here. So you have all these things that just sort of wave that wind on. But I'd say the intimacy of it, the authentic conversations, I think as Mwafrika has pointed to, that's really what we've seen is keeping people connected.
But you know, in as much as we're talking about a digital shift, right? Mwafrika, I don't know whether this is something you'll see, and Norbert, maybe you can chime in as well before we turn to Justine. We talk about a digital shift as if it's happened for everybody, right? So in Kenya, yes, there's very, very deep internet penetration. I think we're somewhere around 74-75%, right? But in terms of internet usage, those numbers then now dip quite a bit. We're now hovering just slightly above 30% to 35% in Nairobi, much lower in rural areas. So is it really true that podcasters have begun to shape influence with this kind of limited slice of the pie? Ama it's just that, you know, because it's in the cities and it's because with people who can share quickly, etc., you guys have much louder voice than you do have, you know, the amount of audience, I guess. Yeah.
Can I go first?
Yeah, sure.
So you're right. So if you think about access, number one, I'd say it starts at device level. So there was a statistic from Communications Authority. We have about 40 million smartphones in this country now. That's higher than the adult population we have, by almost 10 million. All right. So
higher than the adult population.
Yes. And so just at an access level, the desire among adults, at least, is there for internet access. So where we sit now with smartphone penetration is significant, and a lot of our digital revolution has been smartphone driven. Right. So we are seeing, you know, the sellers have worked really hard to bring the cost of devices down. The technology has really improved. So access is there at least device level. So the next thing you're just missing now is, you know, internet access. So whether that's Wi-Fi, whether that's bundles, that just becomes the next hurdle. But I'm always reminded of airtime and how airtime became quote unquote a necessity. All right. You go 20, 25 years ago, you look at people's budgets, that was not a significant budget line. But the more that becomes a utility in your life, the more it becomes essential. Now it's a fixed cost, you know, to be able to make calls. I believe internet is getting there.
Yeah.
All right. So I would say there's where we are. I would look at the trend line. Where are we coming from? How far has it come? Where does it go? And to answer your question on influence, it's the same thing. So we've been observing this. We like to call it the alternative ecosystem. So it's a mix of influencers, is what we saw in the first wave. We've now seen digital media. So we released a piece last year again of how digital media outlets, and these are basically outlets which are running purely online, mainly on social media. They've taken a huge chunk of attention for news, you know. And you have outlets like NGC, Nairobi Gossip Club, becoming literally the top news outlet we have.
I saw that during Mandamano, actually.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
that
know,
was
and that's where it really shows, in our critical moments. You know, where do people go looking for information? So you have the digital news outlets as the second pillar, and then now we are seeing podcasts again as another pillar that is moving, that shifts.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's always a trend line. This thing is moving.
It's moving in that direction. Okay.
Yes.
Mwafrika, I want to come to you, and then Justina, also you chime in, because Apo Online, you've got very big presence, right? You mentioned something important. So it's in those big moments, right, that people then now know who to trust and who to turn to. Mwafrika, we have a very big moment possibly coming up in 2027, constitutionally. If you're using Willis, if we're using Willis's, this June.
Yeah.
But I mean, in terms of the calendar of our politics, if you're using Willis Otieno's logic, then it could be a year earlier.
Yeah.
But 2027 seems like it's going to be incredibly pivotal, not just for the politics of the country and you know what's happening, but in terms of who is going to be informing people on how to think about the things that they're thinking about. Do you count yourself as one of those people? Because like I see your monologues, like we watch you fairly often, like at the gym in the mornings, you have your 8-minute, 10-minute monologues where you're talking about, you know, various parts of, you know, Kenyan siasa, controversy. There was one we were watching about Millicent Omanga and Susan Keheka, and I was like, what? Huyu tunamwombea. But do you think that you're one of those voices that now is starting to shape how people are thinking about the things that they ought to think about?
Yeah, at some point, maybe I thought that was not the case, but like recently, because of Francis Gaido, I feel like that's the case.
What happened? Tell us.
Because Gaido has been attacking me for saying that in 2027, we don't need to look for a perfect candidate. We have to know that there has to be compromises. And with that, I always quote Obama. I don't know if you ever saw the Obama quote where he was saying that new liberals had this idea that someone has to be perfect to be able to run for this, and they'd go dig into someone's past and find out 30 years ago you did something, you said something, and they'd be like, we can't deal with this person.
Yeah.
And so with the same mentality, I've been saying that, yes, we want radical change. So we want a Maraga, if possible. You know, we want an Omtata, someone who will come in and say zero corruption. But that might not be the reality. So when I see now someone like Gaido say that this guy has been paid by the government to make us lose hope, it shows me that, okay, maybe people are listening, and people feel like if I say that, sijalipwa, musemaga kutakuwa na signs, hakuna signs so far, so sijalipwa, plus I always feel like hata kama ni kusell out, what are you selling out for? There are a few things that are, I think there's one thing that I like saying, and I heard Abel say it in a different way. Abel was saying that he was approached when the government was doing really badly. He was approached and offered some money, and he was like, there's no need to offer me money, just do what you're supposed to do. And that has always been like my mantra. Pia inakuwaga like simple, like haunid kulipa mtu yote. You don't even need to bribe parliament. You know, when you hear all these stories of the president has bribed parliament to do 1, 2, 3 things, you're like, if you did your job, Kenyans would defend you. You need the people more than you need the legislators. But in Kenya, we always feel like the president is more like indebted to the MPs than to the people. So as long as he makes them happy, ya jali juu yetu. Remember like the attitude ya last year kwa the protest ilikuwa tutafanya kile tunataka kufanya, but then the people were like no, this time it's different, and the government had to resort to violence. So I feel like with these voices, when we tell people that don't forget, at the end of the day, the government has the monopoly of violence. So with this in mind, for example, how do you make sure that, for example, if saizi, I think nimeona kitu online, I don't know, I saw it from Kennedy Mureithi, he'd said that the next IBC chair is either Amadi or Charles Nyachai.
Charles Nyachai, yeah.
There are videos of Charles Nyachai campaigning for Ruto. So, swali ni, how is this referee going to be fair?
I think he was in the disputes, the disputes resolution committee of UDA.
Yo sasa ilikuwa nani? Yo ilikuwa this other one, what's her name? Joyce Mdivo.
Mdivo.
Yeah, that was Mdivo.
Yes.
With Nyachai, there's actually a video of him on top of the car. Kiambia watu, Ruto ndiye atakuwa. So, and then Ruto appointed him. Yes. Then Ruto come appoint as the head of Kenya School of Government. So he's the chair. So constitutionally, jueni chair na state officer is not supposed to run for your kiti.
Yeah.
But tumeruka hiyo loophole. So this guy is going to be the referee. And if the ref tayari amevaa jazi ya yellow, lazima amjue. The only way to defeat him is to come out in numbers. So sisi kuna watu tumekuwa tukisema the gap has to be so big that it becomes, you know, like there's nothing you can do about it.
And that's an interesting way of putting it. And Justine, maybe because you're always doing stuff that's it's critical of government. And I mean, you know, to be fair. But when you're doing it, whose voice do you have in your head? Is it the people's voice or is it your voice? And how do you thread that line between authenticity, like speaking authentically as yourself? And I think that's the same thing with you, more that you struggle with, right? The authentic voice, but also representing what the people have to say. In your commentary, in your skits, in the stuff that you post online, and in the podcasts that you also listen to.
I actually use my mom's voice. I just guess what she sounds like, because I think my family has very stark people who you can see how their choices have influenced the kind of direction they have taken politically. And I am a constant hater. I put it out. They know I don't approve of their choices because I'm using my mom's voice. It's the only reason. I'm like, you people should be thinking about what you value. And if I'm critical about my family in that way, I try and think, if I'm putting this energy in my family like this, why shouldn't I hold other people to the same standard? Because it would have been very odd if I just kind of side with my friends and their flip-floppy nature when it comes to very critical issues about the country, about governance. Like if I mostly, and I'm sorry to say this, like I'm mostly always trying to find that kukeleleshwa voice, because people need to be told and reminded and reminded and reminded, because I think there's a point where, and this is to your point about we don't need a perfect candidate, but also what are our choices? Like that fight is also just as much of a big fight as it is winning the election, because we could go back to back on Kasongos. We've seen it with like ICC candidates.
I mean, look at the suggestions that are coming out, for instance, with Dr. Fred Matiang'i as an example. And, you know, look, this is, okay, when I speak, just listen to me as a journalist, right? And how I tend to work allegedly and what have you, and try and see if you can thread through and find the message. This is what I see when I see Dr. Fred Matiang'i. I see a person who is perceived as a performer because of his role in the Ministry of Education. As a journalist who has investigated extrajudicial killings, I see the person who was in charge of the Ministry of the Interior. And so for me, the choice is very stark. Like, why is this guy even in the conversation? So, like when you're talking about the imperfect candidate and the choices that we have, sometimes I sit back and wonder, okay, fine, all right, what real choice do we really have, you know, in this election, and how do we ensure that whatever choice we're left with, right, becomes this person or on whose hopes we can pin, you know, on who we can pin our hopes, right? Sorry, I've just gone down a rabbit hole, Kiasi, because this is really supposed to be about podcasting. And the question, what I want to try and drive at is, what makes my voice more credible than your voice? What makes your voice, Mafrika, more credible than my voice as a podcaster? When even now talking about things like this, like I've given my opinion, right? So Matiang'i doesn't seem to be the right person for the job, but when people are judging what I'm saying, are they judging it on the basis of fact, right? Or on the basis of their opinions? Because we're in a post-truth world, and I think maybe the research can also bear you out, right? Where people's opinions are people's opinions, and that's kind of how how the wheels go round and round, right? So how do we then now pass what is fact, what is not, and who should we listen to?
Can I just go fast?
Yeah.
I know a lot of podcasts that I listen to across the board, like Kenyan podcasts and podcasts across different continents. You figure out that people want their opinion sometimes to be the loudest or the funniest, but like, what is the conversation really about? Because I think there's an entertainment factor that's valued a lot across podcasts. I think, Mafrika, you understand this truly, but at the same time, that the entertainment factor has been used as a weapon almost against the listeners. Some people are not that well informed about different topics. So when you bring someone in your podcast and you call that person an expert and you kind of use your voice, which is very powerful, to vouch for that person, people trust you because they listen to you. And then they sometimes take the person who's on the podcast voice as fact. And then maybe they're just like a yapper who read a book once and then that they stuck with that opinion. They never sought another opinion, and then that becomes like their grounding factor. And because people trust you, they take that as the information that they should wield across different platforms. I think in a post-truth world, one of the most important things I think podcasters can do is to hold the line for the truth and continually make sure that whoever is in there with them, if they don't have enough facts. And when I was on your podcast, I think you asked something that was very, very difficult for me at the time. And I told you, I don't know. And I insisted. And I think I kind of got you mad a little bit, but honestly, I didn't have the information. And in that moment in time, I didn't have any more information than someone who had read blogs on the internet. So if I had stood in certainty and been like, no, you cannot do this and you cannot say this about these people, I would have been absolutely wrong. And I don't think I would have been able to live with myself after the fact. Right now, maybe I have more information, but I'm still not 100%. And I'm okay being in that position. And I feel like more people should be like, I don't know. I'm just, and Bill Burr, one of my favorite comedians, does this all the time. He's like, I'm a comedian. You have to do a little more research. Let's stop listening to some random guy with that cadence. Everything we talk. Like, especially if a guy is on a podcast talking in a Jonah Namu voice, be very wary.
Surely I was just seated here. Justine. Anyway, look, you're guy.
No, he is an award-winning journalist. You should listen to him.
In a Jonah Namu voice.
They actually do use that cadence. Like, you see how you moderate your words and you think through about what you're saying? The people who use that cadence.
So then just like
nitakudanganya. Yes, they literally speak like
so that's how I talk like that. I talk like a...
That's how you sound like in my head.
Oh my gosh.
That's how my mom feel like.
The voice of lions.
Yeah.
Unauza kids. Mafrika. Look, I mean, same question, right? So, you're out there every day talking about really sensitive political matters, right? Why should people trust you, right? So is it your facts, the facts according to Mafrika, or is it the facts according to what Mafrika has researched and actually has gone and done the work? Because that's a question. And no, but I guess the rider to this is, in the article that we published on the Podcasters Are Coming, you start with that Kasmuel Makaure episode with Mike Check, right? And how people were upset. Why are you bringing this guy on? So I guess the other side to it is, how do you maintain objectivity, right? Like when it's your voice, right? And how do podcasters and people of influence maintain objectivity when the crowd is telling them, the audience is telling them, where usimlete umtu? I have my own personal story to share, but mtaanza. Let's start with you more.
I think Normally, I feel like my facts are based on research. So, for example, like the Matiang'i thing, I've done 2 videos on his comeback. And in the 2 videos, I've talked about the extrajudicial killings. Because I remember, I think one I watched on African Uncensored, ile Rivayala, yes? It's the one. So, look, like, we can't separate this guy from those killings. So now we have to ask ourselves, if we are saying that Ruto anatuua, how then do we get a guy who, apart from extrajudicial killings, kulikuwa na hii, like, I shared a headline from the Standard, and the headline was lots of impunity, and there was Matiang'i there, because he was the guy who was known for disregarding court orders. So you have to think about such a guy. If he was doing this as a CS, what will he do as a president? Because as much as we lie to ourselves, we have to realize that in Kenya, presidents are somehow above the law. If you think about it critically, you'll see these guys, they can do anything they want. If they are called kwenda kotini, si lazima wafanye, you know, they don't have to follow court orders. Remember Uhuru and the 6 judges. So that's what I normally do. So what normally gets me in trouble, Neo, like when the fan is listening to you at home, they expect you to always say bad things about someone. So the minute you come and say, like, you know what, this, through my research, this looks interesting. Hiyo time unakuwa umelipwa. So like, for example, the SHA thing, SHA ilituingiza in trouble. Because I was like, if this is executed, it looks like a really noble idea, you know. So Mkenya akisikia hivyo kwa anachukia Kasongo, itakuwa umelipwa. So every time someone says nimelipwa, I always feel like it somehow, to a certain level, it I don't know what validates me, because it shows me, yes, I'm not telling you what you want to hear. Because otherwise it's easier to just kuswitch nini na kusema every time Kasongo is bad, Kasongo is bad. But time yote kuna kitu yote which I feel like hapa kumenda vizuri, ndasema like hapa kumenda vizuri. Another thing that I remember got me in trouble was remember the call between Morara and the president. Remember at that point Morara could do nothing wrong. Mina ile ujinga yangu nishaenda pale eko nene, niko like, I don't expect a president to call any individual. Umelipwa, Ruto yuko desperate. Niko like, he's desperate, but to call a random Kenyan haiwezi happen. So every time watu sema nimelipwa, sema like, I'm doing my job. That's how I feel like. So that's my own balance to my own way. And then with another thing, I always tell people that unlike mainstream media, I don't have to be neutral. I always feel like I've taken a side, and my side is I need freedom of expression to maintain. And like with the Matiang'i thing, I was saying that I'm not 100% sure that a podcast like Kikonini can survive under a Matiang'i presidency, you know. And with Ruto, we were worried, but we're still there. Matiang'i, I feel like from what I've seen from the outside, when he was a CS, he's too... Yeah.
Princey. It has like such bad principle energy, and I think I have a follower.
My gosh,
No,
writing down some of these videos. Just
I have a follow-up question. You see how you remember the a whale ate the sea cables. You remember that conversation when like the internet was shut down at some point during Maandamano? Like I don't know if people on the online or digital media space worry about not technically how the government frames the misuse of the internet and using that as an excuse to shut down either not just people's voices, but the threat of shutting down the internet. Like, is that something you worry about? And if so, what is like a point of rallying that you can encourage your listeners to like stand by to make sure that it never comes to that? You know, like when you project like Matiang'i could be that person who actually makes sure everything is shut down, but it's not above the administration we have in place because they've acted in certain ways and their story doesn't check out because Kenyans on the internet are very busy. Like, we are on a very big Moshene club. We will ask people, we will investigate, we'll get to the root of the problem. But what's an approach that you get your listeners to be like, okay, we might disagree, but we need to be able to keep talking to each other. Like, how do we fight them not shutting down the internet?
Oh, that one of shutting down the internet, because I think they tried it last year. I don't know if you remember last year, they sent out some letters through KFCB it was like for you to film anything within the Kenyan borders, you have to. So, yeah.
They think that
They will.
They'll bring that back.
So with that, when that happened, I think as you know, how Kenya Kwanza operates, they create a problem, provide the solution, then they ask for tuwapigie makofi. So they were like, just disregard that thing and let's move on. But to me, I feel like that is still that secret, whatever weapon that they have, that at some point wanaweza kama waseme, why are you operating without a license? And when that happens, and then pia, like during that shutdown, ilikuwa ni 25th, when the internet went down. So I was talking to someone else and they were saying that allegedly what happened afterwards was a few service providers that there used to be this central place. Ni mtu wa internet alini-explain, I don't know if I explained the right way, but kuna vile cables zote zikifika Mombasa, they used to go to this government center. And after that shutdown, a few providers decided to get outside of that system. So that means that in 2027, it's going to be much harder to shut down the internet as compared to ile happened majuzi. So, and that pia with what's it called, with Starlink, hiyo tunafikiria that the internet can still be there. So now, hii yetu, I think it's simple. It's just, let's just go back to abductions. I feel like hiyo ndio kitu naona watafanya, but shutting down the internet, sort of come abductions, na kasi abductions, they'll do the license thing.
And you know, actually, for me, it's not, and no, but I'll bring you in just now. It's not the shutting down of the internet that I'm worried about, or rather that I think that they are worried about, or that they should be worried about, right? For me, it is the spiraling nature of violence in our country right now, right? And Mwaf, Justine, no, but I'm sure you guys have seen this. And 2 weeks or so ago, there was this cruise liner that docked in Mombasa, and the tourists came down and they were going and touring Mombasa, and then a gang of like many guys, 40, 50 guys brandishing machetes, etc., attacked them at Pembe za Ndovu, which is essentially in the middle of the Mombasa CBD, and it just melted into the crowd, right? Before that, the week before that, and the weeks before that, Ruto had been having rallies in Nairobi, etc., and we saw what happened. For me, that question of the monopoly of violence is the one that I think is going to keep our internet on. Because any person in the security sector worth their salt will want a free flow of information and at least the opportunity to contradict it when that channel is open, right? People forget, in 2007, the media was essentially shut down. Remember, live broadcasts were stopped. What did that do for the nature of violence in the country? It exploded, right? And so anybody worth their salt who's in the security sector, who's thinking about these podcasters, right, and how it is that they're upset about them, will be thinking about how to work with them. Now the question is the salt question. Do we have people worth their salt sitting in these places who would be able to think about what the wider consequence of an internet shutdown, or of shutting down Mwafrika, or shutting down Justine, would be for the audiences that care about these people? That for me is the real question, and that's where I think that's where the line is. No, but please, yeah.
I think I always like to think of the underlying principle.
Yeah.
When I hear everything we're talking about, this is about power, but it's about trust. All right. So media as a tool of power, in my opinion, is the biggest tool of power. It's the most flexible. With digital tools now, it's the most prevalent. Right. If you have control of how that information is flowing, if you have control of what people are consuming, it's a significant tool, and that's why it's an actual serious issue.
Yeah.
All right. And that's why they're gonna come for you guys, because it's a serious asset that you now have. All right. But back to your earlier question of why Mwafrika, why Abel, why whoever it is. That's a shift of trust. All right. And that's a bigger trend that we've been seeing, because it's been the rejection of a lot of where trust used to be domiciled in the past, which used to be very institutional. And so I think even last year, especially, Maandamano showed a lot of that shifting. So we've had our relationship with government for the longest time.
Yeah.
This has not been there. We saw the church thing happen, all right? Which again, in a moment of truth, how church was behaving, it
was contradictory to what the people were feeling.
All right?
Yeah.
Businesses, corporations, we saw what has been happening in Safaricom. People are quite clear that those guys are not fighting for us either. All right. So we've alongside the post-truth thing is a post-trust thing, because it's in all of this, who do I trust? And a lot of that has been personalized. It's been brought into my personal circle and in my interest and now with digital platforms that allow you so many voices, so many corners, you can now find your corner of like, I trust Justine's voice, I trust Mofrika's voice, I trust, and I stick with those guys. All right. The danger with that, and now is sort of what we've seen, like in the US, what's happening in the US is now, it's when everyone starts living their private world, and it creates a lot of a significant danger of this. Finding consensus becomes really difficult.
Yeah.
Because as he says, as long as you say anything that is contrary to what I believe, I'm like, umelipwa.
Yeah.
And so we've seen it's influencer could just say anything about product where umelipwa now. I say, we know why you're saying that. So you come say an opinion to big government has paid you. So it's going to be messy. It's going to be really messy. And one of the questions I've been really pondering is, and when we were speaking, I was like, it's almost like we are giving free advice to Gava on how to oppress us. But I was just like,
maybe whisper it.
We need to whisper it. Will it be an information warfare scenario, or will we just go back to the streets?
I think I have an answer, plus another question that goes to you and Mwafrika.
Okay. Wait, as we are answering, we are running short of time.
Yeah.
I wish we had much more time to delve into this, but answer quickly. Ask a question. Let's see if we can have.
Mine is very short. I think the information warfare was done with Cambridge Analytica in 2017, yes. And it was very effective because some people didn't even know it was happening.
Yeah.
I was one of the people who didn't know it was happening because I was speaking directly to the people who are voting, but I didn't know like a big collection of people were actually just divesting from other forms of information and were in their own cocoons trying to get information from random places. Things are coming to your WhatsApp, it's being forwarded. So I think we've been there. And I feel like if anything, Kenya is a case study of what misinformation can become. And then the second thing, like a follow-up to this, like the thing that probably we're losing momentum on is, do you both feel that traditional media, say radio, because radio is still very big, do you think radio is going to find a way to reintegrate podcasting, or like, what is it called, when someone buys into your thing and then they try and make it theirs? Like, do you think, co-opt. Do you think radio or traditional media, in a sense, will start co-opting? Like, if a traditional media station tells you you still have the same freedom, but we have larger audiences and we can give you more money, do you feel like that's a thing that's going to happen? Are they going to start targeting podcasters with that kind of reach to use you in a way for, again, information warfare? And this goes to both of you.
Yeah, I'll answer the first part. I think he's in a better place to answer the second one. I see it as, again, it's a creator who, and I love the story even of how you guys began. It was not some big scheme. We're trying to become Lord of the Universe. It was just, it's some guys bantering. It's a girl showing her makeup routine. And then it goes and becomes this thing. All right. But somewhere along that journey, you're forced to make a choice. It's power that has been handed to you, and how you decide to utilize that power becomes really significant. And so even what we saw, again, I think last year really should be studied a lot more, because what we noticed that time was even the voices that, again, are not political, are neutral, or even just, you over there discussing lifestyle topics, everybody was dragged in. And I think that's what 2027 is going to look like to a large extent.
Yeah.
There's no space to be neutral. Everybody will be dragged in, but you're not dragging everyone in equally. There's voices here that are significant. They have significant platforms. They can reach a lot of people.
Yeah.
And for me, when I looked at these scenarios, I was just like, I had one very simple scenario. I was like, what happens if all the podcasters unite and they decide gonna caucus yao and they're like, we're gonna back this one candidates, and they all decide that they're going to push this candidate, they're all going to platform these candidates, and they're not going to platform the other candidates.
Yeah.
What impact does that have?
That's a really interesting question. Sorry, please finish.
Yeah, and to your point earlier also of access, we see a lot more adoption of a need for information within these big moments. So even, that's why I was like, as long as people have access, they have the phones, they'll find money for that.
And they'll find a way.
They'll find a way. So the information is going to reach them again. So the battlefield for that information warfare it's here and it's real and it's going to happen on so many levels. And for us, I think the podcasters are going to be a significant chunk of that. The kind of attention these guys are garnering to get people sitting down listening to you for 2 hours in this internet age of ours today is a miracle.
It is. It is. And my final question actually is related to that. Mafrika, do you think that you could be a kingmaker in 2027?
I'm an atheist, so no. And I think that gets me out of the equation, because the fact that can be used against me, because you see, like right now, Ruto has gone back to the church, and he knows that Kenyans and religion, it's something we hold dear to our hearts. So as long as he can play that card, because you've seen like lately, I think for the past 1 month, he's donated like how much to the church? Like yesterday, he was in Narok, donated 10 million. Yes? Yeah. So because of that, I still feel like podcasters haven't reached that level. Because even like for podcasters, it would be me, openly atheist. You have someone like Chaksi, who's, if there's a closeted atheist, so there are people like, with us, with that, the fact that we don't come with the church, because the church is a really powerful tool here. That's why when I see sometimes these preachers preaching against him, I'm happy, because I'm like, if they can convince our parents that it's not enough to just say that it's God who sent me to do this. So I don't think that what I think we can do, it's all of us, like the podcasters, like you said, if we can come out and make sure that people actually go out and get the voters card. Because that's another thing. A lot of people who even protested don't have voters cards. Many don't have IDs. And I feel like if people wait till 2027, because the government has NIS. So what they're going to do is they're going to make sure IDs are zitoki. So mtu yote yule anapata ID right now should be getting their ID right now. When the government still needs you to file taxes and what and what. But if we wait too soon. So I think that's the message, that yes, collectively as podcasters, we can. But to say that mimi specifically neza nini, naona hapo nitakuwa nimeji hype mbaya sana, which I don't think is the situation. But yes, if you can get people to register as voters, because if the turnout in 2027 is the same as 2022, then I feel like Ruto is back.
There's nothing.
But if it's watu wakitransfer this anger, wapange nayo line, I don't think there's a way he can survive.
Allow me to just add, again, trends. All right? It's where it's going. I agree. Church, significant force. And I always like to think about the church as in a simple way. They have a platform. This is a place where people gather every week. And they give you attention for 2 hours, 3 hours, depending on your church.
Hey, which church is that?
Guy, wachana Catholics, 40 minutes.
No, sindio.
Hang on. Watu wanaishi kanisa.
Watu wanaenda wanakula.
Whole Sunday. But that's what makes it powerful.
Surely.
It's
Can
attention.
worship him outside of church. Anyway, please make your point.
Yes, it's attention. If you think of the church as a platform, it's for this period of time. Every week, this institution has access to millions of people. So I normally think of it as platform versus platform. That's what the news has. For this lot of time, millions of listeners. So I look at them at podcasters as the same thing. if you, for us amount of time, when you guys are brought together, I'm looking at 300 million plus views in a single year.
Yeah.
And that's last year.
Yeah.
All right. On a trend line that's moving this way. So and a lot of this phenomenon again is leaning young. So when I think about 10 years, 15 years, where does that shift?
Where does it go?
Where does it go? You know? Kids are not waking up to go to church. They're waking up to switch on a podcast. All right. And that's hypothetical. All right. And again, when that shifts, we might not affect it. I think there's still room to affect things significantly in 2027.
Yeah.
But where it's going.
I like that because it's a great way to end that. I think too many people bookmark 2027 as the time where change either happens or we are doomed forever, right? But we've been in these moments before. There was 92 where people thought, now we have democracy. We're going to run this guy out of town. Moi was a minority candidate for 2 electoral cycles before he left, and the country still changed. So yes, trends are a really interesting way of looking at where perhaps podcasting is today and where it could go or grow to. There's lots more that we could talk about with you gentlemen, but I want to say thank you, first of all. Thanks a lot for the research that you guys put in, the hard work that you guys put in at Odipo DevNo, but thanks a lot for coming. And we will be inviting you when you have your next research, but also to talk about other things, because it's not just the research that you can speak to. And Mwafrika, thank you, first of all, for coming on short notice, Easter Monday, and for giving us your thoughts and sharing with us, what you think about both the research and the space that podcasters have in the country. Justine, can you say goodbye to your people today?
Yeah. Shout out to the Pope, man. Like I'm not even Catholic, but my mom was, and one of my sisters is, and I think my older brother, and I think they're having an incredibly difficult time. So this is just to. I'm here for you guys. I can't do anything. I wish I could do like that, resurrect, but take the time, mourn, but also celebrate, because I think he did really well for humanity. He stood with the most marginalized and oppressed people up to the very end, and I think that's what we should keep remembering. Even regardless of your access to power, it's the people, the everyday people that really matter, and if you hold the line for them, that's the most you can do.
All right, Justine, very nice. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us on The Big Picture this week. We've had a great time here discussing both the state of affairs in land and land tenure with title deals. I'll remind you, the 27th of April was when episode 2 of Title Deal Season 2 is coming out. But in case you want to catch up with the one that ran last night, it's on our YouTube page. And then obviously this very important part of our discussion on podcasters and their power and their influence and what could be happening right now and what could happen in the next few years and few decades with regard to the space that people have in terms of the time for media and the influence that people have. Mwafrika insists that he can't be a kingmaker. I see things rather differently, right? But thanks all the same for joining us on The Big Picture. It's been a great episode, great week. Apologies on the quality of the stream today. There's been really serious issues with electricity in our area, and that's affected the quality of the internet. But we will have these podcasts out on Spotify, on Apple, on your favorite podcasting platform tomorrow, as well as those cut downs that you can expect on TikTok. And next week we've got what do we have? We haven't discussed what we're going to have next week.
You tell me. I have like next week. I thought you were doing like a whole thing.
No, like
and then you started asking me. And
no,
I'm like,
to be honest, I had a brain freeze over there. But anyway, next week.
Tom is going to be back.
Oh yes, Thomas is going to be back, and we're going to have a great guest for you, I'm sure. So tune in next week. Thank you very much for joining us. Have a great day or great evening, great afternoon, wherever you are. This has been A Big Picture. Cheers, guys. We'll see you next week.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
In the next episode,
watu wa Islands.
Nairobi's old estates are turning into a battlefield.
43 families from Woodley Estate are tonight counting losses.
The county government of Nairobi have the titles for Ofafa Jericho, Jericho Lumumba, Ofafa Maringo, and Maringo or not.
Nani walikaa chini wakasema ianze Jericho?
Tuliahidiwa ya kwamba baada ya miaka 25 hizi nyumba zitakuwa zetu.
Hakukuwa na title deed isipokuwa ni hicho kijikitabu ambacho kilikuwa na maelezo kwa upande wa nyuma.
As plans to demolish these estates gather momentum, who really wins, who loses, and what is the true cost of redevelopment?
There are a lot of challenges. Key amongst them is a total lack of transparency. Yani ukora ni mingi sana hii Nairobi.
In Kenya's capital, Nairobi, a promise of new beginnings stirs hope and uncertainty in the city's old estates.
Forty-three families from Woodley Estate are tonight counting losses after a night of demolition by the Nairobi County government.
Watu wengi husema kwamba hii miradi huanzishwa kusaidia wananchi wa chini Nairobi. Lakini unakuta wakati mwingine nafika inakuwa kwamba wale walionavyo bado ndio watachukua hizo nyumba tu.
Maana sasa unajua mmechagua mahasla. Haiwezi endelea hivyo. No. Wale ambao walikuwa hapo lazima wapatie maombi.
Hatukushughulika tutafute mahali mtu ajenge au mahali ataacha watoto wake. Ataenda wapi?
Housing project wenye kuileta wangeliipeleka mahali pengine.
The promise of redevelopment for some is seen as a threat by others who have questions and fears that they are about to be displaced.
Have you been given access to the process that formulated the proposal through invitation to the county government office to participate in creating policies? Mumeitwa.
The question is, how can development move forward without sacrificing the rights and legacy of those who've called these places home for so long?
Jericho power! Jericho viva!
Within Eastlands in Nairobi County lies a section of historic neighborhoods built soon after independence to house the African working class. These early settlements for public servants like railway workers and city council staff remain as echoes of the city's evolving history. Recognizing the poor living conditions of the African workers, Israel Somen, the Jewish mayor of Nairobi elected in 1955, saw the opportunity to improve their lives by constructing decent housing units for the city dwellers. Jericho Estate, built in the 1960s with support from the Israeli government, has long been home for many families. Named after the biblical city of Jericho in Israel, one of the oldest cities in the world, the estate is divided into two sections: Jericho Lumumba, commonly known as Lumush, and Ofafa Jericho, often referred to as Jeri ya Chini or Lower Jericho, which is home to the Jericho Social Hall.
Now, this is Jericho, Lumumba. Initially, this land was open. It was completely open. You could see from the last house to, in fact, you would see all the way to the road. That was how it was. In fact, and that is what that brought this community thing. What it was that we would identify a Jericho person in town. Unaona tu mtu anatembea ama yuko kwa mat, unaona huyu jamani wa Jeri, huyu madheni wa Jeri. That's how it was. We knew each other. Okay, that has slowed down a bit, but we still have that culture. I've stayed here since 2009. But before that, I was brought up in Lumumba, which is about 400 meters from here, where my mom still stays. Hi, Mom. How are you?
Wambua Munguti, a longtime resident of Jericho and chairman of the Joint Jericho Residents Association, has a deep connection to the estate, rooted in his upbringing and sense of community, which inspired his return to this neighborhood.
Hey, Saseni, mko fiti, eh? Fiti, nimekuona. And I fought hard to find and get a house in Jericho. It was not easy, but there was a tenant who had been transferred to Kisumu. And therefore, this house actually was not benefiting her because the city council would not allow them to rent them out. So we discussed and went to the offices of the Nairobi County government, and we exchanged, transfer, official. I have my own file, the card was put into my name, and I really enjoyed that bit.
The estates are home to people from different cultural backgrounds, and its unique identity comes from its rich historical and political significance, which has played a key role in shaping Nairobi's evolution over the years.
Katika nyumba hizi nafurahi sana, manake niliona maendeleo na watu walioishi hapa wengi na wakumbuka. Nitaanza kwanza na mpiganiaji uhuru mashuhuri Bildad Kagia, ambaye dadangu alikuja kuolewa na kijana wake Getao. Aliishi hapo Lumumba. Tulikuwa na Fred Kubai, aliishi Lumumba. Tulikuwa na Ochieng Oneko, aliishi Lumumba.
Armstrong Sobaeni, much like Wambua and many other residents, carries immense pride in his roots and the strong sense of community that has defined his life here. But now, this cherished past is under threat.
Estates in Nairobi County are expected to vacate their premises for what the county terms as the Nairobi Urban Renewal and Regeneration Project.
The County of Nairobi, formerly the City Council, owns 17,000 housing units on prime land, and all this are due for redevelopment. Over 100,000 new housing units are expected to be produced to accommodate over 650,000 residents.
The Nairobi County government's ambitious plan to build affordable housing stock aims to meet the growing demand for decent housing, reduce overcrowding, and improve living conditions in the city. Patrick Analo, the Chief Officer for Urban Development and Planning in Nairobi County and an advisor to the Governor on lands and planning matters, explains why the need for proper housing has never been greater.
County government of Nairobi under the leadership of Governor Sakaja has a duty and a responsibility to provide for housing for the urban population, the 5 million people who live in the city of Nairobi. We are ranked as one of the fifth fastest growing cities in Africa and among the top 20 in the world. Because of that, there's a very huge demand for housing, and in this case, decent housing, as has been detailed in our constitution. So in responding to the housing challenge within the city of Nairobi, the county government of Nairobi made a decision to try and redevelop those estates so that we can accommodate a bigger population. But also many of those houses have, they have grown old. They are really dilapidated and they need to be reconstructed.
On paper, the program offers a hopeful future for many with modern housing. But for those who have lived here for decades, the promise of renewal feels like a gamble, one that could come at a heavy cost.
Niliacha kazi 22 years back. Nakaa hapa ndani ya nyumba. Nilitoka watoto wangu wakiwa hawajaingia secondary. Na nimesomesha, kile kidogo nilipata nimejaribu. Mimi ni mshonaji, hata unaweza kuona sweta inakaa pale. Nimeshona. Ili watoto wangu wasome. Kwa hiyo sina kitu. Sasa kama wakisema wajenge nyumba, wataitisha deposit. 1,000,000 niliona kwa WhatsApp, sijui 1,000,000, sijui 2,000,000, 3,000,000 nitatoa wapi? Hiyo si ni kunifukuza, ni kuniweka kwa kaburi before my time. Wakati nimechoka na pumzika.
As one of the oldest members of the Jericho community, 86-year-old Priscilla Wanjiko, a single mother of 2, has treasured her one-bedroom house for more than 60 years.
Hiyo ni certificate ya Mother's Union. Hapo ni my sister, my follower. Huyu ndio mweupe kama mimi.
Her life has been closely tied to these walls, but now she often finds herself holding on to the memories of the past as the future feels increasingly fragile.
Wakati niliingia Jericho 62, kulikuwa kuzuri sana, very clean. Kulikuwa na wafanyikazi wa kanzo wanatufiagilia, fence inatengenezwa, dustbin ziko, tunapigiwa madawa tusiwe na wadudu mende nini, na tukawa tunafurahia maisha sana. Lakini ghafla tu kufika mwaka wa 87 mambo yalibadilika, tukaondolewa usafi, kanzu ikahama na watu wake wote. Tulikuwa tunaletewa dustbin, hakuna, tukaambiwa tujitegemee. Tulikuwa na security. Hii nyumba opposite ilikuwa na askari, usiku kitu kitokea tu mara moja tumekingwa, tukaondolewa. Sasa tukakaa kama kondoo wasio na wenyewe. Tumevumilia mpaka wakati huu. Fikiria niliingia nikiwa na 23 years. Now I'm running to 86. Kwa hiyo Jericho nimekaa nikiwa mtu mpaka nimekuwa kitu.
Eastland's history traces back to Nairobi's early days as a railway town and later a colonial capital where African laborers lived in tents behind railway sheds or outside the railway town. The area's name comes from the fact that it lies to the east of the Nairobi River. Africans who lived in areas such as Kileleshwa's Maskini area were turned into squatters, and their new European landlords who bought the land from the crown moved to evict them. The basis for this was the Nairobi Town Planning Scheme, which forbade Africans from living anywhere west of Racecourse Road, which runs parallel to the Nairobi River for part of its course. As a result, many Africans who had lived all across what was now Nairobi had to move to the eastern side of the river to estates such as Kamukunji, Pumwani, Kariokor and Pangani due to the lack of permanent housing. By the 1920s, after Nairobi had become a settler capital, strict racial zoning was introduced. Europeans lived in the cooler, more elevated areas to the north and west, while Asians settled in parklands Ngara and Pangani. Meanwhile, Africans who made up 60% of the population were crowded into Eastlands, which mainly consisted of reclaimed swampland. The result was a densely populated and chaotic living situation for the poorly paid and marginalized majority. According to the World Bank's 2017 Kenya Economic Update Report, housing unavailable and unaffordable, the country faces an annual housing demand of 150,000 to 200,000 units, but only about 50,000 units are supplied each year.
So you have almost more than half of the city's population living in slums. and informal settlements. Something that is against the human rights. Actually, is against the Bill of Rights. When you drive around the city, you see most of the areas that are advancing in terms of provision of housing. It's for the middle income. Those are the kind of estates you're seeing coming up in sections of the city, Pangani, Upper Hill, Kileleshwa, Westlands. Those are mainly catering for the needs of the middle class and the rich. But the urban poor, who are the majority, and they play a very critical role in pushing our city, are not provided for. So this affordable housing program is going to be very key in reducing the number of people who move into slums and informal settlements.
The Urban Renewal Plan for Eastlands targets 18 government estates, including Kaloleni, Makongeni, Mbotela, Shaurimoyo, Bahati, Maringo, Lumumba, Jericho, Jerusalem, and others. The redevelopment will take different approaches. Some estates will undergo selective upgrades and renovations, while others, like Jericho, will be completely demolished and rebuilt to make way for new structures. But beyond the blueprints and construction plans is a major dispute between the county government and estate residents, one that hinges on the question of ownership rights.
Nyuma yake ilikuwa imeandikwa kwamba baada ya miaka 20 na 25 nyumba hizi zitakuwa za waliokuwa katika vile vyumba.
My mom stays 2-bedroomed, very good, has compound the front and another compound behind. Those ones were given 25 years.
Their contention is, and you have heard the governor say, that land belongs to the county of Nairobi. They are saying that land does not belong to the county of Nairobi. It belongs to the residents of those 3 estates.
So, what is the real story behind these conflicting claims? Is there an untold agreement, or is the truth something entirely different?
What is important is this. These residents of Nairobi, they want houses. They want decent living. If you look at the state of many of these houses, they are deplorable, Chair. We've done improvements in many. If you go to Huruma, we've painted the houses, we've done improvements in Kariobangi South, but the urban redevelopment gives them an opportunity to get a house and own it, Chair.
On the 27th of February 2024, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja appeared before the Senate Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing to address concerns regarding the Urban Renewal Plan for Nairobi County's older states.
The county government of Nairobi have the titles for Ofafa Jericho, Jericho Lumumba, Ofafa Maringo, and Maringo or not. It's just something that I need clarification on.
The land belongs to the county. It's well known. National government or the county government historically never got titles until the evolution of land grabbing came in.
If you coast that land, it is one of the most valuable assets that the people of Nairobi hold. And the question of even titling of these lands is a matter that came up before the committee. Luckily for us, the Senate proceedings are usually covered live. So you'll see those clips when we asked him, does the county government of Nairobi have titles to those properties, the estates that they are building? The answer was no, So those are some of the concerns that you need to address those issues so that you build public trust.
Zikijengwa, ulikuwa unaambiwa uende utembee. Unazunguka kwa hizo nyumba zinazojengwa. Kwa kuwa mimi nilipenda sana nyumba ya mwisho. Unachukua hiyo namba mahali walikuwa wanaandika, imeandikwa hata hapa nje. Unachukua hiyo namba, unapeleka office Eastlands kwa nyumba za kanzo, unapewa kadi. Sasa hiyo nyumba inakuwa yako. Fikiria ukiahidiwa kitu, si unasikia raha? Si tukawa comfortable, hakuna mtu alifikiria mambo ya kuweza kutoka Jericho. Lakini wale waliopata bahati kama kina Uchengi Oneko aliyeishi hapa juu ya nyumba yangu, alikuwa secretary wa Kenyatta, hao walihama wakapata mahali pakubwa, lakini wengine tukabakia tumetosheka kuishi hapa Jericho.
hakukuwa na title deed, isipokuwa ni hicho kijikitabu ambacho kilikuwa na maelezo kwa upande wa nyuma. Kwa hivyo mimi naona ilikuwa ni jambo nzuri, na kuna wakati ilifika waliomiliki kadi hizo waliombwa kuzirudisha. Waliporudisha ilikuwa watapewa kadi nyingine, lakini kadi waliopewa sasa badala ya ile original, hii ambao walipewa ilikuwa haina maelezo kadi original iliyokuwa nayo. Kwa hivyo hatujui kwa nini watu waliitishwa kadi, manake ilikuwa unaambiwa ikiwa hutarudisha nyumba utanyang'anywa. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa ni njia ya kurudisha zile kadi ambazo zilikuwa na mkataba. Unaona, ilikuwa na agreement.
Normally when we have these meetings with different estates and people say, I am the owner of house number 1 owner, people forget your tenants. But because you've sat there so long, you feel you're an owner, of this land. In fact, one of the estates, they have what we call urban myth, urban legend, that when the Israelis came to support Kenya in building this, they said after 22 years, we end up owning this. And there is an agreement somewhere in City Hall. And so from the time I was senator, I've asked them, where is this agreement?
The Nairobi Metropolitan Service Improvement Project, Urban Renewal of Eastlands, includes 3 volumes: the survey report, the urban renewal plan, and the annexes and appendices. In Volume 1, dated 4th March 2019, it is noted that the Israeli government handed over Ofafa Jericho Estate and Jericho Lumumba Estate to the Kenyan government as a trustee for the tenants for 22 and 25 years, respectively. During this period, the occupants were to pay for the houses, after which they would assume ownership.
There was a chairman by the name of Anthony Kimani Maina, who was involved with the Jericho Welfare Group. They were pursuing this thing, following what they had been told by former city, county government workers, that these houses were supposed to be ours. So they went, and one of those officials working with the NMS decided to give them that link. And he told them, please go and read. Please go and read. We were not going to read, but we read that book. We read those reports, this report. And this report, written by the Nairobi City, you can see their emblem there, here, states clearly that these houses from Maringo, Jerusalem, Ofafa Jericho, Jericho Lumumba were supposed to revert back to the tenants. When we got this information, the late Anthony Maina Kimani, he passed on, organized public meetings, and we held those public meetings at the Jericho Social Hall, and then he shared this report with them. Immediately after sharing this report with the residents, it was taken off the link, and it was replaced with another 2A, trying to smother the details that are in this volume. And writing a report like this, you're talking about these whole houses, you need to have a history. They removed that history, so that if you got volume 2A, there's no history of where it all began.
Despite the residents' long-standing claims that Jericho Estate houses were to become theirs after some years of tenancy, the county government of Nairobi denies any knowledge of such an agreement between the Israeli and Kenyan governments.
We've done everything possible, including even writing to the embassy, to have a copy of that agreement. None of it has been availed. What I would say, the concerns of the residents, the issue of ownership. It's human nature when a new idea is being brought. There will always be some reluctance to support it. And also, I think you need to remember that since 1992, national government or county governments have never put up public housing projects. So from 1992 up to date, we've never had any program that is providing for housing for either civil servants or the urban poor. So these people have, they have very valid concerns to be concerned about ownership. But the program has addressed that. One, His Excellency the Governor has guaranteed them that at the point of groundbreaking, there will be a very clear agreement between the what I would call the project affected persons and the county government and the developer. There will be documentation to the effect that guarantees them the first units that will be completed will be allocated to the current tenants who are the original owners.
Watu wa Jeri, watu wa Eastlands, urban renewal ya Nairobi County. Kama ulikuwa umekaa kwa nyumba ya Kanjo ambayo iko kwa hiyo line ya urban renewal, that house juu labda budako alikuwa analipa baba yako, your grandfather, mmekaa kwa nyumba, Maringo, wherever it is, that house will translate to yours.
So at least for the people of Jericho, they say that the county government does not own that land. And I wrote to the governor, the correspondences are here, following that meeting with Jericho. And I told him that because of the things that the people of Jericho were raising, they were raising critical issues. I wrote to him and asked him to stop that project and ensure that there is proper consultations with the people of Jericho, of Fafa Jericho. And I'm happy the governor took it positively and agreed to sit down and begin conversations with the people of Jericho. But somewhere along the line, those discussions broke down. The people of Fafa were very frustrated because they were unable to get basic documents. So for instance, this contention on handing over the land to the tenants after 25 years is supposed to be contained in a document, and that document nobody can find. So finally, when we brought the question before the Senate Housing Committee, because I'm a member of the Senate Housing Committee, I was able to convince the committee to conduct an inquiry into the entire urban regeneration project. We were able to have the governor present one day, and the question was put very bluntly to him: does an agreement exist between the county government of Nairobi and the Israeli government to hand these houses to the tenants after 25 years? And he said it under oath that there is no such agreement.
But it is not there in the county. And if it is not there, we can't create an agreement now. Chair, you have the powers to actually summon it from the government of Israel if it exists, or if anybody has ever seen such an agreement.
So, although it was heartbreaking for the people of Ufafa, Jericho and Lumumba, at least they got an answer. They got an answer. Now they know that that agreement does not exist, at least according to the county government. But I am sure they have not given up. They are instituting other mechanisms to be able to find the truth and enforce their rights.
Jericho Joint Committee, can the chairman please stand up? Langu si swali, ni ombi.
On 31st October 2023, residents of Jericho were invited for a special public participation by the county government of Nairobi held at Charter Hall. The meeting was intended to further community discussions on the urban renewal project and encourage dialogue.
Mimi ni waziri wa ardhi, nyumba na mpangilio wa nyumba. Mpangilio hiyo yote tunataka tuwe na nyinyi pamoja.
But as the meeting went on, it became evident that cracks were forming.
Leo hatukuwa tumekuja public participation. You did not follow Nairobi County Government protocol. 3 days, watu wa nyumbani. Is that fair? No. Watu wa Jericho, is that fair? No. Now, do the people invited here for this event and the people who assembled here agree that they have been supplied with relevant documents and data and information to make a sound decision of the above objectives? No. And what criteria was applied to commence the development in Jericho as opposed to, for example, Woodley? Nani walikaa chini wakasema ianze Jericho? Ama uliitwa?
These went on.
This is very important. And hii ndio uangusha public participation.
And on. And on. Due to the short notice for this particular forum and other concerns, the meeting was eventually called off.
By a show of hands, would like to request the assembled people of Jericho whether they are ready to continue with this illegal process. When in court.
In court.
In court.
In court.
Respect the court.
This process is quite intense in terms of public participation. It is not like the same process you would take for if you want to put up your own house. The program will be implemented through a strategic facing process. So we start with this so that we don't displace people who are currently living in the bungalows, in those houses. We will focus first on doing housing in the open spaces. Once we complete, we move in people. Then now we can move to the second phase by bringing down those units which are are empty now because you've moved the first beneficiaries. Then we move in to do the second lot of houses in those areas.
The Kenyan Constitution upholds public participation as a key national value, requiring active engagement and genuine input from citizens in decision-making. This demands that officials establish accessible platforms for dialogue, gather feedback on proposed initiatives, and adapt policies to reflect the people's input. Yet, for the residents of Jericho, this principle has not been applied as laid out in the Constitution. They argue that the involvement in the redevelopment process has been inadequate, leaving many uninformed about critical developments and decisions that greatly impact their future.
Tunasikitika sana tukisikia kwamba eneo hili nyumba zitabomolewa. Ni sawa, lakini hatufurahii. Manake hapa ndio tulijua ni ushauri kwetu na hakuna mahali pengine tutakapokwenda isipokuwa hapa. Sijui tutaenda wapi, ni ujirani gani huo sasa tutaenda kuanza upya. Tukifurushwa tutakuwa na shida sana. Manake wengi wetu watachukua familia na kuwa jamii ya mtaa ama barabarani. Wengi wetu wako na miaka 70. Nadhani kunao hata wamefika miaka 80. Itakuwa vigumu kupanda gorofa hiyo na mambo mengi. Kwa hivyo ni watu watakuwa wengi sana ambao wamerudi katika ufukara wa barabarani. Nenda uulize, wengi hawana makwao. Ushagoni hapa.
Kumbuka wakati walianza kuandikisha boma langu. Sikuna ingine kwa inaandikishwa kwa kanzu boma langu, sivyo? Niliandika mimi sichelewi. Alafu siku nyingine kajidai kwenda huko niwaulize mambo ya boma hazi kwa hapo imefika wapi? Unajua bila nilijibiwa. Nani anaweza kupatia nyumba mzee kama wewe? Huyo kijana alinichoma na maneno, mimi sijarudi hapo kuuliza tena.
We in the Senate Housing Committee have experiences with similar projects. One of the most notorious one, which we also conducted an inquiry, was Buxton Point development in Mombasa. The tenants there, their perception of the project was that they were going to be the first beneficiaries of those houses, and they were told they were being sold, that they were giving up the houses so that we can build affordable housing. Now, affordable housing, the word affordable means a lot of things to different people. What is affordable to you as a house is not necessarily affordable to somebody else or to me. So out of that experience, and in fact, in the inquiry for Buxton, one of the conclusions we made as a committee and the recommendations we made is that there has to be clarity on the rights of the people, the tenants who are living there, what exactly they can expect. Because you see, for them, they thought that first of all, they would be given first priority. Then they thought there was going to be a tenant purchase scheme where you continue to live in the unit similar to the one that you gave up, and then your rent goes towards purchase of the house, so that even if the rent was 3,000 shillings, you continue paying that amount until the time you will be able to meet the full cost, or until Jesus comes, whichever the first one happens. Buxton was one project, and it had caused so much pain and hue and cry. You imagine 13 estates similar to Buxton, and even larger, because if you take the total land area that is affected by the urban regeneration project, it is the biggest housing development being undertaken by a county government in this country. The people of Nairobi, the people who live in these estates, they are not opposed to the projects. All they need is to be involved, and because people are very suspicious, because it has happened before. We have had other projects where you come, then you get that the people who are benefiting from those houses are not the target people for why the project was done. So there are a lot of challenges. Key amongst them is a total lack of transparency. Yani ukora ni mingi sana in Nairobi.
Today, in Jericho, uncertainty hangs thick in the air. Their stories reflect a growing frustration and a sense of being overlooked as decisions are made around them. It's not just the fear of what's to come, it's the present and constant worry of losing their homes and livelihoods, living each day under the shadow of displacement.
Kitu nitafanya, nitawaambia tu wakitaka waje wanitoe wanizike hai.
Meanwhile, the county government paints a different picture of the situation at hand, one that doesn't seem to resonate with the residents' lived experiences.
Watu wa Jeri, watu wa Eastlands, urban renewal ya Nairobi County, kama ulikuwa umekaa kwa nyumba ya Kanjo, mtalipa service charge. Wacha wengine wakuje walipe rent to own. But if you've been paying from 1940, 1960, hiyo mko mnalipa, I will translate it to ownership of those houses. Hiyo nimesema. Hizo nyumba zenu.
According to Nairobi Governor Sakaja, he and his cabinet approved a resolution under the Urban Renewal Project to offer new houses to tenants who had been renting from the now defunct Nairobi City Council and subsequently to the Nairobi County Government.
I'm happy because he returned to engage the people of Woodley until they got to sign agreements with the county government, assuring them that they will get a unit similar to what they had given up, and they will be given first priority. It also provides that the rent that they have been paying from the time they occupied those houses is going to go and be credited towards purchase of the houses, that they will be given some money to look for alternative accommodation for the period of the construction.
In August 2024, during the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding with the residents of Woodley Estate, one of the areas designated for redevelopment, Sakaja announced that the county had compensated 43 tenants with 900,000 shillings each to assist with their temporary relocation. He further assured them that they would receive allotment letters for ownership of the new units once the project was completed.
If you look at the two estates that were done before, that is Jivanji and Pangani, no one was offered an apartment. No one. There's no government that has done that. Even the ones being done by the national government, no one is being given a house. What you're being given is a chance to start paying rent again to own the house in future.
Construction has already begun on 10 acres of the 100-acre Woodley estate, where the new development named 300 Woodley Village will transform the area by replacing 43 old units with over 1,900 modern housing units.
43 houses will provide for us 1,975 units. What government would be so greedy to want those 43 again to pay like the 1,900? Governments don't exist to make profit. Our work is not, we're not a business. Ours is to serve our people. The reason why this one must succeed ni kwa sababu hii ndio inatoa mfano kwa wale wengine.
It was a bit untidy to see that demolitions were being done at night, but at least in Woodley, You can say that after the process was restarted, there was a bit of consensus there, and I believe even some people tried to go to court to stop the process, but the court gave the okay.
Phase 1 of Nairobi's Urban Renewal and Regeneration Project was initiated in 2015-2016, targeting the redevelopment of 8 estates: Bahati, Jericho, Lumumba, Bondeni, Maringo, Ziwani, Embakasi and Woodley. However, by 2020, only 2 projects, Pangani and Jivanjee, had been awarded and launched. To date, they remain the only ones with notable progress. As of December 2024, it was reported to the Nairobi County Government's Committee on Lands, Planning and Housing that the Jivanjee Estate project was at 46%, with completion expected by September 2026. The Pangani project, on the other hand, was scheduled for completion in February 2025. Under Phase 2, the county government advertised tenders for the redevelopment of 9 estates: Maringo, Bahati, Jericho, Lumumba, Bondeni, Ziwani, Embakasi Village, Kariobangi North and Woodley.
Some of those estates were started before the current administration came in. So when we got into elections, the partners, closed down the sites in order to wait for engagement with the new administration. That indeed has delayed the completion, period. But that matter has been sorted out. I think very soon they'll be resuming their works at the sites.
The leadership of this country has done itself a big disservice by eroding the public trust. As you know, the Pangani project was initiated under the former governor Sonko. And part of the problem was, if you go to visit that Pangani project, first of all, it's a monstrosity. Even the people of Ava, if you go and see those houses that were built in the 50s, like, you could see that this is a house that was built for human habitation. If you go into those jail cells they're calling affordable houses in Pangani, you'll be very embarrassed. Nobody wants to live in such conditions. It looks like a jail cell from the US or Mexico, And the people of Ofafa were asking me, even if it was you, Sifuna, would you leave a house like this that has space for my kids, they have amenities, everything is there, you go and live in a cell block? And that is part of the conversations we were saying. Even the residents need to be given an input in even the design of the houses themselves. Yeah, because people want, if you are saying you will restore them to as close as possible the situation where they were, but a bit better, then you can't offer them a lesser product just because you want to take up the land. And the question of even titling of these lands is a matter that came up before the committee. Luckily for us, the Senate proceedings are usually covered live. So you'll see those clips when we asked him, does the county government of Nairobi have titles to those properties, the estates that they are building? The answer was no, So those are some of the concerns that you need to address those issues so that you build public trust. As I told you, many Kenyans are not necessarily opposed to development.
A report on investigations into the Pangani and Jivanjee affordable housing projects presented by the Planning Committee to the Nairobi City County Assembly on December 4, 2024, revealed that the title deed for Pangani Estate was unaccounted for, with county executive officials unable to verify its status or ownership at the time. In April 2024, the Nairobi County Assembly had approved a motion allowing Technofin Kenya Limited, the private developer of the Pangani affordable housing project, to use the title deed as collateral for a Kenya Commercial Bank loan. However, on 14 November 2024, the developer failed to appear before the Planning Committee to provide transparency on the project. But following public petitions, the Environment and Lands Court halted the move. The report also revealed that the Jivanjee title deed had been used by Jabavu Village Limited to secure a 1.9 billion shillings loan from the National Bank of Kenya. A few weeks later, the Nairobi County government refuted claims that the title deeds were missing. Officials clarified that the Pangani title deed was secure and held by Muriu, Mungai and Co. advocates, representing the special purpose vehicle managing the project.
if you do not know what your resources are and how to organize them, it doesn't matter how many skyscrapers you do, because in the long term, you will not be able to sustain them. Because, I mean, you will have skyscrapers without people who are able to afford to rent them or to buy them. And that's the risk that we have.
I've mentioned two facts that this is referred to as a low-income area. And I've also told you that the rate of unemployment here is very high. The government should concentrate on that bit of the economy where they are creating that enabling environment for people to advance in their businesses and therefore create job opportunities for our residents to go and work. When we have our residents working, we have no problem. But right now, we are looking at a situation where we are going to be placed in affordable housing schemes and there will be a maintenance cost.
The estates that, the houses, that is 70%, the houses that will be set aside for the county government of Nairobi in order to, to sell them or to give them to sitting tenants and other people the county may consider. The management of those particular houses will still be a responsibility of the housing department. In some of the houses, upon discussion with the tenants, they either agree to sublet some of the components of the services. In others, you find they are running the entire, service maintenance and management. So the fee, I think, will be very nominal. The housing typology in Woodley and the socio-economic status of the people in Woodley is different from the Kariobangi civil servants housing scheme. So yes, constant is that there will be compensation, there must be compensation, and it varies from one scheme to another, and that is a product of public participation between the county government and the residents of those specific schemes.
Kuna mtu Kenya ama Nairobi hata waipata nafasi ya kuishi kwa apartment ambayo iko na maji, iko na stima, kuna playground na kuna unajua mazingira mema, kuna hata ipata nafasi hiyo kama sio hizi project ambazo tunafanya kama county.
Improving housing is at the heart of the affordable housing and renewal projects, but it comes with its share of challenges. Many of the existing homes are old and in poor condition, making them due for replacement. However, with the likely involvement of profit-driven private investors, there is a concern that the new homes could end up being too expensive for the tenants to afford. Balancing these issues is crucial to ensuring that the project meets the needs of those it's meant to serve.
When we look at the issue of affordable housing, it was pushed down Kenyans' throats. Very few of us agreed with that notion because we felt that there is no clear roadmap in terms of how the right holders would be able to benefit at the end. We cannot commodify land and focus on the pecuniary nature of land and ignore the non-pecuniary nature of land. Because land is our identity, land is our sense of belonging, it is a generational gift. Those are the non-pecuniary aspects of land. So the ongoing affordable housing projects, there should be some form of sensitization that brings the right holder on board. Not imparted conversations, because what I've seen with this administration, they make decisions in the boardroom and then come impose those decisions on right holders.
Tunaendelea na kuomba tu kumwambia Mungu tusaidie. Wanaambia mami Mungu atatuonyesha la kufanya. Sasa utafanya nini? Hawana la kufanya. Unajua sisi nafikiri tulilala kidogo miaka yetu. Hatukufikiria. Hiyo ndio makosa tulifanya sisi kama wazazi ambao tulizaliwa 30s 40s huko. Hatukufikiria juu yetu wenyewe. We were thinking of our community, our relatives. Sasa wakati unakuja kurealize, unakuta umechelewa.
Na leo wakianza kutujengea hayo magorofa, sisi tulio ndani tutaenda wapi? Na wengi hatutaki kuishi kwenye gorofa. Watadistribute hayo manyumba namna gani? Itakuwa vigumu.
As Senator of Nairobi, I know we have problems with housing. My party leader, the Honorable Raila Odinga, is the person who tried to clear our slums through the slum upgrading project. It is something that we actually believe in. But the fears of the residents and their concerns have to be addressed. So like right now, the calls we are getting from places like Mukuru, where the Mukuru slum upgrading project is nearing completion, is will there be equity in allocation of those houses? Will those houses end up in the hands of people who actually lived in Mukuru, or are they going to be allocated to the people who have money? The same thing in Langata, in Soweto B. That is a genuine concern, because they have seen it before, even in allocation of market stalls. When a market is built, the people who are in the market are kicked out, and you find new people coming in to get stalls. So it is not an idle concern, because the leadership of the country has behaved in such a way that the ordinary mwananchi does not trust them. And that is part of the problem.
Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya guarantees every individual the right to adequate and accessible housing. This is further reinforced by the social pillar of Kenya's Vision 2030, which prioritizes providing quality, affordable housing for low-income citizens. Although most of Kenya's population still lives in rural areas, more people are moving to cities, and by 2050, it's expected that half of the country's population will be living in urban areas.
So when people speak about their right to that land and to the exclusion of everybody else, I think they are also dishonest. They are not fair enough to think that you are entitled to your 10 by 10 in a space that could actually house 500 families if we were to build high-rise units. Is, to say the least, a very selfish and unfortunate way of looking at things. If people were to be fair, they would accept that cities cannot remain, in their past. They must be redeveloped, and every city is redeveloped. And that even if they have entitlements, their entitlements do not supersede the entitlements of other citizens.
While Patrick highlights the importance of development that benefits all, not just a few, in Jericho, residents continue to defend their rights by challenging the redevelopment in court, revealing the tension between progress and fairness.
Jericho power! Jericho viva! Viva! What we have done, we have decelerated the speed under which the Nairobi County government was getting involved in the development of that urban plan. And we felt that we needed to ask for an injunction, which we got in a less costly manner, because it was stated that the status quo be maintained. Because we have a case in court, it's fair, it's justifiable. Power, sovereign power, belongs to the citizens, and we can choose to exercise that power directly or through our elected representatives. For this one, we have chosen to exercise this power given to us by the Constitution of Kenya directly.
Change can often be brutal, and it's easier to choose the comfort of what we know over the unknown. The past may be familiar and even comforting, but what if the future holds something better? In Jericho, the redevelopment of all the estates is a nightmare for many, but the question remains, can they embrace the change, or will they cling to the past?
The residents are not against the redevelopment. What they want is that the agreement to be recognized. let the agreement be recognized that these houses belong to the residents, and then after that, we can negotiate. We can sit down and negotiate. Once we've got the certification now, rightfully, that these houses belong to us, as they rightfully should. After that, now we can sit down and now discuss.
In the next episode, we return to Westlands and South B in Nairobi, two neighborhoods where forceful evictions and demolitions disrupted lives and livelihoods.
I have worked to buy this house. It wasn't very easy. So I'm not giving it up on it. And I'm going to have it back. Wait for me, I know I have it back.
Unapiga picha. Kama iko kugopa, then you should be worried. If you don't have anything to worry, then you wouldn't worry.
2 years later, what has changed? What hasn't? And what does it say about land justice in Kenya today?
We've been out of this place for 2 years until today, 2024, is when we are back to our premises. I mean, it's shocking to see what we found.
It seems that Kenya is run by goons and not by police.
In the next episode, we return to Westlands and South B in Nairobi, two neighborhoods where forceful evictions and demolitions disrupted lives and livelihoods.
I have worked to buy this house. It wasn't very easy. So I'm not giving it up on it. And I'm going to have it back. Wait for me, I know I have it back.
Unapiga picha. Kama iko kugopa, then you should be worried. If you don't have anything to worry, then you wouldn't worry.
2 years later, what has changed? What hasn't? And what does it say about land justice in Kenya today?
We've been out of this place for 2 years until today, 2024, is when we are back to our premises. I mean, it's shocking to see what we found.
It seems that Kenya is run by goons and not by police.
For the last 2 years, we've investigated some of the most shocking land disputes in Kenya through our series Title Deals. We've exposed how land theft cartels operate, targeting innocent landowners using forged documents, fraudulent claims, and even forceful evictions. The cases we uncovered followed a disturbingly similar pattern, highlighting just how helpless many Kenyans feel when it comes to land disputes.
Akapema muwekele ile maratasi yote mko naye, muwekele wapi?
Ametufanya sisi zote tu maskini ya Mungu.
At the end of our first season, we asked you to share land cases that needed investigating, and you did in overwhelming numbers. We couldn't take on every case, but what was clear from your responses is this: Kenya has a deep systemic problem when it comes to land tenure. The question is, Do the systems meant to protect landowners actually work, or are they distorted to only serve those with money and power?
In my particular case, it is the DCIO who had given instructions to the breakdown crew to drag the container.
In this final episode, we revisit some of the cases we covered 2 years ago. Have things changed? Have victims found justice? Or is the battle for land ownership still as relentless as ever?
I had 30 goons with an auctioneer named Zachary Baraza who came to my door, broke the side door, entered the house and showed me some letter of eviction. When you're a female, what are you going to do? You have 30 random looking people walking into your house all over the place, and then you can see them with crowbars and pangas, and you know, it's literally shown to you. How intimidated and threatened are you going to feel?
I'm not taking off you, I'm taking off the house.
More than 2 years ago, this property in Westlands became the center of a highly publicized ownership dispute.
Unapiga picha. Kama iko kugopa, then you should be worried. If you don't have anything to worry, then you wouldn't worry.
We first covered the story in season 1 of Title Deals, where we exposed the deceit and power struggles behind the attempted takeover. Official records in our possession tell the story of a property with a long, convoluted history. First registered in 1949 under Michael Lubiz, before changing hands to Bartuk Shah in 1976. For decades, the Shah family lived and built their lives here, secure in the knowledge that the legal documents proving their ownership were indisputable. However, what seemed secure on paper turned out to be the opposite. The Shahs found themselves in the midst of a war with powerful adversaries who had set their eyes on the land.
And on the day when we called police from 3 different police stations from Parkland, Spring Valley and Gigiri, not one police responded. You have to be very, very well connected for you to be able to stop 3 police stations from attending. What are we supposed to do as an ordinary citizen? I'm not politically connected. Does that mean that I have no rights in this country? It took them 4 days to demolish my house. And is it going to take me 4 years or 40 years to get justice? No, it can't work like that. How do you let the perpetrators just get away for years on end? You know, something has to be done with the justice system.
So, was justice ever served, or was their experience yet another unfortunate chapter in the cycle of impunity?
The allegations of trying to tarnish Laria Company by saying that he fraudulently obtained land title or whatever, fake orders, those are just mere allegations.
2 years later, we return to find out.
Hello. Hey, Mocha. Hey. So this is one of my dogs, and my other dog went through severe depression and aggression after all this happened. He was locked up for a week at the vets, and he got extremely depressed and aggressive. So unfortunately, we had to put him down. And this one has been a bit sad ever since we've had to put the other one down. So this is the reason why I come in here every day or every other day to come and see this dog, because no matter what, we're not here, but we've still got to make her feel that we are here for her.
Avani silently walks through the ruins, Even among the wreckage, there are glimpses of what made this place special to her.
Mocha!
Her dog, one of the few pieces of home she still has, stays close as a silent witness to the loss.
Hey, Mocha. Here. Come. I love the coolness here and the green. I think the green is quite meditative. So every morning I would sit outside and have my coffee. That's one thing I really miss.
We sit down with Avani to hear what life has been like since that fateful day. Has time brought healing, or is the fight for justice still far from over?
Firstly, it's really taken a toll on me mentally and also health-wise. In June 2023, I got a mild stroke and I was hospitalized for that. My blood pressure was out of control due to lack of sleep. Constantly, I would be having thoughts about what happened. I keep seeing the faces of the goons, you know, over and over again. Just trying to find that peace has been really, really difficult. After all this has happened, we can't go back into what it was. So we'll try to look forward into something better. And we're just hoping that we can get the correct decision, or the courts can come up with the right decisions in all this. Because up to now, everything that happened has been through impunity. And we are just worried that will it continue to work in the same way, or will we find justice?
With nowhere else to turn, the Shah family took the matter to court seeking justice. The estate of the late Bartuk Lahamshi Lalji Shah, represented by his widow Mukhtar Batuk Shah, accused Lariak Properties Limited of wrongfully taking over their land, misusing a court order from a completely unrelated case, and causing them significant financial losses. However, Lariak Properties Limited fought back, claiming rightful ownership of the property, stating that they had acquired it and maintained exclusive possession until the Shah estate unlawfully trespassed. They further argued that the Shah family had failed to renew their lease, after which Lariak applied for and was granted a lease. Lariak then countersued, seeking official ownership, an end to what they claimed was trespassing, and compensation for lost income. In May 2023, the Milimani Environment and Land Court delivered a major ruling ordering Lariak Properties Limited to immediately vacate and stop any further interference. The Shah estate was then granted the right to secure the property with police support if necessary. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lariak filed an appeal arguing that the judge had ignored crucial evidence in their favor. However, they have since withdrawn this appeal. With both sides presenting conflicting claims, the dispute had escalated beyond ownership, leading to criminal charges, accusations of fraud, and claims of police intimidation.
In terms of the criminal case, there's been 1 or 2 times that I've gone for a mention, and the mention was the day before. The dates had been changed without us even knowing. I would turn up at court and I would be told by our prosecutor that the case was mentioned yesterday. Whenever there were mentions in the criminal cases, they're verbally given dates. So you just know it from that. So when they even change it, it's not as if it's documented anywhere that you know that this is the day. I used to rely on what my DCI officer and the prosecutor would give me for dates. Because what am I? An ordinary citizen? I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how the law works. I don't know what my rights are. I don't know how the procedures are. You know, all of these things, you need to be guided properly. And my officers, they have guided me, but I don't know if it's to the right extent or not. You know, at times, am I supposed to change my entire profession and start reading the law to see what a civilian rights are or not? And that's where I feel we don't, as an ordinary citizen with zero connections in politics or with political people, I feel like, what are my chances? Is this a country where I can get justice being just ordinary?
Determined to seek accountability, the Shahs pushed for criminal charges against those they believed had orchestrated the attempted takeover. But then, April 2024 brought another twist in this already convoluted tale. The High Court in Nairobi threw out the criminal charges against the individuals accused by the Shah estate, ruling that the police and prosecutors had acted unfairly by not allowing them to be heard before deciding to prosecute them. As a result, the court cancelled all the criminal charges against them, stopped further police investigations, prohibited the prosecution from continuing the cases, and ordered the government to pay their legal costs.
A whole hearing, a judgment was given that the case has been struck out because Lariak and Barasa said that their witness statements were not taken. How can their witness statements be taken when Lariak's directors were on the run? 2 of them were arrested and 2 have not even been found. So how can they say if you claim you were innocent, then why would you be hiding? And why would you run away? And why would the police have an arrest warrant on you?
While the judgment removed the criminal element of the case, a major setback for the Shah family, it did not resolve the issue of who truly owns the land. That decision will be made in the ongoing civil case.
I think the judgment is completely unfair. Completely unfair. Why have they never questioned that Lariak directors were on the run? And why was this hearing done when we were not in court? In such a case, goons are used everywhere. The auctioneer that did this came in with goons. It's okay for him to come in with goons. Nothing has happened to him. But on the contrary, if I came in with goons, I would be in prison right now. So where is the law and justice there? Why do we have a court? Why do we have judges? Why do we have lawyers? Why do we have rules? Why do we have a constitution? So that we can follow a certain set of rules that are there for people to say what is right and what is wrong. This is the country that I grew up in, my parents grew up in. I just can't live that way. And I can't live at the worst of times because there are so many others facing similar situations. Running away is not a solution. We have to find a solution for the right.
For now, the legal battle continues and the fate of this prime piece of real estate remains uncertain. But this is not just a personal dispute or one family's fight. It is a symptom of the issues afflicting land ownership in Kenya, where competing land titles, legal loopholes and allegations of fraud make battles over property some of the most bitterly contested cases in the courts.
It boils my blood because you see, with not coming up with the right decisions or punishing the culprits, they constantly do it again and again and again. And behind this person, there definitely has to be someone who constantly protects them. That is the thing. The link has to be found as to who is protecting them. If they are allowed to get away with what they have got away with, then it's going to be a norm in Kenya. Go, destroy, and then get away with it.
But they're emboldened because Kenyans went to the ballot and established a kleptocracy in the country where everything goes in this country. So they know there's nothing you can do. They will run circles around you in the courts for years because we also have a very ineffective justice system that takes too long to resolve some of these problems. And that is what guarantees these people. Because if you are just a poor person, like now that family in Westlands that you were talking about, it is the cartels in City Hall who look at all those leases and know which leases have expired and which ones have not. And they conspire with goons to make sure that they frustrate even your process of renewal of those leases. Many of those families, you will find like the head of a family is some old guy who has maybe retired to Europe or some other places. They have all that data on you. So it makes it very easy for them to steal people's property. And it is a most unfortunate situation. But for as long as the top leadership of the country is such that such things are permissible to them, they even indulge in them themselves, then you can see that there's a problem.
Avani's fears and Senator Sifuna's insights lay bare a broken system, where the powerful seem to have the upper hand while the ordinary families struggle for justice in an uneven fight. When land theft is legitimized through bureaucratic processes and court battles stretch on for years, it raises a troubling question. Is land grabbing being rewarded? If genuine landowners can have their property taken away in this way with no consequences, those who know how to exploit the loopholes are not just showing that it's possible, they are also clearly profiting from this practice.
Mimi napiga video bwana. Mimi sipigi video, mimi napiga watu wangu. Mimi napiga watu wangu video. Mimi napiga hizi vitu. Sinapiga hizi vitu. Hizi vitu ni zetu mzee.
It was terrible. It looked like fiction. You know, it is like a movie. To me, it looked like a movie, actually.
We cannot enter our offices in South B because once we were evicted, they put their own people inside. And once they put them inside, they denied us access into the premises. So even now, even if we try to go there or do anything at all, we have people there who are very ruthless, and they will not allow you to enter unless they say they've been given instructions by one Hassan Ibrahim Isak.
Mbona mnaogopa bwana kama wakora? Simfungue gate. Yeye bwana wakora, basi fungua gate. Tunataka kujua wewe ni nani kwanza.
When we first met Edwin Mashira and Lucy Gathoni Washira nearly 2 years ago, they were in a different place, both physically and emotionally.
This is where we are currently operating from, due to the circumstances that, befell upon us. We had to find somewhere where we can, put our equipment and our uniforms and all that stuff and set up our places of operation. This is now my current office where I operate from. At least somewhere I can sit down and plan for the work of the day. So it's a semi-permanent structure, but it keeps the work going, keeps the company going. And we still have to continue doing that which we've been doing for the last 25 years, regardless of the circumstances. So for now, it works for now, but we're looking forward to getting back our land and getting back our offices and doing what it is we do best, which is security service delivery. So I look forward to that day coming soon.
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
At the time, Edwin, the general manager of Everready Security Company, and his mother, Lucy, the managing director, had been forced to relocate their operations from the premises they had operated from for over 25 years in South B in Nairobi County to Syokimau in Machakos County.
It's me who bought that house. I know the house. I have owned that house all the years. So it looked like it's a drama. You can't even believe it was you. And everybody was traumatized because the people were so wild. I've never experienced that kind of it was terrible. Actually, I don't even know how to, because I could not cry. I didn't have you felt helpless? I was so helpless. But I thank God he held my hand, because I think I would have melted away. I would have died. There is no integrity in this nation. There is no law and order. There is no respect for other people's property. Because our country is a very rich country. Our country is a country you can work hard and achieve. But because of the way the systems are, it becomes very difficult, because they are killing the people who have the spirit to work. They are destroying the lives of Kenyans. They are saying bottom up, but it is not there.
After 2 years of legal battles, a court order allowed Eveready to reclaim their property on the morning of Thursday, 14th November 2024. The property is back in their custody, at least for now.
This is our headquarters office where we used to operate from here from 1999 till 2022 when we were evicted from our premises using some court orders that we didn't understand and know where they came from. And we've been out of this place for 2 years until today, 2024, is when we are back to our premises.
Eveready Security Guards Limited went to court arguing that the eviction was unlawful and that the magistrates' court had no jurisdiction over the case. They also argued that the land, valued at 40 million Kenyan shillings, exceeded the 20 million Kenyan shillings limit that the magistrates' courts could handle. On 29 February 2024, the Environment and Land Court agreed, ruling that the magistrates' court lacked jurisdiction and withdrew the case, taking it over. This marked a major turning point in the legal battle. By then, Eveready had already lost access to their land and their offices had been demolished. Seeking justice, they returned to court fighting to reclaim their property and prevent Esteem Energy from making any further changes to the land. Eveready argued that they had owned the land since 1997, long before Esteem's 2022 title, while Esteem defended the eviction as lawful. After reviewing the case on 31st October 2024, the court ruled in Eveready's favor, declaring the eviction wrongful and ordering their immediate return to the property.
It's a very good feeling, like a feeling of joy, triumph, happiness, because there's something that's not right about you being restricted from something that you know is yours. The property is ours and we were being restricted from entering, so it was a very hard and distraught thing to try and deal with at the time. But now being given access back to our land through the courts and with the escort of the police and also our staff, this was a fully functional office. Like I said, it was our headquarters. So all these doors were here, furniture was here, window frames were all here. This was our parking lot. I mean, it's shocking to see what we found because it's just a shell of what we used to have.
While Edwin sees vindication in the return to the land, this joy is tempered with a deep sense of loss. This moment of victory also carries with it a painful reminder of all they lost. What was once Eveready's head offices is now reduced to ruins.
This was our main reception. This is where everybody would walk into our offices, all our staff, customers and everything. So we used to have a reception bench here. Then you'd walk into this. Now was where the receptionist used to be. They used to receive guests here. And then this used to be the managing director's office, just over here. This is what it is right now. No partitions, no walls, everything removed up. Then when you'd walk this way, there used to be an office there, used to be an accounts office, the HR office, administration office. Used to be on this side here, but as you can see now, they demolished everything here, which was against the court orders that they were given anyway, because they were not supposed to demolish the structure. So you can see clearly they were in contempt of the court proceedings. This way used to be my office, so I can show you where my office will be, because it still is. This is where it is. That's how it is right now. A lot of work has been done here since then. Now we are walking into what used to be our boardroom. There was a boardroom here. There was a structure. We used to have all our meetings with our potential clients, customers, directors, shareholders. Now it's no more. It's just an open space. So clearly the people who were here really wanted to demolish the whole premises and just take away what was valuable to us. So it's now an empty shell with rubble everywhere, but we have to rebuild. And we're going to rebuild, so we have to start again where we left off.
The weight of this moment is undeniable. every broken piece a reminder of what had previously stood here.
So the rebuilding work starts.
If this moment feels heavy for him, what does it mean for his mother, Lucy Wachira?
Do you know, I even stopped going around South B because I don't want to see that plot. Anytime I see it, I feel angry. I feel desperate. I feel like, in fact, I was saying I don't even want to hear about these readers. What are they for?
At over 70 years of age, Lucy had to watch powerlessly as everything she had built was destroyed. A lifetime of sacrifice reduced to nothing in mere hours. However, her resolve remains unshaken. Edwin confirms that she is still a driving force behind the scenes and that she is very much involved in this fight.
She's very happy because she's the one who initiated actually the purchase of this land. Back then, like I said, in 1999, she's the one who spearheaded this process. She's the one who has all the documents and all the legal titles. So she knows what she went through to achieve what she did. For someone to come and try to grab that away from her, it must have been one of the hardest things she had to go through. But she's very happy that at least, there's justice being served. At least we're a testament to some justice that is being served in this country.
For 2 years now, Edwin and his family were shut out from the land where they built and ran their business for decades.
Sasa huyu ndio mwenyewe. Huyu ananyang'anya shamba, huyu ndio mwenye shamba sasa.
Today, they have regained control of their property, a sign that justice, though slow, can still be served. And while this marks a victory for them, it is not the final one. The ruling may have opened the gates, but the battle for ownership continues. The ultimate decision of who rightfully owns this land will only be decided when the court delivers its final judgment.
So the guys who took over this land illegally, basically I think wanted to demolish our premises and maybe start building something. Well, God willing, we stopped them before they could do that. And it's an empty shell, but you know what? We have to start somewhere. We will rebuild and we will continue operating from here, God willing, and bring back the business to continue from where we had left off.
For the public to trust that the various institutions, government institutions, are working for them, it is the results that they see or they feel or they witness. But getting social legitimacy, it's not easy if all there is engineered community engagements, all there is are false promises, and all they can witness is abuse of office by various officials. Land governance is anchored on the rule of law. It's also anchored on political goodwill, and it's anchored on Article 60 of our Constitution, where we've articulated very well what we expect as principles to be followed when dealing with land. We also need right holders that are informed. There's also need for us to appreciate that blatant disregard of court processes and court rulings should be discouraged.
This trust in institutions speaks to a belief that systems should work for the people and not against them. However, can there ever be trust when impunity thrives and might is seen as right? When land can be taken from its rightful owners, how does even one start to fight to keep what is rightfully theirs?
There's a whole new future of a new generation, my children's generation. How would they want to live here?
Yeah, there is every reason for despondency, because you can see the sort of helplessness that is there amongst the population. A state that cannot protect private property then is not even a state.
In Kenya, owning land is one thing, keeping it is another. So, if the law can't safeguard ownership in this country, then who can?
Lands Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome found herself in unfamiliar territory on Tuesday after she was temporarily detained by goons in a contested parcel of land whose row she had gone to settle.
On 5th March 2024, The Lands Cabinet Secretary, Alice Wahome, arrived at a disputed land in Loresho to enforce a court order granting ownership to businessman Ashok Shah and Hiten Kumar Raja, who were entangled in a legal battle with former PS Davis Nathan Chelongoi. But even with the full authority of the state behind her, the illegal occupants refused to back down and padlocked the exit gate, leaving the CS and her team trapped inside.
When I'm in the company of the DCC of this area, when I'm in the company of OCPD.
Justice instead exposed the inability of those at the highest levels of power to tackle the lawlessness that has gripped the country's land sector. If a government minister escorted by security can be trapped by rogue land occupants, what does that mean for ordinary Kenyans fighting similar battles?
Where the CS had to intervene is one of the cases that I can say the privileged are defending the fellow privileged. For a land cartel to operate in Kenya, they need a godfather. Who is the godfather? Who's giving such land cartels the power to have such, to be so daring to lock in a CS in a compound, unless the godfather is very influential in the public sphere. So what we need to understand is, when I talk about land cartels, we need to appreciate that it is not the common right holder who will come off the street to go grab land somewhere, or 60 acres in Karen, for instance. It is a person who had the knowledge, not only had the knowledge, but had the political patronage to do such an act in broad daylight.
If you have the leadership from the top who are people with a history of grabbing land, that is what emboldens other land grabbers, because they can see, like, the top guy himself is one of us. That is what emboldens people, So they know that even the president himself is one of them. Yeah? So it's just a culture now where everything goes. You can imagine, even forgetting that incident, in Nairobi here, somebody had actually grabbed a Tom Mboya social hall. Everybody knows that this is a public amenity. The complaints from Buruburu about the grabbing of playgrounds and open spaces, they're all over the place.
Honorable Senator Edwin Sifuna, he wants to know what is the fate of Tom Mboya Social Hall.
On 27 March 2024, CS Wahome appeared before the Senate to address the controversy over the ownership of the land in Makadara where the Tom Mboya Social Hall stands.
I wanted the CS for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development to answer the following 3 questions, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, who holds the title deed for the parcel of land on which the Tom Mboya Social Hall in Makadara constituency, Nairobi City County stands? And could the Cabinet Secretary indicate the ownership history of the said parcel of land? If you look at the lease agreement for Tom Mboya Social Hall, it had been leased to somebody, and they had been told very clearly that it doesn't matter what you do, the purposes for which this land shall exist forever is for a social hall. For somebody to change that, and that document comes from the Nairobi County government, and by the way, it was sold just a few months to the election of I think 2018, yes, 2017. Just around election time, that is when these things usually happen.
The land was originally set aside for public use in June 1957 under the Ministry of Public Works with the intent of developing a community hall. In 1967, it was leased to KANU for 3 years, but under strict conditions. The party was required to pay rent and the land was to remain public property. However, in 1985, KANU applied for ownership and was issued a 99-year lease, but failed to pay the required statutory fees, causing the offer to lapse. Despite this, in 2018, the lease was registered in KANU's name. Then, just 3 years later, on 22nd February 2021, the land was transferred to Gurmi Properties Limited, a move that has since raised serious concerns.
It's a public land. Honorable Senator for Nairobi, I want to confirm, standing on this floor, that Gami Properties Limited got an irregular allocation, and I will proceed to cancel that title.
We got the Cabinet Secretary for Lands to revoke that title. And the process of reverting it back to the people of Nairobi is ongoing, although the last time she was in Senate, she said that that private developer had gone to court to challenge the decision by the ministry. So you can imagine an amenity as obviously public as Tomboya Social Hall can actually be grabbed. So there's a big problem.
I will leave a copy of the CR12 to show the individuals that own Gami Properties Limited. My office obviously misbehaved by allowing this, but that was done jointly with the National Land Commission. We will work together using Section 79 of the Land Registration Act. Thank you.
In her own words, the CS acknowledges that her ministry played a role in the irregular allocation of this land, an admission that speaks to a much deeper problem within Kenya's land governance system. This case is yet another example of how both private and public lands remain vulnerable. If even government institutions can facilitate questionable transactions with public land, how safe is land held in private ownership? If the very offices meant to protect land rights can be complicit in their violation, then who is truly safe?
Everyone's realized in Kenya, what do you want done? Pay someone and get whatever you want done. It seems like the goons are running Kenya right now. The police are scared of goons. In fact, when the goons were here, two of the police officers came. They were sitting over here in the corner trying to monitor this house. They got shoved a little bit and they left. So it seems that Kenya is run by goons and not by police, and they seem to have more powers. You know, the faith in law in Kenya is so thin, so thin. Integrity is so thin again. I wish people would take their jobs a bit more seriously and make the right decisions. The reason why they've reached to the position they have is to give people a fair trial, not to see who can tilt their bank balances.
Fears will always come and go. Even if they're there, we're not going to dwell on them or think about them, because when we have fear, then we can't move on. So we have to move on knowing that this is what we are meant to do. So we'll keep on going. If there's an obstacle there, we believe God will fight that battle for us.
Both Avani and Edwin have fought to reclaim what was taken from them. For now, they have access, but it is temporary, fragile, and uncertain. Their fate, like that of many others, rests in the hands of a justice system that has often failed the very people it is meant to protect. So, what happens to those who lose? The ones who lack power, wealth, or connections?
Each one of the people seeking office, you must examine their history, because they say leopards don't change their sports. If somebody has that history of theft, of grabbing public resources, grabbing other people's property, you can't expect that person to change. And you can't expect that person to establish a system where these things are discouraged, you know. You have seen there's been systematic attacks on all institutions that are supposed to hold leadership accountable, because Parliament has powers to stop these things. But who are those members of Parliament? Who are they? I am very proud when I brought the question on Tomboya Social Hall to Parliament. The Cabinet Secretary for Lands was able to revoke that title. And the process of reverting Tomboya Social Hall to the people of Nairobi is ongoing. You can see, we have consistently told the Chief Justice that she needs to keep the relationship between the executive and the judiciary very kosher, so that there was a point when she was being invited to State House for tea. And I told her, you know, that's not what you should be doing. You should keep some clean distance between yourselves, even between Parliament and the executive. Kenya's biggest problem is a software problem. It is corruption, it is a lack of integrity, it is a lack of transparency, it is greed, and it is, you know, just bad governance generally. So that is a problem, and unless we fix that problem at that fundamental level and retrace our steps back to the values of our society and the values of the constitution, these things are going to continue. If you put a thief in charge of a country, thievery becomes everybody's favorite pastime. Kila mtu atakuwa mwizi.
One moment, you have a foundation for everything you've built, and the next, all this can be reduced to nothing. Families displaced, businesses destroyed, and generations robbed of their future.
The plans are to come back here fully, continue with where we left off, because we can't let someone come from out of the blue and take away your dreams. The case is not completely done. What we've been given is possession of our land based on what we have and what we have proved in court. So we will continue operating from here. Let the other side prove their case if they want, because we are the ones who have been here all those 22 years, so that we will continue with our business and will continue to flourish regardless of the circumstances, and hope for the best for the conclusion of this matter, because we know we are the real owners of this land.
Starting from zero all over again, it's taken quite a lot of toll. You know, your 50s are not where you want to spend your time working hard. It's the time you want to take a little bit of a back step, but then this has just put us so many steps behind. You know, every time I come here, I always feel I wish I was still here. I wish I lived here. I would be doing this right now. I would be doing that right now. But this is it. You know, there's a difference between a home and a house. I live in a house right now, but I don't live in a home. A home is where your heart is. A house is which gives you a place to stay, but you don't feel it with your heart that you belong there. I miss my home. I miss my home a lot.
Time and again, the powerful take what they want, while those on the other end are left to rebuild from nothing. Court orders ignored, laws bent, and justice delayed until it no longer matters. If the law is unable to protect landowners, what does? Money? Power? Connections? How many more homes will fall? How many lives will be displaced before something changes? If this series has shown us anything, it's that land ownership in Kenya is not guaranteed. Titles can be contested, rulings ignored, and justice delayed into irrelevance. And until there is real accountability, no one is safe.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So guys,
Join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Back then, lending was very strict. With time, we have seen access to credit made easy.
True Pesa is the way to go, guys.
Zenka Loan App.
Technology has brought us money close to us.
Juu ni easy to access, haihitaji guarantor.
Zile terms zinakuja ni pages mingi. Utascroll tu mbio mbio, uklik agree and continue.
Unapewa wiki 2 ya kurudisha au kuongezi muda.
After 5 second message nyingine, after 10 minutes message zilikuwa zinafanya mtu anakuwa uncomfortable.
Sasa hii unapigiwa hata unaweza receive. Nataka nikuweke mahali hata uwezi chukua simu ina hangi ilipuke.
Sasa umejua ukiwa na mtandio, wakati ule walikuona umejivaa tu kawaida, ukiwa na mtandio huwezi jua ni wewe.
The digital lending app revolution has swept through Kenya.
True Pesa is the way to go, guys.
Zenka Loan App.
Promising quick and easy access to cash.
Hizi za mobile banking nimeenda kwa mara 2.
Hizi pressures za uko na shida, uko na emergency, ndio unapata ukichukua loan at that given time inakukula baadaye.
Juu ni easy to access, haihitaji guarantor.
But for many, this convenience has turned into a nightmare.
Sasa hii unapigiwa hata unaweza receive. Nataka nikuweke mahali hata uwezi chukua simu ina hangi ilipuke.
Especially when they fail to pay.
Wacha sisi tuendelee kupigia simu. Juu ndo maamua.
From digital and physical threats to financial ruin and mental anguish, this story paints a stark picture of the predatory nature of these services.
Hata nikija huku town, nao pia naweza kutana nao wamenijua, wanishike hata kwa njia, wanifanyie kitu kibaya.
Inafanya mpaka pressure yangu wanga inapanda na kuanga na pressure. Nilipata pressure juu hizi masimu, hizi pesa za simu.
It also looks into the regulatory challenges and potential solutions to combat this growing crisis.
How many people are able to go through those terms of reference?
Let's first begin by asking ourselves, is it safe to borrow from this particular institution? Is it something that is necessary? You know, am I able to repay?
There's a famous Swahili saying that goes, kukopa harusi, kulipa matanga. This saying analogizes borrowing to a wedding and payment of loans to a funeral. With the influx of digital lending apps in Kenya, the famous saying also speaks to a living and active reality of many entrapped in a web of an enticing but expensive promise of financial inclusion.
Mimi hufanya tu easy casual work. Kufulia watu, kubebea watu maji. Kazi tu yani yenye inaweza tu nipea pesa yenye itaweza sustain watoto.
Life has not been easy for Asha Hassan, a resident of Soweto East in Kibra, Nairobi's biggest slum.
Mimi before nilikuwa nafanya biashara. So nilikuwa nimeweka tu biashara yangu vizuri ya kuuza juice, alafu napika food napeleka pale A&M. But ikafika point niko na watoto 3. Hao watoto wakakuja wakaingia, 2 wako secondary na wewe mmoja ako primary.
Asha says providing for her family single-handedly took a toll on her and she had to find a way to make ends meet after her business collapsed.
So wakati ile kazi iliisha ikabidi nikipata hata kazi hata kwa mimi mjengo nishawaifanya. Nafanya hapo, ukipata pesa hiyo wiki unapeleka. Ujue kwa chakula umekopa ndio at least usukume deni ya school fees. Wakati mwalimu aliniambia watoto sasa wanataka kufanya mtihani na ujue sasa mtoto kama wa form 4 anahitaji kwetu shuleni fully.
The desperate need to keep her children in school drove Asha to apply for a loan from a digital lender in January this year, and this is when her troubles began.
Nilikopa 15,000. February wakanipigia simu wakaniambia nafaa kuanza kulipa. So na wakaniambia hiyo siku yenye wamenipigia ndio nafaa kulipa. Nikamwambia sina pesa lakini nitatafuta kitu by the end of the day. Wakaniambia wangoje the end of the day.
According to Asha, the entire year 2024 has been a nightmare due to numerous calls she receives demanding that she pays the loan.
Kwa kupiga simu ndio walikuwa wananiambia tutakuja kukushika, tutakutrace mpaka mahali unakaa. So kwanza tu wakati waliniambia hivyo nilikuwa naishi na uoga. Kila time hata mtu akipiga, kuna namba zilikuwa zinanipigia si watu, lakini ilifika point sishiki juu sasa naona tu ni watu. Ndio ikanifanya nikachoka juu sasa hizo simu mpaka messages. After 5 second message nyingine, after 10 minutes yani zilikuwa zinafanya mtu anakuwa uncomfortable.
Asha's experience resonates with many Kenyans attracted to digital lending services by both the allure of quick and unsecured loans channeled through the mobile money transfer service M-Pesa.
We have moved from the Stone Age, just like human being evolved. Back then, lending was very strict. However, with time we have seen access to credit made easy. Also the banks being stopping being very rigid, but also introduction of we can call them the good online or mobile lending. But we have also seen a vast growth in the online lending that has really come out to almost close some doors for some banks which are not very strong.
In its statement to the press, released on October 1st, 2024, the Central Bank of Kenya announced the licensing of an additional 27 digital credit providers from 7 DCPs licensed in June the same year. This brings the number of mobile loan applications allowed to legally operate in Kenya to 85, with CBK in the process of reviewing more applications. According to the statement, CBK has received more than 730 DCP applications for licensing since March 2022. Anne Kihagi, a finance expert who has close to 2 decades experience in working in the banking sector, attributes this influx of digital lending services to several factors, among them the speed with which these loans get approvals.
Technology has brought us money close to us by almost removing all those, the time, the stringent requirement, and also approval from so many people. Like you would imagine, like if you have an issue with a group member, they would not approve your loan. So, but with the digital lending, it is my phone, my bank, or the person lending me, and the money that I need.
This and the high cost of living has made digital lending apps a quick source of refuge for many, especially the low and middle income earners.
All you need is your Play Store. Uko nayo?
Unakam tu hapa kwa Play Store.
In addition, the easy access to these loans on the widely used Google App Store and constant and relatable advertising by popular influencers via different social media platforms has made digital lending an attractive venture.
So they have made it so appealing. And definitely, if I bring food close to you when you're hungry, the demand for that food, your body will definitely react to it. But there are many things that we don't look into, which could be the reason why, no matter how much they are bringing in money close to us when we need it, we also have to be very, very careful.
Mental health ilikuanga iko disturbed kabisa because najua sasa ile simu ikilia ni ule wasiwasi. Hata hivi uko na a very important call, lakini sasa jiona ambapo hujai save unakosa kuchukua, alafu unakuja unapata ilikuwa something ikusaidie.
Margaret Kamuru, also a resident of Kibra, shares her experience with a digital lending app after she failed to pay a loan of 35,000 shillings.
So nikichukua for that purpose ilikuanga just to fit my needs in my campus life. Because kuna zile vitu zenye nilikuwa nahitaji zifanyike, na so ikabidi sana nichukue hiyo loan. Sasa ndio at least ni buy phone, ni change vitu. That's how nilianza nayo, tukagrow nao, but ilifika pali kakuwa ngumu.
According to Kihagi, the desperate need for instant financial solutions makes it even harder for borrowers to read and understand the terms of these loans.
There are things that are written called terms and conditions that many people do not read. So we will first blame the borrower because they have seen a pop out. There is need for money. They do not read or query how credible. They don't even ask around. You make an application and you get your money.
Okay, unajua sasa ukichukua loan kwa mobile app, zile terms zinakuja ni pages mingi na we at that given time uko na haja ya do. So uta scroll tu mbio, u-click agree and continue na hata hujasoma hizo terms. So kitu lini attract ni ati ilikuwa very easy to access. You know, kitu lini attract na terms and condition hata sikusoma.
For many borrowers, this means being unknowingly subjected to high interest rates which become difficult to pay back.
Ni venye pia hawa wataki kutu-understand. Ukieleza mtu hauna kazi, yeye hataki kuku-understand. Ukimweleza biashara iko chini, hawataki kuku-understand. Wanakupea pressure like unataka tu kusikia kukufa.
The same social media platforms used to market these digital lending services are also awash with harrowing tales from thousands of loan defaulters. This private Facebook group called Loan App Victims Kenya, for example, was created 2 years ago as a support group for those who have experienced harassment from digital lenders. One of the most prominent complaints is that this harassment extends to family and friends of borrowers in an attempt to pressure defaulters to pay.
One of the things that is criminal, and I would really feel bad that some of the institutions that are supposed to safeguard Kenyans, maybe they are not doing their work right, is that your data is shared, even where you have never ever shared your ID number or your name or your phone number. Someone will write you a message telling you that, you know, we offer this kind of loan. So your data is never safe.
While lack of digital safety and constant debt shaming are common problems facing defaulters of digital lending apps, these threats have brought a unique challenge of physical harm and tangible danger. Sunrise in Kisumu signals the start of a beautiful day. Every morning, the promise of productive activities ebb from the magnificent shores of Lake Victoria to the streets of the city. But for this resident, whom we will call Halima to protect her identity, this city remains a bittersweet memory.
Kukuja town, saa zingine nikija town huwa nakuja na buibui na mtandio. Yeah. Hata leo asubuhi vile nilikuwa nakuja, nimekuja na buibui na mtandio, hali nimeiacha tu hapo mahali nilikuwa nimeenda kufanya kazi. Sasa umejua ukiwa na mtandio, wakati ule walikuona umejivaa tu kawaida, ukiwa na mtandio hawezi jua ni wewe.
For several months, Halima has been disguising herself to protect her safety. In addition to restricting her movements within the city and shifting to a different location, Halima says this is the only way to keep herself and her family out of danger from a group of businessmen who also double up as loan providers. Halima's predicament began towards the end of 2023 when she took a loan from one of the digital providers to supplement her salon business.
Nimekimbilia loans kama mara hizi za mobile banking, nimeenda kwa mara 2. Nilikuwa nataka ninunue nywele na sikuwa na pesa ya kutosha. Nikaenda kwa mobile app nichukue pesa, nikaenda kwa cash. Sasa vile nilienda hapo nikaomba loan hapo, wakakubali kunipatia 1,500. Wakanipatia duration ya wiki moja ili nirudishe hii loan. Nilifanya hivyo, nikalipa kwa hiyo wiki moja, nikaomba tena.
According to Halima, easy access and a constantly increasing loan limit enticed her to borrow more money to grow her business, and this is where things took a different turn.
Vile niliongezewa hadi 8,000, nilikuwa nataka hiyo 8,000 nilikuwa nataka niende nichukue nywele. Niweke kwa duka, nikistock kwa duka inanisaidia na customer. Unapewa wiki 2 ya kurudisha au kuongezi muda. Vile walikupatia 3,000, 8,000 bado wanakupatia wiki 2 ya kurudisha. Kabla hiyo wiki 2 ishe, nilijaliwa na 500. Nikawasukumia. Vile niliwasukumia kujaribu kutafuta, hiyo wiki 2 ilifika kama bado sijapata hiyo yenye libaki niregeshe.
Halima says persistent calls to her and her family members often came with threats and insults.
Sasa huyo mwenye alinipigia aliniuliza kama hautaki kulipa hiyo pesa yenye tulikupatia, ndio tukuongeze ingine. Wewe unataka sisi wenye tunafanya kazi ili ukirudisha hiyo pesa ndio tunalipwa. Ukikataa kulipa unataka sisi tulipwe na mamako.
Cashway, a digital lending app run by Rising Credit Limited, is among the 85 digital credit providers licensed by the Central Bank of Kenya. On the Google App Store, it brands itself as a safe loan in Kenya. It boasts of a 3.8 average star rating with more than 5 million downloads and over 22,000 reviews. While most have given a 5-star rating, a considerable number of the app users have complained about sudden reduction of the loan payment period and harassment by its debt collectors. This user claims of a reduced payment duration from 28 days to less than a week. Another user alleges spamming and incessant calls from the app, while this user claims to have been threatened by a customer service agent who used the words, and I quote, "You will regret," end of quote. There are also claims of exorbitant interest rates charged by the app, which Halima attests to.
Okay, terms vile nili request hiyo ya kwanza, nikaambiwa nikipewa hiye watanipatia 1,500 lakini watakata 100 tu kwa hiyo pesa yenye wananipatia. Hapo nilipewa 1,340. Sasa wakati nilikuwa nailipia nikalipa hii 1,500.
They are also not protected against being lent a lot of money or little money at very high and exorbitant interest. You realize that you can borrow a loan of 30,000 and then you pay within a month 40,000. When you look at that interest, no matter how much you needed that money, you need to be very, very careful.
This user, who dropped a comment on the 13th of October, complains of taking a loan of 28,000 shillings only to pay back a total of 50,000 shillings in a period of 4 weeks, which translates to an interest rate of 78%.
Sasa watu wa app ya simu walikuwa wananipigia simu wakiongea vibaya. Nilitaka nimalizane nao, alafu nitoe hiyo app, ni delete everything about them. Juu sasa walikuwa wananipigia na namba tofauti, na nikisikia sauti wakijiintroduce wasema wanatoka kwa hiyo nini na block hiyo namba juu walikuwa wanaongea vibaya.
Desperate to get the callers off her back, Halima took a step that she now regrets.
Kuna mrembo wangu bado the same customer. Sasa mwingine tena. Nilipigiwa kia hapo ndani. Akasikia watu wananiongelesha about hiyo loan yenye nilichukua kwa simu. Nikamweleza, kaniambia mimi mali huwa nafungua nguo. Kuna watu wanapeana pesa huko. Nao ukichukua pesa kwao wanakata, utarudisha na 50% interest.
For refuge, she borrowed 10,000 shillings from one of the local loan sharks in the city who double up as traders and security personnel. This unregulated loan business is popular in Kisumu and its environs, where residents borrow at an interest rate of 10% per day.
Wakikuja kukupatia pesa, hawakupatii kwa simu. Wao wanabeba pesa cash. Wakikupatia wanakupatia cash. Na ukiwalipa, mimi chenye walisema hawataki pesa kwa simu.
Halima says trouble started when she could no longer raise the daily interest nor the principal amount.
Ngambia na sasa sijapata hiyo pesa. Na nikipata, nimejua hiyo 15 days ikiisha yenye mlinipatia hiyo last day mpaka iwe nimepata hiyo pesa na nimewapatia yote. Akasema hapana, atufanyagi kazi hivyo. Hatufanyi kazi, itabidi tu umetupatia pesa. Usipotupatia pesa tuharibu vitu hapa ndani ama tukupige. Na umejua wamebeba rungu. Niko na clients wangu wote ni wanawake. Sisi tuko wanawake hapo ndani. Sasa tumeogopa like. Sasa kwani imekuwa ni vita.
She now fears for her life and was forced to close her salon business and move from the city to keep herself and her family safe.
Sasa inabidi nitoke huko nyumbani nikija kazi. Sasa siji kila siku. Labda tu customer akinipigia simu ndio nije. Kama kuna customer nabaki tu nyumbani.
Unawahi enda kupeleka kwa polisi?
Polisi ukienda Chenye najua ukienda kwa polisi watataka evidence. Yeah. Na maybe hiyo evidence ndio maana mataki mambo na simu. Anakutumia kwa simu ama unamtumia kwa simu. Yeah.
With the help of a local, we secretly filmed an interview with one well-known loan shark in Kisumu, where I pose as someone in need of money.
Unapata yani kama ni 1,000. Narudisha na pesa ngapi? 100. 1,000 narudisha 100 kila siku. Mara ngapi?
Ile ambayo imechukua hiyo kama imekaa hiyo kwa wiki. Na hiyo imekaa kwa wiki. Nilipa 100 kila siku.
This man, who identifies himself as Paul, justifies the 10% daily interest rate.
Na hiyo si ni juu sana.
Si juu.
Kwa nini unasema si juu?
Si juu.
Si utakuwa umekula 1,000 mara 2 na 500 ingine.
Najua lakini hiyo sasa hiyo pesa kuna faida ambaye analeta ile ambaye hiyo tundili simetoka kwa mifuko. Najua ile faida.
Secondly, he insists that one must pay money owed to a loan shark no matter their circumstances.
Akishindwa kulipa. Kama wale watu wanasumbuanga, unafanya aje?
Hata mimi sijajua. Nafanya kenye nataka.
Na acha unafanya kile unataka. Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini?
Sasa naye hiyo pesa. Hiyo pesa huwezi kupeleka hiyo mahali sana. Simo live tu.
In addition, Paul admits that those involved in this loan business may resort to violence to settle stubborn debts owed to them.
Lakini kuna wengine wasira. Hata hii pesa potea lakini kupiga kabisa hiyo aende. Hata Kenya. Kuna deni ya ng'ambo.
As we wind up our conversation with Paul, we learn that most victims of these violent debt collection measures are women, and such cases are seldom reported to the authorities.
A woman will never want her children to sleep hungry. And this is why their gullibility level is very high, and that is why they will resort into borrowing.
We reached out to the mobile loan companies mentioned by characters in this story. Using the phone number provided on Google Play Store, we reached out to Cashway, from whom Halima borrowed. Rising Credit is the owner of Cashway. Yes, we had some questions you wanted to ask.
Okay, I'll just give you an email whereby you'll just email us. Then from there you'll get a response.
Okay. Despite sending our questions via email as directed, we received no response.
I would say, I do think, your role as a lender has to be taken very seriously. And I do think each lender actually has to aspire to operate within the guardrails of responsible lending. So that just means, how are you taking time to understand the customer and their ability to repay, filtering out for fraud, really, making sure there's informed consent in the journey on what data you actually need and why you need it. And being very clear on the terms of the loan, so that at any one point, each customer knows what they're signing up for in very simple terms.
Economic status of our country, most of the young people are not facing unemployment. And in as much as we are talking about starting small businesses to sustain themselves, sometimes it becomes very hard. Not to protect the fact that sometimes they also take loans out of ignorance.
As digital lending apps and other types of credit endeavor to profit from desperate Kenyans, Habu Dorcas is on a race to sensitize residents of Kangemi, an informal settlement in Nairobi, about these apps and their disadvantages. Apart from holding frequent meetings, 2 years ago, she initiated a program where, together with other volunteers, she aims to translate the terms and conditions of different credit facilities to vernacular languages spoken in the country.
there are very few people who create time to go through those documents, and that is why we came up with one of the recommendations is to translate those documents.
The group has attempted to translate the terms of the Women Enterprise Fund, a government loan facility introduced during the Kibaki regime to economically empower women.
So far we've translated it into 3 languages. That is the Luya, Kisii, and Kamba. They're here.
The translations are distributed to the women in hard copies. While this is a noble and well-meaning project, Dorcas and her group face immense challenges which hinder its effectiveness.
It has been very hard to translate some of these documents because you see, first of all, we'll need resources and time too, because most of these documents are very bulk. 15-page document, you're supposed to translate it to a local language.
I think that is amazing. I do think at the end of the day, it has to be a grassroots approach. And what I mean by grassroots approach is you have to speak to people in the languages that they understand. And for us, it's more of how do you move from high level, complicated, to making it very simple on how do you borrow, where do you borrow, how do you actually borrow responsibly.
Oftentimes, conversations about digital lending apps, their unstable terms, predatory interest rates, and impact on digital and physical safety as well as mental health are downplayed and turned into comical jokes.
Okash, mali ulichukua mkopo ya 2,500. Unakumbuka hapo?
Ukumbuke?
Haukumbuki?
Wewe ni tala?
Kama sasa hii naona ni kama na wao around 68, of which naomba tu at least hizo vitu zikiweza funguka naweza penda nilipe hiyo burden, at least niondokee kwa shoulders.
But this light approach to a serious matter conceals the reality of living in debt faced by Kenyans in different parts of the country.
Economy imekuwa tough. People hata to put food on the table imekuwa tu ngumu sana. Sasa hata watu wa apps watuelewe, as much as we want to borrow from them, pia watu understand that tunaweza pata tulipe vizuri ama tukose.
Chenye naweza ambia wamama wenzangu ama mtu yeyote mwenye anataka loan, afadhali afuate njia mwafaka ya kutafuta loan, asichukue kwa Masai ama mobile app. Hizo njia mbili ni balaa ya kulingana na experience nimepitia.
Meanwhile, with the government still reviewing applications to license more digital credit providers, both experts and victims of these services stress on the need for stringent measures to curb a growing menace.
Yes, we wish to continue. So far we have been trying to see how we can mobilize resources to support some of these activities, and we are hoping that moving forward, even through the people that we are engaging them, you know, sometimes we are not supposed to be relying on donors. Even among ourselves, we are able to mobilize a few resources and support some of these activities.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa. So guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Na familia kwa nyumba hakuna raha. Mnaweza kuwa raha aje mkiingia na yule mtoto anakuanga na space yake ya kuparticipate, na hiyo space yake ya kuparticipate hakuna.
Chantal ndio aliweza kupotea na alipotelea tu hapa kwa hii mlango akicheza hapa na mwenzake. Aliitwa na mama.
Good Samaritan hapa ameniambia kuja twende nikupae yako. Wajie hiyo. Mtoto anachakata.
Lakini hiyo masaa ya saa 11, saa 12 kuangalia watoto wengine wanarudi, yeye hakuonekana.
You have punishments for the offense of trafficking that prescribe a jail term. But then they also give the option to pay a fine. When someone has that much money available, paying a fine is not a problem.
Siyo ni mada kesi. Yaani ukichua mtoto yangu uende naye hiyo muda yote. Si ni sawa nakuwa.
A few years ago, my uncle visited his country home in a remote village in Omabay County with his only son, who was 5 years old at the time. My uncle wanted to go to the shop. He asked his son to stay, which he did. When the boy thought his dad was taking too long at the shop, he decided to go after him. Needless to say, he lost his way. We spent hours looking for him. Luckily, the boy was found. For some parents, this outcome is elusive. They hold on to the hope that their children will be found, but they also have to live with the fear that they may never return.
Shandelo alikuwa anacheza hapo na mwanzake Kaharo. Mama alitoka nje, sijui wenye alitoka. Namwambia Shandelo njoo tuone nikubaye mandazi.
Mama alikuja kugundua mtoto hayuko kitu kama saa hivi. Ni almost hapa nao.
Venye alitoka mimi nikaona kawaida tu anaendanga na anarudi. Kuangalia watoto wengine wanarudi, yeye hakuonekana.
So the guy came, akamwambia twende nikupaie yako. Mtoto akamfuata.
Many a song has been sung about the blessing of children. Everything that surrounds the birth of a child is a celebration, from gender reveal ceremonies to baby showers. In short, anything to do with children is a big deal. Anyone with difficulties trying to get children can tell you that they will give anything to get one. This disparate need leads to a perverse rationalization that the solution is to take from one and give to another. Grace Kavindu Mwaniki, fondly called Gracie by her parents and friends, was always a playful and cheerful child. She earned the adoration of those who met her and lit up any room she walked into. As she grew up, a fun-loving and playful child, she made the alleyways of the Motomoto neighborhood in Imaradaima, Nairobi County, her domain. Gracie, as her parents describe, was a disciplined child. not one to wander or play away from home.
My daughter alikuwa mtoto mtiifu. Alikuwa always smiling. Hata umkose anakimbia narudi mbio na ile uso yake haijawahi kuja kwa hasira. Kwa ule muda nimekaa naye.
On the day Gracie went missing, she was in the company of one of her friends from school. At the time, her mother, Virginia Kaleli, a community health promoter, was nursing a 3-week-old child that she had delivered through cesarean section and was not fully recovered.
Hiyo siku yenye Gracie alipotea, tuliamka vizuri, akakunywa chai peke yake na akatoka nje akaenda kucheza. Hiyo ilikuwa around saa 3:30. Ikafikia kitu kama saa 4:30 nikaona rafiki yake msichana ameniletea ringos. Ameniambia hii ringos ni ya Gracie, mweke. Nikamuuliza mmetoa wapi? Kaniambia amebaiwa na baba yake. Nikamuuliza eti baba yake? Kaniambia nikamwambia na ako wapi? Nikamwambia buki mbio muite.
Gracie's friend did not return. After a short futile search, it dawned on Virginia that Gracie may have been abducted. This realization shattered Virginia's world. That she may have lost her child to an abductor only weeks after welcoming another bundle of joy was a thought she could not bear.
Hauwezi kosa kama mzazi kuongea juu ya mtoto wako. Unakaanga unafika mahali ile akili ikikuja, either una play music kidogo ile na yenyewe inakutuliza kidogo, ama kuna ile favorite ya mtoto alikuwa anapenda. Sasa hiyo ndio unaweka, hata kama ndio inakugwara kama mzazi rohoni, lakini unasema Mungu ni wewe ulinipa, si ndio?
Yet still, in these difficult times, Waniki is often forced to skip work as a casual laborer in pursuit of leads. He continues to make countless rounds searching for his dear daughter. When he does go to work, because he still has to fend for his family, he gives it his all. Work occasionally takes his mind off the pain of this unspeakable loss.
Nikienda jua kali, ile kelele ya marafiki zangu wa kazi, wafanyakazi wenzangu, at least wananipigia kelele na wananipea ile morali. Wewe mzai nini, wacha kufikiria sana hapa. Si hapa ya wanakupea ile morali ya mai. Yeah, there is a next minute.
When we spoke to Gracie's parents, she had been missing for over 3 months. Despite having reported the matter to the police and going to a number of police stations to look for her, not much has come from their efforts. All they have to go on now is hope. The International Labour Organization estimates that 1.2 million children are trafficked globally each year. Additionally, a 2023 report by the International Organization for Migration shows that child labor plays a significant role in child trafficking, with 57.5% of children trafficked in sub-Saharan Africa being trafficked for forced labor. The organization's Victim of Trafficking database notes that 43.4% of child victims of trafficking identified were trafficked for forced labor. While these figures may appear distant and faceless, to the parents of victims, these are their children. And the agony of each passing day they spend without them is hard to fathom. Another parent going through the same ordeal is Fidelia Kadhini, whose daughter is also missing. 6 kilometers east of Motomoto, Fidelia is yet to come to terms with the disappearance of her 5-year-old daughter, Chantel Kamene Musyoka. Chantel's abduction is uncannily similar to Gracie's. Both girls are about the same age, and they were both reportedly lured by offers of snacks in what appears to be a well-orchestrated scheme.
Chantel ndio aliweza kupotea na alipotelea tu hapa kwa hii mlango hapa akicheza hapa na mwanzake. Aliitwa na mama.
Unlike Grace's case, Chantel's case has a suspect. The woman Fidelia describes is Agrippina Lohatse, who is being treated as the prime suspect in Chantel's disappearance and has a case in court against her. She allegedly took Chantel from their courtyard in Mukuru kwa Ruben while she was playing with her sister Karo.
Chantel alikuwa anacheza hapo na mwanzake Karo. Mama alitoka nje, sijui wenye alitoka. Akakuja akaita nani Chantel. Ambia Chantel njoo tuone nikakubaie mandazi.
Agrippina allegedly had wanted to buy Chantel mandazi and left with her. However, Chantel has not been seen since, and no one can corroborate Agrippina's account of the events of that day. Fidelia claims there are inconsistencies in Agrippina's story.
Mimi sikuwa namjua. Nilikuwa nimeketi hapo nje nikaona mama amepita haraka haraka akakuja akaingia kwa plot. Mama Chantel. Tukuje tuongee hapo nje. Tulitoka pale nje tukasimama hapo. Kaniambia mama Chantel, nilienda na Chantel, nikambaia mandazi, nikamvalisha sweta kwangu, nikamsindikiza nikamleta hadi hapa kwa hicho iko hapa kwenu. Kutoka hapo mimi sijui Chantel alienda wapi. Nikamwambia ulimsindikiza kufika hapo, ulimchukua hapo. Nikamuuliza mbona alienda kumvalisha sweta kwake na alikuwa amemtoa hapa. Sasa ningemwambia avae sweta ndio waende.
Fidelia alleges Agrippina did not sleep in her home on the night Chantel disappeared.
Tukaenda kufika kwa hiyo mama ni hapa nyuma. Kufika kwa hiyo mama tulipata bwana yake hapo. Nikamuuliza bibi yako ako wapi? Akaniambia eti bibi yangu tumekosana na ametoka kidogo, amenikimbia. Nikamuuliza ameenda wapi? Juu amekuwa na mtoto wangu. Akaniambia acha nikupee namba yake umpigie. Vile nilipigia huyo mama hakushika simu. Kupiga tena nikapata kwa mteja. Tuliendelea kuzunguka hadi saa 6 usiku. Ndio tuliamua kwenda kuripoti station ya hapa kwetu Ruben Center.
According to Fidelia, there is reason to believe that the police were lax in the investigations. She alleges that Agrippina was arrested twice and released both times, before a visit to the Directorate of Criminal Investigation eventually prompted a third arrest, which led to the court case against Agrippina. According to Missing Child Kenya, a community-led non-profit that works to trace and reunite missing children with their families, a child is considered missing when their whereabouts are not known to their parents, legal guardians, or any other person or institution legally entrusted with the custody of the child. This is irrespective of the circumstances or causes of the disappearance. Such a child is considered missing until their safety or well-being is established. Mariana Munyendo runs the 8-year-old non-profit.
Okay, so my name is Mariana Munyendo. I'm the founder CEO of Missing Child Kenya. We've been working on cases of missing children since July 2016. We started Missing Child Kenya because we realized there is no, how do I put it? There's no national or organized repository on missing persons, children included. And so when we started, we had like 2-3 cases. And what we have done over the years is build a database based on cases that we have actually handled.
Missing Child Kenya notes a number of factors that have led to children going missing, with the top 3 being children getting lost, child trafficking, and abandonment by parents and caregivers. Between 2016 and 2021, Missing Child Kenya recorded 1,186 cases of missing children, with more than a third of these disappearances occurring in 2021. Of the 406 cases reported in 2021, 37 were attributed to child trafficking, 31 were victims of custodial battles that led to parental abduction linked to cases of divorce or separation, while others were reported missing due to running away from home, abandonment, truancy, developmental challenges such as autism, psychosocial challenges, and family disputes, among other issues. Of the 406 cases from 2021, 298 were reunited with their families, 36 were placed in government custody, 4 were found deceased, and 68 are still missing. According to Mariana Munyendo, The issue of child abductions is difficult to solve, due in part to the lack of specific laws and robust policies around child disappearances. Something that Doram Singeti, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and founder of Let's Talk Law Kenya, echoes.
So the report by the USA State Department on where we've got matters trafficking in Kenya as per 2023 highlighted this problem, where you have punishments for the offense of trafficking that prescribe a jail term, but then they also give the option to pay a fine. So when someone has that much money available, paying a fine is not a problem. So has that person really been punished for the harm that they inflicted? That is the question that arises.
Child trafficking is about generically under the Trafficking in Persons Act, which defines trafficking and prescribes the penalties for an offense of trafficking in persons.
It has provisions generally for trafficking of all persons, and it says now trafficking involves now transferring, harboring, recruiting anyone for the purposes of exploitation. And this transference or harboring or recruiting is done in a manner that uses threat or violence or, paying for a certain benefit or to get consent per se, or, exploiting someone's vulnerability and such like means.
Where intent to exploit a person or child cannot be established, the offense cited is kidnapping, and in this case, the penal code applies.
In kidnapping, you're just taking them somewhere without consent. And in the same part of the penal code, they now, as they finish all those provisions on kidnapping, they say where such an act is done with the intent to exploit, refer to the Counter Trafficking in Persons Act.
Also in Mukuru kwa Ruben, meters from where Fidelia Kadeni lives, another mother shares in the pain of parents whose children have gone missing. Modesta Lumbasi's son, 2-year-old Peter Xavier, disappeared from his home just 1 week before Christmas of 2023. Like Virginia Kaleli, Modesta carries the bittersweet burden of nursing one child with another gone missing.
Kwa majina najulikana kama Modesta Lumbasi. Nina miaka 29. Mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Mukuru kwa Ruben. Nimekaa hapa zaidi ya miaka 6, inaendelea 7. Mtoto alikuwa anaitwa Peter Xavier na hakuwa anajua kuongea vile vizuri, ile ulimi yake ilikuwa mzito, lakini alikuwa anajaribu kuongea, na alikuwa na umri wa miaka 2 na miezi 6.
As was the custom, Peter Xavier went outside to play with the other children, but on this particular day, he did not return.
Lakini hiyo masaa ya saa 11, saa 12, kuangalia watoto wengine wanarudi, yeye hakuonekana. Sasa nikaulizia kwa barabara pande zote, mmenionea mtoto? Je, anajulikana? Huyu mtoto anajulikana na watu wote tu wa kijiji. Sasa nikatafuta, hakuna mwenye alimuona. Ndio nikarudi nikajiuliza, huyu mtoto na hii kizi imeshika ameendea wapi? Mimi nikatoka, maybe mtu amemuokota, ameona mtoto amekuwa hangover mahali, amemchukua amempeleka police station. Ilichukua chukumo, nikaenda police station, nikapika ripoti.
In their desperation, parents whose children are missing are willing to pursue any leads they get, even from the unlikeliest of sources. We followed Fidelia Kadeni as she pursued several such leads, but these led to nothing but pain.
Jana Madhi alitupigia simu, ananiambia kuna mahali ameenda, katoto kako Shantele zinako saiza OTC msikiti mahali alipelekwa, anaenda kwa msikiti na mtu hapo. Message aliniandikia ilikuwa inasema, acha niwasomee. OTC mlango ya nyuma atakuwa na hivyo ya mimi ile zile nguo za nini za Islamic nyeusi kitambaa cheusi, wengine watakuwa na white.
So we're here to speak to Mama Chantal. Apparently she was informed that Chantal will be at OTC today, wearing a black hijab, with other girls who will be wearing white hijabs. So we are here to go with her, see what we find. We are hopeful that we find Chantel. Fidelia barely slept a wink waiting for this day, hoping that she will soon see Chantel.
Siku imefika. Niko na poa, naona tukikuja na yeye. Alikuwa anafungua.
In their shared agony, parents like Fidelia have found some solace and a shoulder to lean on in Margaret Kariuki, a social worker at Ruben Center. Margaret often provides the counseling they desperately need and walks the tough journey with them whenever her job allows.
My name is Margaret Kariuki. I work here at the Ruben Center as the advocacy and networking coordinator. We focus on child safeguarding, but our focus is on ensuring that we create safe spaces and environments for children to thrive, especially when they are in the community. The organization, of course, is located in the heart of Mukuru informal settlement, which makes it, like an oasis of hope for the community. When there are any major issues happening, the first point of contact is usually the Ruben Center.
Margaret was enthralled to hear that Chantel could eventually be found.
Someone, apparently a witch doctor, who has given them information about the whereabouts of Chantel. That person asked us to send 1,000 Kenyan shillings to facilitate, that process.
This lead gave Fidelia some hope, and Margaret agreed to pay the money. She joined Fidelia the following day in search of Chantel.
That person amesema tuende mosque yenye iko karibu na OTC, akasema ni hiyo yenye iko karibu na Kamukunji or something, and then akasema tukienda tutapata watoto. We will see children who will be coming to madrasa. Apparently watakuwa wamevaa hiyo hijab. Wengine watoto watakuwa wamevaa hijab ya white, lakini Chantel atakuwa amevaa hijab ya black.
Sawa, so tutasimama kwa gate but nje tukiangalia kama kuna wenye wanaingia.
After her all day's stakeout at the mosque, Chantel was nowhere to be found. Japhet Oboge's son, Jaden, was taken from right under his nose.
So, hiyo siku ilikuwa Thursday. Nilikuwa nimetoka job asubuhi vizuri. Nikaingia nikawapata ni wazima. Tukakula breakfast pamoja, mama akatoka yeye akaenda kuangalia kibarua yake. Tukabaki nao hapa. Sasa vile mimi nimekaa hapa kuangalia hii vitu yangu, yeye na huyo mwingine wakatoka kucheza na wakajoin watoto wengine hapa kwa ground wacheze. So walikuwa wanacheza na mimi nikiwa hapa nawaona tu. So nikaita huyo mwingine huyo wa pili masaa ya saa 7 nikamwambia kuja tuletee mboga kutoka kwa barabara.
As children often are wont to, Japhet's 10-year-old daughter took part of the balance from the money she was sent with to the shop and bought powdered fruit drink fancied by children.
Kachukua 10 bob. Kakaenda kununua chuisiko. Sasa vile kalinunua chuisikora, kakaanza kukura pale juu mali nikuonyesha. Kakaanza kukunywa hapo na wasichana wengine hapo walikuwa. So akakijana kakakuja, kakamwambia nipe. Naelewa. Pe chuisikora. Niweke. So alikuwa anamwambia na mkono niweke. Huyu akaona ni kama amemnyima. So the guy came akamwambia twende nikupaie yako. Unaona sasa? Hata ikiwa ni mtoto ana akili, akiona kama wananinyima na kuna good Samaritan hapa ameniambia kuja twende nikupaie yako. Waachie hiyo. Mtoto anasakata.
He says that nothing can replace the space that his missing son Jaden occupies in his household.
Hiyo ni mada kesi. Yaani ukichua mtoto yangu uende naye hiyo muda yote. Si ni sawa nakuwa. Because mimi mwenyewe ameni affect psychologically. Hata kazi niliweka kando kwanza nikasema wacha nimtafute kwanza because I'm not comfortable. Na familia kwa nyumba. Hakuna raha. Mnaweza kuwa raha aje mkiingia na yule mtoto anakuanga na space yake ya kuparticipate. Na hiyo space yake ya kuparticipate hakuna mtu anaparticipate. Mahali analala hakuna mtu analala hapo. Haya. Ukiangalia vitabu yake ndio hiyo iko hapo. Bagi yake ya shule. Nguo ndio hizo ameweka. Viatu yake ndio amepanga.
According to our police source, there's always a standard operating procedure for when a child is reported missing. After the filing of a missing person report with the police, which can only be done 24 hours after the person was last seen, irrespective of whether the missing person is a child or an adult, the police officers ascertain the relationship between the missing person and the person making the report. The police then request a recent photograph of the missing person before broadcasting a message to the police headquarters, regional police offices, divisional and sub-county offices, all police stations and police posts. The message contains details about the missing person, including the recent photo, details of their next of kin, and the circumstances surrounding the disappearance. A file is then opened outlining the case as active. And while our police source asserts that the police always do their best to track and trace missing persons, some of the parents we spoke to alleged that the police were negligent and often did not cooperate with the parents. In one case, the police allegedly recorded an incorrect OB number, and this led to the relevant court file not being found. In another case, the police did not broadcast the details of the missing child as per the standard operating procedure.
Hakuna responding yoyote wanarespond ama wafuatilie waende kindani. Wanatulia tu hivyo na inaisha hivyo. Yoyote yule aliyemtazama na akamchukua akaizi kukaa na yeye amwachilie na nirejeshe ama aende police station yoyote yenye iko karibu, ama yule mwenye atamuona amemfahamu mahali aende akaripoti kwa police station.
Mimi kama mama Chantel na wasi, kama kuna mtu anaweza kuwa aliona Chantel mahali, ama kuna mtu anaweza jua mahali yako, ama alimuona na mtu fulani.
Kama baba unaweza kuwa waniona tu, lakini moyoni naumia. Kwa hivyo nakusii, hata kama ni wewe uko na yeye, wengine ulimuona kwa jirani, sema tu, piga ripoti mahali popote. Mahali popote tu, unajua huyo mtoto atasaidika.
Throughout our investigation, we were informed of many other cases of missing children, not only in Mukuru kwa Ruben, but also around Nairobi and across the country. We were not able to tell all these stories, but the unifying thread in all these cases is the hope that these parents hang on to, that their children will be found. For some, this hope rewards with good news. This was the case for the Oboge family. Their son Jaden was found 2 weeks after he went missing. Jaden was found in Makindu, about 170 kilometers from Nairobi. Just days after Africa Uncensored reached out to Missing Child Kenya with details of the boy's disappearance, Mariana Munyendo got a call from Makindu police station about a boy who had been picked up at Makindu bus stage by a good Samaritan and taken to the police station. It turned out the boy was Jaden.
Nilikuwa naumia mbaya sana. Nilikuwa naumia hata sikuwa na kula, hata sirali. Nilikuwa hata naangalia saa kwa saa.
Despite the noble efforts of organizations like Ruben Center and Missing Child Kenya, and the undying hope of the parents of missing children, the fate of these children and more may continue to hang precariously in the balance if radical measures are not taken to address this problem. The police are often the first and last hope in these situations. but they have been accused of dragging their heels in such cases. Furthermore, the government tends to be reactive rather than proactive, letting the situation worsen over time. The hope of parents cannot be all that the fate of Gracie, Chantel, Peter, and other children taken from their homes is left to. This is a problem that everyone involved needs to act on. The government and the police must pick up the slack. Community members must watch out for suspicious elements and be each other's keepers. Parents must continue to keep a watchful eye out for their children. And hopefully, every child who goes out to play will find their way back home at the end of the day. Hi, my name is Calvin Rock, a reporter and fact checker at Africa Uncensored. Thank you for watching this video to this point. You are our #1 supporter and we value you. To maintain our independence and be able to bring you balanced and in-depth pieces, we are asking for your financial support. Become a member on our channel or support us through Patreon. The link is right on your screen or in the video description below. Or you can send us M-Pesa directly through the instructions on your screen or below. Cheers.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard and the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa. So guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla.
Matumaini ya kila mtu. That's the reason why we voted this government.
To keep on lying and lying.
You are being charged everywhere. You're not being told where the money is gonna go.
I stand to support this Finance Bill 2024.
As members of that opinion say aye. So the ayes have it.
The day has come, my brothers.
Watch him. We gotta watch him. We gotta watch him. Si walisema mambo ya Rivayala waliwacha.
Conversation this crucial was hijacked by dangerous people.
But we cannot relax.
We gave you the best, somewhere to rest, but now you're moving against us. You're making a mess.
I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of The Big Picture from wherever you're watching us, whether it's on the continent, here in the country, or abroad. Big conversations today. No guests today. Well, we have a guest, but he's a guest, but from inside the house. And as usual, my name is John Allen Namu. As usual, it's been like that since birth. My name is John Allen Namu.
Check you forgetting your own name. And me, as usual, I'm also Justin Wanda.
And in studio with us, we have fact checker and spoken word artist extraordinaire from the Africa Uncensored fact checking desk, Felix Modhoka. I'll let you know why he's here in a bit. Salimia watu, Felix.
Hi, I'm Felix. I'm glad to be here.
Hi, my friend. For an artist, that's so it's so reserved.
Unamweka pressure, man.
Anafaanza na hello. Hizo za
Snap your fingers kusaidia.
Hizo vitu nilisahau. Anyway, we've got a great show today for you, packed one, and we deliberately did not have a guest today because this is a heavy week. And I think everybody's kind of contemplating what's been going on across the country from last week. Last week was a super heavy week. But this week is heavy for different reasons. This obviously is the anniversary week since the June 25th protests of 2024 that changed this country forever. Now, Africa Uncensored, I should say me as well, right? Yeah, we've been working on a documentary, a retrospective documentary on the June 2024 protests. What happened? What led to it? What was behind it? I believe, and I might be biased because I was producing this, that it is a bracing watch. It's really one of those things that you want as a page marker in understanding what happened, where we are, and perhaps where we're going. It's called Souls on Fire. Take a look at the trailer.
I, William Samoei Ruto. Hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla.
Matumaini ya kila mtu. That's the reason why we voted this government.
To keep on lying and lying.
You're being taxed everywhere. You're not being told where the money is gonna go.
I stand to support this Finance Bill 2024.
As members of that opinion say aye. So the ayes have it.
The day has come, my brothers.
Watch 'em. We gotta watch 'em. We gotta watch 'em. Si walisema mambo ya Rivayala waliwacha.
Conversation this crucial was hijacked by dangerous people.
But we cannot relax.
We gave you the best, somewhere to rest, but now you're moving against us. You're making a mess.
I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go.
Souls on Fire, behind the 2024 protests, premiering on the 25th of June, in just 2 days. And by the way, shouts out to Steph Capella, whose song we sampled, Erosopa, which was one of those songs that we listened to quite a bit in the aftermath of the protests from last year. And, you know, Justine, working on the documentary, working on the piece for the months that we've been working on it for has been, it's almost as if you're reliving some of those moments, but also like reflecting on the state of our country, right? And I was reminded of something that I believe it was Moloni Drama Queen who said in a was it you who said it? I can't remember whether it was you who reminded me of it, but she said in a TED talk that you only build what you love, right? And I really thought about that question, because right now, you know, if I was to pose that question to you and you were to look across the scope of what's happening in Kenya, what do you think that is being built, and the investment in it is one that's not just monetary or physical or mental, but it's also emotional in terms of love? What areas do you think that Kenyans are really investing their time, their effort, and their love in terms of perhaps a nation building project?
I think for us to go anywhere, we have to relook the soul of the nation. And I think that's the part that we need to piece together. What do we mean to each other? What does this country mean to us? What do we want our futures to look like? What do we want our now to look like? And I think the rebuilding process, rebuilding anything you love, you have to start with introspection. And I think that's what a lot of Kenyans are contending with. There's the bystander thing that people have done for a long time, or people have watched their parents do, or generations that came before. People are trying to shatter that image. A lot of people are questioning the points of prosperity that they had, if that was an illusion, or was it something that was actually worked on, or was it ever even fully addressed? So all those questions about who we are as people, for you to love yourself, you kind of have to be a little bit of a hater. You have to find that those points where you're like, hey, hapo nilibant. Like you actually have to introspect, and I think that's a contention that a lot of Kenyans are having. Maybe we are outrospecting first, because we have to get every single person who, or like every single parts of the institutions that have been shattered, and we have to rebuild from the ground up. Because again, if you're rebuilding what you love, you have to make the foundations strong. Yes.
Same question, Felix. If you look across Kenya, what do you think the investment of love is in our country right now? Like, which areas do you see that watu wanapenda hii nchi, or wanafanya kitu because they really like the country, or the thing that they're doing, what it's going to do for the country? Where do you think you see that?
I'd say sports. We have great sportsmen and sportswomen in the country, from athletics to rugby to now we're having the BAL conference now we're having in Rwanda, and we're having a lot of basketballers coming up and everything. So I think the sports are really showing us, because even if they go there with poor standards, not being given adequate things to be able to help them in their practice, they're still there showing up, making sure they win for Kenya, raising our flag high. I think the sports and men and women have really showed us how we can show out for us Kenyans to be able to be patriotic of our country also. And also touching on Justin's point on introspection and souls. And also to us, the reason introspection is also a big thing is because we are a reflection of all of us. So if something is also happening to us or society, we ought to hold the mirror and look also inside and see we are the product of this thing. No one else has come to manufacture this thing for us. We've done it for ourselves. So also introspection helps us to be able to get the necessary places, know where we can learn from our mistakes, and also help us to get forward, not to get behind in everything.
And interestingly enough, this moment that we're all living through right now is being pitched as some sort of do or die, be all, end all. And I don't think that's quite true. I think the day, June 25th, is obviously incredibly important to this country. It's as important, in my view, as our Independence Day. It's as important in that, because you know what an Independence Day is the confirmation that a social contract between the people who are being governed by and the government is signed upon, and it's one of consent, right? And I've seen people talk about the social contract between Kenya and Kenyans and its government, and their government being rewritten. Really, Joe Kobuthi who writes for The Elephant, had written something. And shout out Joe, it's a great article. He wrote it in 2023. And he says, Kenya on the cusp of great change. A fundamental contest between two orders is taking place in the country. Will Kenya's progressives seize a moment to catalyze a progressive vision for social, economic, and political change in society? And I guess the other question is, or will it just all go to shit, right? But we're in this really spectacularly important moment, and I feel as though especially those people who are online just hating on everybody else are doing a great disservice to themselves. And to the country itself, because this is the time when you really think about, okay, do I like how my country is being run? Do I like how my healthcare is being managed? Do I like how my taxes are being taken? Do I even like the quality of the leaders that represent me? And how do I get to that point when I see a vision for my country, the country of my dreams? This is that moment that we've been gifted, in a sense, by our younger generation from last year. And I just worry sometimes that we're going to waste it, right? We're going to waste it, or as happened last week, we're going to be threatened into a silence that then allows for this kind of elite consensus that has always run this country to continue. And this is a perfect way to segue into why you're here, Felix. So Felix was the Africa Uncensored reporter who was behind that really harrowing footage that we all saw last week, where a hawker, Boniface Mwaniki, just selling masks, was shot in the head by a policeman at point blank range. And obviously right now, Boniface is, if what I read is to be believed, is, essentially fighting for his life or on life support. And my, first of all, prayers and I don't say condolences, but best wishes go to his family. They're obviously in a tough situation. But let's backtrack a little bit. Felix, where were you at that very point? And what gave you the presence of mind to point your camera in that direction to capture what is perhaps one of the most heartbreaking pieces of footage that we've seen in this country this year?
So I also send my condolences and prayers to the family. But on that day, we were in Minty House. So in Minty House, we have there are roads that cross each other, Moi Avenue and Kenyatta Avenue. So at that roundabout, we had two groups. There was a group that was coming from this side, and there was a group that was coming from this side. The group that was coming from this side, which was a group of protesters, they were throwing stones. This other group, which was replying, was the police officers who were throwing the tear gas and stuff. So as people were approaching, now people started fighting from each other. So the road was we have 4 junctions. So when we were here, there's a road kidogo iko hapa katikati between these 2 roads here.
Yes.
So we were here at between these 2 roads. At Minty House, once you just see the building, and you'll see in the video Azuri restaurant. You can just see it from afar.
Yeah.
But that is the junction we were at.
So at Moi Avenue crossing towards Tomboya.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that a junction. So as we were filming, so the police were from this side.
Yeah.
They were throwing tear gas from protesters, and they were coming from all sides. So they were throwing first from this side and this side. Then the police group now they started from this side and this side, so that they can meet them here. So as they were coming from this side, now one of the trucks was parked almost here.
Yeah.
So when we was on this side, maybe I for a better view, maybe I wanted to see what was happening for that truck that was parked on there. So I crossed the road and came in between now the 2 lanes from this side and this side. So on that we were a lot of photographers and also journalists over there. So we were in a group of, we can put now maybe 8-10 people. Yeah, everyone had their cameras out. The police were trying to regroup now protesters from the other side. So there was also a guy who was on his knees in the same video. Way before, he was on his knees with his hands up. So as the protesters were pushing in front, as they saw the police started firing, now they ran.
Yeah.
At that corner, they ran back from where they were coming from. As they were now running from where they were coming from, that's where maybe the crowd dispersed. And then now it was a clear shot now of Boniface, and there was another mask seller who was before him.
Yeah.
In the video, you can see there were 2 people. So once everyone flee from the scene. So there were 2 people who remained there. And those, when the police officer was coming, they passed the first guy who was selling the mask. Was also like the mask seller with this guy. So they passed first the guy passed very nicely. So on the other side, they don't know what happened. They just like asked kama unafanya nini or something. Then suddenly, even without even
warning,
expecting, he did not even, like no one even expect that would even happen or something. Then he was so close, he would have done something, not even shoot. Yeah. So he just pushed him or something, then suddenly there was a shot. Yeah. And after he shot, he saw and then he walked away. Like angekuwa anataka kusaidia angesaidia, sorry. Aliona kenye amefanya, alafu akaanza kutembea kienda. So watu ndio wakaanza kusema people started screaming and then people started now raising their hands towards now the yeah. So when he was going back, now he's going back to the side of the truck that he was coming from.
Yeah.
So people now started telling like the other members from the truck, like, cease fire, something is happening here and everything. Very brave people were coming. I was like almost the first guys. We were there. So as I went there was a brave guy who like swung into action. Alikuwa amevaa kofia, akachukua kofia yake akaanza kumshikilia damu hivi. Alafu other people started coming. They started trying to stop the blood with a scarf. Then someone started performing some CPR. Yeah, you would see like the blood and you just see blood and the consequence maybe of the head or something, like just lying on the floor. Then it was like blood everywhere. People were just screaming. People were just coming to see, and then they go back. They wouldn't even believe like this was happening and everything. Then after some few minutes, I think after the person who was performing CPR, I don't know what happened or what determination they got into. Yeah. Suddenly now they stopped performing the CPR and some started carrying him around town. Now that's where maybe the photos of him being carried by the people now, protesters who was now carrying him and like, hey, now the police started. Now a large group of people now came. Now it was like involving almost everyone who was in town. Hata kama huko town to protest, like, hey, wameua mse aje. Now we started seeing like large crowds of people started gathering. Yeah, but it was a horrific experience to say the least. But a very experience that it would not have happened if someone else would have just buried someone. Hata angemuongelesha.
You know, the thing that I wondered when I saw that footage was, had it got to the point where the police needed to use live ammunition? Had it gotten to that point in the protest at all? Like, what was the provocation? Because a number of people who, when they saw the footage was ours, like DM'd me and were asking me, Kwani, what did this guy do? You know, what did he do to provoke that kind of behavior? And you know, it's kind of sad that you'd have to ask that, but I guess I understand where it's coming from because it seems so arbitrary. And so I wondered to myself whether it had reached, you know, there's points in a protest that reach almost fever pitch or like a climax where there's just, you know, like it's a head-on clash. But did it seem like that for you?
If I would even be the guy's lawyer, I would say, the guy, first, there were 2 policemen.
Yeah.
He's alone. 2, if he was even protesting or even causing the havoc that they were claiming to be, angepotea hata yeye. You cannot be there abusing someone, alafu akikuja hii side yako kukaribia, wewe unasimama hapo. It beats even the purpose. So, aliona he was peaceful, alafu alisonga kando. If you can see the video, amesonga kando. Yeah. Even there's a famous video of like him, when unaenda kupiga mtu kofi anajaribu kublock, there is a shot that you can see, like there's a picture of him like trying to block the knee on his face. And also he said even something, sorry to say, even something bad. Nataka umshoot, umetusiwa unasikia uchungu shoot. It does not make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So for you it didn't.
The pain, it's not, he did not even do anything. Like it was just.
It was unwarranted.
Yeah.
Maybe kwa bahati mbaya, huyo mwingine anasema ni bahati mbaya, but hiyo si bahati mbaya.
Justine, how did you absorb that moment?
I think one of the things that keeps standing out to me from all the footage that we see of police brutality, it's like they do not care and they do not feel like there's any consequences. It's almost like they have the right to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because where Boniface was standing, regardless of what he had done, what he had said, even if when people DM you and ask you what had he said, what had he done, that's trying to justify someone being harmed. That is still wrong.
True.
If there's any procedures of arrest, or like if someone is overstepping or they're doing something wrong, there should always be consequences that are guided by at least some kind of de-escalation tactic instead of shooting someone.
Yeah.
And this just speaks to, like when I saw that video, this just speaks to the level of violence that a lot of poor people experience, because I don't think there's any way for me to describe this outside of just like, this is hatred for a person who you believe their life is expendable.
It's worthless.
Yeah, that's how a lot of poor people are treated. We've seen it not just with Boniface. We saw it with the 19-year-old kid who was shot. Like, if you see the footage of the police officer, they just took out their gun, pointed it, and fired.
Yeah.
There was no, they were not in danger. They were not being provoked. They felt like in this moment they could shoot and there's no consequences, because he literally shot, got onto a boda and they rode off.
And you know the strange thing, again, in both protests, the protests were about an injustice that had happened to someone else.
Yes.
So in Boniface Moneki's case, you know, it was a protest about the murder of Albert Ojwang. I think we can now safely just establish that it was indeed murder, right? And then I'm just trying to find his name here. His name was Stephen Joshua Nderito.
Yes.
It was over the murder, the rape and murder of a young girl.
Yes.
And this is why the beauty of the moment also meets the brutality of our past, in that you can tell that Kenyans are more actively engaged with in talking about the welfare of their fellow Kenyan, right? And not just from a point of view of, oh, that's sad. Like, oh, it's sad, but we're actually on the streets demonstrating our anger or our sadness about it, and also trying to figure out ways to be able to help the situation, to bring attention to the question of femicide, to bring attention to the question of police brutality. And yet, then this new, I don't want to call it new, but this reawakened, you know, persona that we are seeing in Kenyans is being very, very like brutally fought by an older order. And this is why I think for me, in as much as these are sad moments, the thing that I'm trying to draw from it is that the silver lining that I'm trying to draw from it is that contest, we can all see that this is the contest between the old order, where there's elite consensus backed by the barrel of a gun within the police force, or violence that's paid for, because that's another thing that we ought to talk about, versus the idea that it is one Kenyan whose welfare, whose status doesn't matter as long as an injustice has been perpetrated against them. We shall all speak up for these people. So that for me is the beauty of this moment, in as much as there's been a lot of darkness in the week past.
And just to add to this, I think one of the things that I think a lot of Kenyans, or not even Kenyans, like a lot of people across the world are standing up to, is contending with the dismissal of life, and also what that means for generations for that family. Because I believe Boniface's dad is like, this is my child. The mom was on the cover, I think, of one of Nation, I think, just saying like they're killing our children. And this is a replicated scene so many different ways, but it's literally the exact same violence. And usually when you shoot someone who's out there trying to make a living, it's sending a message that poor people should just be on the lookout. You're in a war zone, not just economically or even spiritually, because like pastors are swindling people. You're also still in like the government will do everything to make sure that you actually do not leave. even if it means they have to kill you. And when you kill someone in a family, you're not just killing that person. You're killing the hopes and dreams that family had for that person. You're killing their financial contribution to the family.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, for instance, like what happened to Albert was literally a destruction of the hope that Albert's dad had. So it's not just the devaluation of someone's life through an injustice because of police brutality. It's an economic fight. It's a spiritual fight. It's all these different things encompassed into one. Like, the brutality doesn't just end because someone was shot. The brutality is generational.
It continues. It
Yeah.
continues. And I want to ask you a slightly off center question, Felix. I'm just going back to that, when I was a young reporter and the first time I saw violence at that level. It was bad. It was a similar situation, but it didn't wind up in a death, in a murder. How foundational do you think this is going to be, that experience is going to be for your career and how you view the country in which we live?
Actually, it really alters when you see things go ground na venye zinakuwa reported. Because one of the things first with the goons that people are talking about, the goons themselves were saying that people who sent them, after they are not being asked, they are volunteering the information and saying, we were sent by this person, and we are protecting the properties of this person and this person.
Tuseme, si walikuwa wanasema
Sakaja, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're like, wao wenyewe wanajisema, you're hiring people who don't have, sorry to say, enough intelligence to know that you don't have to say the person who sent you.
Yeah.
Two is also, it shows you a lot of impunity that happens, and in real life, it shows you how something serious can just be taken as jokes by other people on the internet. Someone else is just trying to ask questions at you. Guido was writing, I don't know what and what. You're like, what does it, do I really have to see? Is anything that I'm saying really true? So it really makes you question a lot of things, and you really want to fight for the government even more. Like you're like, you want to be a front row member and tell people, this is what is happening, guys. Mimi nawaambia ukweli. Whoever is telling you, whatever is telling you, is just swindling you guys.
You know what I'd want to tell you, something that I was never told when I was a young reporter covering crime and seeing some of these things, and dealing with just that internal dialogue that you have with yourself when you witness something so brutal and witness something so brutal repeatedly, is don't become jaded by the things that you see in the world. Don't become embittered by the kind of violence that you see, because I've been there, right? And I've seen similar things to you. I think use this moment to kind of, yes, shape the way you look at the world, but not to let that moment shape you, right? And I know it sounds weird and kind of silly for me to say this, but it's important for you to do that, because you will walk through so many more of these kinds of things throughout your career. And it's important to remember that these things might happen, but they're not happening to you. But they certainly are things that are opinion shaping and shaping of your worldview. Don't let it embitter you. I know so many journalists who have gone, off the rails because of the things that they've seen, and are unable to just come to grips with kind of the things that they've been able to report. And I understand where that comes from. I understand that deep, just reckoning with some of the things that are happening. So I guess one older head to a younger guy, just, I don't even know how to say it. Don't let this moment pass as one of those things that you just report, but at the same time, don't let it form who you are as a reporter. Don't let it embitter you and bring you to that level where you're just so embittered and so jaded by what happens that you're unable to see the beauty in the world. Yeah. So just my 2 cents. Just my 2 cents. I thought.
I can also add.
Yeah.
The death, when that guy, what happens in that scene?
Yeah.
It really made me ask myself questions like the next day, like, and huyu alienda job asubuhi jioni akurudi. Yeah, so like what is life? You get someone else can just decide. Yani wewe ni leo. Yani wewe, yani amekaa tu mahali decide. Yani wewe ni leo. It really makes yourself ask more questions like who's calling the shots? Am I really in charge of things? But it's all grace and also a learning experience.
True, learning experience, but I like what you said at the end there, just to keep on looking for the answers and keep on searching for the truth. That's I think, one of the better experiences that you can have from this. Justine, this week, as we had mentioned, I wouldn't lie. Like I told you offset, I'm really feeling the heaviness of this week. In as much as I told you not to feel I'm really feeling the heaviness of this week. And perhaps it's because I've been so like involved with producing the documentary that reliving some of the things that we saw, some of the things that we all witnessed as a country has made me just come to a reckoning of the heaviness, but also the significance of this moment. Because I don't want to look at it only as a moment where there was death and despondency, in as much as that was a very big part of what happened last year. But I really, as I'd mentioned, wanted to see both the death, the difficulty, and the many unanswered questions, and the things that we haven't been able to move forward on, but also see other parts of it. But we most certainly have to reckon with and remember that people died. Not just people died, people were killed. Right? We have about 62 names here of people who passed on, who were killed during the Gen Z protests. And we'd like to read out every one of those names. So Justine, I'll let you start.
Brian Lemayan Kasaine from Narok, Austin Makoha, Nakuru, Mike Kihunga Nyaguthi, Nakuru, Kelvin Madanga, Nakuru, Kennedy Onyango, he was 12 years old, Rongai, Anthony Kimeu, Rongai, Rex Kanyike Masai, he was shot in Nairobi. I'm going to try not to read all the cities, I'll read all their names. Matthew Njoroge, Kevin Mwawasi, Beasley Kogi, David Chege, Erickson Kialo Mutisia, Ibrahim Kamau Wanjiru. There's an unidentified young male adult. He was at City Mortuary. Eric Kanyoni Kieni, Evans Kiratu Karofia, Credo Oyaro, who was a Form 4 student at Kapsoya Secondary School, that's Eldoret. Caroline Shiramba, another unidentified young male in Kisii. Dennis Otieno Odwor, Emmanuel Giggs Tata, Joash Ombati, Kevin Ochieng, Anthony Masharia Mwangi. He was 17 years old. He was a Form 4 student at Isebania Boys High School. Denzel Omondi, Kennedy Odhiambo, Wilson Sitati, Kennedy Njeru, Duncan Onsongo, Chris Kitonga.
All right, so I'll read the next 30. Carlton Mwangi, Ernest Kanyi, Brian Kimathi, Bernard Kiplagat, Francis Kipkorir Sawe, Cholding Malang, David Shaban Baraza, Clinton Mwavali, Brian Ezra Odhiambo, Bernard Mungai Ndwati, Dennis Juma, Pantaleo Nakara, Braxton Omai Mogesi, Ben Scott Onyango, alias Benson Bithi Ouma, was killed in Kisumu. John Boydras, Timothy Mushui Kalwenya, Wycliffe Kane Mwende, Daniel Kakai was killed in Bungoma. Timothy Miheso, Charles Owino, Alex Muteti, Dennis Libanga, Shakil Obienge, Abdekadir Saadia, John Musili Mulwa, Regan Ouko, Ian Ochieng, Tilen Odhiambo, Isaac Njogona Mbogwa, Samuel Mutisia, and from this year, rather the past few weeks, Albert Ojwang and Stephen Joshua Nderito was killed this past weekend. May you all rest in peace. We remember you. We remember your lives. Our prayers go to your families and to everybody who loved you. Remember that there are many, many people who are thinking about you in this moment. And may God grant all of us the strength and the grace to continue on while honoring these young people who died, who gave their lives in a moment of great reckoning for this country. May you all rest in eternal peace. I can tell you that in my 20 or so years of being a journalist, I've never had to read a list that long of young people who were killed essentially by their government. And while we want to draw lessons from this moment, I hope one of the lessons is that we really should be ashamed. We really ought to be ashamed that it was our own countrymen who did this to young people.
And for nothing other than it's a bill. It was really just a bill. It's a piece of legislation, and I'll address this a little later. But I think one of the things that we forget, that in the midst of all this tragedy, there were still femicide cases that were completely dismissed, like the bodies of the women that were found in Kware. The investigation is incomplete.
The suspect is still at large.
Yes, and there's no consequences whatsoever.
You know, again, Justine, I'm really, really trying to pull for the positive here, but there's nothing that I can say that could misdirect, people's attention from this very cold, hard fact that there are people who are now dead because of this. What I'm hoping that people at home and people who are watching, wherever they're watching, remember is that this moment, as we started out by saying, this moment that we are all in as a country is really one that we shouldn't let pass, if only for the reason that there are people who we must memorialize at this time and going forward, if only because their lives mattered, their futures mattered, and they were in many ways you and me. They were no different from you and I. And that not just that this could happen to anybody, but that this should not happen in our country again. This is what I believe in our heart of hearts. Anyone who's a real believer in the promise of this country should be thinking about at this point in time. So I really hope and pray that the week that we are going through this week will not wind up in us reading more names. That, sorry, go ahead, yeah.
We're tired. Honestly, I think one of the most difficult things to go through again and again, and this is something I had brought up a few weeks earlier, a lot of the names that we are learning from Kenyans should be from things that they've achieved.
True.
Things that they've helped shape this country. And I know in a way, them being out there on the 25th of June, or anyone who's just out there trying to build this economy in any way, building something for their family, those people are important. The day-to-day people who the state deems invisible and expendable, those people are important. So we need to learn names of Kenyans not through tragedy. We don't need to learn any more names because a police officer felt they were insulted enough to shoot, or this person was someone they could dismiss enough to open fire and change the trajectory of their entire life or the entire life of their families
Yeah.
because they couldn't in that moment have good judgment or withhold themselves from meting out violence on people who literally are unarmed. So if we're really to reckon with this moment, it's not about telling police officers what to do. I think the Kenya police is literally a colonial institution. It still upholds the very, very things that has harmed generations of people. There's no reforming such an institution. Honestly, it should be abolished. They should build from the ground up any kind of policing features that are built in the community that protects people, that values people's lives first. Everything else after, arming people, shooting them down, hunting them from their homes. And even I believe this is someone who had tweeted that there's police officers in Nyanza who went to Alberto Juang's home and they brought rice and vegetables. And I'm like, I guess, but as an institution, that's also a form of terrorism because that very institution harmed this family in such a horrible way. And they still get to waltz in and commune with their family and be like, we're sorry. Or like the president's like, shikeni 2 million. It's still a devaluation of life even after the fact.
That's true.
Because the only thing that would make anyone believe that this regime, even in the slightest bit cares, is if there was justice for Albert. There was justice for all the 60 victims of police violence and all this violence we keep seeing that happened in 25th June in 2024 and even the days before that and every day after to the people who've been abducted. If that doesn't happen, every single act of, oh, we are sorry, this will never happen again, that's just more gaslighting and terrorism, and we can't live like that.
Speaking of which, there are people who are still missing. I just want to find the name of the young man who is still missing. Since June the 25th. Let's see, I've got it over here. His name is Peter Masharia, and he has been missing since June the 25th. KNH says that he was treated, discharged for gunshot wounds, but he hasn't been seen since, and his family is looking for them. So for anyone who is out there still looking for their family members, please try and raise it with the media that you trust, the people that you trust, to see whether there's members of the public who can also help in this search. Yes. And before I move to something else, a question that I wanted to ask, one of the things that I found that to have been, again, one of the positives to take from that week was how people used open source intelligence to search for the perpetrators of the crime that we saw unfold in front of all of us. That I think was really impressive, and a demonstration of just how when the public bands together to do something for the welfare of one person, it can really yield remarkable results because it brought real pressure to the police force. Yes. Remember, they had refused even to release the name.
Yes.
And I say this advisedly because there are circumstances where people who are innocent of crimes have their names put out there,
yes,
but and targeted. But this, you could see, was an incredibly determined and methodical search by a lot of people out there and deploying their skills to the greater good, which I thought was really something. But you raise something important when we're talking about justice for the victims, which is there was something that was broken last year. And there doesn't seem to have been like a real attempt to fix it. And it might not even be one thing. I think it's many things. But for the people who are sitting at home listening to us, or the people who are even just considering this question, Justine, how, if it were up to you, if you had a magic wand or you had the Bible and the sword, how do you rebuild trust? How do you rebuild trust between yourself as a representative of the government and the public? Because let's face it, the thing started initially as a finance bill. It has crystallized into this Ruto must go call.
Yes.
How do you rebuild trust?
But there's no rebuilding. I think because to rebuild, there would be a sense of goodwill or acknowledgement, at least from the part or the individuals who have committed all these different atrocities. Most of these people should be resigning and just walking straight to committee. Like the roads are open, we can get the keys for you. I think if there was enough of again, it just goes back to the word trust. If there was enough trust in the systems that are in place to be like, for this one, we're not letting it go. For this one, we're going to follow up till the end. Because we've seen what happened with Albert Ojwang's case last week, where IPOA interrogated Lagat, DIG Lagat, and then what ended up happening is the DCI then started investigating IPOA because they feel like they overstepped. And I'm like, what police centipede is that, where you actually, like, you're busy interrogating each other and investigating each other? It's very messed up.
The reference is crazy. The reference is crazy and disgusting, but very apt.
Yes.
Very apt.
Because we have to really understand, if you're to rebuild anything, if without any form of justice or even the semblance of it, we're not going anywhere. You've shattered it, and you're willing to burn every single bridge, even the ones that people who had thought they would be able to cross it with you are also now in the fire. Like, it's not a conversation about how do we regain trust. It's a conversation about how do we reshape institutions that were supposed to function in a certain way so that it actually shifts. Again, just to your point to the open source intelligence and how that worked, every single person used their skill set, right? But in its essence, that's a form of community policing. It was like making sure this particular perpetrator does not, you don't get to live freely. You don't get to enjoy the protection of the state, because we will find you. We believe we're a community enough to hold you accountable for your actions, even if they want to release your name, even if they want to protect you. You don't get to walk away from this one.
That's a really interesting and great way of looking at it, as community policing. That it happened online, that it happened in digital spaces, doesn't mean there is any less of the community stepping in to sanction a member of that community that has done wrong. I've got a couple of comments here. Ian Kemboi, I think in reference to Felix's experience of watching what happened to Boniface, says that was a harrowing ideal. Phantom, cheers for watching again, Phantom. He's becoming one of our day ones. What does it matter what he did? There's nothing that warranted the reaction from the police. He said he still thinks brutal violence will work on an awakened citizenry. Ian Kemboi comes back. May all their souls rest in peace. They will never be forgotten. Phantom again. And for Ichung'wah to come out and say they passed the bills people fought against and died for, the insensitivity we shall revisit. And Alvin Omondi says, very volatile times. They are indeed times that you'd rather not live through, but all change and all growth, I think, is painful. I just wish that it wasn't this painful. It wasn't this difficult. Speaking of pain and weird and strange times, like we're in the twilight zone. Last week, one of the things that we did see were goons marching, in step with and almost receiving instructions from members of the police force, and I remember there being attempts to tell us that those were our lying eyes and we shouldn't believe what it is that we saw. But it really was, again, and it's not the first time that we've seen goons deployed in this way. Last year it happened.
Yes.
But do you remember earlier in the year when the president was doing his whistle-stop tours across Kasarani, sijui where, Paka guys were like, now if the president is moving one way, just stay at home because there'll be goons in tow in your area. But it does raise a far deeper question. Not so much that the goons were used last week, which is something, unfortunately, that we've come to expect of this regime when it comes to protests, but the use of the goons itself and what it means. I know you've tried to dig into this because you saw Ronaldo Koth's tweet, but like, how does that, maybe his tweet and all of the things that you've seen with regard to the goons, inform your worldview about the use of young people in political times, in heated moments?
Before I answer the good question, let me ask you, have you, because like you have been doing this work for a long time, have you ever just seen just like such open disregard and, or like the guntivities, for lack of a better word, more well hidden, more, we have goons, but we have decorum?
So that's a really interesting question, and I think so goons as part of political action in this country is not a new thing. Way back in the 90s, we were first introduced to the question of goonery in the KANU Youth Wingers. When the KANU Youth Wingers became part of our political lexicon, right?
Stares directly into the State House camera.
And what they were effectively, aside from the ones who were at the top, but perhaps also including them, was a youth league for a political party. And most political parties across the world have youth leagues. But how this youth league was deployed was not as like a seedbed, right, for growing or nurturing new political leadership, even though that's what happened eventually.
Yeah.
It was a tool, it was a blunt instrument where the government could exercise monopoly of violence informally without the use of the police through an instrument called the youth wingers, right? In an organization that it could control. Now, here's where it starts to change. We start to hear now different politicians having their own jeshis.
Yes.
Beginning with, if memory serves, Jeshi la Gumo. Jeshi la Gumo was Fred Gumo's personal sort of like
goon
squad that would go and terrorize people, fight political opponents, etc. Moi allowed that, because Fred Gumo was an acolyte of Daniel Arap Moi. But alongside that, we would see different political parties, different people have, in a sense, like these small goons. Like the fight for the control of Ford Kenya in the 90s was also one in which you'd see a lot of goonery, right? Raila Odinga at that time was alipigwa in Thika Stadium, essentially by Kijana Wamalwa's supporters / goons, right? But then now you start to see the personalization of goonery around a political, figure becoming a staple. I think perhaps one of the more scary or more threatening ones that people were shocked by was when Uhuru Kenyatta rode into town accompanied by Maina Njenga and hundreds of members of the Mongiki squad, which for purposes of this conversation were goons, right? Because what were they trying to show? It wasn't just that Uhuru Kenyatta was powerful, but that he had a monopoly of violence. So that, keeps on evolving across the years, across the decades, into now what we have, where an MCA will have his own squad, a governor will have his own squad, possibly a president also has his own squad outside of formal state power and control of the monopoly of violence. But that is a recipe for chaos and disaster, because not only are you demonstrating a lack of trust in the formal instruments of or the formal organizations that are supposed to have a monopoly of violence, because they are supposedly, theoretically, trained on how to use those instruments that they have been given, but also follow a specific code. Now, you have today young men who are paid 100 bob, sometimes hata hawalipwi, wanalipiwa 250 bob ya kufika town, and then mkafanye what you're supposed to do, alafu murudi tutawasort, tutaonana mbele, right? As part of now the political lexicon. That is a dangerous place for a country to be, because at what point are you going to say that you have these people under control? You know the expression, the trick of riding a tiger isn't getting on, it's getting off. Right? And this is the tiger that these politicians have chosen to ride. Let us see what happens when they try to get off.
I love that you've given a little bit of the history of goons, because they've openly been used. And I think right now, the little bit of change is like people can't speak directly to the goons.
Yeah.
Like you don't just get to live in a corner and enjoy your goonery.
Your goonery and then
and go
be
home.
that guy who's just brooding and silent in the corner that nobody can approach.
Yes, because like again, you don't have a monopoly on violence. You have to always remember, if you are harming another person, that person can retaliate. And I know this can become a very volatile, toxic situation that spirals into something even bigger, more dangerous. But at its core, a lot of the goons we've seen openly walking around, yelling Sakaja's name, being so proud of, quote unquote, protecting the city while also stealing from regular Kenyans and grabbing things from shops, even cops grabbing laptops and telling them, oh, we didn't just steal them, we transferred them to Central Police Station. Who told you the laptops need to be transferred temporarily? Like return them to the shop. Yeah. So at its core, it's like a lot of the people we see as goons, and we kind of tend to forget to look at them as people who've been disenfranchised.
To humanize them.
Yes.
Yes.
You have to humanize and experience some time to understand. There are people who have given up on life and they think they enjoy goonery because it pays them money. Yes. But then there's a bunch of people who have literally been removed from a different future that they would have had. So a lot of circumstances, especially when you're dealing with people who have experienced very, very, very vicious levels of poverty, it's very, very dangerous for them to be in a situation where someone can manipulate them and promise them money.
Yeah.
Because that's, a lot of people are, and this is the discussion we were having a little earlier with Barack, our producer, where he was saying money is emotional. Money to this just little thing of violence that I can do. And they feel like they can get away with it. And they feel like, oh, if I get 2,000 here, or if I get, it's like money I would not have made any other way.
True.
So the experience of poverty actually reshapes how people look at what violence they're perpetrating, because they feel like they can earn money. The problem is, you guys are trusting people who don't even pay vendors. You're trusting people who are actually, they're stealing Kenyans' money. You think it's you who will be special. And also, like, if someone is giving you 50 bob, but promising you to give you 2,000, hiyo ni bet imeshachomeka. Like, you can't, I'll use like terms like a lot of people are, like, your bet imechomeka, because how are you trusting that your bet tender through?
Haiwezi.
Because you're betting on someone who's a liar. If they give you that 2,000 upfront, maybe I would understand. Like, you actually have incentive to be out there.
Yeah.
But if someone is giving you 50 bob, promising you 2,000 shillings, that's 2,050, where you only have the less of the equation at hand. So I think even if you don't know math, you unaweza fikiria tu vile unafanya betting. Why would you take 50 bob to get 2,000 later? It's not even a long-term investment. You might end up in hospital, you might end up dead. They might actually round you up and say you people are criminals, and then you might end up in jail.
Yep.
And I don't know how to convince everyday people who've been systematically disenfranchised with poverty how not to make those choices, but just don't make the easiest choice for someone who has power and can harm you.
You know, enough said. Enough said, because I don't even know what else there is to add. Perhaps with the exception of saying that it is, yes, about being disenfranchised to a certain level. It is about that. But as callous as this may seem, there's a choice.
It always is.
There always is a choice. And the choice that you're making could leave you dead.
Yes.
Right? You know, the choice that you're making is such an important choice you don't realize. And even though you seem to think that your life perhaps, you know, doesn't go beyond the 100 bob or the 200 bob, etc., that you get on a daily basis, there are people who value you.
Yes.
So I guess have some value for yourself.
Yes.
But it's a difficult thing to say, you know, when I sit here in my comfortable studio saying that, you know, you should have some value for yourself, when I don't know what living through something like that looks like. But at the end of the day, I think there still is a choice.
There's always a choice.
There's always a choice, man.
And I really wish, even if there's always a personal choice involved, I really wish more people were accorded better choices in general, so they'd never have to choose between their own lives and a 50 shilling note. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, we're at such an important stage in our political growth as a country, as a political journey, that all of us must be focused.
Yes.
Sahi ni wakati wa kufocus,
You
by
need
the way.
to lock it.
Lock the hell in right now, because if we don't, by the way, mambo inaenda segemnege, we don't even know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Speaking of the goons, Sakaja, Johnson Sakaja, the governor of Nairobi City County, has come out after, I think, a weekend of being blamed essentially for having financed and mobilized these young men to come and commit some goonery in the city, saying that it's not him, that it is political opponents that are trying to throw dirt on his name, and that he would never, never do something like that. Now, while I'm of the view that, you know, he also has his point of view, and he probably also has evidence to, you know, to possibly vindicate himself, I would ask, then why didn't you come out sooner and not only disown this being attached to your name, but come out and defend the city against this kind of activity?
Yeah.
You can't stay silent over an entire weekend only to come back and say, by this, mimi. You know, like the city, literally, people voted for you to become the governor of the city so that you could protect the city.
Yeah.
And what were people saying as they were passing the governor's office? Igwe, Sakaja, tunali that. Exactly.
That's literally your language.
So unless what you're trying to say is that those guys were told to say that when they were passing in front of, it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
My thing is that you had the opportunity all weekend to say something. You had the opportunity on the day when things were happening to come out and say that.
Yes,
right?
and even stop it, because you do actually run this county. You're not like some bystander. You're not literally being, like, people were like around your offices. And that's in the heart of the city.
If they were so endeared to him, there would have been no danger of him coming out to those steps there and saying, guys, what you're doing is wrong. Right? So some political maturity beyond denial of what has happened.
After the fact.
After the fact is really what we're looking for in leadership in this city.
Yeah.
And it's not enough to come out after the fact and say it. It's not enough to come out after the fact and deny it and make it look like it's some sort of political game when people's livelihoods have been affected.
Yes.
But then interestingly, you come out and deny and say that it's not you and da 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 da. But on the other side, politicians are all saying that, yeah, this is why we should not have protests, because there's supposedly goonery, right? When we can clearly see that these people have been deployed by someone. So Governor Sakaja, do better.
Sakaja,
right?
The vibe of the city is not gooding.
Yeah.
You have to get it together.
Yeah, for real. And look, we might come across as being highly critical of you, but this is an important issue.
Yeah. You and Nosiria should just like get together and like do something that is not like a promo for a club. You guys need to get it together. Like, it's literally such a...
Like,
there's another one.
Very important city. Like, stop it. You know,
it's such a mindfuck. Like, what are you doing? Honestly, and this is for that Mosiria person. Honestly, the city is flooding, and you're telling people should pick up after themselves and everything.
Yeah.
And there's just like one dustbin every 3 business streets. What are we supposed to do? And then you're telling us, like, I know you're in love with dustbins, but this city actually needs storm drainages. Like, we actually need to fix the things that are essentially the infrastructure. And if that can't be done, by the way, you can just say tumeshindwa. Like, we don't want to keep seeing you doing ads for dustbins like you're in paid partnership with trash. Like, you need to lock in and do your job. If you can't fix the infrastructure, please don't talk to us, because it's not going to work.
Umesema watu na trash wana collaborate Instagram, paid partnerships. Oh my God, Justine. I've just seen actually Ken Ochieng, He's a lawyer who was accosted and robbed, and he says that the police stood by. Now, again, Justine, I know it's an unfair situation to put you, but if this was Justine's city, how do you go about, again, because there are a lot of people who are wondering about this in view of what's going to happen on Wednesday. Like, how do you go about guaranteeing just regular folks like this and people who perhaps want to come out on Wednesday and exercise their rights, that this is not going to happen to you, it's not going to happen again? Like, beyond the guarantees, what kind of action do you think we ought to be thinking about to be able to do this?
I think it's actually very simple. Every single protest is supposed to disrupt. Protests are not about to be about people being comfortable and like, oh yeah, I can. Yeah, maybe some people will be able to do business, but if you remember the first protests that that happened, even on June 25th last year, people were walking. It was a procession of like, yeah, we're going to disrupt your business. It's going to be hard for people to come through to the shops. They have to walk around and walk in crowds and everything. But that's the purpose of the protest. Someone has to listen. It's a little bit of pressure here so that works. If you're really worried about the businesses, instead of police literally hounding protesters walking hand to hand in goons, they could land their shops.
Yeah, and protect the businesses.
Yes, if that's like such an important part of the economy, then you protect the things. Don't go into people's shops. Don't attack the business owners. Don't attack people. Let them line their shops, because during the anti-femicide march, I think it was in January.
In January, it was in January last year.
The procession literally went around the city. No business was disrupted. The police didn't beat anyone. And I'm like, okay, if you can do that, and maybe not even maybe, I'm sure there was a lot of processes that went through to talking to the law enforcement and making sure that no one is harmed, because we know how they are. So if that is possible, then why is it impossible for them to do the right thing again and again and again? It's a matter of choice. So if they are continually refusing to do this, it's not just a choice, but it's probably even an order. Something more insidious that we're not we can't see, but is actually there, that allows them to act with such impunity.
You know, I saw a police officer, a fairly senior police officer last week, and I'm sorry, I forgot his name, but I saw him issue a press statement, and he actually went in front of cameras and said, like, we are preparing to protect protesters next week. That somehow got lost in all of the news from some of the things that came out as the week progressed, including, which I think was being referenced here by Phantom, that statement by Kimani Ichung'wah that the things that people were fighting for were passed quietly, there was no protest, etc., etc. Essentially just like dismissing what happened yesterday, what happened last year, right? So I really hope that the police officer who was talking last week is going to back those words with the action of actually seeing the police, as you mentioned, protect protesters, protect whoever it is who wants to come out onto the street and demonstrate and exercise their rights. And I know that my rights stop where yours begin, etc., etc. But this is not something that we ought to be negotiating about. These are our rights to talk about some of the things that are happening in this country. And as we mentioned at the beginning of this show, this might as well have been, you know, as important a holiday or as important a date as, you know, Jamhuri, Madaraka Day, etc., because it is a renewal of the mind that seems to be taking place.
Never forget.
And yes, and not to forget. A couple of comments here. Two that I'm going to read. Eric Mugendi, shout out Eric. Some of the people involved in protests were identified as footballers whose prospects were dashed when the field they were playing were in. Let me see this again. So some of the people involved in the protests were identified as footballers whose prospects were dashed when the field where they play was grabbed. They were robbed of their future. Vicious cycle. I think, again, speaking to some of the more insidious impacts of corruption When, you know, in the 90s, we used to have all of these news articles where they would say, oh, this piece of land was grabbed by a private developer. And they never named the private developer.
Yes.
Like, that thing used to frustrate me to no end. Like, who is this private developer?
Yeah.
I remember there was a time, I think even Ridiculous started to mock the phrase by saying anybody mwenye kona kitambi anakaa mdosi ni private developer, right? But these things that we think have no victims, you will have victims in ways that we couldn't even imagine.
Yes.
Because you saw that ref.
Yes.
Right? Like that guy, I don't think in his wildest dreams imagined that he would be in a newspaper or online being outed because of the things that he did as a consequence of those things that happened to him much, much earlier. So Eric, very astute of you. Barak. No, he's responding to your comment. One dustbin every 3 business streets. Yeah, hey man, Justin, where you came up with that one? Ama ulikuwa na revise?
Mimi bedhe, hater at heart. Hii ni job bana.
Hey, speaking of haters and hate, our final topic of the day. You know, McKenna told me on Saturday, actually this is a good way to start. Like, if someone asks you, hey, what are you doing on Friday? By the way, tell them, sijui, because the way this week is looking, tukianzia na Wednesday. Alafu now with all of the things that are happening and have happened over the past week with Iran, Israel, and the United States, Friday is looking pretty far. It's looking far, like it's, you know, it could end before Friday, you know, because...
You think when the world ends, it'll write the end in the sky?
It
will be so fun if it's like just like a giant movie or something.
Or like it just needs to black like a cartoon.
Like a Looney Tunes.
I'm telling you, man, for real. Justine, anyway. So, look, lots of things happening on the international front.
Yes.
We spoke about, actually before we go to Iran, there's something that Ruto's senior economic advisor, we'll just touch on this briefly, Moses Kuria. He predicted that 2027 will mirror Kenya's historic 2002. It was a moment of broad political consensus that swept Mwai Kibaki to power. The soundbite that I heard where he was elucidating this point was that essentially it's a contest between people who are vengeful and let's burn this thing down, led by Rigathi Gachagua, and the rest of the country who are more moderate, etc., etc. I think that's a complete mischaracterization of what this movement is. Number one, because Rigathi Gachagua was not responsible for what happened last year. If anything, he was saying that it would not have happened if the NIS had done its job, right? Essentially saying that the political order would have been kept in place had the NIS done its job. So number one, perhaps because of the situation that we're in now, he sees an opportunity. But I think a lot of people, a good number of people, beyond the whole high cousins and, you know, and all of that, all of the memeable stuff that Rigathi is doing, kind of see through the game that he's playing. And number two, I felt like Moses Kuria was talking about broad political consensus from the point of view of there being another, you know, wazee wakae chini. Actually, that's what he said. And that, again, misses the point about this time that we're in. The entire point of why we are where we are today is because young people chose to speak up. Now, if you're saying, and maybe for argument's sake, if you're saying then that the people who eventually will rise to power are older, or that there'll be some sort of political consensus that comes up with a candidate, etc., that's fine. But you cannot put them in the center of the frame, ignoring that a new social contract essentially is being written. And it's being written at the behest of young people. So the moment is not a moment for elite consensus. Elite consensus might happen because of the moment that has preceded it, and possibly might not even happen in the way that he predicts. So for me, I had a problem with that kind of analysis, and I felt like it was, to use your words, manufacturing some sort of narrative to then now come out and say, okay, sawa, wazee wanakaa chini, so tutulie, kila mtu atulie. Ulionaje?
Honestly, I don't take anything that man says He's like, seriously, because he has had like those trajectories in their career where his like entire political life sparked through hate speech, and then he he almost lost a fight to a blanket, and then he came back, and then like he has like those political careers that you cannot trust because he's essentially never stood for anything. So whenever he stands out and he's like, what is happening is unfair, we should center sijui who, this is happening, old people come here, they talk. No one wants to talk to old people. Kenyans, like a lot of young Kenyans have run over just this year. People online have been running the foreign policy, calling out the PS, being like, you cannot be saying this about Sudan, and using a deepfake video. That is Kenyans doing foreign policy work for the PS himself and that entire institution. We've seen Kenyans say, you can't allow a Kenyan to be in Tanzania, be tortured, be sexually assaulted, and then when they come back to the country, you don't even say anything.
Say nothing.
You don't get to hold, Tanzania, the Tanzanian president is the love of our life, but we don't like the Kenyan people. You actually can't have a two-way about it in the diminishing of the lives of Kenyans. We've seen Kenyans talk about political issues, how to do civic engagement, how to publicly participate, and all these things have been people-centered. They have decentered the elite, the political class, and their shenanigans because they understand in this moment in time, we need to figure out how to talk to each other. We need to figure out how to talk about the country in a way that our interests are centered. And that's why I can't take this seriously, whether he sees it as a consensus, whether he sees like old people will be a nirvana of sorts. I am not going to engage with someone who does not even care to think that young Kenyans are the ones who have reshaped this entire moment. Whether he wants to be in a fight with Gachagua, bro, tafuteni ring, leave us out of it.
And then mkapigane.
We don't have time.
Look, I completely agree. And, you know, Moses Kuria is many things, right? As you've mentioned, and you've elucidated which ones, blankets included, right? But, and I'll say this for him, he's not a foolish man. He's not a stupid man at all, right? And, so, well, okay, this is my analysis of the man. I don't think that he's a foolish person. I don't. Now and again, he does say some things that can surprise you. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example. In 2019, 2020, was it? Or maybe 2021, he came out and apologized to Kenyans, saying effectively that Parliament had not done its oversight job, it had misled Kenyans, it had cheated them about the situation in debt. Now, whether he was saying that out of political convenience or not, credit to him that he said it. The problem that I have with a person who has occupied these positions for as long as he has, and then attempts to impose this view that the consensus that can only move this country forward is consensus between old people, is that he ignores so many things about this country and what it is today, right? Yes, capital is largely held by people who are older, right? But in a sense, youth, the energy of youth and the population, right, is a factor of production, economically speaking. We were just speaking in terms of hard economic terms. Secondly, young people constitute a majority in this country. There is no way that you can say that the conversation will be had only by a specific elite, wazee wakae chini, when it is young people who essentially are the engine for the success of this country. And the successes are many. The successes are legion, right? Third, this is not the time to, and people might fight me on this, but this is not the time to start pronouncing yourself about who is important and who isn't in a political discussion of the country, when we have not yet dealt with the many impacts of what happened last year, number one. And number two, when we're in such a deep hole, part of which his job is actually fixing, right? I feel like it was, kind of inappropriate to say so. However, this is a free country. He has his right to speak. And we give him that right to speak wherever it is that he's speaking. I just think that Kenyans are a lot wiser to what happens in this country now, especially with the manufacturing of narratives, e.g. tyranny of numbers, right? These are the sorts of things that start to get repeated, that then now people start to believe, hey, yenyewe actually is tyranny of numbers, and therefore my candidate cannot succeed, and therefore I must vote one way, otherwise nitaachwa na basi. Hautaachwa na kitu, right? Today, vote for
Utapanda to the wrong one.
Exactly, right? But vote for the thing that the person, vote for the interest that aligns most closely with what your own personal beliefs, interests are, and the prurient interest, obviously, for the public. So with that said, let's now move to more, existential issues, as I'd like to call them, with what's happening in the United States, with Israel and with Iran. Obviously, there's been quite a storm over the past couple of weeks over the, I don't want to call it argy-bargy now, because it's moved way past that into an actual hot war, in a sense, between Iran and Israel. Israel had threatened airstrikes. Iran had said we'll retaliate, but they were negotiating. Both between Israel, the United States, and Iran, with regard to its nuclear program, but also on other fronts with regard to a peaceful settlement of that conflict. Then the U.S. comes out and makes a strike, and Donald Trump copies the march. I don't know whether you clocked that. You remember that the march down the open doorways to the camera when Barack Obama announced that Osama bin Laden had been killed. It was really reminiscent of that, and I was like, this guy is really a showman. And he comes and announces that 3 sites have been hit. Iran is like, well, did you really hit them? And there's that controversy. But what it does thrust upon the world is the real possibility of many other countries being involved in a conflict that they had no part in starting or no interest in participating in, because Iran sits at a very strategic part of the world, which is the Strait of Hormuz. So the Strait of Hormuz, I think, and they're on the northern side of the Strait of Hormuz. It is a very narrow corridor through which 25% of all of the world's oil passes through. There has been some sort of approval that now is going to go through Parliament to block the Strait of Hormuz. And Trump, who didn't have to bomb Iran, then goes to China and says, China, help, talk to your buddy, and tell them not to close the Strait of Hormuz, knowing obviously what the impact of that would be, because there will be domestic consequences for the US over such a move that it didn't need to do, but it's causing an incredibly uncomfortable time for Donald Trump in the US. My thing is this, that we are contemplating the use of nuclear weapons in a conflict between two countries in 2025. How many years after 1945, after the dropping of bombs in Nagasaki and Hiroshima? That's 70, 80 years thereabouts, that we are contemplating that in this day and age. Tells us that, number one, the promise that the United Nations made when it was being formed, that we would never see this kind of conflict again, has been binned. That the international rules-based order is on its deathbed, if it's not already dead. If a president of a country can, in contravention of his own laws, proceed to bomb another country, again, in contravention of international law, and that there be no consequence purely because they are a powerful nation, tells you just how badly off we are. My question every time I think about this is, how do we walk back what has already happened? How do we unring this bell so that the worst, the people who have the worst excesses are not in the driving seat at this point in time? nitakuachia hiyo.
Yeah. Me nitaambia tu ombeni Mungu juu because honestly being governed by idiots, we've seen how being governed by idiots is dangerous to all of us.
Yeah.
Because they only put their own interests first. And I think at the heart of all this, at least for the West, there's a lot of war profiteering. Like that is at the centerhold of the imperialist wagon. Like they make so much money from war that they refuse to think about the welfare of their own citizens. They refuse to think about the welfare of the rest of the world. Just because you don't agree with how different people in different parts of the world live doesn't mean you're supposed to bomb them. Because you'll see a lot of the discussions around this, when people say you shouldn't bomb Iran, even if they have nuclear weapons, you were having trying to get agreements about the non-proliferation of
And they killed the chief negotiator from Iran.
Regardless of whatever discussion you want to have, you people do not want to. You don't want peace. You don't get to punch someone in the mouth first, and then you say, "Let's talk about peace." That you want a bar fight, and you want everyone else to get in on it and stop the bottles from hitting you. It's not fair. This is what I think. If you want to go to war, you don't get to trade the things that you're going to war for. You don't get to sell the guns. You don't get to sell the bombs. You just squabble up, like mwinge ring. If you're gonna fight the two of you, leave your citizens out of it. Because a lot of civilians, people want mundane lives. They like it's almost not about you, but because a country has to protect itself and make sure that their civilians get to live normal lives. Like you don't just get to start a war because you can. There has to be some kind of consequence that's immediate, and also your allies should be able to say, we're not going to put money behind a war.
Brilliant point, Justine, because in all of the wars that have been fought, at least in my lifetime, there's always been, especially those that are led by the United States, there's always been a coalition in a sense that has backed them. NATO has been deathly quiet on this issue, possibly also because of how Donald Trump walked out of every sort of like negotiation that they had over Ukraine and Russia. That's a completely different kettle of fish.
Do you think he's walking out, or do you think he's just like wandering off because he's tired and he can't listen anymore? I don't actually think a lot of people have the butt strength to sit through all those meetings. I doubt he has it. You've seen how his hair is. It's probably just loose and he feels like a light breeze in his brain. We don't know. I think for a lot of these world leaders, we like to think that they're smart and they're considering difficult choices, but some of it is just like it's pushed by agendas where they get to protect their own interests at the expense of a lot of people in the global south.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I think if you are looking for any sign of that, look at how much dissent that this move that the United States has made has generated at home, right? So I've seen Bernie Sanders obviously just completely criticize the war. I've seen Al Gore, who I haven't seen in years, essentially come out.
It was a myth.
Hey man, I thought it was a myth.
Who is just called Al Gore? Like it doesn't sound like a real name, honestly. I didn't know he was a real person. I know he's a real person, but like, so he does sound like.
It's like this thing that I saw on Obina's show, Matom Top Shot. Did you see that thing that was trending? Akia Mungu nitakutumia bana, jamani. Kuna chali mwingine, that guy is a storyteller. But anyway, I'll go Matom Top Shot, same was up.
And also I think like I'll go is like, I am Groot. You know, like that's, you know, like it's sounds like a Guardians of the Galaxy character. Like it's not a real person.
Oh my God, okay, Justine. Anyway, I'll go. The real person who was the vice president to Bill Clinton and lost very narrowly in a very heated contest election between him and George Bush, comes out and essentially says that, I think he was referencing some analysis that was done by philosophers, German philosophers who returned to Germany after the Second World War. And one of them was making an analysis of what happened in Germany. And one of the things that he said was that the distinction between what's true and what's not completely disappeared under the Nazi regime. And then he makes a very straight comparison between the moves that Donald Trump is making and the Nazi regime. That I thought was very heavy coming from a politician of his stature. Not that people haven't been saying this, but you can also tell some of the moves. And it was weird how, again, our PS for Foreign Affairs was like, yeah, you see the way foreign policy is being played, when the United States said that any visa applicants are going to have their social media sort of like crawl through. And you know, Korir Singh again was like, yes, you know, and I was like, why this tacit approval? You didn't need to say anything. And I'll end with this on this whole, you know, international affairs thing. There's an Australian guy who called into a show. I forget the name of the show. I'd put it on my Instagram, describing the experience that he had when he landed in the United States and was taken to a back room and told, give us your phone or get back on the plane. We want to go through your social media. And he gave them the phone. And then obviously they downloaded everything. They basically cloned his phone.
Yes.
And then started asking him questions about posts that he had made that were anti-Trump, that were pro-Palestinian, etc., etc., etc. Now I say this because those moves tend to, as we've seen with Korir Singh, you know, talking about how, you know, politics is being played or governance is being played in this day and age, those things tend to carry over into different countries. And those moves that are being made elsewhere, don't just watch them and think that it's happening there, it won't happen here. It likely will. Bring this home completely by saying that the conversation around how to manage social media is already one that is being had very, very seriously in this country. The NIS director, Nurdin Haji, was on a stage not too long ago with the Minister for Information, I believe, from Rwanda, talking about how we ought to manage our social media. That conversation has been had here. And you see, I think I've seen Atwoli, I've seen Samson Cherargei, all of the usual suspects talk about social media. But ask yourself, why social media and why now? Because in my view, for even with some of the bad stuff that happens on social media, it has become the new public square. Yeah. So I just thought I'd say that as we wind up, Justine. Let me just look at some of the comments, and then I'll give you time for your final thoughts. Let's see. Alvin Omondi, in response to your paid partnership comments, like paid partnership with trash is wild. And Explorer says, Justine, nobody wants to talk to old people, smiley face.
Yes.
And then and then Phantom says, I'm with Justine, Kuria is an idiot. Well,
shout out to idiots. Idiots are running the world right now, if you guys don't realize.
The views represented on this show are not the views of Africa Uncensored. Have you? This was just a comment that I was reading. Calvin Rock, hi cousin. Calvin Rock, obviously from our fact-checking desk and also from Africa Uncensored, ameenda kusoma kwa Germany. And he's like, I think the power and the potential that young people wield is grossly underutilized. It behooves, hey, Calvin, hey, dictionary nayo. It behooves us that that this power is harnessed in some way, then unleashed. A leader, maybe. I think he points at a really interesting conversation that is happening right now, which is we have done the protesting, there now needs to be organizing.
Yes.
That's a conversation I think that we should have on this show very soon. Phantom, final comment from you again. Maybe Mr. I have spoken to President Macron of France can tell us his position on the conflict. Hey, guys are finishing people. Hey, where? My guys, please. Yeah, can you finish them on your own time? Anyway, I'm joking. But thanks a lot for the comments and thanks a lot for your attention this week. Justine, your final thoughts.
Earlier, you brought out Kimani Ichung'wah's dismissal of his comments were essentially, we passed all the things that were in the Finance Bill 2024 quietly in 2024. No one was insulted. No, whatever the hell that Illuminati Oranges person said. Like, he said all that. And I want just to just point out the callousness of this administration again. These people think our lives are a joke. they actually do believe we do not get to say anything, because I saw a newspaper article by the Standard where MPs dismissed the proposals that were sent in via email
Spam.
as spam. So that's how they see us. And I remember a couple of weeks ago when Tom was on the show, shout out to Tom, wishing you a quick recovery. He has Homa. He wasn't able to join us today. Like Tom and I were discussing, and I remember XYZ had done were present for civic engagement, I think in Turkana. There was no translator. The people who were appointed by the president, the task force that went there to listen to their thoughts about gender-based violence and femicide, were all on their phones at some point. They were telling the constituents to hurry up, and a lot of them, they didn't even care to bring a translator with them to like help with everything. It's a lady, I think named Eunice, who helped translate. And I'm thinking, this is how the state sees us. It sees us as people who should be managed. It sees us people who should be told what to do, and not constituents of contributing, contributive and productive members of society. This country is run like a classroom, and they think they are prefects, and wakonyamaza hapo ama nikuandike nikuseme kwa president. That's literally what they think they're doing. And Kenyans are like, this is not a classroom. We're a country where people who have, we understand the constitution, we have read about our rights. Even if we read the constitution until page 3, we know we have rights. The opening of the constitution is a solid, you guys come out swinging. Like that's what that's what it sounds like to us. And even if people don't know everything, they're still trying to learn. And the old political class, the Ishongwas and the people in this administration keep thinking Kenyans do not have anything to say, because in their heads, Kenyans do not have the power. They have our taxpayer money and they think that's power, but they have to remember the free education and all the institutions that were functioning before they started shafted them led us to this moment. It means that people are not just learning to enrich themselves, they're learning again to figure out how to introspect and not to repeat these very mistakes in governance, in choice making, and also in just like the dreams of the future that they have. And honestly, whether you're a goon or you're a political person, or you're a person who thinks mimifying politicians and like kicking with them is a thing that will help you get to the next point of your life, all these people are in the same space. And all of you are standing in the way of what Kenya could be. And we're not going to keep engaging you with foolishness and begging you to listen to us. We are way past that point. What this dismissal means is like, we don't get to fight the same way anymore. We get to fight differently, we get to fight more smartly, and we get to engage with the things that we want to see addressed, and we're going to win. We're going to win probably faster than Musiri is going to get over the trash in this county. So yeah, we're here to stay, and we're going to make sure that the policies that we shape in the future do not dismiss people, do not prefect manage people, but actually align with what everyday Kenyans want.
Fantastic. And I want to end with a reflection on why it is that I chose to do a retrospective documentary on the Gen Z protest as opposed to an investigation, because there's many things, there's many lines of inquiry that we could have investigated, but I chose this route because I think investigative work is important for exposure, but the work of retrospectives is important for history. And this is an historic moment for our country. This isn't the sort of moment that you just reflect on as, oh, that's a mistake that happened. This has been nothing short of a sea change for the destiny of this country. And people who, even those people who deny it because they can see and feel the power of it. Now, I called the documentary Souls on Fire. Actually, it wasn't very imaginative of me because I had used that phrase before on for a lecture that I gave earlier on this year. And it's because, as you very rightly stated, we are in the midst of a battle for the soul of this country. And it's not just us. There are countries around the continent that are in the midst of this very fight. The Togolese right now are fighting very hard against the Nasibe regime. We've seen the same, and we're talking about this, if you go back to Fees Must Fall, then to end SARS, and to what happened in Mozambique, what's been happening in Uganda, what happened in the Nkurunziza government in 2016 in Burundi, what has happened in different parts of this country, the Frexit that happened in the Sahel and Western Africa that gave rise to leaders like Ibrahim Traore. We are seeing a sea change right now across the continent that is very difficult to ignore. So I thought, aside from encouraging people to watch the documentary, it comes out on the 25th, the anniversary of the protests. Just watch for our YouTube pages. You can subscribe and listen out for it there. I thought I'd end this episode with the last few sentences, if you will allow me, of the lecture. So this is what I said. Africa's youth have shattered the illusion that we're destined to serve under systems that were never built for us. They refuse to inherit broken institutions or accept dishonorable leadership. It's time for all of us to confront how power has shaped and misshaped our societies. In July 1990, Nelson Mandela didn't come to Kenya just to mourn Dedan Kimathi. He came to honor him, to remind us that the fight for dignity never ends. And I think this is important for people to think about. The 25th is not an end in itself. It is a page marker that marks, a milestone in a journey. The deaths of Nelson Mandela and Dedan Kimathi left wounds, but their spirits live on in this very moment, urging us to confront the worst of our nations and choose differently. Will we seize this moment or let it slip away? What will you do in the moment that you're living through? A good friend once told me that he seeks people who are not invested in Kenya's failure. I agree. What is happening now is not a breakdown. It is an investment in Kenya's success, led by its true owners, its people. Our constitution, which you very rightly referenced, demands nothing less. And it begins with these words. We, the people of Kenya, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creations, honoring those who heroically struggled to bring freedom and justice to our land, proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation, respectful of the environment, which is our heritage, and determined to sustain it for the benefit of future generations, committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation, recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law, exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance in our country, and having participated fully in the making of this constitution, adopt, enact, and give this constitution to ourselves and to our future generations. The constitution was born in the darkest night of our nation's soul. But darkness often signifies the approach of morning. The fight for Kenya and Africa's soul is far from over. But it's not the first time, but for the first time in a long time, we the people are reclaiming who we are. We now remember what it means to fight for a better future, and more importantly, we now know what it feels like to win. Thank you for watching The Big Picture this week. Have a safe week, and God bless Kenya. We'll see you next week.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa. So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
Hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla.
Matumaini ya kila mtu. That's the reason why we voted this government.
To keep on lying and lying. You're being taxed everywhere. You're not being told where the money is gonna go.
I stand to support this Finance Bill 2024.
As many of that opinion say aye. So the ayes have it.
The day has come, my brothers. Watch him. We gotta watch him. We gotta watch him. Si walisema mambo ya Rivayala waliwacha.
Conversation this crucial was hijacked by dangerous people.
But we cannot relax!
We gave you the best, somewhere to rest, but now you're moving against us. You're making a mess.
I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go.
We start with breaking news out of Nairobi, Kenya, where ongoing protests have now inflamed further.
The Bible says that you leave a portion for your generation and your generation's generation. Previous generations have stolen everything. Them they are fighting for their inheritance.
We're being taxed everywhere, but the thing is, we're not being told where the money is gonna go.
We are following breaking news out of Kenya. A demonstration by people angry over planned tax hikes has turned deadly.
It is very painful for Kenya that a conversation this crucial was hijacked by dangerous people.
There's a moral clarity that these young people have brought that was not there.
Sometimes you think that a bushfire is just a bushfire that have now culminated to this.
The day has come, my brothers. The revolution will be on TikTok. Came as a guest, we gave you the best, somewhere to rest, but now you're moving against us. You're making a mess. You Gotta address this mess in front of the press. Ni wapi ulipeleka pesa? We did the inspection. We seen you got a collection. We seen you building a mansion 2 months after the election. Whoa, you doubled your net worth. You must have been doing your best work. Got billionaires in your network and the youth can't even get work. We gotta watch you. We gotta watch you. We gotta watch you. We gotta watch you. Si walisema mambo ya Rivayala waliwacha. Hesabu wangapi wajapatikana tangu walinaswa.
That day, nilipata shule, but when I saw the news, like my fellow young Kenyans of that street, so yakani motivate kabisa, like I have to join them. But then nilikuwa mbele by the way, because like me ni mtu mwenye napenda kuonyesha leadership, so nilikuwa among the first people. Hapa up front natupiwa maji, sikuwa na give up tu, yani ndio tukasukuma hawa maskari hapo, tukasukuma karibu hapo na parliament hapo hivyo. Ndio nikasikia ati wanatumia live bullets. My bro akapiga tena, akanambia wako nini Basilica, that church. Akanambia siji wametupiwa pale tear gas, hawezi toka, so like wamejificha hapo ndani. Nikamwambia mimi niko sawa na niko hapa tukapa around parliament. So that moment ndio you can trigger too, like I was turning back venye bro aliniambia. So kuturn hivi back ndio nilifeel tu vibration kwa mwili yangu. So I feel like it's over. Let me just die.
How do you tell a story that's too late to be news, but too soon to be history?
I'm here to address you. You must go. Pluto must go.
This seething anger stemmed from a government attempt to raise taxes on lots of things, from cars to sanitary pads, smartphones, and staples. But this wasn't just about money. It wasn't even really about politics. It was about desperation.
Down, down, finance bill. Down, down, finance bill. Down, down, finance bill. When we lose our fear, they lose their power. When we lose our fear, they lose their power. When we lose our fear, they lose their power. When we lose our...
Some misreading of really the temperatures, the way they're rising, and the frustration and the pain that people are experiencing every day.
For you, was it the finance bill or was it other reasons?
At first, it was the finance bill and other things. Yeah, like being jobless for 5 good years. Mom ana kazi, like anafanya tu casual works tu, yani hiyo kufulia watu hivyo, kupikia watu kwa catering. Alikuwa anafanya hospitali, kuosha vyoo hivyo za hospitali hivyo. so to feed us, you know. So ndo nilifikiria hivyo, like I have to change this, and I am a nutritionist. I was a bodybuilder.
I mean, we got to be excited about the future. We got to do things that make us want to live.
I went kwa streets for myself, but pia for other Kenyans wenye hawaku make it kwenda kwa streets. And that bullet changed my life. Ndo mimi.
Hiyo ndio wewe.
I'm a writer and a researcher with a big focus on economics and labor issues, but generally a lot of public interest research dimensions. I went to the streets on two accounts. One as a protest, of course, but also on the other side as a researcher, you know, observing, seeing what are you seeing on the streets, who's out there, how are they engaging. And from the outset, there were clear differences from some of the previous, should I say, protests.
I don't want to be taxed like that. I don't want to be taxed like that. We won't allow your bullshit. This is bullshit.
If you could think back to one of those news events or one of those things that just pricked the national conscience prior to the Gen Z movement, that then showed us that perhaps there's something happening here, maybe in terms of the brazenness of those articulating issues, etc. Prior to this, what would it be, and why do you think that was such an important moment?
I think there are a number of dynamics to it. I would wager two. One is what Mercy Tarus did when she stood up on that whole education scandal down in Eldoret. And in a sense, for a number of reasons. One is that labor immigration has been a thing in the country. So there was quite a clear focus on there. Two, there was, in a sense, opportunity.
First of all, umetuita meeting sisi na wazazi wetu. I sat in that hall waiting for these guys to come. They arrived a few minutes to 1. And then now they are telling us, simameni for the national anthem. The people are so mad. We sat. I think that's where it started. All of this, I think that's where it started. I've never in my entire life sat down during the national anthem singing or playing.
I may seem very foolish in front of you considering I am very young. Mumetuita meeting sisi na wazazi wetu. Wengine wako na depression. Guga hajakula kitu tangu asubuhi. Mr. Chelili, nilisoma na watoto wako 3. Nataka nikuulize swali moja. Unajua dawa ya depression? Ukaambia wa parents. Parents, si hao watoto wote ni wetu. Si wote ni wetu. Ako wapi mtoto wa Barorota hapa asimame?
And so I could see that they didn't want to answer if I was asking for chorus answer. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to ask you personally. So that if you decide you're not going to answer, every parent here will know you have decided you're not answering. I'm like, I'm a teacher. We are going to do this for even if it takes 10 minutes, you will answer me.
Now you have decided we are going to personalize things. Mr. Baroro, tunajua dawa ya depression. Do you know any antidepressant of your mind? Any antidepressant? No. Mr. Amandago, any antidepressant? Do you know any antidepressant? No. Very good. Kuna students hapa wako on antidepressants.
Nilimaliza shule 2021. I graduated from Kabarak University. Your daughter graduated from Riara University. Probably it does not even move you. I congratulated her, nikamwambia, hey, you finished bana, congratulations. So what is next? Akaniambia she doesn't know, she's going to tell me. That is, after that we didn't talk. Now, you have given her a head start of some months. We don't know whether you sold land, whether you secured a loan, whether you sold your house. You have given your children head starts. Jana na juzi, nilikuwa Marura. I was selling cups of porridge and uji. I am a graduate. I was supposed to go to Canada.
How much did you personally pay?
982,000.
Where did you get them?
My parents, basically. Yeah. Those were great people. I cannot start to emphasize how supportive they have been, are continuing to be. Yeah, so they basically funded, got loans, paid, and then we had to wait. Oh, so it was 982, which I paid directly to that account, and then 36,000 for medicals, because I went for medicals at IOM. Yeah. And then, of course, transport back and forth from Eldoret to Nairobi, accommodation, all of that. Eventually, it's $1 million plus.
How did your parents feel when they discovered that this was a scam?
Disappointed, angry. I think it makes everyone angry to see someone trying to play with your intelligence. You are not stupid. And the fact that they thought they could get away with it. And to think it's also it's my future, so it's their child's future. It's years from now. It's not only a problem that will now be for only 1 year. It is now going to have a ripple effect.
And one of the things at that particular point was the president, especially, and the cohorts around him, had kept talking about, I'm looking for jobs for you abroad, I'm looking for opportunities abroad, I'm looking for this abroad. And then the one thing you've sold as a solution to these young people is the same one that ends up marred by a scandal, and then right at the president's backyard, politically speaking, And then that happening, then you have this young lady right on camera standing up to the leaders and quite articulate in terms of how she framed it.
You are very mean with the truth. Very mean. You will lie to us day in, day out. You are very mean with the truth. You keep lying, you smile at us with a very smooth tongue and very soft face that looks like it is very innocent.
It's been a year, and we're in the midst of what was branded as initially a Gen Z protest, a youth-led protest, about issues that you had raised in one way or another. Are you able to draw a line between your own standing up and speaking and what we witnessed today? In your mind, is there any connection between the two?
I think there's a connection. It's just, it could be from very far away, but it is there. During that time, during that period, I was going through the files of what did I say, and I just noticed there's a file on KTN. And before maandamano, we did a presser. Then they said, Masi, kuja ongea. That time I was so angry. We were marching towards EACC because these guys, they have done nothing. So tulikuwa tunaenda EACC. Wakaniambia, Masi, kuja ongea. So I went. And I said, I addressed the president. Na nikamwambia Uasin Gishu is burning. Exactly that. And then I changed it to Kiswahili. Nikamwambia Uasin Gishu inaungua. Come and help us. Did he listen? No. And so sometimes you think that a bushfire is just a bushfire and it's going to end. It's not. The frustrations keep building. It was not only Uasin Gishu that was burning.
We are what you would call a protest society. Yeah. In this country, every single day there's a protest somewhere. You watch the news roundup in any of the mainstream media, and there's always some random road blocked in Lodwar, some chief's camp, there's agitation somewhere in Marsabit, there's people picketing somewhere in Kisii. In essence, we are a protest society. The issues are always ranked local in their focus, low in terms of national priority. But when you put them together broadly, you can tell that, in essence, protest is a daily feature in this country. We have been on this beat for a while, and there's actual data to show that from around 2022, the graph in terms of the frequency of protests has been going up, and it's not relented up to now.
June was an extremely important, impactful, and interesting month. Kenyans are unhappy with X. They are going out onto the streets to fight for their rights.
Sasa juu hamtaki hizi taxes, mnadhani pesa ya infrastructure itatoka wapi? We are not satisfied with those little clauses that you have removed. We are rejecting the entire bill.
There's a lot of articulation going on Twitter. There's a lot of mobilization going on TikTok. And Hanifa became the embodiment of that in terms of how she raised resources to help those who were injured, in terms of how she articulated why people are going to the streets. She had a better sense of why people are out there than a lot of the people who joined in. And she had been at this beat for a while.
Everyone just wants peace.
So what's the plan today?
Yeah, I'm going to the streets today. I'm going to demand justice for every one of us that was killed. My name is Hanifa Adan Safia. I'm 28 years old. I'm old, yeah.
Where were you born?
I was born and raised in Korokocho slums, yeah, hence the resilience. Growing up, seeing such inequalities, seeing such, injustices around you, I don't know, it molds you differently. You used to have a siwa. There was a raw siwa running across the road, and opposite it was a school. So that siwa was there ever since I was young. I took pictures of that place and posted them online on Twitter, tagging Sakaja and telling them, this is something that has been here for 30 years. So why has it not been solved and stuff? So we went back and forth with Sakaja until that place was perfectly fixed. That was the first thing I fixed, or we fixed, I'd say, so because so many people supported this. Okay, in all the years of me being a community volunteer, nothing has ever worked on ground. I've lobbied, a lot, not the chief, not the MCAs. That is why anything that happens and anything I can help anyone with get justice, I do it online. Anything that requires social justice is very personal to me because I know the system is rotten right from the bottom. I'm genuinely really proud of this. Whatever this is, I am extremely, extremely proud of it. I have never seen anything like this, but these are things I used to dream of. Of course, minus the killing, of course, minus the police brutality, yes, but everything else, the awakening. Everyone nowadays, is so informed, so awake. I genuinely love that for this country, and the fact that it's, the young people spearheading this. I'm so glad it's us, the young people.
Today, young, new, energetic, peaceful, unarmed and resilient protesters converted online rage to boots on the ground in day-long demonstrations against the Finance Bill 2024.
With an ever-ballooning public wage bill coupled with mega projects to finance, it has increasingly become a daunting task for Kenya's Treasury Cabinet Secretary, Henry Rotich, to juggle the basket of fast-rising expectations.
I want to offer my unqualified apology to the people of this nation, because as the people they trusted on the ballot, we have failed them by selling them rice.
The government is in debt.
We broke.
We broke.
A village boy has become the president of Kenya. I assume as president of Kenya.
Hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla.
Tumpongeze kwa makofi.
What is your plan to ensure you get us out of this public debt crisis?
One bullet. We collect every collectible revenue.
Tell me a little bit about your brother, Francis.
My brother ni kijana hardworking. After kumaliza shule, alimaliza polytechnic, but sio yule mtu alikaa nyumbani sana juu there is no employment. So alienda kuhustle, anaenda town, anapata kibarua kidogo kidogo. So he was that kind of a person who was very hardworking na alikuwa ni mtu wa watu sana. Even if you ask the whole village, watu wote walikuwa wanamjua kama mtu mcheshe, mchapakazi, na ni mtu wa watu. Unajua this is Kapseret constituency, tumekuwa upande wa the party that is ruling now, UDA. So yeye alikuwa one of the mobilizers huko wa kumake sure kwamba wamevotia UDA. So he was among those who are mobilizing for the winning team. So ni kijana hata wanasiasa wengi wamekuwa wakimjua. At some point ukiingia hata social media yake utaona alikuwa na Ketera at some time back. Ukiona pia ni mtu mwenye inasmaja saa kuwa anaonyesha sana na anapenda siasa, but he was one of the mobilizers wa vijana katika area.
Mr. President, please repeat after me. I, William Samoei Ruto.
Matumaini ya kila mtu kulingana na venye this regime ilikuwa imepromise watu. Kama ulikuwa unasikia, one of them ilikuwa ni employment kwa vijana, and that's chenye ilifanya watu wengi wakavote. Hata yeye alikuwa na matumaini kwamba if this government ikiingia na yeye atapata a piece of cake, at least aweze kujikimu kimaisha. And then the unfortunate happened. Serikali imeingia, tumepanga, kazi ziko, and then mambo imebadilika. Kila mtu anajua mambo imebadilika. Promises yenye tulipewa imekuwa opposite. Utapata rais leo anasema kwamba tumeajiri vijana, lakini hakuna kijana hata katika hii area hata mmoja ameajiriwa. Utapata rais anasema serikali maybe haina pesa, lakini utapata every week wanaenda kwa makanisa wakipeana pesa, wakifanya nini. A lot of empty promises, and we all know.
200,000 shillings. Senator Mandako moja, mbili, 150,000 kwa Senator.
Yeah, I call it a political liturgy. It's meant to reinforce this distance that we are the political class, we are the elites, you are the masses, and this distance will always be there. But then there is a way that the political class use social media in the country that takes that away. You know, it's they'll be there bragging about, you know, all this stuff they bought online or they bought abroad, and in a sense, politicians in this country, I mean, politics is partly theater, but our local politicians, especially the young ones, don't know how far to take it. You know, and in a sense, they began in many ways to want to replicate the life of celebrity.
Most expensive watch you have, which I bought with my own money? Yes. It's about 900,000 or something watch, yeah.
You know that the Kenyan public is suffering, so why are politicians flaunting their wealth and the wasteful use of public resources? By the way, very nice red bottom shoes.
What was he doing at the time that these protests started? Alikuwa amepata kazi ama ilikuwa bado ni kwa hustle?
Alikuwa bado tu ana hustle, ana kazi yoyote ile ya kudumu, ni hii tu kibarua ndogo ndogo. Mara za zingine aende mjengo ajitafutie, mara za zingine mtu amemwandika kidogo. Hiyo ndio kazi amekuwa akifanya before this protest, but hakuwa amepata ile kazi ya kudumu.
Alikuwa
amesoma? Alisoma Eldoret Polytechnic, alisoma course ya agriculture.
Aina noma na namna, seme boro hai na mana. Achia noma Maulana, life kwenye streets takiumana. Kuna siku youth wataungana, kuna siku youth wataungana. Aina noma na namna, kabina la kabina.
Kenyan government's budget plan for the next year has been proposed through the Finance Bill 2024. This bill raises controversy as it introduces several new taxes.
The mobilization was bigger in terms of in the TikTok platform rather. There is a sense in which TikTok interactions within that platform provided for a better element of interactions. One, because there's a bit of a hierarchy element on Twitter that is not there on TikTok. So it's easier to build that kind of peer-to-peer bond in a way that you're able to take these particular issues, articulate them.
Apart mjui tuko deep in debt that we must pay. Koso. Listen, sisi wajinga, we understand the debt crisis and we understand the importance of taxes.
First and foremost, when it comes to the issue of bread and butter, it united many people. We have had to make very painful decisions as a government to transform this country. That I can tell you. And there was bound to be consequences.
Cheki fala mekam na mezubana na cheki ati Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja cheki fala mekam na mezubana na cheki ati Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja Subaru Mambaru mekam na kinini kidudu kam na kinini kibudu. My God, this is what we want. Na mimi You are doing away with the finance bill. If this is the language you can hear, that's the language you are going to talk.
The tear gas was used much earlier that day, at the beginning of the protests, even before the numbers swelled.
Yes, because it is used to disperse people, whether they are few or more. And they still were there. They were even using mineral water to wash their faces and to continue protesting and using iPhones to take their photos. In fact, some people were coming to dance at the protest to create content because they were coming for the publicity. And because everyone now wants to shine, you just need a phone and then you can create content and you can have followers. That in itself, it was a motivation, I can say, because there's something I've observed. If somebody is talking about something, and then the camera is zoomed to them, they become even more wild because they are not now addressing the people there, they are speaking to the gallery. There is that effect as well.
I want to just ask a question about something you just said, that the protesters were using mineral water to wipe.
Yes, and Ubers to come to town. Yes.
Why is that such a big concern?
Because they were not the usual protesters.
Who is the usual?
The usual, most of the time, usually come from the informal settlements. Are we together? But this because it was affecting the moneyed, people with jobs because of the pay slip. You get the point? People going to school, people who are looking for jobs.
Shouldn't that make them more legitimate in terms of their protests? That they've gone through the finance bill, they're interacting with the issue, they're going to the street and risking their safety and the lines that they don't usually cross. Why did that become such a big talking point for them?
First and foremost, I think any protester protesting about their rights is legitimate because the Constitution so provides, even if we may not agree with whatever they're doing. But of course, it's just like to say we were dealing with a different kind of people and who therefore needed to be dealt with in a different way. You understand? Because if it has always been like this, and that is why we even called for the national dialogue. The president himself called for the national dialogue, but then what happened? The people said they were leaderless, tribeless, and therefore formless. So they became amorphous. How would you have engaged those kind of people?
What's interesting about that is there are instances recorded where the provocation started from the law enforcement side. In a sense, by chanting, we are peaceful, we saw that on Kimathi Street, we saw that on the other side on Kenyatta Avenue. There was, in a sense, a seeking of commonality with the police, at least initially before the whole Rex Minor and then things went south. You could tell citizens were trying to find a space where they're telling the law enforcement, we're also out in the streets for you. Our grievances are your grievances.
We are going to make you the first and only one-term president of the Republic of Kenya.
The latest casualty in a series of arrests of those suspected to be at the forefront of protest against the Finance Bill 2024.
In hindsight, I was an activist in making, but on June 16th, not 18th, 18th was day one of the protest, 16th, 2 days earlier, 16th and 17th, I officially became an activist. Let's go and print posters to tell people to occupy parliament. Basically, I honestly thought I would turn up in town with 100 people. So let's go and print out and hand out these posters. At least we do something for this country.
After the interview, after you decided to become an activist, were there any threats, any threatening behavior directed towards you?
No. You see, one thing number one, what I did, my friends actually told me, by the way, you're becoming too public, so don't go home. So I didn't go home for those days. I was staying at a friend's place. There were no direct threats. There were no, apart from Twitter, of course. Twitter people are trolls, but there were no direct threats. I didn't feel threatened at any one point. However, I'm a very pragmatic person. I think very logically. I knew that based on what I've done for the last 1 week, I'm going to get arrested soon. I knew this, but arrested, not abducted. We knew there was another protest next week, so we were planning for it. I was actively planning for it. So I'm coordinating contributions with people on Twitter. I'm coordinating who's going to do what, who's going to print T-shirts, who's going to do this. So I have a group, a communications group that we are coordinating this, right? And then come Sunday, we are going to meet at a certain restaurant in Lavington, somewhere near here. We are going to meet here. Now, there is this lady I've met about a month ago. Now we are very close friends. She was part of that. She was helping me, with coordination. We were going to meet at that restaurant to finalize plans for Tuesday, for 25th, the next, which actually turned out to become the biggest protest. So we were sitting down to coordinate efforts for that. However, due to circumstances, traffic, somebody got sick, they didn't make it to where we were coming. Only one dude made it. So we sat down together, we had a beer, he had tea, just sat there. And that's when I noticed, for the very first time, a car was trailing me. I'm like, what? So I'm like, in my head, they're coming. So I knew this, but I thought they were cops. See, a car was trailing me, then disappeared. I go to my local bar in where I stay, where I was abducted from, South B. I go to my local bar, got there around 5 or 6. So, went, sat down. Everybody knows my local bar. I normally sit in one corner with my notebook, just writing things, have a few beers. I don't talk to people a lot, I just say hi. I'm an extrovert who keeps to himself, if that makes sense. So did that. Around 8, I decided let's go home. So I walk out. Walk out of the bar, walk down the stairs, and then right after the stairs like this, in the parking lot, there was a Prado parked on the very first spot. There are cars on the parking lot, I don't care about them. So I went to open my car. And then I saw a drunkard sleeping in front of my car so the cars are facing this way, sleeping across like this. So in my head, I stood there for a few seconds. If you look at that video, I stood there for a few seconds. In my head, I'm asking myself, this bar, we've never had drunkards who drink this kind of, to come and sleep on the ground. So I was like, hey, no, Mlevi, what's wrong with him? I'm thinking to myself, Mlevi stood up, wearing a bulletproof vest. So it hit me immediately. As in, it took me 1 second to click, shit, they've come for me. So I turned to run. Another person appeared, and another one. Then I was bundled up, I was put inside the car. At that point, I didn't even know it was a Prado. I was put in the back seat, right, in the middle. There's somebody here, there's somebody here, there's somebody in front, there's a driver, right? And then my head was simply held down like this, and something was put over my head, right? And then was I handcuffed? Yes, then handcuffed. And then my pockets were ransacked immediately. Nobody said even one word to me. I just held my head down, and the car started driving, right? Now, like I told you, I talk too much, so I started talking. I spoke for the whole time, nobody replied. We drove for about 45 minutes, right? You could tell we were driving 45 minutes. And then I was removed. I got to a place. So we drove, stopping, reversing, stopping, going. We got to a place, I was told to get out of the car. So I get out. I could hear a gate being opened, and then somebody hit me. Like it's those things of, wait. Then he had the police accent. You know the police accent? I was like, maybe they are cops. So maybe I'm in a police station. But I'm still hooded, and I can hear dogs. Then I walked for a minute. Somebody's now holding me, just directing me. So I directed, I had a door being open. I was like, yeah, this is a police station. It's just, when you go to a police station, it's those, like, this is not a police station. Doors were open. And then we walked into a house. It was blaring Classic 105. That is a very important bit. That goes scale point. Classic 105. It was blaring Classic 105. And the volume, I had the volume reduced into low volume. I was walked, I had doors being open. Now, at this point, I'm with only one person, yeah? Until somebody tells me, Simama, I stand. Him now, the person who's directing me. Bushika chini, I touched the floor like this. There was a mattress on the floor, right? I was like, oh, wait, just before you got into that, he told me of course, they took off my shoes and my belt. They had already taken the phone. I had nothing else on me. Oh, in a notebook. I had a blue notebook. They took that. Tell me, sit down, touch the floor, there's a mattress. Listen to this. And then, see, I'm still blindfolded. I'm still hooded. At some point, they have removed the hood and they have nimefungwa na kitamba leso kitamba yenye iko, it's wet. Something like this. haya kaa chini na magoti. So I sat down and then told me hapana, simama. So I stand up. Listen to this. Guza ukuta, inua, as in weka mkono mbele, guza juu. I touch like this. What do you feel? Akaniambia unasikia nini hapo? So a cardboard, these flimsy cardboards. Right? Akasema, listen. So he told me to get back down and give me instructions. Nikiingia hapa, ukisikia nikiingia hapa, hiyo kitu kwa the blindfold isikuwe imetoka. Number 2, umesikia cardboard umeshika hapo juu? Shika vizuri. Mbona vile rahisi kutoa? And then I had a gun cocked on my neck. Unajua ni sauti ya nini? Nikamwambia najua. Ukijaribu kutoa hiyo kitu ama nikupata bila kitu kwa macho, that is the last thing you will hear. Then he walked out. And then he walked out and told me, nitakuletea breakfast kesho. And then he walked out. Just like that. I had doors being locked, a gate being locked, and then, Classic 105 starts blaring again, and then a gate is locked. And then that's it. I'm in darkness, just listening to Classic 105 in my handcuffs. That's it. I was in the landing path of a small airstrip. I could hear the planes, the air breakers, the plane. So I was in the landing part of the airstrip. I could hear that. I could hear wild animals. Those are wild animals have very distinctive cry. I forgot what it was, but very distinctive. Do you know who woke me up? Maina and Kingangi. I could hear them. Now the thing is, the speakers were far enough that I could not hear what they are saying, but they are near enough that I know that it's Maina and Kingangi. But I listened to Maina and Kingangi. I got curious. I removed my blindfold, started exploring where I was. Guess what? A chair exactly like this. Sit down. Kakachina. And they started interrogating me. Their main issue was very simple. Who is financing you? And who is organizing these protests?
Walipo drive off, wakaniweka pingu kwa mkono nyuma, alafu wakanifunga kichwa.
When the cops began interrogating him, they wanted a disclosure of who was feeding the protesters with information on the issues they were raising, their financial in terms of t-shirts, placards, and transport.
I strongly believe it was not organic. I don't think the protests were organic.
And then he tells me, Shadi. No, people call me Shadi. Now, on a trend Twitter, like, okay, nimeona free Shadi kila mali. Then I was like, thank God. You know, being in darkness alone, your thoughts run. So I was like, what if nobody noticed me being abducted? What if nobody's looking for me? What if? So he told me, na free Shadi kwa kila mali. I felt relieved. Somebody's looking for me outside there. My relief was cut short with his next sentence. I was like, lakini wewe usijali. Hapa si tuko na orders. Wakisema tukuachilie kesho, unaenda nyumbani. Listen to this. I'm saying verbatim. Wakisema ubaki hapa, tutakaa na wewe tu. Internet itakusahau within 2 weeks. Na wakisema tukumalize, hata kaburi yako itapatikana. So wewe usijali. Tusikie tu tuongoje tu orders ikuje. Verbatim. He told me that. They interrogated me for another like 2 hours, just confirming things. Where are you getting money from? Who is funding you? Blah, 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 blah. A lot of things. Like, Shadi, why have to ngoja sasa Kenya atasema? These women leave, they were gone for like, 30-40 minutes? And they didn't come back. And suddenly just chairman leaves the room, comes back and just telling people, 20, let's go. I wasn't walked back in, I was walked out. So the moment I stepped outside, I was like, fuck, niko nje ya nyumba. Like, that's it. They're going to kill me now. So I was like, I had him counting money and he gave me 900 shillings. Tells me ni fair kwenda nyumbani. We drive. There's like shika. Use my car keys and my phone. Like shika na like okay. Kaya kwa mfuko. Still blindfolded, yeah? Still handcuffed. And then suddenly the car stops. My handcuffs are removed. I was simply turned. I didn't see anyone. The blindfold was removed. Kaambia toka nje. Car was closed and then it drives away. White Nissan X-Trail KCU 047H. That is the car that dropped me. You know where they left me? In the middle of Karen, a very affluent neighborhood, in a gate, somebody's gate. And it's a private place. Kuangalia simu iko fully charged. They charged my phone. They had it. So I opened my phone, I took a selfie, tweeted that I'm okay, called my friend, called my people, took a cab.
There were proposals that were dropped, 16 of them, when the parliamentary group meeting happened at State House. If I'm not wrong, that was on a Friday. But then the bill was to come to Parliament on a Tuesday. I forget the actual dates. Because now we had now to clarify here in my office, lies versus facts. We did a lot of work. Yeah? But by that time, the ground had been poisoned. You see, the issue of lies, misinformation, disinformation.
They will ban this country themselves.
On the 25th, that armed men were following us, and I say that I really thank the members of the public. I didn't think they realized or noticed, but they were actually, you know, as we walked down the streets and we were leaving the Supreme Court, walking through, we met policemen, some that I knew, and then they showed us where we should walk out through. I say that there is no peace without justice. When he got into power, he talked about the way he was unhappy with how things had happened in his predecessor's presidency. And he alienated himself from that, and he said he was not part of that. He will ensure that no special unit in the DCI will be used to frustrate people. He said there will be no extrajudicial killings. But what are we seeing now? Oh my God.
Why are they doing that?
Someone else has been shot.
I stand to support this Finance Bill 2024.
I stand here to vote and support the Finance Bill 2024.
We say no to corruption and we fund and live within our means.
We must reject this Finance Bill.
After the amendments, I don't see any reason to oppose it. Must members of that opinion say aye? So the ayes have it.
Actually, I was around the governor's office and I saw the gate, you know, down.
Really feel to like something is going to happen here. That moment, though, you can trigger too. Like I was turning back, venye bro aliniambia. So kuturn hivi back, ndio nilifeel to vibration kwa mwili yangu, like something just hit me and ndio nikajua nimeshutiwa. Hata nilifeel like bullet imetokea kwa kifua kumbele, because ilikuwa so strong yani. So nikaamka chini. So I feel like it's over. Let me just die. But nikaamuka, nikaona hapana, siwezi nikakufia hapa hivi, wacha nikufie mbele. Nikufe like nikifight yani. So nikaamuka, nika seek some help, hivyo nilikuwa nainua mikono hivyo tu, at least watu waone niko alive. Nikainua mikono. There's some police men who came around hivyo. Nikauliza like kama wanaweza nisaidia nipeleke kwa ambulance. So they ignored until one policeman mwenye sitaimsahau. Sura yake ilistick kwa mind yangu, sitaimsahau kabisa. Alikuwa na pistol, alikuwa ananipoint, we kufa, mnatusumbua sana, you should die. I felt so bad. Nilimwona hiyo sura yake, ilikuwa mtu wa kuwa mtu, na ningekuwa peke yangu na yeye angenimalizia hapo hivyo, angeni execute.
Is that him?
This guy. Yeah. Huyu ni John
Kaboi.
Yeah. John Kaboi. Hii sura yake haijapotea.
Twende nao. Twende nao. Twende nao. Twende nao. Twende nao. Twende nao.
Nilikuwa hapo chini, some bodies walikuwa pia hapo chini, wengine wameshitua. There's one person I saw ameshitua kwa mgongo, alikuwa na white overall. Ameshitua kwa mgongo na harespond, amanka chini. Mimi niko hapo hivyo. So hizo chance za wameua ndio nilifeel tu wanaongelea mimi. I'm gone. But nikasema si mimi ndio wanaongelea. I must wake up.
Did you hear the gunfire?
Yes, I heard it. I saw the video too when they were coming into parliament. The police are shooting at them, but they're still coming in.
That day nilikuwa off duty. I work at MTRH. So nilikuwa mimi naishi annex. So nilikuwa na follow these proceedings tu kwa TV nikiona venye mambo inaenda. At around 3, one of my cousin akanipigia simu kwamba amepigiwa simu Francis ameumizwa. Haku specify kwamba ameumizwa wapi na amekimbizwa MTRH. Nikaenda mpaka MTRH emergency. Kufika pale, there were a lot of people wenye wanaingizwa na ambulance, wenye wametoka maandamano wameumizwa. So ilikuwa restricted kiasi kuingia. So mimi nikajieleza one of staff and my brother naambiwa ameumizwa. Hao watu wa security wakaniuliza anaitwa nani, nikamwambia Francis sawa. And then wakasema waja receive somebody by that name. Nikaruhusiwa niende ndani, nikaonyesha ile picha. Kuingia ndani napelekwa counseling, then I had to use a reverse psychology. Nikaambia kwamba nimeambiwa kwamba amepoteza maisha. So I just wanted to confirm kama ni yeye. Ndio nikapelekwa, nikapata, nikafungua, nikaona damu tu, yani alipigwa risasi ya kifua.
Nikauliza tu swali moja, msiniambie kifo. Hiyo ndio kitu nilisema, sababu hii picha si mzuri. Nani amekufa? Ni mama yangu. Huyu akanijibu hapana, kuna maneno imetokea. Nikaambia msiniambie mara ya pili. Mara ya tatu huyu akasema imetokea. Nikauliza ni nani? Akaniambia ni Francis. Nikaanguka tu.
Conversation this crucial was hijacked by dangerous people.
On the night that you were in hospital, the president came out and said that an important conversation had been hijacked by criminals. Did you think that he was talking about you when he said that? And how did that make you feel as a person who went to the streets?
President Ruto said that there are some criminals who had hijacked the protest. So nikaanza kuimagine vile nilitoka nyumbani, vile nilikuwa yani sikuwa na any object nilikuwa nimebeba like a blunt object ya kumiza mtu hivyo. Nilikuwa na maji pekee na simu na placard peke yake. But when Ruto spoke, I felt so bad. Ruto hana remorse, like sijui ndasemaje, because I just lack words to say about him.
I was more concerned about my country, and for once I saw a country that can degenerate into civil anarchy, and it was very scary, because where do you go to after this?
Having reflected on the continuing conversation around the content of the Finance Bill 2024, and listening keenly to the people of Kenya who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn. And I have agreed with these members that that becomes our collective position. Accordingly, there is need for us as a nation to pick up from here and go into the future.
Hello? Hey. And it's like a full-time job for me. I have to run around hospitals and morgues. And also like tolerate the government's propaganda. Some people would go online and complain. I'm sorry, others who try to sensationalize this issue. Allah sijui anasema nini. Allah utaniangalia sijui anasema nini, anasema kukufa. Sawa okay, alikuwa he was stable, si ndio? I mean niliona kwa stable ama ni ile bullet ilikuwa ndani yake bado. Yeah, anasema he's having a hard time breathing.
Oh, he's not dead.
Yeah, and the last time alisema he was stable. You know he has to live with a bullet inside him. Dr. Umar anakuja, nimepigia, nimemwambia kimbie huko. Angalie.
Oh, so he's not dead yet.
Yeah, she's I don't know what they call that machine.
Oh, he's being resuscitated.
Yeah. Alishutiwa on his back, so he became paralyzed. He was so positive that he'll walk again. You know, the doctor is talking about some pulmonary, nini.
How does it make you feel? Because you must receive a lot of these calls.
Because this is where we are going out to the streets today. Because they've paralyzed these young kids. He's a young guy.
How many calls like that do you receive in a day?
Wow, this is just the very few. Daktari, Ume.
What's happened?
The guy has just died. Genuinely devastating.
Alikuwa asubuhi, hata nimeongea na yeye saa 4.
Alikuwa salama.
Wanasema walimfanyia physiotherapy.
Pole Rera, pole.
Nikikuja kijana wangu hapo Buya.
Pole.
Wangu ameniacha peke yangu.
Pole.
Wangu ameniacha peke yangu.
Pole Rera. Pole. Wan Rabbi.
Alhamdulillah.
Ya Rabbi ya.
Alhamdulillah.
Pole.
Alhamdulillah.
Pole. Takuja. Pole sana Rera.
Ndio hiyo, huyu mtu amekatiza maisha ya kijana wangu. Alikuwa anasema, mama, nikienda South Africa nipate pesa, nitakujengea nyumba. Shida yangu siwezi vumilia kulia. Mimi nalia tu. Tangu kijana wangu aende, mimi nalia usiku na mchana. Saa zingine nalia mbele ya watu. Saa zingine nalia peke yangu. Nikijificha nalia peke yangu, najificha usiku.
Ajuaye ni mama, uchungu wake mwana. Ajuaye ni mama, uchungu wake mwana. Moyo wangu, haki utapata lini? Moyo wangu, jeraha litapona lini? Jeraha litapona lini? Haki utapata lini?
I hope we all make it out safely. It used to be peaceful. You know, business were opened. Everything was going on well when this started until the goons infiltrated this movement, this protest.
So far we have about 10 names that were received through our distress line, the toll-free line, and we've not been able to see the OCS. He's refused to pay calls.
Unahisi aje umepata kijana wako na vile habari zimekuwa zikiwa mbaya wakishikwa?
That's why I'm crying. Yeah, because you can't be sure. And we hear that, you know, other children are not better than my son.
Is that your phone?
Yes. That's my husband.
Listening keenly to what the people of Kenya have said, I have today, in line with the powers given to me, decided to dismiss with immediate effect all the cabinet secretaries and attorney general of the cabinet of Kenya.
President, I think kwanza nianze kwa kusema he has lost a lot. In fact, if there was a time yenye angepata political fame, ingekuwa kuwasikiliza vijana before all these things escalated. It was about finance bill. Angeanza kusema mimi sitakubali ata reject finance bill, asikilize watu. I think vijana wangempenda, but now yeye alikataa, akakuja all through, unaona Gen Z wakampush kwamba watoe akina Murkomen this cabinet yake, akatoa, and then now amewarudisha without even people hawana imani na hii government and at this cabinet, so it could have took some time, asikiliza watu pia wanasema nini. We want an inclusive government. Sio sasa you know what he's doing is recycling juu amefuta na akarudisha the same people. Anyway, president maybe is right, maybe anajua venye anafanya, but tumwachie, tupatane ballot.
This was a core promise that the president made. No more extrajudicial killings, no more enforced disappearances, and yet 2-3 years into his term, he's having to admit that next to a visiting foreign leader, not once, twice, that these things are happening. So what do you make of the kind of promise that he made vis-a-vis what's been happening?
I think I call it honesty, pragmatism and practicality. Yes.
Not the use of tactics that are gone by and then, asking for forgiveness after the fact.
One of the things that we need to agree with is that when the president speaks, he speaks for the whole country. It does not necessarily mean that he's speaking that is what government did. Yeah. So he's just wishing the country to make progress, and such occurrence should not happen again. It is not an indictment on the part of any security apparatus of government organs or bodies or institutions.
But then who is responsible for this?
Whoever is responsible is the prerogative of investigations, but then will determine independently if at all it is Maura or Alan.
You don't find it strange that you'd have members of the public on the one hand claiming that they were, taken by members of the security apparatus numerous times, only for officials such as yourself and the president to say that we don't know who is taking these people. You don't find that?
Take the example of those that are accused of having been killed by police. Don't we have a record of 60? And the police that allegedly made those assassinations or killings, whatever you can call them, because it matters who says that. Is that not a clear admittance that a process is going on, and that you let the rule of law take its own course?
Well, those things happened in public, in the light of day. So it's very difficult to deny that those things actually did happen.
Where is my son? Seriously, they've taken my son.
Niko njaa hata siezi karanga, uwe hae shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala.
Immediately cancel the ongoing procurement process for JKI expansion public-private partnership transaction, as well as the recently concluded Ketrago transmission in public.
A Nairobi court has thrown out charges against web developer and activist Rose Njeri, citing a defective charge sheet.
This man, stole my future.
He shot you?
Yeah. I believe this man shot me. I believe.
What would you say to him today if you were to meet him?
I'm just speechless, but I just want him to know that I'm alive. I'm alive. So I'll expect nikufe, but nearly fight through these days, but I'm alive.
Everyone needs to go to school, guys.
Boniface Karaoke, the masked vendor who was shot in the head during Tuesday's protests in Nairobi, is still admitted at the Kenyatta National Hospital's intensive care unit.
At the Milimani Law Courts, the two officers were arraigned before Senior Principal Magistrate Robinson Ondeki.
In Nairobi, saa hii watu wanapanga kuandamana tena, mark 1 year. Would you as a person who's lost somebody go onto the streets to protest?
Absolutely, why not? Because what we are fighting for now is justice. 1 year, for example, what we are going, it's justice for those who lost their lives.
If things keep going the same way, I feel that even if we manage to suppress the protesters, it's only waiting for another explosion, which would be much worse. I feel that that's not the way to put police on different roads, blocking every single place, putting a somber mode that this country is on a war mode, you know. Instead of looking at this as a positive opportunity to change, shake out corruption, ensure we have accountability structures, get our people out of office who cannot do their work.
namna seme boro hai na mana achia noma maulana live kwenye street kakiumana kuna siku youth wataungana kuna siku youth wataungana haina noma na namna kardinali mtoto wa mama haina noma na namna kardinali mtoto wa mama.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability, just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa.
So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
All right. Good evening, everybody. How are you all? Group 14, are you fine? Latest. Na mtawapunza kazi tena? Sawa. First of all, thank you very much for coming this evening. It's a packed night here at Drunken Lectures. My name is Jonala Namu, as you heard.
I'm Justin Wanda. Hi, everyone.
And I'm Tom Ukwana. Hi, everyone. And together every week, every Monday from about 6 p.m., we present a podcast called The Big Picture. Big topics. Some of the people who are in the audience today are some of our previous guests, but today you guys are our guests, or we're your guests. And today we have an interesting dynamic. We usually discuss things amongst ourselves with our guests, but we have a topic that we thought would be really important to talk about, not just now, not just this evening, but during this entire period. The history of journalism is replete with all sorts of examples of great gains, great losses. The history of journalism in Kenya is specifically very, very rich. But this present moment that we are in right now, we know journalism and voice is under threat from very serious powers, and also under threat from disinformation and misinformation, and under threat from the power of narrative, right? It should be something that we work with, but it really is something that we also have to contend with. So this evening, we wanted to break down some of our thoughts about why it's important. Why it's important and how journalism builds and breaks narratives and builds and breaks societies. So we have, as you've heard, a slide presentation that you can go through. It'll be shared. It's on the Drunken Lectures group. So I'll spare you much of the history, but it does talk about the origins of journalism, how we got here, and where we are today. And I think it's important for each of us to consider, given that these days news comes on your phone. When I started journalism, you didn't have anything like this. News was an instant. The speed of news was very, very slow. But today, not wacha niache vijana okay. I'll just see.
So the history of journalism, as you've heard, is mostly with John Allen, but
allegedly.
But for Kenya as a country, the history of journalism began with very critical points where it was mostly vernacular and Kiswahili. Particularly Kikuyu was one of the biggest ways that news was dispersed. But I think it's kind of weird because if you were not able to read, you had to go with word of mouth. So it's mostly vernacular and Kiswahili. I think Taifa was the first newspaper that was launched in 1960, if I'm not sure. Yeah.
And then after that came Taifa Leo, Daily Nation, all come in the early 60s. Then fast forward to 1990s, Moi is fading out kidogo. Akina Gitobu Imajara come up with Nairobi Law Monthly. Gosh, I struggle to get that. Nairobi Law Monthly. And he was arrested for that paper and accused of publishing seditious content, which is exactly what all of you are being accused of. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my criminals. And so, yes, fast forward to now 2024, a lot of TikTokers, a lot of mic check pods, all these, Akina Ikonini, all these folks have a bigger platform, and Obina TV, a bigger platform than you'd see on 9 p.m. news on mainstream channels on YouTube. So that's the evolution of media, from newspapers all the way to Obina, Ikonini, and us. And Justine is a source as well, so Justine. Jonala?
All right, so I think the first place to start is with language. language, perception, and I added a little thing about why KTN Leo doesn't get enough credit. So when you think about anything, so if you're to do like a math sum, do you calculate in English or in Kiswahili?
Kikuyu.
Kuna wengine wanasema Kikuyu, na wengine wanasema Kiswahili, Kikuyu. Most of us though, most of us who've been, in this space, many of us will translate in English, will calculate in English. And that's a construct of how we grew up, where we grew up, what we learned, right? But language is an incredibly powerful thing when it comes to how we frame our thoughts, how we frame our ideas, or how our ideas are framed for us. So it's my contention that, number one, we all know that colonialism did a huge number on us, right? It robbed us of so many things in terms of our culture, in terms of how we communicate, but specifically in terms of language, this is one very big and very divisive area that we don't often think about. When I joined the newsroom, there were 2 news bulletins. About 5 years before that, there was only 1 news bulletin, and it was in English. When KTN Leo was launched in the early 2000s, that was a sea change, because how colonialists, especially through colonialism and afterwards, how English was interpreted was as a language of sophistication, of deep thought, of kizungu mingi, basically, when you think about it. And how Kiswahili was interpreted, Kiswahili as well as the other languages that we speak, were languages now for the masses. So if I was speaking right now in English, and you guys were all, subjects of the colony Mkibeba Kipande, you'd think of me as a colonialist, in a sense, as a person who is of superior knowledge, superior weaponry, etc. Those kinds of perceptions seep into our culture and become part of how we relate on a day-to-day basis. And this is why many times when news is interpreted in English, right, it speaks to a certain crowd, it speaks to a certain audience. But it should actually be the other way around. And my contention, or rather my thesis, is this. How many of you guys remember Jichopevu? How do you remember Jichopevu, the product, eh? Najua kuna wengi hapo kuna maswali mingi. Those ones we shall answer later. But Jichopevu represented a sea change, in my view. Jichopevu was one of the first times we had deep, investigative, complex and sophisticated thought presented for the masses. How many of you guys remember the inside story? Much fewer people than do remember Jichopevu. And that's interesting because Jichopevu would run at 7 o'clock, and Inside Story, presented by me, would run at 9 o'clock, right? Now, I a long time ago made my peace with that issue. Why? Because when you speak to someone in English, you're speaking to, I guess, a level of logic, etc. But when you're speaking in Kiswahili, you're speaking to the heart, right? And this is why Jichopevu, as well as many other of the vernacular stations that then came up and started to present these kinds of issues in languages that people felt in their hearts, was truly important in terms of language. One other example that I'll give, just to broaden this a little bit, was last year. How many of you guys follow Mushiri Mike? Right? Right? Is he here?
No.
Kama yuko amehata lakini. What Mushiri Mike encouraged a number of people to do last year during the finance bill, in translating the summary of the finance bill into different languages, was a rebellion against the running order of things, against the status quo. In that, people who weren't engaging with the numbers, with the hard facts, with the evidence, and were just being told, vote for this, don't vote for that, were now engaging directly. So language as a construct is crucially important in how we present our thoughts, how we share our ideas, and how going forward we will rebuild a society in this country. So if you want to consider how news should be important, consider language first. Consider how you think about things and who you present those thoughts to, right? I think I'll stop there. I'll come back a little later, but Justine, you can pick up from there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tom. Yeah. Yeah. My take is a lot of the sources that we see on TV don't have to be on TV. I'll give you a quick example of one thing that happened internally. I asked for permission before giving this story, by the way. Yeah, I'm Dosi. But
Allegedly.
Allegedly. So, allegedly, the government spokesperson, Isaac Moura, he has a lot of names in these streets. He approached Africa Uncensored and the Big Picture, this program specifically, and asked to come to the show. That was right before June 25th, right before the Mandamanos for this year picked up. And I remember us having a discussion, and Justine and I getting on a call for 1 full hour. And my take was that let's get him on the show. Let's grill him. Let's pull down his pants and expose him. You understand? The hard questions make him look stupid on television. Journalists are supposed to ask hard questions. Indio. Justine's stance was let's not have this guy on the show. And she had a very interesting point to prove. She said, guys, this guy is not going to tell us anything important or anything new. He's basically garbage in, garbage out. He says what the government wants him to say. At that time, I think we were having a discussion about the finance bill, and the conversation was meant to be intellectual and smart, and he gives us reasons why the government is doing X, Y, Z. But every single time this gentleman gets on TV, he says nothing important. He just regurgitates the government's narratives. But what do you see every morning at 7 o'clock when you wake up and turn on the TV? You see him on TV. You see other folks who defend terrible, terrible things on television. I'm going to do a quick poll here. Do you guys want to see 2 people from government and 2 people from our side on TV every morning? Why is that? Let's listen to her. You said yes.
See both sides on TV because
Yeah.
there's the danger of a single story.
There is that. But my thing is that every time somebody gets on TV, we have a Charles Owino moment where he says Boniface Karuki deserved to be shot. That's the problem with that. I think the truth and the government stance, you don't need as a journalist to stand equidistant from both. You don't need to be in the middle. Journalism is meant to be on the side of the people at all times. That's the hill I'm going to die on. So every person you see on TV is subtly shaping your opinion on issues all the time. We didn't have Isaac Moura on our show because he wasn't going to say anything important. He was going to justify the murder of people. He was going to say that more people need to be murdered, and he was going to say probably something even worse, even insult one of us. But every person that another good example, you all saw documentaries on June 25th, but there are certain documentaries that didn't resonate much, specifically because they didn't have people like you and I. They had 5 people from the government and 2 folks from one side, and the entirety of the documentary was the government saying what it wants to say throughout. So every time Jonalan asks us to go to the field, we always consider that, which person are we going to have on our documentary? What are they going to say? Because that's extremely important. Journalism doesn't have to be equidistant from the right or the left. It should always and always be on the side of the people at all times. So yes, I hope you come out of this thinking about everyone you see on television every 7 o'clock in the morning. And the reason Mic Check podcast and all these podcasts are big is because they have people like you and I on the pod, and they represent our voices. On television, not so much. Podcasts are taking over specifically because you have clean people on television, and they always have certain talking points. But those people come at a certain price. Most of the times, it's at the cost of the truth. Yeah, that's my take.
So luckily for us, we are the media now. They don't get to tell our narratives for us. And particularly because of my work, I have had to become very humble very fast, because you think you're the media, but you can also spread misinformation, disinformation, you can become the problem. So we are the media, but how are we holding the truth and reshaping journalism in the age of misinformation? I like to think Sorry, sioni vizuri. I like to think, is it truth or is it clickbait? Every time. Every time I click on a headline, I'm like, maybe this guy is lying. I'll give an example of when, I don't remember who it is. It could be any of the government guys who was like, what? The parents need to check their children. If you guys know that guy who say that, oh yeah, that guy. Allegedly. Yeah, so when you say something like that, I thought that was a lie. You know, like sometimes I click on Kenyan's headlines and I'm like, these people are lying. And then there's a clip attached to it and he's saying those exact words. And I'm like, hey, see, hata upe misinformation a chance. You know, like you're so bad, you're lying, it's terrible. So I like to think as a person who relays a lot of information to people, I have the responsibility to make it as funny as possible, but also not to lie. I cannot kasongo my way through things. I have to fact check all my work. So that's the difference between me and this government and a lot of other media that you see. And I'll also say, I remember when like the Kenyan, when Kenyans found out, like they found the cop who shot Boniface Karaoke. You guys remember? You guys did open source intelligence. Give it up for yourselves. I thought that was very impressive, but we can boil it down to what happened with the BBC documentary, yeah? So like the journalism of someone who's really articulate, who's really good at their job, helped Kenyans understand how they can catch a murderer. And we were able to do that as a collective. We amplified the right voice. That guy is gonna go to jail, and it's because of you guys. So congratulations on that. And I said the problem with misinformation is a lot of people are usually like, just block that channel, just block that, that person's feed. It shouldn't appear on your channel, but on your timeline. But one of the things I've realized is these, especially if it's like the Ministry of Interior, if this is like a person who works in government, all these people are government officials, not just to us, but also to people who are outside. So even if all of us block them and someone in Sudan can still see it, and the narrative is like we are supposed to invade Sudan, and that is what the government is doing, it becomes a problem for the entire country. I'll give an example of the Principal Secretary of Foreign Affairs. I don't remember his name, but what he did was very dangerous. He shared a deep fake video on his timeline on X, Twitter, and that video was up for up to 9 hours. That entire video was a deep fake of Farid Zakaria saying that Kenya's support of the RSF, which is a military group that is literally killing, raping, pillaging from people in Sudan, was allowed, like they were allowed to form a parallel government here, and Kenya's interference was okay. It took a whole bunch of Kenyans to say this is wrong, but that's information that was only on X. If that information travels to another platform, who knows what this country's response will be like. And if a Kenyan were to show up in Sudan and they say, if you're supporting the RSF, we're allowed to kill you, we do have a principal secretary that is standing on those terms. So for us to be stopping misinformation, for us to stop it, we also have to realize that just blocking is not enough. We need to amplify the right narrative. We need to amplify the right voices. And I think just to wrap this up, I think Kenyans need to step in a lot, not just in the, not just like the front-facing part where on social media we are at. We should also do the back end of stuff. A lot of our parents probably do not know how to identify misinformation. So please don't bombard them with forwards, you know. Allow them to breathe, write very long explainers, because most of them love to read. They still have their attention span. So I know, yeah, I know a lot of us have lost it to TikTok and the socials. So I'll just like tie it to how, just to prove a point on how misinformation is spread. I don't know if you guys know that Americans had their own finance bill, Juicy. which transferred a lot of their wealth to the billionaires. And it was called Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. Yeah, it sounds like a BBL in parliament, like get it away. Yeah, it's like get it away from us, you know? Or that's Trump describing his butt, I don't know. So that Big Beautiful Bill, a lot of the parts that were in there were not read by the Americans. And one of the clauses that was in there was you are not allowed to regulate AI for 10 years. So you guys remember when MPs in, I think in Central did not read the Finance Bill 2023, and then it ended up as a problem for e-teams? That's the same thing that happened, that one of their representatives, who's called Marjorie Taylor Greene, said she did not read the bill. She did not know that clause was in there, but that it had already been passed. So whenever you're faced with misinformation, you have to break it down back, not just to the people who are spreading it, but to the people who are likely to receive it and not understand what they are looking at. So I'll take it back to Jan.
I'm so surprised, Justine, you didn't take a dig at Sudi. Yeah. He couldn't read if he tried. But so the second part of my take is headlines versus the truth. Headlines like, so the main idea is that the headlines that you read on your phone every day subtly shape how you think about things. Protesters storm Central Police Station. Activists storm police station. Activists do X. And this has contributed so much to the bad image that Boni has gotten over the years, him as an individual, because the media can't help itself from saying things or attaching certain descriptions to him that are terrible. But the long-term framing of people, for example, the example that I've just used, activists like Boniface Mwangi and young people like us, Gen Zs, who are termed as a flame sometimes, a flame that is just going to burn and go away. Certain words that are used in newspapers and our televisions every day change how you think about things. So how, for instance, I don't know if you guys, I hate this word, Ruto's total man to define Farouk as a person. Have you guys seen that? I totally hate that personally. Just because it makes him to be this figure that is almost mythical, a figure that you cannot defeat. And the same thing is said about so many politicians in our newspapers, including the president. But every word that you see on your phone, every word that you see an influencer use, every word that you see in a hashtag. I know some people had issues with the hashtag that was trending a few days ago. You know the hashtag that I'm speaking about, that everyone was sharing with their picture. Some people did, to be fair. Some people did. And I wouldn't have an issue with that, because words mean different things for different people. Perhaps you using that hashtag and that word being there brings back memories of 2007 to 2008, and it makes people think a certain way. Can't be too sure. But the things that we see, the words that are used in the media, and that's why we are the media, Justine. And it's not once or twice or three times that you've seen people call out TV stations for using certain words. I know it was very rampant during the protests, especially with one specific channel, allegedly. I'm not going to use it, allegedly. But there are things that we as journalists think about before we write paragraphs, before we write headlines, specifically because it can make our story send a certain message that it shouldn't send. So, yes, we don't have the easiest job out here. We have to think about each and every word. John Allen has, I remember he told me in the last story that I published, he told me, Kizungu kidogo, Kizungu mkuti. But for that specific reason. So every phrase that we use on headlines is meant to shape opinions. And always remember, the job of the media is always to set agenda. It can be good, can be bad. You as woke people, I imagine all of us are woke here and we know things that are happening around us. You know how to spot them, but not everyone does. Not everyone does. There's a difference between the headline and the truth every day in your newspaper. Just be smart about it.
Just to echo what Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you guys hear me? So just to echo what Tom said, the headline versus the truth is always different, and this is why AI propaganda.
Sorry. Before Justine continues, there's something I forgot to mention at the beginning. I think the drunken. Can you hear me?
Mike.
Nishauta. I am. So before we began, there's something I forgot to mention. The Drunken Lectures crew here had a dream that they wanted to be live on television at some point. What we didn't tell them is that we are streaming live right now. So watu wa allegedly, watu wa ria, mshaonekana online kwa mtandao.
Wow.
So being on TV na being online streaming si ni nusu ya kuonana. But the guys online are struggling to hear what we're saying. So nitawauliza tafadhalini, punguza tu kidogo so that the guys online can also hear what we're saying and what you guys are going to say in the coming debate. Sawa sawa. So asanteni.
Thank you, Jan. So I was saying the problem with a lot of us right now, we are very dependent on online information. We are on our phones all the time. At least I am. And one of the things I've encountered while doing my work is a lot of AI propaganda and misinformation. I had to do like a very specific slide for this because most people think, oh, I can tell that's AI, but can your mom tell that's AI? My sister is a WhatsApp auntie. She does not know the difference between Jesus AI slop and a video that was created by an actual video creator. She's very confused on a lot of things. I'm just saying my sister is John Allen's age. Uh, So I try to help her as much as I can, and these are the things that I realized when I was coming up with this. A lot of AI videos. I'll give an example. I don't know how many of you are on X, Twitter, and you saw the video that the Ministry of Interior was running as an ad about the protests. Did any of you see it? So this particular video had, I think, a girl named Tracy who was like in the streets, and then she goes home and she regrets being out in the streets because it was destroying people's property, and it's not what she thought it was going to be in the first place, right? That lady is not a real person. It was all AI, and it used the likeness of a Kenyan to be able to relay a certain narrative. The problem with this is like, I flagged the video. I was like, you people need to be careful. Don't reshare this video, flag it, report it. If you can block this particular channel, that would be good. But it's also important to make sure that other people who are interacting with the ad know that it's fake, right? And then mtu kwa comment section akaniambia mbwa. Yes, hizo ni salamu. And I accepted the salamu, allegedly. But honestly, in that moment in time, it was like an eye-opening moment for me because I realized some people still believe once you block the info, it has blocked for the entire family. Like that was scary to me. So what I did was try to inform him about how his own likeness can be used against him. Because if that AI video is made and then it's shared and it's your whole face, like your entire face, someone has used your likeness, your voice, your mannerisms, and they're like, yeah, this is Justine out in the streets and this is what they're doing. How am I going to stop that video? How am I going to say it's not me? We have to go back to the source to identify it. And sometimes, because a lot of AI videos do not have markers that they're AI, it's very easy for a lot of people to believe. So these ads run not just on X, they end up running, being sent to people's WhatsApp groups. Again, they end up being sent to Facebook, and we know the Facebookers here. Any Facebookers in here? Yes. Honestly, I was asking just so I can have a moment of silence for your knees. You know, I was I was doing that specifically for your needs, but honestly, all different social media platforms run differently. So it's very important to know that not all of us are interacting with information the same way. And then the problem with AI propaganda and misinformation is also you're also playing into hyper surveillance. You're oversharing your information to someone who can use it in a bad way. Not everyone is using AI for good, so it's good to protect yourself as much as you can. Flag misinformation, decontextualize memes, tell people this meme means this and this and this, because not everyone who's seeing a meme has the same information that you have. You know, like it's not the end, it's like your entire life is just one long explainer. So just lock in, explain as much as you can. Don't get tired. It's the work that we need to do, and fight off AI and misinformation as much as you can in your personal circles.
Um, um, as that slide reads, as you'd see on your phone, activism in journalism. I'm going to first state my bias, as I've done since I started speaking. I think journalists in many ways are activists. But journalists, some of them tend to hate being referred to as activists, with good reason. But then, what is the place of activism in journalism, I'd ask? And is the journalist expected to state what causes they advocate for beforehand? Would you want me to tell you why I wrote a certain story and why I feel deeply about it? Why? Why? I'm asking. There's so many yeses on that side. Udaku. Come on, man. I thought we were doing journalism here, man. But yeah, Udaku is journalism. And no, I wouldn't. Because there are times I need to, and there are times I don't need to. There are times telling your story before the story is extremely important. Like, for instance, if there is any conflict of interest, if anyone I represent in the story a certain way, actually, I wouldn't tell a story that involves a family member of mine, because I might change some words to frame my uncle nicely when he's a thief. But I think in the core of journalism exists activism. And it's the reason we all do journalism here. It's the reason Justine does her videos. It's the reason she speaks and spreads information. And it's the reason John Allen was doing Inside Story years ago, because he cared about something deeply. But there are some differences that I want us to be aware of between journalism and activism. One is that the methods differ. For instance, we have a story right now, and a source might be asking, yo, just give me X amount of money and I'll give you this information. I'll tell you exactly what the government thinks about everyone. I'll give you screenshots. An activist, to some degree, is allowed to pay. I'm not allowed to pay. Secondly, the goals differ. For us as journalists, the goal is to put the story out there and represent this story. For change, it's not for us to make sure that this change happens as journalists, because it's too big of a burden to carry. For us, is to put the story out there, and people, and I think I'm one of you guys, should make sure that those things are followed up online using hashtags and campaigns, and I speak about them. But I particularly don't feel good about us journalists when we like to think of ourselves as pro-Marx citizens, like we're special in some ways. I know many of you think the same. At protests, we like to think we are special. And a specific hashtag caused a storm and made the word allegedly big because certain things were happening and journalists were treating themselves as if they exist in a certain tier above other citizens. I think the reason I went out in the streets to record, and I made this very clear to everyone in the office, is because I felt deeply about what people were going through. I felt deeply about it. I was out there because I cared. And that's the same thing with everyone in this room who Kanye behind the camera, to Sam who always checks out our investigations. They care deeply about these people. If it's a child you're interviewing, you care deeply about it. My thing is that journalism is activism in its core, and we need to identify as activists and not be afraid of being called activists. But don't be too outspoken about it, because the government sometimes finds. That's why I wouldn't say some things that I feel deeply about or I'm personal about, because it can be used as a weapon against me. But journalists should be activists, and a good example of a journalist who's been doing an excellent job straddling that thin line is Larry Madowo. And the government hates him for that. The government hates him for that. Another example is John Allan Namo, actually. So, at the core of John Allan Namo is the love for the truth. And another difference I failed to mention, the third difference, is that we as journalists are guided by facts. He's told me so very many times. Your story ends where the facts stop. So if the facts end, that's where you kill the story. No speculation. I know you guys had a thing going on. Why speculate why investigate when you can speculate? But for us, those things are the difference. But at the core of all of us who are in front here, everyone who identifies as a journalist in the crowd is activism. And I would love it if we didn't run away from it.
All right. I've been told that my knees are struggling, and I agree. So the next thing that I want to talk about, just to build on Tom's points and Justine's points, is a question of neutrality versus objectivity. And for this, I want to tell a small story. So hadithi. Watu wa CBC wako wengi hapa. So how many of you here are aged 30 and below? Kuna allegedly mingi sana hapa. Aya. So for those of you who are allegedly aged 30 and below, you might not remember this story from your living memory. For those of us who are, tupatie watu wa online nafasi wa kusikiza pia. So for those of us who are older than that, you might remember this story. So the year was 1994. The month, hey, watu washasema we. Haya. Maze nilikuwa jamani. Nilikuwa. Na si allegedly. Guy, nimeitwa freedom fighter hapa. Jamani. The slander. Anyway, the year was 1994. The months were between January and April. A storm was brewing in one of our neighboring countries. For years, 4 years prior, the signs had all been there. There were people who were being told that they're very tall and they must be cut down. There were people who were being told that they're cockroaches. There was arming that was happening. And somewhere in February, March of 1994, a huge consignment of Chillington. Now, Chillington was a brand of farm implements, for those guys who don't know, from the UK. A huge consignment of almost 600,000 machetes from Chillington went through the port of Mombasa, traveled up into Kigali, made its way into Kigali. Now, no, it's not allegedly, I saw the bill of lading, right? So what was the story internationally at the time? That there was a political crisis in a small African country. There was no discussion about how this political crisis had come to be, beyond the fact that there were peace talks taking place in a neighboring country. And then on April the 6th, the worst happened. A plane carrying two presidents, the president of Burundi and the president of Rwanda, crashed just outside of Kigali. And the rest is the history that we've now come to know as a genocide. What some of you might not have known and might not remember from that time was that it wasn't that the warnings about the genocide did not exist. They did. They existed, and they were taken up to the highest rungs of the United Nations. And it wasn't until the genocide took place that the world started to wake up. And the collective shame, the collective guilt drove people to action. This, for me, was a study in the question of neutrality versus objectivity and rigor, both in terms of international affairs and in terms of journalism. One of the things that drove me to be a journalist, interestingly, from that time was a cartoon that I remember drawn by Godot. At the same time that the Rwanda genocide was taking place, there was also a genocide in the Balkans, in Bosnia. And the cartoon was simple. It was a map. It was a map of it was a globe. And on one side there was Africa, and at the top was Europe. And two streams of blood were pouring out of those two countries, those two continents. And that demonstrated powerfully for me that there was a problem that people chose to ignore, and it had to be done so viscerally for people to start to pay attention. Now, fast forward to October 7th, 2020, 2023. And the same happens again. We are 2 years into a genocide that has been broadcast live in 4K. And still there will be those among you in this crowd that do not believe that that's happening because the voices on the ground have been painted as subjective, have been painted as too small, have been painted as Hamas, etc. But the bigger voices in the room, those who pull the strings at international levels, have called this a conflict, have worded it, remember our discussion on language, have worded it in a specific way so that on our Instagram feeds, you'll go from the wedding of Jeff Bezos, from something that I saw this weekend, from the wedding of Jeff Bezos to a child being held by their father, Chad. So is it neutrality for you to report what the Israeli government is saying and what one person from the ground who's suffering the impacts of that conflict is saying? To build on Tom's point, it is not. Because equality in representation on camera or in the or on newspaper is not equality of voice. We're having the same challenge here. Before the finance bill was read, before the 25th, before even the protests took place, how many young voices did you see on the news talking about the finance bill? It was the same talking heads. It was the same debate where you'd bring politician X and representative Y to debate the wording, etc. of the finance bill. They completely removed the context under which the finance bill was being read. Under the guise of neutrality, we missed, and I'm saying this of mainstream media and even of some independent media, we missed what the greater discussion was. While we were thinking about numbers, Kenyans were talking about opportunity and the lack thereof. Kenyans were talking about the fact that they couldn't get jobs, that life was becoming difficult for them, that the cost of bread wasn't just expensive for them, but it was a marker of how hungry they were in their homes. And this is why when journalists are told to talk about, are told to follow the principle of neutrality, that is a misnomer. We should leave neutrality in the dustbin of history. What we should be aiming at as journalists is rigor. How deep are your sources? How vast are the voices that are represented in what you're doing? And the same goes for the people who now hold phones and have platforms and are influential. When you are influential, you have a burden, you have a responsibility. The people on your platform deserve to know as diverse a story as possible. And this is the dilemma that we face today. If we carry on thinking that because I have Raila here and I have Kalonzo here, that means I have a story, then we miss the entire point of what truth-telling, what journalism and what media is. So the next time you hear a journalist saying, I ought to be neutral, tell that person that that's a cop-out, that's an excuse. Tell that journalist to be objective, to be rigorous, and to search for the truth, as opposed to sitting in that lazy place where neutrality is an escape, it's a blanket. And that way, what we do, because my entire thesis when speaking today is really about world building, and I'll talk about it later. What we are engaged in right now is a process of world building for this country called Kenya. And if we remain thinking that neutrality denotes some sense of objectivity, as Tom said, equidistance, then we miss the point of what is happening in our country. Let me stop there and let Justine take over. Oh, sorry. Actually, sio Justine, mimi nilikuwa nimesahau. Niuze. Mmesema I'm not beating those charges, eh? So the final thing I'll speak about today before we have a discussion is on inconvenient truths and the cost of telling them. So this is a rather difficult one for me to share because it put us in a lot of trouble last year, but it was based on what we found on the ground. I'll take you again to the 25th of June, 2024. The protests had happened. Eric Shieni and the people who had been killed in front of Parliament had been killed. The president had made his pronouncement. But at night, in Githurai, gunshots rent the air for hours. And what came out in the morning was news of a massacre. How many of you remember that? How many of you believe that a massacre took place? So a good chunk of you do, right? We went to the ground. Actually, some people, I won't point them out so that they're not stoned. We went to the ground the following morning and we started to look. We knocked on doors, we spoke to residents, and we spoke to some of the credible voices in Githurai that were following what was happening in terms of the abuses that were perpetrated that evening. And for all of our searching, we couldn't find, at least not in the numbers that had been described online, we couldn't find evidence that pointed to a massacre, because a massacre denotes quite a number of people who were killed. We went out with that and we got completely just shat on, like to put it bluntly, right? Why was it that happened? Now, whereas many of you do believe that there was a massacre that took place, and we went out and we couldn't find evidence of the same, as Tom said, we had to report and stop where the facts told us to stop. But because what our reporting said didn't align with what the public narrative was at the time, we were told that we were pro-government, we were anti-Gen Z, and we were actually polluting the news environment. Now, this is the difficult line that we have to walk as journalists. Sometimes we're going to tell truths that are completely inconvenient and incongruent with what your understanding is of what's happening on the ground. But it's important that we do, because if we don't do that, if we're constantly siding with you, if we're constantly just, playing to the gallery, what happens to the people 10 years later who pick up their phones? I was going to say newspapers, lakini meona. Yeah. What happens to the people who pick up their phones and go and do the research about that time? They will be looking for evidence of something that many people do not have evidence of. A year later, on the 25th of June, 2024, we were prepared. We went out to the ground, we seeded, we shared our contacts and asked people for evidence of what was taking place. But fortunately, by that time, I think the public had learnt enough about why it was important to document for themselves that the narratives that then emerged about what happened on the 25th of June, 2025 were backed in very many places by video evidence, by empirical evidence. Now, for us, our world is built on fact. Our world is not built, around narrative. But this is why I think journalism is in trouble. Because facts are downstream from narrative, and narrative is downstream from culture. The final example I'll give you on this is this example. About, I think, a week ago on Motai Ngunyi's Fort Hall, blah, 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 there was this video about the 1969 oathing ceremony of the Agikuyu. You might not have watched the video, but maybe some of you will have heard that story. That in 1969, en masse, young Kikuyus, Gen Zs of their time, were taken and had a massive oathing ceremony and were told to swear that leadership would never cross the river Chania. So that thing actually happened. But what it did is that it built stories that many in that community felt were true. They were told that the Luos had tails, that uncircumcised people could never lead, and that built itself up even until 2007. There was an expression that I talked about some time ago. Odhamakine yeto, dhamakine siao. If there's someone who's next to you who's Kikuyu, ask them to translate what that means. Okay. These guys aren't Kikuyu, so I'll translate it for you. I'll translate it for you. All right? What it means is this. It means that leadership, Odhamaki, belongs to us. Fish belongs to them. So it was building up of that narrative that had been formed. But that narrative has been so powerful and so enduring that it is part of the basis for why people make decisions tribally. Now, what you must remember today is that if narrative is so powerful, more powerful than truth, then the narratives that you share today, will become the culture of tomorrow. So if the narrative is that we are all Kikuyus, we are all one, remember, as Justine has said, not everyone has the same information as you. You need to be able to go out and continually spread narratives that you believe most closely align with what your culture is, with what your view and what your dream is of your culture and your country in the future. Because ultimately, the stories that we build today, the stories that we create today, our children will tell, and it's very difficult for us to be able to unmake that, even as journalists. Now, I can hand over to you.
Mmeona kwa nini yeye ndio mzee na wisdom. So, to wrap this up, I'm going to be speaking about how to relay information or narratives to a hostile crowd. I think the slides have changed slightly, but I'm going to read through. Can you kindly go back to not that one, not that one, not that one. Yes, thank you so much. So how to relay information to a hostile crowd. I'll start with watu hawapendi kuambiwa. Nani hapa anapenda kuambiwa? Yeah, all of you kind of share the same sentiment, and I'm the same way too. I don't like being told because I believe inherently I can figure it out on my own. But that's a very problematic point to start because it starts with your own bias. You believe you know everything, so you can't be told anything. Unataka kukua the same place Naruto? No, you want to be at a place where you can actually learn. So penda kuambiwa, please. And you can start interrogate your own biases when you're confronted with new information. Even if you're going to counter it with facts, counter it from a point of understanding, counter it from a point of you having the knowledge to push back. Otherwise, it just becomes you two people just kasongoing back and forth, and you don't want to do that. So an example of what happened to me, and I've told this story earlier, and there's something that has happened to me again. I have been in a situation where I told someone they were wrong about the information that they were pushing back against me. They were like, Justine, wewe and your fake news, mbwa. Another one, jidishi. Another one, ama sisi ndio wenda wazimu. And I'm like, that last one is valid. Maybe I am mad, you know. But honestly, those particular moments, I had to I had to think, like stop and not try to fight back with very harsh words. I had to think, if I start talking to this person very harshly, they are likely not to listen to what I'm going to say to them anyway. So in that moment, ilibidi ninyenyeke, I had to like humble myself a little and relay the information that was factual. And they ended up accepting it because someone else also provided evidence. So that brings me to my next point. You should always find a way to agree to disagree, but not with with human rights. They're not non-negotiable. That's someone's life. You're not negotiating their life. Number two, always have empathy. Maybe the person who you're arguing with doesn't know much. Maybe the person you're arguing with is having a difficult day. Maybe the person who you're arguing with does not want to hear anything. So you have to have a little more empathy for you to put your point across. Number three, you don't know everything, and that's okay. We si mjinga. Just because you don't know something doesn't mean you're stupid. That's a very, very wrong thing to believe. Yeah. You should always know you have room to learn. My primary English school teacher used to tell me, used to say this phrase all the time. We would all be wiser if empty heads growled like empty stomachs. He used to say that all the time. And when he used to tell us, we were like, oh, kizungu mingi. But when he broke it down and made us understand, it was like we don't know everything. And if we share the same hunger of our stomachs for knowledge, maybe we would be more knowledgeable. But that's not how knowledge works. You sometimes have to seek it. Sometimes you have to fight with people online. Sometimes you have to read beyond the span of a TikTok. It's hard. I understand. But like if you don't know something, that doesn't mean you're stupid. You can always learn and learn, relearn. Sawa? Um, Number four, be willing to learn and unlearn again. And number five, which is very important, facts are very boring, but they bear repeating. You have to repeat it in as many different ways as possible, because I'm pretty sure in our own families, in our own friend groups, in our own like all the spaces we have community, some of us are in an echo chamber, and sometimes you step out of it and you hear someone say something really silly or something you don't agree with, and you're like, eh, umse jameni, si usome. And like immediately that person wants to fight you because what they're hearing is not what they know. So facts are very boring. You have to probably do a lecture. You have to be like, najua utaki kusikia, but always repeat the facts. Always say the truth as many times as possible, because you guys have, I think if you're a lot on X or on Twitter, you've seen the white genocide narrative that was perpetrated by Elon Musk. You've seen the Nazi grok, where it like gives you Nazi facts when you ask about something very non-Nazi. You're like, what's going on with your AI algorithm? We've seen it. We've seen it in the way the protests are talked about by the people in government. They try as much as possible to make you believe that you are the problem. You are the one causing violence. And if you allow them, that narrative is going to be the predominant narrative. But the fact is, a lot of you are going out in the streets because you've been harmed by this economy. You feel like you don't have a future. So you repeat it, you repeat it, you repeat it. Maybe they're struggling with their hearing, but you repeat it, you shout it until your narrative becomes the dominant one. And so I will say, what Fekwoku Justine, I repeat so many of those facts. Thank you.
All right, guys. With that, we've come to the end of the present. Tulieni. Hey, siwache mzee aongee. Eh? So I was saying that we've come to the end of our portion of the presentation. Now it's time for you guys to ask any questions that you have. Let's keep them as questions, or if it's an opinion, let's keep it short. We've got about 15 to 20 minutes that we can do this, and there'll be roving mics. So I'll just ask one of you to raise your hand. So there's one over here. We'll try and take a few at a go. And once that happens, we'll also try and be succinct. Right? Kuna watu wengi pia hapa nje. Mtafikiwa, msijali. All right. Where's the first question? And you can address it. Sorry, there's a mic coming. Wacha nimpatie. And as you're asking your question, Yeah, so we'll take questions in threes. So we'll have one question here, then we'll pass to the next and to the next. And as you're asking your question or making your comment, you can either address it to one of us or to all of us, right? So you can go.
Uh,
All right, guys, let's give her a chance to say her question.
this goes to Justin. You've talked about misinformation. So my question would be: there are so many deepfakes. I'm actually scared of going to social media right now. So with the deepfakes, would it be really good in Kenya if we have a copyright of our own faces so that people don't do deepfakes of ourselves? And the last one is people, when they open a social media account and they're giving out news, it's all about the amount of audience that you attract, which gives you views, which translates to money. So right now, it's all about how many people are. What is the footfall in my account that is going to give me money, and which now comes to the question of I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Tom.
Tom, sorry. To Tom. So Tom, now this comes where people change up the title of what they are presenting in order to attract people into their platforms. So people are trying to balance standard of living, making money, and trying to tell the truth. So the title is misleading, but they are trying to give you the news. So how would you balance that out?
All right, thank you. We'll take the second question. All right, there's one up front over here.
Hello. I'll address the question to everybody, and then obviously you'll let me know. My question is about when we watch television, especially the news. I feel like the panels are not representative of the community, especially when it comes to gender parity. There's not a lot of women that we hear being put on the panels, although we have women politicians, women in law, and we don't hear their opinions. I would like to know who makes the decisions mostly for who is presented to us, because they obviously end up shaping our opinions, and how can we change that to make it more gender representative?
Great, thank you. One final question before we do our first round. Kuna mtu wa- Oh, wait, where? Oh, so from out there, there's... Let me hand the mic to you and then we'll...
Thank you. So my question refers to what Tom.
Guys, first of all, can we hear what she's saying?
Hello.
Aya, tulieni
Okay,
basi.
I'm talking louder now. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. So my question is to Tom. You had mentioned that journalism is activism. My question is, journalism, especially as we know it today, is inherently colonial. It's like when I look at the history of journalism, especially like through the BBC, George Orwell, all the things, it was basically propaganda. So what happens when journalism is initially known as storytelling, where you're supposed to tell a story through your own narrative? Okay, I'm just gonna make it clear. I don't believe that you can give an unbiased story, because you as a person, your own biases still come forward. I think it's a matter of how often you examine those biases and question your positionality. But my question is, how did you come to the conclusion that journalism is activism? Because me, as far as I'm concerned, journalism is a Muzungu's thing. They're the ones who came with cameras, pictures. Like for us, especially, we're the biggest victims of journalism and wrong journalism. It's propaganda. Hashtag Africa is a country. Yeah.
I'll answer your question first. You asked about like so many deep fakes on the internet and like you're scared of open the internet, have fun. As much as I would like to be scared about what the future is, I think a lot of people are craving to hear from people who actually live their actual lives, not people on the internet or like a deep fake, unless the deep fake can find a way to feel exactly like a person, that maybe that would scare me. But until then, until the mid journeys of the world get to the point where I can be really, really scared because it looks like me and it can walk through my life, I don't think I'd be that scared. But secondly, I think a lot of governments around the world need to start protecting their citizens. I'll give an example of Denmark. Denmark are proposing a copyright law to protect the faces, the likeness, and the voices of their citizens against AI. So if they use your face or voice or likeness in an AI video, you can sue the company for a lot of money, bankrupt them so they can never AI again, which Yeah, which I think is really incredible. The problem is if a lot of our governments are figuring a way to profit from them. I'll give an example of what is happening in the US. If they are not going to regulate AI, we don't know what is going to do. They've already deregulated it for people's copyright on books, on audiobooks, on anything. So it means it can take your voice, it can take your face, it can take anything without consequence because the bill allows them to do so. But if our governments are more proactive and more citizen led or citizen protective, we can have laws that actually preserve the human experience against the machine. So I don't have solutions, but if Sudi is in there, we are in trouble.
The first question that came from here. Sorry, what's your name? Oh, you didn't say your name. Okay. Do you mind saying your name? Ivy. I? Ivan. Ivan. Yes, I wanted to respond to you because you asked the question. So, misleading titles and the truth and clickbait for views. I honestly feel bad for journalists that have to do this. And I feel lucky that I don't have to do it. But also that people have to put food on the table. But that then comes at a bigger cost. I hope that it's so, should I say, harmless. It doesn't harm for them to put such titles. Like, for instance, an article promises you that it's going to give you answers to something and it doesn't give answers. I'm cool with that. Because putting food on the table is cool for you. No harm done, except for your 2 MBs. But there's a problem when a title reads something and it's misleading from the get-go and it says something that is misleading inside. I think most journalists can't help themselves because we need jobs. Jobs are shrinking in the market, hakuna kazi, and a lot of these media houses that depend on clicks properly use metrics, how many people clicked on your article to make you stay in the job or leave it. You can get sacked for having very few views. So I understand why people have to do it in journalism. I am okay with it if it doesn't hurt the truth. If it hurts the truth, then all the backlash should be cancelled in general and shut down. Kila mtu aende home. I don't know if that answers the question. Yes. And a question came from there about how I came to the conclusion that journalism is activism. Journalism is a Mzungu construct, that's true. I hope that our journalism doesn't reflect what the Mzungus do and the biases they have. But I think we at African Censored, first of all, have defined journalism from our point of view as AUC. The journalism that you get from African Censored is shaped by, at the root of it, the truth. If the truth isn't there, the article doesn't go out. If evidence isn't in the article, if there's no documentation that proves any claim, that's not true. But then why I came to that conclusion is because from working with African Censored, you just have to be so passionate while you're working on a documentary because you spend sleepless nights working on these documentaries. You have to care. There's absolutely no way you're going to go that deep into the country and find these voices and speak to this person who's shedding tears in front of the camera, as their story, and you don't care about it. I really can't walk out of that place and say that I don't feel like I want something to change. And what do activists want? They organize around causes, right? Our causes change, and one of the problems with journalism is we get to be the pickers of which story we go with, which is a problem in itself. But then for me, it's the goals that I have in my heart every time I write the article and how much they resonate with people who identify as activists. And journalism in general just looks, there's a reason why every article is written. There's a goal behind it. Most of the times it's in the public interest, is to seek justice for Boniface, is to find the killer of Boniface and jail him. And I believe it's the same thing that everyone who identifies as an activist here does. For me, it's just how much my goals align to them. And I think I'm an activist. I hate the word them because it removes me from that whole thing. But yes, I have to tiptoe around this because it's a problem in journalism in some circles when you identify as the A word. Let me say that.
So before I respond to your question, I want to disagree that journalism is a Mzungu construct. I disagree completely. And this is not out of disrespect for the point that you're making. I understand, but from my point of view, where I sit, you're confusing form with substance, right? And the form is the cameras, it's the microphone, it's the broadcast, right? But the substance of journalism has always existed in African societies. So you think about the griot, right, in West Africa, the storyteller who would tell stories at the court and to people. Journalism is the first draft of history. And the people who are keepers of history, in many ways, are practicing journalism. The same with our societies here. We had ways of being able to transmit news and information to different people across, it's just that we didn't do it at the scale that was done, that has been done because of the kind of inventions that have then now come to, I guess, build the impact of journalism, right? So the printing press, etc., and what happened going forward. But when we say that it's a Western construct, we remove ourselves and our stories and we devalue them in a way that as long as they pass through this Western prism, then they have little or diminished value. Remember, every time that we pass through a specific experience, and that experience shapes our reality. But the substance of what we say, the substance of what we do is where you need to be really focusing on whether these narratives are neo-colonial or whether these narratives are speaking about something that doesn't truly speak to our experience. But if they do, if you can then go and transmit the same to your child, that this is the draft of history that I heard today, and it is authentic, that it represents me and my voice, then that is, in essence, journalism. All right? To your question, it's people like me who make those decisions, right? So editors, gatekeepers who will largely make decisions about who is picked. Sometimes journalists do, but most times, especially when it comes to shows, it's editors. So if you want that to change, continue to lambast guys who are constantly having manuals, who are constantly having, just one viewpoint. Like even here, if we were all of the, I was about, okay, this is for entertainment purposes only. If I said one term, how many people would respond? Haya. So now, if I interviewed you na umesema one term, na nikuhoji wewe na umesema one term, is that diversity in terms of voice? It's not. So it's up to us to continually look for those voices that represent the diversity of the opinions and the experiences in our country. All right? So there was, okay, let's do a second round of questions. Or do you want, okay. So let's just do a second round of questions. The microphone, kuna mingi? Aya, sawa, tutaanza hapo.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kivuti. First of all, allow me to give Alan Namu his flowers. Namu, one thing for sure, you've been real. And another thing I really appreciate about you is the mentorship process. I've seen Kanye do a feature. There's this guy, I've forgotten his name. I'm sorry, my brother, the one in a yellow hoodie. I've seen you do a feature, so we're simchoyo. So keep at it. Tukupe sahi. Tunakugesa hii. Sasa tusianze ku-faint senye umeenda. All right. Something else. I want you to tell us in layman's language. The Englishmen say, you can forget what someone has given to you, you can forget what someone has told you, but you can never forget what someone has made you feel. So I want to personalize all these things. Tunaweza kuongea Kiingereza nyingi, but I want to personalize it. I want you guys to tell us, especially being investigative journalists and such kind of stuff, give us a feel of the most riskiest session you've had. And then I want you to also, we want to give you a task. No, you give us a task. What do we need to do as citizens? Because you already are journalists. Whether once upon a time I worked for 1FM and NTV, but now you're journalists. What do we do to support? Because this room is full of solution makers and not problem makers. So what do we do to support what you guys do to make it a better place? And then the final one, is it possible for you guys in your level, other than showing us how people are dying, tuwatoe makosa na kuonyesha We are having pedophiles, wanashika watoto. Nothing is being done about it. I'm now working in the older person space. A shosho is being raped. We are not talking about it. Perhaps, is it possible for you guys to also unturn the news to show the voices that are not being dealt with compared to the money that they're taking away? Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I think we'll pass the mic down this way for about 2 to 3, and then 2 more. Oh, there's behind you actually. Sorry.
Let's do series.
Okay. Hi. I hope you can hear me. Okay. So for me, my question now comes down to African journalism in general. And my example I'll use is, I don't know if you guys know African Stream. There was a channel called African Stream. And so for you, especially now in this space for as an African journalist, where you're trying to also explore and expose like other narratives outside of what like Western journalism would do. But now you can see what happened with African Stream, where basically they were told they were Russian propaganda just because for the first time you were getting news that was an African perspective fully. And I say this because like Al Jazeera, you'll get its news via Warabu. BBC, you're getting the perspective from the British. CNN, you're getting it from the Americans. TRT, it's from the Turkish. And I feel like there is, globally at least, there wasn't like a voice of Africans when it comes to the global, global affairs. And I feel like African Stream did that. And I feel like also for you guys at African Uncensored, you're kind of also filling in that kind of space where hopefully now you're also getting like viewers who are outside of Kenya. You're getting a bigger African audience. And that will probably be an issue again in the grand scheme of things. So for you now, right now, how are you dealing with that? Being censored even like by the West generally? Yeah.
Dude. Acha. That would be the best.
Yeah. Hi. So I have a question directed to Justin and also to the Africa Uncensored team. The first one to Justin is, are you licensed by the Communications Authority? Here I am. Okay. And then the second one.
Just to say it easily, I'm not licensed. I am a reactor. I'm a comedian.
Yeah,
That would be it.
no, it was not an attack, but it was a leading question. So the leading question, because she did ask, how are we able to differentiate between the fake news and the live news? You see, like for you to differentiate between between a real doctor and a fake doctor is through licensing. So that was my first question. And then the second question to Justin is, how is the proposed social media act going to affect how you are telling the truth? Then the next question is to Africa Uncensored. So I'd like to understand, how do you get your funding, and then how have you been able to navigate a situation whereby your donor wants you to dance to their tune, and how did you circumvent that situation? Thank you.
I think I can just answer your questions plus I am not a journalist. I say that all the time. I tell people the truth. I am a stand-up comedian. I am a writer. I am a satirist. That's the work that I do. If you watch any of my work, you will realize I use a lot of professional journalists' work because I know they had to go out in the field. They had to be out there and tell their actual stories. When I don't have the facts, I use my resources. As you've seen here, the African Uncensored team are actually incredible. So I never never regurgitate my own sentiments unless it has a factual source to back it up. Unless it's something that is purely in feeling, or it's something that I was immediately there to witness. For instance, when the protests were happening, I was in the streets. I could say this is what was happening because I'm saying it as someone who was in the street. So I do not have a license unless there's a license for a comedian that I'm missing. Niambie nisishikwe. Yeah. And is there anyone? Yes. When it comes to social media, I am worried that a lot of us are just platformed on social media that is built by the West. I would really, really hope that if there's any people with tech minds in here who can build a social media platform to get the funding that you require so that we can have our own social media that is properly regulated and it does have our narratives at the forefront of it. I feel like there's so many social media platforms. It's just that they're severely underfunded. There's very little advertising money. So maybe where two or three are gathered, their friends know, but not everyone knows. So if there are people who have social media platforms that would want to have my work or like the African Censored work on, I think we can definitely platform our work there. But it's just a missing link between those social media platforms and our knowledge of them. Yeah.
All right. So I was asked a couple of interesting questions. I'll try and meld them into one. So first of all, what happened with African Stream was a huge shame. I think that we have an African platform, a Pan-African platform that can be forced to shut down simply because there is a much stronger, much more powerful voice that is claiming certain, something like that, without a shred of facts. That's a real shame, and that's the threat that we encounter as well. But I'll tie this question to funding, because African Stream, in my view, it was a platform and after my own heart. The reason why is because it was funded by the public via social media, via their platforms, via the likes and the follows, etc. Meaning that it was truly, at least in that sense, owned by the people, right? And it didn't have to justify where it got its money from, which is a problem or a challenge that we have. I don't know who asked the question about our funding. So to answer the question, we have two main sources of revenue. We raise our own revenue through commercial, through commercial work. So, like for instance, there's a series that I did on Showmax called The Last Door. That was produced and commissioned for Showmax, and that allowed us to pay a huge chunk of our salaries. But a big chunk of our money comes from donors, right? And in as much as I have nothing to hide in terms of the sources of our revenue of what what they do, it is problematic for me, right? And I acknowledge this with a lot of pain. It's problematic because
Guys,
all right.
wacha malize.
It's problematic because of the perception that as long as the money comes from a certain source, then a certain tune is being called, right? It is problematic, and I deal with that. And I've been asked this question many times. But why did I choose to do that? Because at the time that we were starting, there was no local philanthropy to speak of that supports independent journalism. I had to look for people who would be able to support that. Now, to the second part of your question, what happens when we are asked to do something? There's only been one experience that I've come across. One. Where this person, actually two, right? One person, ilikuwa tu hiyo story ya Ukenya. Nimekupatia do, so nikatie kiasi, then now we'll, And I said no to that grant. The second one was a request from a Western nation. We'd like to give you a lot of money to go and, through our platform, through Akina Tom, do a lot of disinformation, misinformation work around Russia and China's influence in Africa, right? Now, that's not illegitimate work, because Russia and China do use social media to be able to push influence, right? But why was this particular nation asking that? It's because there is an information war between those nations. And if I were to agree simply because I have a company that needs to survive, then I would be the useful idiot in that situation. And I would be playing right into the hands of an agenda that I don't know or understand. So what you guys see is the propaganda. Oh, African Censored has Ford Foundation money, it has this, it has that. What you don't see is the struggle every day that I have to hold the line for my people to be able to do independent work, because I know exactly what it feels like to be told you cannot do this story because this person has paid or pays our advertising, etc. That's part of the reason that I left the mainstream media, because that was what was happening. So if there's any hill that I'm willing to die on, any fact that I will challenge anybody on any day, is if Africa Uncensored has ever been asked and has ever agreed to do something that they do not believe in. That has never happened. And as long as I am at the head of Africa Uncensored, I promise you, it will never happen. Because it is more important to me. It's more important to me that the truest, most diverse, and most truthful picture of what's happening on our continent is shown by us, right? Than it is for me to be able to keep the lights on. If that were ever to come to pass, then I'm sorry, Africa Uncensored would shut down. I would sooner go hang myself than take money from someone who, I'm just saying, I would sooner, okay. But you know the example that you know what I'm driving at. I would sooner die than do something like that. Now, to answer the question again about unheard or unseen stories, that again is part of the reason why Africa Uncensored came to exist. We look for those stories that are hidden, those stories where there's challenge in terms of voice, and we try as much as possible to tell those stories. When it comes to platform, I agree. We have been largely Kenyan, but the stage that we're moving to is from being the people who produce brilliant investigative journalism to platforming the people who do brilliant investigative journalism around the continent. And one example, the most recent example I can give you, is a story about the Alliance Girls teacher. That was produced by a brilliant journalist who we worked with. She didn't work for Africa Uncensored, but we chose to stand with her, including going to court for her to ensure that that story goes out. So that's our commitment. I think maswali zilikuwa zimeisha ama kuna moja ingine. How do you support us? We're on how do you support us? We're on Patreon. If you want to commit money every month, you can do that. If you want, being a subscriber and sharing our content helps us build our views, right? But I think for me, beyond the money, the more important support is standing with us in times where challenges like the ones that are being presented to us and other journalists are taking place. We are under threat today, make no mistake. And it's important for all of you to be able to raise your voices, because if you believe, as we do, that the things that we're doing are truthful, then it's important for us to be there. Because if we don't hold the line, it's going to be up to you to do that as an individual. And it's a lot fucking harder to do that as an individual than to have someone in front of you standing.
All right, last. Okay. Oh, Ankori. Oi. Doesn't. Itabidi sasa. So.
Pole. Najua tunaanza usiku, lakini lazima tumalizia usiku pia. Right? I'm sorry, guys, but we can't take more questions. But this has been a brilliant experience. Thank you very much for coming, for tolerating us, for listening to us. And thank you to the team at Drunken Lectures. This has been a brilliant platform for us to express ourselves. Like, follow, subscribe to Africa Uncensored on all of our platforms. And remember, the cost of telling the truth is high, but the cost of there being no truth is even higher. Asanteni, guys. To the guys who are online, have a good night and a good day ahead. Cheers, guys.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa. So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
It's very difficult for us to be able to impose on people that which they themselves do not accept.
Unapata ukiishi na watu kujudge actually.
Hata unatembea tu hivi mtu akuita sasa naona huyu mwanaume sijui nini naona.
Ngeni tu muone. Vile niliingia hivi hata ningekufa hiyo siku.
Boys must remain boys and girls must remain girls.
Then the issue of the foreign, they say, it is not foreign. What is foreign is acceptance.
And we'll ask if people are being given money to be gay, then a lot of people would be given.
Maybe because of your gender, how you dress, venye unakaa, venye unafanya nini.
Sionishangi evidence ati this is who I am.
In Nairobi's sprawling informal settlements, gender-based violence isn't just a crisis, it's a silent epidemic. Here, cases of domestic abuse, disappearance, suicides, and even murders are rising behind closed doors and crowded alleyways. The victims here suffer in silence, trapped by stigma, poverty, and a justice system that too often turns its back on the most vulnerable: women, children, and queer individuals.
When a person have lost two friends to suicide, they died by suicide.
We've received a couple of cases, and the first one, interestingly, was where mmoja alikuwa anafukuzwa kwa ploti because vijana walikuja pamoja and they were like, wewe unatunyang'anya mademu.
In Korogosho and places like it, they can be evicted, outed, beaten, and abandoned, and the insecurity, poverty, and injustices that ensue are rarely addressed. This is a story of the violence that hides in plain sight, destroys lives, and thrives in silence. In Korogosho, home to almost 200,000 people by some estimates, packed into 1.5 square kilometers, one woman is about to reopen a story that was meant to be forgotten. This is Jacqueline Asiko, a domestic worker and hairstylist. She was the last person to see her niece, Daisy, before she vanished.
Tulikuanga na hoteli yako kwa barabara, akakuja kama amekasirika. Ati auntie, nimeanikwa kwa internet. Nikamuuliza aje.
Naked photos and videos of her niece were being shared online and going viral. Soon after this discovery, Daisy disappeared.
Tumekuwa tukicommunicate naye, lakini ilifika mahali sasa akakosa simu. Sasa communication imekuwa ngumu unless achukue tu simu ya shosho yake ndiye atumie hivyo tu, lakini kwa sasa bado ako Western.
Now, with just one tenuous lead, we travel west. Jacqueline had been told that one of Daisy's friends had seen her there.
Nimefanya kuongea na mom, akaniambia kuna rafiki yake anamuonanga.
We are searching for a girl who wants to stay hidden.
Naitwa Daisy Ndunga. Huku ni home, Western, Butere. Hapa ni kwetu kwenye nimezaliwa, but hapa nakaa na shosho yangu. Kitu ilifanya mpaka saa hii niko huku ni
Vile nilikuwa na hii somehow nilikuwa najaribu kuficha my true identity cause mi niko LGBTQ. So ile familia kujua ilikuwa tu mmoja mmoja, bado kusikia lakini wakukuwa sure kabisa kabisa. Cause niko na bado mtoi sahii ako na 4 years. Na kukosana tu na babake ndio bado ilikuwa chanzo ya mi kuingia LGBTQ.
She belonged to a whispered about group in Korogosho known only as Chira, a name inspired by the late TikToker Brian Chira, who died in a tragic road accident. Years later, a party invite arrived.
Nilikuwa na kazini yangu mwingine mwenye tulikuwa tujaonana for long. Kwa vile alikam, akaniambia niende kwake nimtembelee, nilikuwa na beshte yangu. Kaenda tu kama puzo, babangu ndio firstborn alafu babake anafuata babangu. Kaenda tukaongea, kumbe yeye alikuwa amepelekwa na rada, mimi nakuanga less.
Now, sitting outside her grandmother's home, she struggles to speak about that night, recalling how she and her friend were drugged, possibly through the tea they were offered, and after passing out, they were violated and abandoned.
Yeah, in fact yeye ndiye alitupikia hiyo chai. After kupika hiyo chai tukakunywa. So kukunywa mi nilijipata tu safa nimeshaamka, sikuwa najua nini ile happen. Kwa mpevo saa 5 kuangalia tulikuwa na ubeshte yangu, nikajaribu kumwamsha, hakukuwa na nguo. Pia mi vile niliamka sikuwa na nguo. So ile design ya kiaje imepatikanaje sisi wote hatuna nguo, hatukuwa tunaelewa. Kuangalia hizo nguo tukapata nguo zimesokiwa kwa ndani ya beshen. Hakuna vile tunaweza change na mlango pia ni wazi na tuko tu hivyo wawili.
Daisy Dunga's life took a dark turn after that night. The trauma of what happened to her and her friends still lingers, a scar that has refused to heal.
Beshte tu mwingine akakuja akatuambia eti mmeingia online, tukamuuliza mbona unasema hivyo, eti ingeni muone. Vile niliingia hivi hata ningekufa hiyo siku. Cause niliingia nikapata hiyo day hiyo yenye tulienda huko yenye sikumbuki kitu yoyote, nikawa drug ndani ya hiyo chai. Tukatolewa nguo zote, hao watu walikuwa wanapanga. Walikuwa tu na zile object sharp design yenye wanaweza kuharm. Sasa kuna vile tulikuwa tunaulizwa, sikumbuki vizuri. Tunaulizwa tu but story ilikuwa ni males nini hivyo. Huyu mwingine vile alikuwa anadhulumiwa, unajua at least mimi kazini yangu alikuwa hapo. Sasa huyu mwingine alikuwa anamfanyia tu kila kitu. Kumshika, ngwai saa hiyo nikiona hiyo video tulikuwa hadi na ngwai kwa mdomo. Sikuwa nakumbuka kabisa hata hiyo story na ngwai mimi sijui aliasha aje ndo akatupea. Wakaanza kutuarasa hapo hivyo. Sasa hii kitu ilikuja ika trend. Unaweza imagine ile design unatembea hivi sasa umevaa nguo lakini mtu akikuangalia hivi akuoni nikao uko na nguo. Anaona ile picha. Anaona hiyo video. Ili ni hard siwezi danganya. Ni hard sana, ikabidi bado nimeanza kutumia hadi madawa za kumeza. Ndio at least iende kama nilikuwa nikimeza hivyo naona at least niko sawa. Ilinisumbua siwezi danganya, ilinisumbua nikasema niko na hadi mtoi wangu bado ni ule mtu mwenye anapenda simu na nikatotoka janja. Siku nyingine ingie kwa simu alafu aone hiyo. Madhemwana anaendelea kugrow. Unajua vitu kama hizo bado ziujiweka. Akuja aone mamangu ndio huyu hivi nikasema hiyo haiwezi. Ile niliona hiyo video sikuamini kwanza at first. Nilikuwa nashindwa kazini yangu anaweza nifanyia kitu kama hii. Hakuna kitu yote nilikuwa nimemfanyia. Tumekaa sana tukiwa watoi. Sasa vile mimi nilienda Nairobi pia wakaenda na mama yao. Hii ilikuwa like karibu 10 years kama tujawahi onana. Hata mimi vile nilisikia eti alihama sijui ako area hivyo karibu, nilisikia poa. Juu yule mtu tulikuwa tumelelewa naye bado tulikuwa tunapendana ni kama brother. Sikuwahi imagine anaweza fanya kitu kama hiyo.
He apologized, said he never meant for it to go that far. 3 days later, he was shot dead, gunned down as a wanted criminal in Nairobi. His body was brought back to Butere, to their grandmother's home. Daisy, still running from the trauma he caused, returned to mourn him. He was buried in the same compound where she lives now, and every day she sees the grave of her tormentor.
Maisha huku imekuwa ngumu. Wenye wananijua sana hata mimi sikuwa nafanana yeye. Basi sasa ukiniangalia ndio hata mimi saa zingine ni ujiangalia nasema bado ni life. Huwezi jua kesho vile kutakuwa.
She has come to accept her situation, one where the only way to move on is to try to forget what happened. This is her life now. She burns charcoal, tills dry soil, and watches her youth slip through her fingers like dust.
Naweza tu sema mtu mwenye ananifanyanga counseling chuchu yangu. Kudia ananielewa, nikikasirika kama kuna kenye inamesikumbua toka bado sijasema ataniambia.
Jackie, her aunt, spent weeks trying to counsel Daisy.
Aliniambia auntie, mimi sasa kitu naweza fanya, hata kama ni business nikipata tu venye naweza fanya kazi. Hata kama ni yangu tu, hata kama ni ya kupika bajia ama chips, hiyo. Ama hata kama naweza pata venye naweza endeanga omena huko ni Kisumu. Sijui aliita aje huko Kisumu ndani.
Now, seeing her in this broken state, she knows her niece needs more than just comfort. She needs justice.
DC aliripoti kwa nyumba 10. Ikawa ameenda hadi kwa chief ameripoti. Ikawa ameenda hadi Gonganja. Sasa ikakuwa juu huyu ni memba wa familia, hizi maneno zirudi kwetu, tuongee, tumalize.
Sharon Mwenesi, a grassroots activist and documentarian who has spent years giving voice to stories that may not make the headlines, is fighting back.
So where us seeking for justice stopped is where the guns also stopped, like the consent. So if we don't have consent from the three, then there is nothing that we can do. Like I said, kangaroo court venye iliingilia and the story ya family or to deal with this inward, then we had to just step aside kidogo. But if saizi pia watuambie they are like ready to continue or they want to seek justice, we can tunaweza tukasaidiana.
But justice remains a foreign concept. The other men responsible were never arrested. The case barely took off, left to gather dust. They roam freely while their victims continue to suffer in silence.
I feel bad. Kwanza mimi inanivunjanga moyo. Sasa inanifanyanga nashindwa kudeal with any other case that come because najiulizanga tutasonga na wewe mpaka place and then ukuje useme hautaki kesi iendelee. First thing, we've used our resources. Hatuna any funding that tutasema we've put this towards this advocacy. So if natumia resources zangu kukupeleka station, natumia resources zangu kukupeleka hosi, I use my resources to look for a lawyer.
Daisy misses her family and the child she left behind with her parents. But fear holds her back. Fear of harassment, neighbors who whisper, and of people who don't just shun, but actively seek to harm her. She had to move multiple times, and she's terrified that it will all happen again.
Inaponga kwanza tu unaenda labda ni mwezi wa kwanza umelipa mwezi wa pili, so nakwambia hii mwezi ingine ya pili ikiisha wete comment. Inakuanga tu hivyo tena mostly ndio ya maboy. Umepita hapo na mtu wako labda ni mrembo nini, unaona umeshaanza kuchokoza, nasema itakuwaje huyu ni msichana na huyu msichana mmoja kwanza kubali na sisi wanaume wenyewe anatukataa. Wanaweka grade.
Back in Nairobi, Julie Pauline Akala, known as Marcos, and Grace Asila, alias Vas Rahim, know that fear all too well. Just like Daisy, they've been through hell and back. Threatened, harassed, and evicted again and again.
Ilikuwa usiku, tumelala. Then gasikia mlango ilibishwa. Yani ile kubisha ya lazima ile. Wakati tulikuwa tumefunga, ndio saa huyo boy akasema atakuja kuturep siku moja. Nilikuwa na mabeshe zangu wawili, ni kwa weekend tulikuwa tunachinti. Saa I think wenye waliona wakiingia ndio wakaanza ku make hizo attempts, lakini it wasn't, ilikuwa unsuccessful. Mlango ilikuwa imefungwa, kabidi ni kama tu katafuta nyumba kwa majuu. That night venye tu alibisha mlango tu kufungua, huyo mmoja akapiga nduru akapotea, hata tena hakuongea tena.
For Rahim, a Matatu tout, life has been a series of raids, thefts, and rejection. But today, her heart broke in a way she could not ignore. Her house was broken into and robbed by people she knew, people she once trusted.
I was stolen like everything. Hakuna kitu yote. Hadi kan kitanda, mattress, ilibidi hadi nitafute kwa jirani penye naweza ipata. Naona hiyo ina affect mtu sana. Juu umezitafuta, umekaa pahali, umezihangaikia, unajaribu kwenda kazi. Bado unaona ukiwa story ya kazi, unapata kazi, upati hata kazi virahisi. Because the moment mtu anakuona kwa kazi, anakunyima hadi nafasi ya kufanya kazi. So it hurts even more. Juu unapata hapo hivyo watu ni kama unaweiwa, like wanaona maybe because of your gender, how you dress, venye unakaa, venye unafanya nini, unakosa hadi kazi. And it's so sad juu unapata ukiishi kwa maisha kama hiyo, hauna kazi, society haikutaki, unaishi hivyo maisha nini, hakuna venye utaendelea, unaona ni kurudi tu nyuma.
She was targeted because of her appearance, an incident that is sadly becoming commonplace. Reporting these attacks often leads to further complications.
Nilikuwa nimeenda to the nearest police station hapa John Saga, but unajua sasa bado ndo usiu mtu bado inataka pesa, cause kama last jana nilitumia pesa by kupata tu hiyo moja, which hiyo moja hajakubali bado. Wako na clue ya venye walikuwa juu pia alikuwa hapo juu alionekana kwa ploti, I had witnesses, but hajakubali. So ilibidi juu hawezi, obvious ni wanaume, hawezi pigana na wao, hawezi fanya kitu yote.
Hatuku report juu bado hata ukienda kureport useme chances za mtu kubelieve ni kidogo, ama bado kumshtaki sasa tuwa mshtaki, lakini bado sasa mkishamalizana huko wewe ndio utapata umeumia. Either ukitembea unapata tu umevamiwa au umenyang'anywa simu ama nini. So kwa avoid tu hiyo danger, kaachana tu na story hivyo.
She has come to accept the misgendering that happens due to her appearance as a fact of life.
Basi rahisi huko. Jumoski sasa unajua unafika point yenye una hadi mabeshte ile like hostility mob, ule abusive language ni watu wanatumia ni mob sana. Hata unatembea tu hivi mtu akuita hasa naona huyu mwanaume sijui nini maana. So hata inaloa self esteem ya mtu. Unajipata tu so mostly hata mimi kikanga huko na waruna hata kama sijakuja kazi ni kushinda kwa nyumba. Na juu sasa sina mabeshte around. Sijai personally mimi sikuangi mtu wa kurudisha maneno. So mimi ukiniambia hivyo mimi huwa nanyamaza na najipea shughuli yangu.
She has considered leaving the city, just like Daisy, due to the persistent harassment, discrimination, and violence.
So inafika tu point unasema acha nitoke Nairobi for good, acha niende nyumbani for your safety. Kuishi tu hapo niko sawa, lakini saa ni ile lock ile hapo hiyo area hapo wananijua ndio, lakini ile wako tu na doubts. You bado sionishangi evidence that this is who I am hivyo. I decided to just chill hivyo.
Na feel vibaya, hadi gas yenyewe saa hii venye nimekuja siwezi pika, hakuna gas, unaona? Like hakuna hata stove kwa kadogo, like nasikia vibaya sana. Juu Si rahisi by the way, umetoka pahali unakuja unapata vitu zako zimeibiwa na hujaikosea mtu, juu hizo vitu ndo upate hujaibia mtu, unaona? Saa that's why nasikia vibaya sana. So unapata ukiishi na watu kujudge actually. Mtu akiona tu umeingia na dem kwa nyumba, wakiwa hapo nje, kama ni wamama, kama ni vijana hapo nje, obvious watu kujudge.
Sharon Wanesi has been documenting some of these cases at Wateule Haki Center in Korogosho.
Kwa community kunafanga na zile za huyu ni outcast, umelaniwa and such things, mfai kwa community. So people don't seek justice because they do not know where to start from, where to go, who to report to, who to talk to. And that's why we are here. You come to our office and we actually walk that journey with you step by step, because we know where to start and the process to take you through seeking justice.
Gender-based violence against LGBTQ+ individuals in Kenya remains a serious concern. One study conducted in Western Kenya revealed that 43.4% of sexual and gender minority individuals had experienced violence related to their sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression. A study by the National Library of Medicine found that 81% of gay and bisexual men in Kenya experienced physical or sexual abuse during childhood.
A person who have lost two friends to suicide. They died by suicide. And one is ended their life once their father discovered they were gay. They sort of just ended their life. The other one said like he's just tired of trying to fight this. So these are really matters. Like this is a matter of life and death. And we can make it easier only, like I said, because you can't know someone unless they tell you.
James Maingi is a program officer at Hoimas, a community-based organization also working to support marginalized communities, serving key populations across Nairobi, Kajiado, and Nyeri counties.
Statistically, 2% of every population is gay. They belong to the LGBTQ+. And the very rich are able to access especially expensive healthcare. But for the poor people in the poor sectors, poor to low income, poor, probably middle class, those are the people we had earlier, they're going to have earlier.
The LGBTQ+ community in Kenya faces significant legal and societal challenges. Same-sex sexual activity is criminalized under sections 162 and 165 of the Penal Code, with penalties of up to 21 years in prison.
I always had a passion to advocate for injustice, and it's seeing the kind of injustice that what I faced myself. I knew that there were many more people who, like myself out there, who needed someone else to be able to advocate for themselves, and that's how I got the push.
In Kenya, issues surrounding the LGBTQ+ community remain deeply controversial, often met with societal disapproval and legal resistance. One poignant example is the film I Am Samuel, which sparked national debate upon its release. The documentary, which chronicles the life of a gay Kenyan man navigating love, faith, and family in a conservative society, was met with widespread criticism.
By deliberately advocating same-sex marriage in Kenya, the film blatantly violates Article 165 of the Penal Code that outlaws homosexuality.
Despite these obstacles, there have been notable legal victories. In 2023, the Supreme Court upheld the right of the National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission to register as a non-governmental organization, marking a significant step towards recognition.
Through the court system, which took several years, we got finally the right to associate in Kenya. And now we can associate, we can form our own groups, we can form our own unions of such, not unions. I want to scratch out unions, just groups that can advance the well-being of human rights defenders, especially queer human rights defenders and the community in general.
However, societal attitudes remain largely conservative. A 2023 Pew Research Center survey estimated that over 90% of Kenyans oppose same-sex marriage.
It's very difficult for us to be able to impose on people that which they themselves do not accept.
There is a perception among some in the straight community that people join LGBTQ plus organizations primarily to access donations.
That is a total fallacy and a total lie. Yeah. Queer people are the most hardworking people I've ever met. They are the most people who put their blood and sweat into whatever they do. So if queer people are successful, that doesn't mean they are being funded or they are being given money.
Then the issue of the foreign, they said, it is not foreign. What is foreign is acceptance.
I will ask, if people are being given money to be gay, then a lot of people would be given.
What we get, we're grateful, and it's usually caters for somebody. For example, you rent, you're able to save, you're able to send money to back home to help your people, to help even in the community.
In 2025, the US government cut funding through USAID, which had been supporting organizations focused on LGBTQ plus rights and HIV/AIDS interventions.
The struggles are real, the figures are disturbing. And we do not blame the US government and the US people. Allow me to state that. We are grateful for the help they gave us. They did not have to give us the help, but they went out of there and they helped us. We were hoping it would have extended because it was really helpful. And but of course, I understand the priorities.
And yet, even in the shadows of rejection and silence, they hold on. Proof that courage still lives where hope is hardest to find.
Unaona life ya huko ngumu, ni ngumu. Hii kama una roho, survive.
Daisy's story is not hers alone. It echoes the silent pain of many, unheard and unseen. Her path remains uncertain, but one truth stands unshaken. No one should have to fight this hard just to exist. She dreams of returning to the city to hold her child and to find her family again.
So tena masaa yingine hata kwana nikishasota ndio nafikirianga kabisa. Nikisota nafikiria sasa hii ni life gani hii? Chukuja bado huko Nyimanyima nilikuwa nimeambia mama, kumoja utakuwa unaishi ile yenye naishi. Sasa hiyo sina pesa, nasema niombe mama yangu 50 ama. Nikishashika hiyo simu nakumbuka vile nilikuwa na promise na mwambia hata shopping hautakuwa unakosa nini. Kabado sijampigia. Tena nasija nasema na bado nikipiga ako na mtoi wangu. Labda hiyo sister ndio hata alikuwa amesema mtoto jioni labda atadai sukuma wapike mtoi akule.
But for now, she must confront the trauma and carry the scars left by a betrayal too close to home, wounds inflicted by a relative now buried in the very place she sought refuge. Daisy may not bloom where she once stood, but somewhere, against all odds, she is still growing, bruised, not broken. And in that quiet, stubborn growth lies the first fragile bloom of change.
Do you care about truth, justice, and stories that really impact our lives?
Then, the Africa Uncensored community is where you belong.
What do you get when you join? Well,
Early access to powerful investigations and a chance to contribute by making your voice heard in the stories that matter. A space to connect with people who care about accountability just like you.
Opportunities to share your thoughts, give feedback, and even tip us on stories that need to be told. Plus, events, trainings, screenings, all those things to keep you learning and engaged.
This isn't just about community, it's about telling the stories that shape Africa. So, guys, join the Africa Uncensored community now and let's uncover the truth together.
The government has remained mum on the deaths and suffering of residents of Owino Uhuru slums.
Welcome to Owino Uhuru, the informal settlement in Mombasa that shocked the world 10 years ago.
Sisi ambao hatukutu kusoma, sisi wanyonge, tumevamiwa.
Hiyo moshi imeniaffect, yani siwezi nikatembea for long yani ama kupanda mlima.
Justice has finally been served. An environmental court has awarded 1.3 billion shillings to residents of Owino Uhuru slum.
Finally, things were about to turn around, or so they thought.
Wakati ilikuja tukaenda kotini, tukashinda, ikasemekana neema wameapili, nikaona sasa hapa watoto wangu watakufa, wakati si tukukaa hapa watakufa.
Lead poisoning is actually dangerous. The problem being that lead tends to accumulate in the body. You can't really say there's any safe level because lead is not even supposed to be there in the first place.
In its ruling, the Supreme Court cited 20 deaths linked to lead poisoning in Owino Uhuru. However, members of the community say the number is far higher.
Watoto wa huku wenye wanasaliwa, wenye patu wako huku, patu wako na shida. Sababu neema ichasafisha mtaa. Na huu mtaa watoto walikuwa wanachezea hapo, hizi nyumba zenye walikuwa wanaishi ni patu hizo. Mabati ni yale.
For 10 years, this community has been hopeful that the courts would rule in their favor.
Both of them had lead in their blood and both of them died.
We are going to fight against any form of impunity that denies communities justice when they have been wronged.
Environmental activism comes with a lot of risk. I was attacked at my home very early on in my activism by gunmen. I had to flee, and then shortly after that I was arrested and arraigned in court for this Owino Uhuru case.
The multi-billion compensation and remediation has sparked new threats and fueled new divisions within the community. Mzeogola, Scholastica, and the people of Owino Uhuru have only experienced more difficulties despite this positive turn.
Sina imani na neema kabisa, sababu hata nikiwaona still inatetemeka, wamekuja tena kutuua.
Mnafikiria mtajificha chini ya mikono ya polisi? Mnakuta kuwepo na county against us. Shame on you, Neema. Shame on you, criminals.
Welcome to Owino Uhuru, the informal settlement in Mombasa that shocked the world 10 years ago.
The government has remained mum on the deaths and suffering of residents of Owino Uhuru slums due to lead poisoning.
Kenyans piled pressure on the government to take action on those behind the metal refinery company which exposed the residents to lead poisoning.
Wakati walikuja kuweka hii mashini hapa, wenyewe hata kuja kujulisha watu wa mtaa. Sisi tuligutuka tu, mashini imewekwa na inamwaga sumu.
A vibrant community of over 3,000 people was ravaged after the fumes from a battery recycling plant opened in 2007, Metal Refineries EPZ, poisoned their land, water and air with lead, a toxic heavy metal extracted from used batteries. This revelation triggered a protracted, painful legal battle. But despite the plant's closure in 2014, Africa Uncensored has found that the deadly metal continues to terrorize the people of Owino Uhuru in 2025, 10 years after we first investigated this case. We returned to the scene of one of Kenya's most shocking environmental crimes to find that not much has changed since this story came to light. For many, in fact, things have only gotten worse.
Mwaka 74 niliingia Uwinuru, ambapo nimekaa Uwinuru kutoka mwaka 74 mpaka sasa hivi. Sikuona matuku mabaya yote wakati ninaingia mpaka sasa hivi, lakini nilikuja baada 09 ndio nikakumbana na mambo ya Moshi. Kaanza kufuatilia mambo ya Moshi, iko namna gani, mbona watu wanaumia, watu wanakohoa, wengine wanaanza kulia magoti, unasikia kina mama wasichana wanaanza kutoa mimba. Nini mbaya? Bidi tutafute watoto watatu, ambapo mtoto mmoja Catherine Auma, Basil na Musa Odhiambo. Mr. Karanja na Madam Lisa Mondi wakapeleka watoto pale Nyali katika laboratory ya serikali. Kweli walipimwa wakapatikana nayo.
Kina mama wameathirika. Most of mamas hapa Mabati wakishika mimba zao zinatoka, ama wanaweza zaa watoto na watoto wanatoka wakiwa walemavu. Kuna wamama kadhaa wamezaa watoto wakiwa nyama ziko kando kando, mikono iko kando, miguu kando. Nikiwa mmoja wao, mimi pia nikiongelelea kuhusu mama, mimi pia nilizaa mtoto hapa Uwinuru Mabati, na mtoto alitoka nyama na nikazika. Niko mmoja wao ambaye nimezika mtoto.
When we first spoke to Scholastica Shikanga a decade ago, the fight for justice had already left her exhausted and defeated.
Hii kesi tumechukua saa hii karibu miaka 9 na tumepitia changamoto, mchanga, maji na watu kufa. Hatukuwa tunajua kuna sumu katika huu mtaa. Mtoto alianza kuwa mgonjwa, nikampeleka hospitali ya Coast General Hospital, wakamtibu, sikuona tofauti yoyote. Ilipofika mwaka 2010 nikachukua mtoto nikampeleka kwa hospitali ya missionary ya St. Patrick Bangladesh, ambaye nilikutana na daktari pale, nikamuelezea. Daktari akaniambia mtoto mpaka lazima umpeleke apimwe damu ndio tujue chenye kinaendelea kwa mtoto. Tarehe 8 mwezi wa 9 2010 mtoto alienda akachukuliwa damu, akaniambia pate ya siku 7 nirudi kuchukua majibu. Nilipoenda kuchukua majibu, daktari aliniuliza unakaa karibu na kampuni ngapi kani? Kamwambia nakaa karibu na kampuni 2, moja corrugated na ingine Metal Refinery Epicet. Daktari akaniambia hiyo ya Metal Refinery Epicet ndio imethuru mtoto wako, ana vyuma risasi katika mwili wake. Na ilipatikana 26 UG. 2011 tena nikarekesha mtoto path care. Mtoto akachukuliwa damu. Nilipoenda kuchukua machipu, daktari kaniambia mtoto lead iko juu sana, ambayo sasa mtoto ako hatari. Daktari aliniandikia, nikaenda kwa specialist ya watoto Pande Hospital, wakanipatia dawa ya Ranfaron na Flornoram. Nicha nipatie mtoto. Mtoto aliarisha vitu nyeusi kama ile mafuta yenye umepikia kwa karaya imepaki kama umepika mandazi. Mtoto akatulia na daktari akaniambia dawa ya lead poison iko South Africa, iko Kenya. Kwa hivyo first aid ya mtoto ni masiwa na fruits. Iliendelea kumpatia mtoto masiwa, nikingojea kipimo kingine cha 3. Mwaka 2012 nikarudi tena path care. Kwenda kupima mtoto tena akapatikana ana 32, ambaye sasa kiwango kikiwa kimepanda saiti. Hapo ndio sasa tukaja kujua ya kwamba kampuni ya Metal Refinery Epicet imemaliza watu. Ndio watu wakaacha kujua kumbe watu wameathirika. Tukafanya maandamano, watu wakashikwa, wakawekwa ndani kwa ajili ya hiyo sumu. Tukifanya maandamano huku kampuni haifungwi. 2013 ndio kiwanda kiliweza kufungwa. Huo mwaka 2013. Na hapo kesi ilienda kotini.
She recounts the many legal battles she and her neighbors have been through in the 10 years since we spoke.
Wakati ilikuja tukaenda kwa kotini, tukashinda, ikasemekana Neema wameapili. Nikaona sasa hapa watoto wangu watakufa, wakati tukukaa hapa watakufa. Kwanza nimeshawasafirisha sasa, angalau hata wakae mbali kidogo, nione hiyo maisha yao kama itaenda. Nimewasafirisha, kama ni Kevin ako Western, kama ni Helen ako Kambala anafanyia hapo grade 6, tena akamaliza na msafirisha.
While Kevin has moved out, another grandchild, Helen, still lives in Owino Uhuru. Shikanga fears not just for her, but for the other children of Owino Uhuru as well.
Wengi wamekufa. Wenye walikuwa na Kelvin kwa hii kupima nini, wakina Tauti Mahero, Cosma, hawa wakina Elizabeth Mairu wamekufa. Wenye wamepaki hapa hata wengine patu wanasiti kupepa ukipelekwa wamekufa.
According to the court, a continuous violation persisted for more than 7 years when Metal Refinery was operating and subsequently thereafter, further stating that a direct effect on humans and the environment was evidenced by medical reports. The court ruled that the duty to protect the environment is not the sole preserve of the state. If there is a failure on their part, individuals and other legal persons would share liability. In addition to 1.2 billion shillings in compensation to be paid by NEMA, Metal Refinery, the Ministry of Environment, the EPZ Authority and Penguin Paper, it upheld the allocation of 700 million for a remediation exercise. NEMA was in 2020 directed by the court to identify the extent of contamination and pollution caused by the operations of the Metal Refinery at the Owino Uhuru settlement, remove any contamination and pollution in the affected areas of Owino Uhuru settlement, and restore the environment of Owino Uhuru settlement and its ecosystem. This exercise is yet to take place. Toxic waste from the battery recycling plant seeped into the community's water sources and soil, and the residue from the toxic fumes remained on the roofs of their homes. As we found out in lab tests done by Lancet and SGS Labs, the lingering danger of lead poisoning identified as early as 2010 continues to torment the people of Owino Uhuru. The residents continue to carry this poison in their bodies, and it surrounds them where they live. These tests were done on soil and water samples taken from the houses and water sources in Owino Uhuru, as well as on 6 blood samples from residents of different ages. In residential areas, safe lead levels in soil are considered to be around 80 milligrams per kilogram. Shockingly, 10 years after the story first broke, one soil sample was found to have extremely high lead levels, 199 milligrams per kilogram in one home, known as Kwa David, far above the recognized limits for residential use. And although the levels have reduced since the plant's closure, all the blood samples we collected and tested showed varying levels of lead in their bodies. We tested 6 blood samples taken from the residents and found lead levels of between 1.04 and 1.8 micrograms per deciliter. The dangers of lead are real, with the greatest risk being impaired brain development in children. Once exposed, irreversible damage can occur. In its ruling, the Supreme Court cited 20 deaths linked to lead poisoning in Owino Uhuru. However, members of the community say the number is far higher.
Lead poisoning is actually dangerous, yeah? The problem being that lead tends to accumulate in the body. And perhaps even maybe to mention before you go even further, really there is no safe level. As much as they probably gave you those measurements, you can't really say there's any safe level because lead is not even supposed to be there in the first place. Lead does actually have quite a number of effects on the whole body. So for instance, in your blood, what we call the hematological system, lead accumulation can even lead to anemia, having like a low hemoglobin level. Lead will also affect like your nervous system, especially your central nervous system, such that you'll have like poor memory, poor concentration, and on severe cases, sometimes you can even go into coma. Then when it comes to your digestive system, lead can even give you like abdominal pain, sometimes constipation, nausea, vomiting. And even for your bones, you can actually even get bone pain For your kidneys, it can give you even kidney damage when severe, and it can even give you other problems like high blood pressure, you know, because of now the other indirect effects. Like for instance, if lead is actually giving you like kidney problems, you know, your kidney actually does have a role to play in controlling your blood pressure. Then you also know like what are the long-term effects of high blood pressure. You know, you end up having like heart failure, heart attacks, and so on.
Both of them had lead in their blood and both of them died. Both of them were living at the wall.
NEMA had appealed the initial ruling by the Environment and Lands Court, taking the case all the way to the Supreme Court, which decided in favor of the community last year. Despite this, the community continues to live in danger, both from the lead around them and from those seeking to pervert the course of justice.
Watoto wa huku wenye wanasaliwa, wenye patu wako huku, patu wako na shida. Sababu NEMA haichasafisha mtaa, na huu mtaa watoto walikuwa wanachezea hapo, hizi nyumba zenye walikuwa wanaishi ni patu hizo. Mabati ni yale.
Mzee Ogolla has been subjected to serious death threats, harassment and repression. He also says there is a new effort to remove him from his role, linked to his central role in his community's vicious fight over the past decade.
Sasa hapo ndio vita ameanza kanipiga. Sasa hawa mara vijana, nimetumiwa vijana wanikate singo, mara tumwa vijana na vijana wangu pia walifikiria kasema baba hawezi kuuawa bila sababu. Hao vijana wakapia wakarelax. Kitu kingine wakatuma paka vijana wafanye maandamano. Huyu mzee atolewe kwa kumsamta. OCS Changamwe wakasema mzee hana makosa, lakini kitu imeleta shida, akapatikana hii kesi, watu watafanywa nini? Watafanywa compensation. Mimi kama alikuwa msamta nilisimama neutral, niendelee na kazi bila naendelea. Sasa mwezi jana ambao chief ameunda group hapa ndani, wanatumia na masimu. Sasa ndiyo hiyo, mara sijui wanataka watu wa NEMA wasitoe pesa.
For 10 years, this community has been hopeful that the courts would rule in their favor.
Sai ninajua ya kwamba maskini wa Owino Uhuru tutapata haki yetu kulingana na kesi yetu iko kotini, na tunajua ya kwamba tutashinda hii kesi kwa imani ya Mungu.
Justice has finally been served. An environmental court sitting here in Nairobi has awarded 1.3 billion shillings to residents of Owino Uhuru slum in Mombasa.
The landmark Supreme Court ruling in December 2024 was a major moment of victory for the people of Owino Uhuru after a long decade. Finally, things were about to turn around, or so they thought.
Sisi ambao hatukusoma, sisi wanyonge, tumevamiwa.
Mzee Ogolla, Scholastica and the people of Owino Uhuru have only experienced more difficulties despite this positive turn.
Asa, hapa tunazungumzia mambo na NEMA.
The multi-billion compensation and remediation has sparked new threats against Mzee Ogolla's life and fueled new divisions within the community. In April this year, Mzee Ogolla received a letter from the Mombasa Deputy County Commissioner's office, informing him that he would no longer serve as the village elder, although residents continue to rely on him to settle local disputes. He believes the billions of shillings in compensation and remediation awarded in the case is the cause of all his woes.
Nafikiri chief aliposikia tumeunda komiti ya mambo upande ya pesa ya Moshi, ndio akaanza kunipiga vita. Anamwambia watu, huyo sio mzee na sio mzee yangu na simtaki. Nimefanya kazi na chief watatu na sikugombana nao. Sasa chief anataka kae ndani ya hiyo komiti. Baadhi ya kijana hapa ndani naitwa Ukuyu anataka kae ndani ya hiyo komiti. Yuko kijana yetu tulichagua kama land, anataka kae ndani ya hiyo komiti. Yule chief kama mtoto wangu. Na shida ni chief anataka hii pesa. Maana yake mwanzo aliniambia, Msogola, kwa nini nyinyi unaunda komiti nyinyi huwezi kuniweka ndani? Kwani mimi sina mdomo ya kula pesa?
Like Mzee Ogolla, Winfred Kamenchu lives in fear. When Africa Uncensored first spoke to him 10 years ago, he and others had participated in some of the earliest protests in Owino Uhuru in 2010 over lead poisoning from the metal. His son, Jacob, was among those who fell ill. Since then, his wife moved out of his home in Owino-Uhuru in fear of her life. Jacob is in school far away from Owino-Uhuru. And at one point during the legal battle, Kamenchu was relocated by the Kenya Witness Protection Agency after receiving threats. He lost his job at a local cement plant as a result of his participation in the protests and has been unable to find a new job, perhaps because potential employers may be concerned about his activism.
Kutafuta kazi, wanakuitisha barua ya kule ulikuwa unafanya kazi. Na wale nilijaribu, nikienda pale hawanipi barua. Hawanipi barua. Kuna mahali nilienda kwa kampuni fulani, wakaniambia wewe ni ule mtu wa maandamano bwana, hatuwezi kupatia kazi. Sasa huwa nimejaribu kampuni karibu 3 4 mpaka nikalose hope.
He continues to organize within the community to demand justice. But what concerns Winfred the most is the false claims that money has been shared out among key organizers including himself, and the animosity resulting from claims that they are seeking to sell out the neighborhood. He fears that the court ruling awarding them 1.3 billion shillings in compensation could lead to further backlash against him.
Vitisho vilikuwa vingi na watu wanasema mnatumika vibaya, mnataka kutumika na Center for Justice, mshirikiane na watu wengine muuze mtaa. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa, na unajua hiyo ni mbaya sana. Because sasa kueleza watu wewe upiganie land, unapigania mazingira, ilikuwa ni kazi ngumu. Kuna watu wamepewa pesa. Ofisi ya polisi imepatia watu pesa, vile mzee Hosea yule alienda nyumbani na mama mgonjwa na mtu mwingine akasema hao washapewa pesa kwa sababu ndio mtai uso wao waondoke. Kwa hivyo hizo propaganda siko na ni hatari sana, unajua inaweza uso kwa wanakijiji wakaona wewe kama umekulia hapo, sasa ikawaleta shida. Ambayo hiyo ni hatari sana because hawa ndio wanakaa na wewe, wanajua unakaa wapi na wanalala wapi.
Phyllis Omido has spearheaded the legal battle to get justice for the people of Owino-Uhuru.
We are going to fight against any form of impunity that denies communities justice when they have been wronged.
After blowing the whistle on Kenya Metal Refinery, she founded the Center for Justice, Governance and Environmental Action, a non-profit that was key in organizing the community and leading the case that led to the Supreme Court ruling.
We are going to ensure that Center for Justice and other CSOs come together.
She has faced serious threats, harassment and intimidation.
I was supposed, first of all, to carry out an environmental impact assessment. They were paying me very well. They were paying me very well, according to the Kenyan standards.
When we sought her out 3 months ago, she had gone into hiding, fearing arrest for her work in Owino-Uhuru. Months later, we caught up with her for a sit-down.
Our environmental space, people assume that it's a safe space, because when you talk about environmental activism, people think about tree planting and things like that. But the actual fact is that environmental activism comes with a lot of risk. We face threats on a day-to-day basis. The first time I realized how bad it was is when I was attacked at my home very early on in my activism by gunmen. I had to flee, and then shortly after that I was arrested and arraigned in court for this Owino-Uhuru case, charged with inciting violence and illegal gathering. I think I learned, that was in 2012, I think I learned then that this work is not rosy. That time when you reached out to me, it was a similar issue. The National Environmental Management Authority had gone to Central Police Station and lodged a complaint against me for the work that I've done in Owino-Uhuru. They claimed that I'm preventing them from proceeding with their work that they were given by court. The fact is that they were trying to contravene the orders of the court, and I stopped them. And they became very bitter, so they tried to weaponize the police against me. So that time I had to go underground and process anticipatory bail, which I served NEMA and the other police at Central Police Station in Mombasa, just to avoid being arrested, because at my age also, I don't have the same strength I had when I was very young.
Nataka huyo mtu ambaye anasema anachochea community asimame aseme, kwa sababu court iliwapea 3 months to file. After 6th of March, your time ended as NEMA. I want you to show me where I've decided to do, and I want you to show me under what clause of the Supreme Court are you seated here today? Nataka mniambie. You are weaponizing police against me. You are weaponizing Madam SCC against me, Assistant Commissioner against me. Mnasema nimechochea community. How?
Frustrated by the inaction on Nema's part and non-compliance with court orders, she has found herself on a collision path with the environmental agency.
Mnafikiria mtajificha chini ya mikono ya polisi? Mnakuja kuweaponize county against us. Shame on you, Nema. Shame on you, criminals.
Kenyans need to understand that all state agencies refuse to close down Metro Refineries despite the fact that we gave them irrefutable proof that it was killing children. We went to Senate. Senate refused to take action. They told us to go to court. Parliament refused to take action. They told us to go to court. NEMA failed to take action.
The 700 million shilling remediation exercise first ordered in 2020 has become the new battleground. After appealing the initial ruling, the agency's arrival in Mombasa in April 2025 was met with hostility from the community. And according to Phyllis, NEMA is at the center of a cover-up that has shielded Metal Refineries owners as well as Hezron Awiti's Penguin Paper Company from accountability.
Surely, can you know the person rent your house to know what he's doing inside there? Can you know?
2 Indian nationals are listed as shareholders and directors of Metal Refineries. Gautam Gulshan Kumar Gambhir and Sania Gulshan Kumar Gambhir. They are believed to be out of the country, and at the height of the battle, Awiti had launched a bid for governor of Mombasa in 2017.
Harbour agencies or Penguin Paper and Book Company, they belong to one person. They metamorphosed during this whole process. But they are the company that housed Metal Refinery. So within the EPZ, there is the operators and the developers. So the developers are always Kenyans who own land and they build go-downs. And then they let them out to foreigners who come with the technology and skill and put up the outfits for export, yeah? The local company was actually owned by Hezron Awiti. Hezron has given us hell over the years. This idea of us being followed with gunmen, the threats we've been receiving. We went to Senate. After that, Senate said they were going to call him. Later, Senate wrote to us and told us they have done their own search. You know, in the Senate report, if you read, they said they did not find any link between harbour agencies and Metro Refinery. And then they attached a registrar of search of Kenya Metro Refinery, a different company. And they let Awiti go free. We did not sue NEMA to remediate harbour agencies. NEMA should arrest those people. Unless NEMA proves to me that they were never bribed, nothing makes sense about how they've implemented the Owino Uhuru case. We've given them everything. Their work is to enforce. They should have enforced. They've done nothing.
Efforts by Phyllis to ensure the 1.3 billion compensation is paid out have been unsuccessful, despite her countless visits and letters to different government agencies and officers including the Solicitor General. As all this plays out, the lead that has poisoned the land and water remains a threat to the community in Owino Uhuru. Many residents live with various ailments and require medication, but they are stuck, are afraid of the lingering lead residue all around them, unable to move elsewhere, and their health remains at risk.
Sasa naona mambo yanabadilika yanakuwa magumu. Mara kwanza venye nilisikia kesi imeisha, nilijua kuwa Mungu ametukumbuka watu kama sisi. Tunaenda kupata njia ya kupata matibabu. Sababu matibabu yangu ni pesa nyingi sana. Nilipoenda Aga Khan kulipa hiyo mambo ya kufanya operation peke yake aliniambia 350,000. Imekuwa mbaya, haiko rahisi. Nilipoenda hospitalini, waliponienda kuna daktari nilipata wanaita daktari Oganga akaniambia siwezi toa hii nini niko kwa shingo mpaka level yangu irudi chini. Na level yangu kurudi chini mpaka nitumie maziwa kila siku, maybe ndizi. Na kwa sina kazi yenye nafanya. Mimi nimeolewa. Na mwenye naishi naye anafanya tu kibarua.
Huyu ni mtoto wa sistangu. Unapata kama akienda hivi haja ndogo, sometimes badala ya mkojo inatoka damu. Alafu pia naye wakati akienda hii haja kubwa pia huwa anasikia kujikuna.
The biggest challenge actually even comes to the child. Remember, this child is still developing. So lead exposure on a child, again, remembering that there are really no safe levels even for children. So a child who's developing, this lead accumulation is actually going to affect how this child develops mentally. So they end up having like low IQ, okay? These are children who will be irritable, poor concentration, developmental delays. So they really have a problem, like they don't really get to achieve their milestones as required. Yeah, so the whole overall developmental delay in the children, that is actually the biggest problem for these children.
Jacob anaathirika kwa sababu maisha yake yako hatarini. Huo mwili wake anawashwa, anajikuna.
They hope the compensation would make their lives a little bit easier with access to drugs and healthcare. Some residents are concerned about their children's education. Others are desperate to move out, following in the footsteps of many who have done so in the last decade, in fear of the lingering danger to them and their loved ones. But so far, no one seems ready to foot the bill. The National Environmental Management Authority was ordered to pay 40% of the 1.3 billion compensation. Metal Refineries EPZ, the company responsible, was ordered to pay 25%. The Ministries of Environment and Health are to pay 10% each. Penguin Paper, a company associated with former Nyali MP Hezron Awiti, is supposed to pay 5% of the bill.
And it's not a treatment that you're just going to get anywhere. Some of these treatments, you really have like maybe to, you have to have these treatments like in well-established hospital facilities, okay? Yeah, so again, that's also a problem for a patient, moving them from where they are, going to this facility where they'll have to be admitted, because again, you have to monitor the side effects, okay? Even if I'm giving this, because many times you probably need like what we call an intravenous, we're removing these treatments from the blood. So you have like maybe to admit this patient and as in follow them up. So that becomes an expense too.
Mimi sina imani na neema. Sina imani na neema kabisa, sababu hata nikiwaona still inatetemeka, wamekuja tena kutuua. Mwezi wa pili 2012 nilienda mpaka kwa Neema mimi mwenyewe, nikipeleka hii malalamishi kwa ofisi ya Neema mimi mwenyewe, nikamwelezea watu Owino Uhuru tumepatikana tuna lead poison na inakuwa nyinyi ndio mlisababisha, mlipeana kibali kwa hiyo kampuni. Mkubwa Neema alinichipa akaniambia nenda nitakuja. Mpaka na saa hii mimi sijawahi kuona huyo mkubwa wa Neema akicha hapa mtaani. Tumeng'ang'ana, tumeenda kotini, Neema wale ndio wanasiti kuapili. Leo hii Neema wale wenye walisababisha hii moshi kutuumiza, kutuua, ndio wanakuja wanataka kufanya remediation, na wakati yenye tulikuwa tunaenda kuwaambia moshi inatuumiza, mmetuletea madhara, hawakuwa wanaona maanani. Walikuwa wanaona kampuni ni muhimu, wanadamu si wa muhimu. Ni miaka ngapi kuanzia 2012 mpaka saa hii 2025 ndio wanakuja. Hapo wameshatumaliza, watu wengi wamekufa kwa ajili ya Neema.
NEMA had defended itself by arguing that in 2007, lead smelting was a new industry in Kenya and a trial run of metal refineries operations was important. The now closed metal processing plant's chimneys may be silent and life still goes on, but a metaphorical cloud now hangs over Owino Uhuru. It is no longer as vibrant as it once was. Businesses have taken a hit. Developers are also cautious, with concerns that the lead poisoning could impact land planning and regulations in the area. What keeps the people of Owino Uhuru going is the hope that things may yet get better. For Phyllis Omido and the people of Owino Uhuru, this fight is far from over. What happens when justice is delayed, even when the courts have done their part? What can be done when state officers, deliberately or otherwise, sleep on their jobs? In Owino Uhuru, the answer to this question is a seemingly futile search for justice, with the weight of this heavy metal poisoning proving to be too much to bear. Many have paid and continue to pay the ultimate price for it as a result. We reached out to NEMA for their response.
The government has remained mum on the deaths and suffering of residents of Owino Uhuru slum.
Welcome to Owino Uhuru, the informal settlement in Mombasa that shocked the world 10 years ago.
Sisi ambao hatukusoma, sisi wanyonge, tumevamiwa.
Hiyo moshi imeni affect, yani siwezi nikatembea for long yani ama kupanda mlima.
Justice has finally been served. An environmental court has awarded 1.3 billion shillings to residents of Owino Uhuru slum.
Finally, things were about to turn around, or so they thought.
Wakati ilikuja tukaenda kotini, tukashinda, ikasemekana neema wameapili, nikaona sasa hapa watoto wangu watakufa, wakati tukukaa hapa watakufa.
Lead poisoning is actually dangerous. The problem being that lead tends to accumulate in the body. You can't really say there's any safe level because lead is not even supposed to be there in the first place.
In its ruling, the Supreme Court cited 20 deaths linked to lead poisoning in Owino Uhuru. However, members of the community say the number is far higher.
Watoto wa huku wenye wanasaliwa, wenye patu wako huku patu wako na shida. Sababu neema ichasafisha mtaa. Na huu mtaa watoto walikuwa wanachezea hapo, hizi nyumba zenye walikuwa wanaishi ni patu hizo. Mabati ni yale.
For 10 years, this community has been hopeful that the courts would rule in their favor.
Both of them had lead in their blood and both of them died.
We are going to fight against any form of impunity that denies communities justice when they have been wronged.
Environmental activism comes with a lot of risk. I was attacked at my home very early on in my activism by gunmen. I had to flee, and then shortly after that I was arrested and arraigned in court for this Owino Uhuru case.
The multi-billion compensation and remediation has sparked new threats and fueled new divisions within the community. Mzeogola, Scholastica and the people of Owino Uhuru have only experienced more difficulties despite this positive turn.
Sina imani na neema kabisa, sababu hata nikiwaona still inatetemeka, wamekuja tena kutuua.
Mnafikiria mtajificha chini ya mikono ya polisi? Mnakuja kuweaponize county against us. Shame on you, Neema. Shame on you, criminals.
Good evening and welcome to this episode of The Big Picture, the first week of September. And as you know, we bring you big guests and for very important conversations. My name is Tom Mukhwana and I'm your lead host today. My co-host, Justine Wanda.
Hi, everyone.
Is with me today as usual. And we have a very special guest for you today. We're joined by environmental activist Phyllis Omido, who 10 years ago led the fight for justice for thousands and thousands of residents in a small slum in Mombasa called Owino Uhuru. We'll be getting to Phyllis in a minute. Before we do that, Uncensored premiered a documentary yesterday titled Up in Smoke. The reporter Martin Siele went back to Owino Uhuru after 10 years of government inaction and filmed this story for you. It's a devastating story on injustice and inaction from a government that is meant to protect us. Here's the trailer.
The government has remained mum on the deaths and suffering of residents of Owino Uhuru slum.
Welcome to Owino Uhuru, the informal settlement in Mombasa that shocked the world 10 years ago.
Sisi ambao hatukusoma, sisi wanyonge, tumevamiwa.
Hiyo moshi imeni affect, yani siwezi nikatembea for long yani ama kupanda mlima.
Justice has finally been served. An environmental court has awarded 1.3 billion shillings to residents of Owino Uhuru slum.
Finally, things were about to turn around, or so they thought.
Wakati ilikuja tukaenda kotini, tukashinda, ikasemekana neema wameapili, nikaona sasa hapa watoto wangu watakufa, wakati tukukaa hapa watakufa.
Lead poisoning is actually dangerous. The problem being that lead tends to accumulate in the body. You can't really say there's any safe level because lead is not even supposed to be there in the first place.
In its ruling, the Supreme Court cited 20 deaths linked to lead poisoning in Owino Uhuru. However, members of the community say the number is far higher.
Watoto wa huku wenye wanasaliwa, wenye patu wako huku patu wako na shida. Sababu neema ichasafisha mtaa. Na huu mtaa watoto walikuwa wanachezea hapo, hizi nyumba zenye walikuwa wanaishi ni patu hizo. Mabati ni yale.
For 10 years, this community has been hopeful that the courts would rule in their favor.
Both of them had lead in their blood and both of them died.
We are going to fight against any form of impunity that denies communities justice when they have been wronged.
Environmental activism comes with a lot of risk. I was attacked at my home very early on in my activism by gunmen. I had to flee, and then shortly after that I was arrested and arraigned in court for this Owino Uhuru case.
The multi-billion compensation and remediation has sparked new threats and fueled new divisions within the community. Mzeogola, Scholastica and the people of Owino Uhuru have only experienced more difficulties despite this positive turn.
Sina imani na neema kabisa, sababu hata nikiwaona still inatetemeka, wamekuja tena kutuua.
Mnafikiria mtajificha chini ya mikono ya polisi? Mnakuta kuwepo na county against us. Shame on you, Neema. Shame on you, criminals.
So I've just been informed that it's actually been 16 years since the Owino Uhuru story broke by Phyllis Omido herself. Phyllis, asante sana for joining us. By the way, you can watch the documentary that you've just seen, its trailer on YouTube. It's on Uncensored's pages. It's something that it's worthwhile. It's something you should watch to remind yourself of what country you live in. But Phyllis, it's been 16 years, as you've just told me. The first time this story came to light was after protests in 2009. A quick timeline of what exactly happened here. In 2007, a metal Tafinari EPZ Limited, this is a company sets up in Changamwe with no environmental impact assessment by NEMA or government. So they just set up, and the operation involved melting lead, if I'm not wrong. 2009, tests on children are done, and the plant shuts down. 2010, the first deaths from lead poisoning are recorded. 2011, the company, Metal Refinery, goes back into operation. Then in 2013, NEMA issues a closure. The order is again lifted. And in 2014, finally, the company closes down, it shuts down. In 2015, NEMA is grilled and brought to the National Assembly for questioning on this. This is, I've just taken us through an 8-year quick timeline of exactly what happened. But you lived through those protests, you lived with those people, and you had and represented their voice. Could you tell us what exactly happened?
Yeah, so Kenya at that time was setting up these export processing zones, which were supposed to be preferential trade setups where Kenyans would get transfer of skills and employment, And there was a push by the Export Processing Zones Authority to fast track the setup of industries in Kenya. So anyone who was coming in, they were being allowed to start operating within 30 days. That's what Kenya was selling. And so the smelters started cropping up. And one such smelter was Metal Refinery EPZ Limited, which set up in Owino Uhuru in 2007. I saw an ad and applied for a job there as an admin officer in 2009, early 2009. And I worked there for about 3 months. And everything about it was wrong. First of all, I did not know it was because it was Metal Refinery. It said nothing to do with lead. So you have to get there first after you've signed the contract to understand that you're actually working in a smelter. But I realized that there were no licenses, whereas the initial EIA that you people didn't exist. So I insisted that this had to be put in place. And I was tasked to get a lead agent and licensed lead agent to carry out the environmental impact assessment. And this is the first time that I came into contact with the people of Owino Uhuru, because it's only a wall that separates Owino Uhuru and Metal Refinery EPZ. So I started doing the due process for an EIA, which includes community participation. And what I learned was not good. These people had been operating for 2 years. They had been channeling their waste into Owino Uhuru. The ducks, the chicken, the goats that drank water that was passing through that river all died. This was public knowledge. So how come anyone was not acting? But
I found when no one was galvanizing the community, no one was standing up for them. But I made a lot of friends within Oino Uhuru. I met Scholar, Pastor Anastasia. I sat with them and understood where they were coming from. As God would have it also, I had a son by then. He was about 3 years old. And he started falling sick. And I started looking for a solution. And I found that he was exposed to lead poisoning. He had 35 micrograms, 30 deciliter of lead in blood. I think that was just meant to be a trigger for me, because that then triggered the whole, I quit, started galvanizing the community, took the first 3 children, looked for Professor Njoroge Karanja from Greenbelt, because then it is Greenbelt that was the environmental organization in Kenya. We tested the first 3 children, all of them tested positive for lead poisoning. I sent these letters to NEMA, to the Export Processing Zones Authority, to Ministry of Health. I got responses, but not good. Like NEMA said, I was making it up. I still look at that letter today and laugh, because they said they were ready to defend these allegations in a court of law if I chose to take that path, you know. That was very early on. Still, you know, my background was in I had worked within the corporations in industry, and I had a very good relationship with NEMA, the export processing zones, you know. They would serve me when I was representing corporate. But when I started representing Oino Uhuru, it was a whole different ballgame. The doors were closed. Friends stopped picking my calls from NEMA and EPZA. You know, everything just turned when I started to speak out on the case of Oino Uhuru. I assumed that once I told them that something was wrong, because initially what we were asking for was for them to move the smelter to a place that was not so populous. Because Oino Uhuru has 3,000 people at that time. Now it's higher. We have about 3,500 people in Oino Uhuru now. And what we were requesting is for NEMA to ask them to move the smelter from that location. It was dangerous, but that was not forthcoming. So that started the whole agitation for the shutdown of Metal Refinery. What Kenyans need to understand is this. In Changamwe alone, there were 3 smelters: Kenya Metal Refinery, Aclara Industries, and Metal Refinery EPZ. We have not touched Aclara Industries or Kenya Metal Refinery, where we know there's very high lead levels. There are people there, even food is being manufactured in some of those godowns where those smelters were. Our agitation essentially closed around 17 smelters across the country, you know?
Yeah.
Because most of them were located in very similar surroundings, like where there were communities that were mostly informal settlements. That's where they go and set up these smelters, because they get cheap labor. You understand? The ones in Changamwe was because of their proximity also to the port. But much as they were thinking of maximizing profits, this decision to set up these smelters was devastating. We have tracked the case of Oino Uhuru. We have not tracked the other smelters across the country. So it's something that we all as Kenyans need to wake up to. If our environmental agency can tell us that they did not have expertise to understand lead poisoning, then we're in a very bad state as a country.
Yeah. And years later, and Justine, I'll rope you in after this. Years later, I've seen in the documentary that was done over 10 years ago now, that there was a lady called Lynette, and she passes on by 2014 because of high levels of lead in her blood. And you've mentioned that so many other people, including a lady that is featured in a documentary called Irene, who has a lump on her throat because of the lead effects. You've said that so many people, more than at that time, are now living and settled within that area of Oino Uhuru. Is that place safe now?
Oino Uhuru is not safe. But what is the state of the economy in Kenya right now? People have very little options. Oino Uhuru is an informal settlement. They can pay 800 shillings per month rent, you know, for those houses. Where else can they find such housing? These are the people that provide labor for all those industries in Changamwe. You understand? What is the minimum wage that they earn. So much as we have tried to relocate some of them, we have helped some of them move out of there because their situation was really bad. They would not have survived. But some, unfortunately, have had fatalities, like the case of Lynette. Lynette, we know her story. She tried to conceive. She tried hard. We kept telling her, please stop. She had 3 miscarriages. She got a 4th one, carried it to term because now this was 2014. We had closed down the smelter. She managed to carry her baby to term, gave birth, and a few days later she died because of the high lead levels. She gave birth to her baby, and her baby was born positive. We went and tested him. He was born positive with lead poisoning. Yeah.
So this is passed down generations. Justin, does this remind you of something?
Maybe then may jam. I think one of the things that really shocks me is like, how do you establish an EPZ that close to where people live? I understand the cheap labor and obviously not wanting people to spend a lot of money commuting, and also just making it easier that for you to set up and not pay too much in the initial capital costs for setting up the company. But could you take us through what the establishment of an EPZ looks like? Because I think a lot of people are like, yeah, we're happy, companies are coming. But what does that mean? And also, what are the standards that are supposed to be met for the establishment of an EPZ, especially for something so detrimental to people's health like smelting?
It is not for lack of expertise that we suffer as a country. We have physical planners, so many of them, both at the national government and at the county government. We are supposed to plan development in Kenya. It's not supposed to be haphazard. You can't just put, because Owinohuru was there first. It's not the smelter that came first. This Owinohuru community existed, and they have a title deed. It's written to the Owinohuru community. You understand? They have shown us that they existed immediately after independence because they came during the time where the railway was being built. So the planners should have planned industry better. Now, when it comes to the case of Metal Refinery EPZ, this is a lead smelter. It is common sense. The EPZ employ an environmental officer, very qualified. They pay him a lot of money to advise them. What was he doing? Why was this thing licensed? Why were they allowed to operate without proper safeguards in place to protect the people? You cannot tell me someone who has a degree in environmental studies did not know lead was detrimental to the health of humans. You cannot convince me that way. So much as we want development, and we are looking at how to build our economy, we have to do it in a way that is sustainable. Because if you look at Owinohuru now, we have destroyed a very huge labor force that is in Owinohuru. Many have died. Some have relocated back. The health burden on the communities, on the families, on a day-to-day basis. Now, the worst thing about lead poisoning is it destroys the IQ of the children. So if a child would have moved out of this informal settlement, become a doctor, become a lawyer, they cannot, because the IQ points are knocked off. You do not recover IQ points after they've been knocked off, even when you shed the lead in the body. So it's a very, very tragic case that has not only affected one generation, but it's intergenerational. It has affected children and their potential. Yeah.
Many years on, there is a Supreme Court ruling and 1.3 billion shillings is supposed to be paid as compensation to the community. Was that done? And 2, and even more importantly, has anyone been jailed for all these debts?
And just to piggyback off of this question, there was a ruling from the Environmental Court that awarded the residents of Owinohuru 1.3 billion. The case was appealed, it's like by NEMA, and it was overturned. But we were speaking earlier, and you said that decision, you've spoken to lawyers and people in the legal community about that particular decision, but it doesn't, any of the supporting arguments do not hold. But then the Supreme Court still gave the win to the residents of Owino Uhuru. Like, what does it mean to go through a process where even at the highest court, like, justice is traded around arguments that do not live up to the conditions that were faced, particularly by the residents of the community?
You know, even before we went to the Environment and Land Court to lodge the case in 2016, we had exhausted all the other mechanisms within the Constitution. We had petitioned Parliament with all the signatures in Owino Uhuru. We petitioned Senate. Parliament ordered a task force to be created, a task force that was chaired by NEMA, actually, included all the state agencies, including the police. Yeah? Why? Because we were pushing for justice, not only for compensation. We wanted those who made those decisions to be brought to book. We wanted a situation where Scholastica today would not see NEMA and be trembling, because she would know that the person who made that decision was charged in a court of law, was arraigned on the criminal charges, and was jailed or was fined for what they did to her. All those children that have died, I always remember Sammy. Sammy died 3 years old, very handsome boy. The first time I met him, he fell in love with me and I fell in love with him. And I asked him, Sammy, how are your loved ones? Wapenda, he told me, ni wewe tu, I love you only. Of course he stole my heart, you know? And Sammy had high lead levels in his blood. And we tried really hard. We fought really hard, and I brought his lead levels down. I got a nutritionist through the organization, and that nutritionist was monitoring his food and treatment. My target was to bring down his lead levels. Sammy was brilliant, even at baby class. You know, he was always top. His teacher said he was always top. He's a very charismatic boy. He has his whole future ahead of him. But Sammy's skin started peeling off at some point. It refused to stick to his body. Why? Because the acid rain had been raining on their playground for years while these children played. And eventually, Sammy's skin refused to hold on his body. And we could not even hold him to comfort him, because that would cause so much pain. And that evening, I went to visit Sammy, but I could not even touch him. And he asked me, are you coming? Are you coming to pick me and to take me home? I said, yes, of course, Sammy. I'll come and pick you and take you home. You don't worry, I'll bring a big car and take you home. Yeah. That night, I received that tragic call. Sammy has passed on. So the decisions that are made by government, there has to be some form of accountability. Do you understand? There has to be some form. They cannot end at redress. They cannot end at compensation. Compensation for me is a first step. I have given my life to this cause, and I'm coming back. I'm coming back even after. First, I want the victims to get some kind of reparations for the suffering that they have endured. But I want to go for those people. I have all those documents. Those people who signed and made decision on behalf of Kenyans to kill all these people. And I sat in their offices. Some retired very well. They were paid packages. We want to go for them, because that is what the parliamentary task force recommended. And that has not been done. It is part of what the Environment and Land Court recommended. It has not been done. So we have to exhaust this thing, not only because of us, because we have to create system within this country, justice system that are actually anchored within law. You understand? Yes. Yeah.
Part of the recommendations that were made by the task force and all the commissions or committees that went and visited the place, and including the UN High Commission, was that this area, first of all, people need to be relocated to a safer environment. 2, excavate and remove contaminated soil and dust from affected areas for safe disposal. This was NEMA's job. Restore the environment of Owino Uhuru settlement and its ecosystem. Has this been done?
Okay. It has never been done. This is 2025. There's nothing NEMA has ever done. Now, the judgment of the Environment and Land Court gave NEMA 90 days or 120 days to do that work. I think 120 days to have started the work on remediation because they appreciated the urgency to save lives. You understand? So NEMA appealed the judgment. We went to court to protect that judgment of the Environment and Land Court. NEMA won at the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal essentially told them, take the money, 700 million is yours. All you need to do is apply for it from Treasury. Go and remediate the community. They were given 1 year to do that. That's a long time. NEMA came to court and said they had not done anything because of procurement procedures. They needed 90 days. They were given 1 year to do that. This is 2025. NEMA did nothing to comply with that judgment. Now we won at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was very smart. They told them to show what they had done to comply with the Environment and Land Court and the Court of Appeal judgment. They knew they had not done this. You saw that clip where I was chasing them from. They went to 13th floor headquarters, police headquarters, to hold a meeting so that I would not storm in. But what choice did I have? They have gone there. They've misinformed all the state agencies and all the government, Office of the President, the county commissioner. They're misinforming them and lying to them, and they were holding a meeting there, purporting to do remediation. So I went and told them, no, go back to court and show your compliance. And you were given 3 months. 3 months ended in March. They're holding a meeting in April. The Supreme Court had given them 3 months to go and show their compliance with the Environment and Land Court and the Court of Appeal judgment. I mean, NEMA is a mess.
And this is the same agency that is meant to keep Kenyans safe in the environment. It's just mind-blowing.
It's so sad when I see Mamo Bimamo receiving international awards. We are going to start writing to those people giving them awards. Because what is the reality of Kenyans?
Yeah.
How many Kenyans would say they have confidence in NEMA in their own neighborhood?
Noise.
Honestly,
Is
we're telling
one.
people to soundproof their houses. Like if it's too loud, just soundproof your house and just like live there. Then when there's a fire, I don't know how you'll get out because you can't even hear anything. I think we're getting to a point where a lot of government agencies love to abscond duty. They're like, if it's upon you to take care of yourself, and then we will see where we can cover you. And that doesn't even happen in situations where residents are in dire need of help. They're in dire need of the institutions to work so that they do not have to keep fighting for their lives. One of the things that I want to touch on is just the difficulty in which getting justice, a whole 10 years of you just following up, 16 years, that's a lot. You've raised a 16-year-old. That's crazy. Like if justice can become a teenager and still there's like no one is held accountable, there are no consequences, and it almost seems like by the time Owino Uhuru the situation is even resolved, there's like 6 to 10 other tragedies that have happened because it's not just the only one. So for me, it's like, what does compensation even look like? What does justice even look like for the residents of this area? They've been let down so badly by so many institutions. What does justice look like, and can it even be achieved?
When you think about that, there's a case now in Kenya where the president has ordered compensation for victims, yeah? And we saw the wheel rolling and things were going and people were being sworn in. But Uhuru has been seeking justice for how long? It means following the law, the rule of law in Kenya doesn't work. That's the point we are making, that if you follow the law, you're on your own. Just get a politician to make a declaration, then you'll get justice. You understand? Yeah. That is why the Uhuru case for me is not just about the right to a clean and healthy environment. It's about systems that are put in place. And instead of them working, especially justice systems, victims that are supposed to be compensated and protected, they are victimized even the more. I mean, look at Uhuru. People are arrested. People still have criminal records until today in Uhuru because of their fight. Like Makamenchu and all of them, about 16 people in that community have criminal records that the police have refused to remove, even though we were acquitted in court. You understand? So it is injustice on top of injustice on top of injustice. How do you even explain to Kenyans that the system does not work? We have to come up, we have to rise up as Kenyans and demand that the rule of law be upheld and that things be done in the manner that is prescribed within our constitution, not extrajudicial means.
I don't think, and I'm about to make a very factual but problematic statement, that the rule of law and rights, they don't exist if you're poor. In this country, the worst thing you can do is to be poor. You'll be denied good education, you'll be denied a cloth on your back, you'll be denied clean, fresh air to breathe. Every single thing will be taken from you. And when you're on your deathbed, you'll also be denied the life support that you need to get the healthcare. Speaking of life, so many people still live in that area. I just want us to get to the figures. How many people have died so far? How many people are living with the effects of lead? Because in that documentary, you can see skin on the feet of children, and it looks like it's peeling off, like you said. How is the situation? How are the people there being affected by the lead poisoning that exists?
Actual death toll, who is more than 300. We lost more than 230 children, more than 70 adults. If you look at the role of the smelter workers, almost all of them died. And they used to employ over 280 people because they used to work in shifts, so 140. Almost all those workers have died. Very few of them are still alive. I have a case of like Hamisi Dio. He had over 100 micrograms. When we started, WHO was defining lead poisoning at 10 micrograms per deciliter of lead. They defined it lower. They said, no, that is too high. It's 5 micrograms. Right now, the lead poisoning is defined at 5 micrograms. Hamisi had over 100 and something. Lynette had 280 micrograms per deciliter of lead. Irene had 420. She was the highest. Like we tested and tested and tested. We were not believing. She had 420. This was done by the Ministry of Health, not private labs, So these are crazy levels. And it's very unfortunate that even after proving this over and over and over in court, that still systems do not work. Systems do not. Kenya still, because they were told by Ministry of Health. They were told by Parliament that the Ministry of Health should gazette our own standards, so that we are not depending always on WHO, because South Africa has their own standards of how they define lead poisoning. Kenya does not even have standards. So even our case, we were depending on international. You've heard the story of Scholastica. When we were testing them, we had to export their blood to South Africa to be tested. There were no labs. Actually, this government chemist wrote to me and said they did not have capacity to test for lead poisoning. I still have that letter in my office. This is how many centuries after lead was discovered. We all know its effect. Why is Kenya not testing it? We are bringing in industry. We know the correlation between industry and lead. We are bringing in mining companies. We know the correlation. Why are we not gazetting our own standards to protect our people?
That's Steffi. I just wanted to ask, and I think maybe for a lot of people who don't understand, how does lead kill you? Because I think one of the things that a lot of people, if you tell them lead poisoning, they're just picturing, something is in your bloodstream and it's probably in like a high percentage. But how does it present up until?
Because lead is one of the heaviest metals. It's called chuma risasi. It's used to make bullets.
Yes.
It's very heavy. And now you put it into someone's body, the person ingests it, through the smoke, the pollution that was happening. It was because lead is heavy metal. It doesn't go up. Yes, it comes back down and falls on the ground, and the children are playing and eating the soil and the dust and all that is, you know. So everyone in the community is just ingesting lead every day, yeah? So the first signs were high fevers in the children. Like my son started having high fevers, watery eyes, diarrhea. And it took us like a month, hospitalized for a month before we knew it was lead poisoning. And then we tested the 3 children, and then they tested positive. Now, it presents differently over time. And depends also on the genetics. As I've said, the worst thing is for the children, it knocks off their IQ points, yeah? But the kidneys also are not able to process this heavy metal in your body. You understand? So we got a lot of kidney failure. At some point, Coast General Hospital, through Mombasa County, when Joho was governor, said we could do dialysis in Coast General Hospital, and they were charging us, I think, 6.5. I thought that was reasonable. We can raise that. Do you know, everyone that I took for dialysis, almost 10 people died. All their kidneys were completely destroyed because of the lead. The doctor said, yes, they need dialysis. All of them who went for dialysis died from different kinds of infections. So it presents differently. We have those now that have liver problems, but most of the people who right now have kidney failure. Now, when your kidney fails, you start getting things like high blood pressure. Even I have high blood pressure now. I have so many complications because of lead in my body. You understand? So it presents differently for each person, but it's very tragic. You can see, like for Irene, because of the very high lead levels, it completely destroyed her thyroid. You understand? So when we took her for medication, they said, no, you have to bring her lead levels down. We tried, we gave her calcium. Like I would travel out of the country and just buy a lot of calcium, fill 1 suitcase with calcium just for the community members to try and bring down the lead levels. Yes, we brought down the lead levels, but what did it do? We did not know that also forcing it out, like manually, also destroyed their kidneys. So Irene, when I tested her last a few years ago, one of her kidneys was completely gone. She was functioning on 1 kidney. We were working with Aga Khan Hospital and another hospital in Kilifi to try and manage her situation. She needs a lot of money. She first needs to go and get an operation for her thyroid. After that, then we have to look at her kidneys.
Irene, by the way, is still alive.
Irene.
Yeah.
No, yeah, Irene.
Yeah, with the one with the thyroid that's swollen.
She's still alive, but hanging on by the thread. The doctors keep telling us. The doctors at Aga Khan, there's a time I asked them, like, what I wanted to take her in for the operation.
Yeah.
I asked them, like, give me a percentage of probability of success. They told me maybe 40%. So I just thought, no, it's not something I want to do.
Was that because of ongoing?
Because her levels were very high. Her thyroid was gone. One of her kidneys is not working. We want to take her under the knife. So I thought, no, let's wait until we have enough resources. Then we address her issue. But she's hanging on by the thread.
By a thread.
Yeah.
The story of compensation, Justine and Phyllis, is a story that is currently ongoing, right? I want us to briefly get into it before we move on to the next topic. But the government, led by the president, put together this panel that is meant to compensate victims of police brutality and state overreach during the past 2 years of protests. And part of that committee is the president of the Law Society of Kenya and also somebody, Irungu Houghton, who's at the leadership of Amnesty International. Those 2 people aside, compensation was also promised to people in Owino Uhuru, never